Preface. I profess a certain vagueness of remembrance in respect to the origin and growth of the Tragic Muse, which appeared in the Atlantic Monthly again, beginning January 1889, and running on inordinately several months beyond its proper 12, if it be ever of interest and profit to put one's finger on the productive germ of a work of art, and if in fact a lucid account of any such work involves that prime identification, I can but look on the present fiction as a poor fatherless and motherless, a sort of unregistered and unacknowledged birth. I failed to recover my precious first moment of consciousness of the idea to which it was to give form to recognize in it as I like to do in general effect of some particular sharp impression or concussion. I call such remembered glimmers always precious, because without them comes no clear vision of what one may have intended, and without that vision, no straight measure of what one may have succeeded in doing. What I make out from furthest back is that I must have had from still further back, must in fact, practically, have always had the happy thought of some dramatic picture of the artist's life, and of the difficult terms on which it is at the best secured, and enjoyed the general question of its having to be not altogether easily paid for to do something about art that is as a human complication and a social stumbling block must have been for me early a good deal of a nursed intention, the conflict between art and the world striking me thus betimes as one of the half-dozen great primary motives. I remember even having taken for granted with this fond inveteracy that no one of these pregnant themes was likely to prove under the test more full of matter, this being the case meanwhile what would all experience have done but enrich one's conviction, since, if on the one hand I had gained a more and more intimate view of the nature of art and the conditions therewith imposed, so the world was a conception that clearly required, and that would forever continue to take any amount of filling in, the happy and fruitful truth at all events was that there was opposition there should be was another matteran that the opposition would beget. An infinity of situations, what had doubtless occurred in fact moreover, was that just this question of the essence and the reasons of the opposition had shown itself to demand the light of experience, so that to the growth of experience truly, the treatment of the subject had yielded it had waited for that advantage. Yet I continue to see experience giving me its jog, mainly in the form of an invitation from the gentle editor of The Atlantic, the late Thomas Bailey Aldrich, to contribute to his pages a serial that should run through the year. That friendly appeal becomes thus the most definite statement I can make of the genesis of the book, though from the moment of its reaching me everything else in the matter seems to live again. What lives, not least to be quite candid, is the fact that I was to see this production make a virtual end for the time, as by its sinister effect, though, for reasons still obscure to me, off the pleasant old custom of the running of the novel not for many years, was I to feel the practice for my benefit, confidingly revive the influence of the Tragic Muse, was thus exactly other than what I had all earnestly, if of course privately enough, invoked for it, and I remember well the particular chill at last of the sense of my having launched it in a great grey void from which no echo or message whatever would come back. None in the event ever came, and as I now read the book over, I find the circumstance make in its name for a special tenderness of charity, even for that finer consideration, hanging in the parental breast about the maimed, or slighted the disfigured, or defeated the unlucky or unlikely child with this hapless small mortal thought of further as somehow compromising. I am thus able to take the thing as having quite wittingly and undisturbedly existed for itself alone, and to liken it to some aromatic bag of gathered herbs of which the string has never been loosed, or better still, to some jar of potpourri, shaped and overfigured and polished, but of which the lid never lifted, has provided for the intense accumulation of the fragrance, within the consistent, the sustained, preserved tone of the Tragic Muse, its constant, and doubtless, rather fine-drawn truth to its particular sought pitch and accent, are critically speaking its principal merit, the inner harmony that I perhaps presumptuously permit myself to compare to an unevaporated scent. After which, indeed, I may well be summoned to say what I mean in such a business by an appreciable tone, and how I can justify my claim to eat a demonstration that will await us later. Suffice it just here that I find the latent historic clue in my hand again, with the easy recall of my prompt grasp of such a chance to make a story about art. There was my subject this time all mature with having long waited, and with the blessed dignity that my original perception of its value was quite lost in the mists of youth. I must long have carried in my head the notion of a young man who should amid difficulties, being the story have abandoned public life, for the zealous pursuit of some supposedly minor craft, just as evidently there had hovered before me some possible picture, but all comic and ironic, of one of the most salient London social passions, the unappeasable curiosity for the things of the theater, for every one of them, that is, except the drama itself, and for the personality of the performer, almost any performer quite sufficiently serving in particular. This latter, verily, had struck me as an aspect, appealing mainly to satiric treatment, the only adequate or effective treatment I had again and again felt for most of the distinctively social aspects of London. The general artlessly histrionized air of things caused so many examples to spring from behind any hedge. What came up, however, at once for my own stretched canvas was that it would have to be ample, give me really space to turn round, and that a single illustrative case might easily be meager fare. The young man who should chuck admired politics, and of course some other admired object with them, would be all very well, but he wouldn't be a naughter. For what should one say to some other young man who would chuck something, and somebody else admired in their way too? There need never at the worst be any difficulty about the things advantageously chuckable for art. The question is all but of choosing them in the heap. Yet, were I to represent a struggle in interesting one indispensably with the passions of the theater as a profession, or at least as an absorption, I should have to place the theater in another light than the satiric. This, however, would by good luck be perfectly possible too without a sacrifice of truth, and I should doubtless even be able to make my theatric case as important as I might desire it. It seemed clear that I needed big cases. Small ones would practically give my central idea away, and I make out now my still laboring under the illusion that the case of the sacrifice for art can ever be with truth, with taste, with discretion involved apparently, and showily big. I dare say it glimmered upon me even then that the very sharpest difficulty of the victim of the conflict I should seek to represent, and the very highest interest of his predicament, dwell deep in the fact that his repudiation of the great obvious, great moral or functional or useful character shall just have to consent to resemble a surrender for absolutely nothing. Those characters are all large and expansive, seated and established and endowed, whereas the most charming truth about the preference for art is that to parade abroad so thoroughly inward and so naturally embarrassed a matter is to falsify and vulgarize it, that as a preference attended with the honors of publicity, it is indeed nowhere, that in fact under the rule of its sincerity, its only honors are those of contradiction, concentration, and a seemingly deplorable indifference to everything, but itself nothing can well figure as less big in an honest thesis than a marked instance of somebody's willingness to pass mainly for an ass. Of these things, I must, I say, have been in strictness aware. What I perhaps failed of was to note that if a certain romantic glamour, even that of mere eccentricity or of a fine perversity, may be flung over the active exchange of a career for the aesthetic life in general, the prose and the modesty of the matter yet come in with any exhibition of the particular branch of aesthetics selected, then it is that the attitude of hero or heroine may look too much for the romantic effect like a low crouching over proved trifles. Art, indeed, has in our day taken on so many honors and emoluments that the recognition of its importance is more than a custom has become on occasion, almost a fury. The line is drawn, especially in the English worldly, at the importance of heeding what it may mean. The more I turn my pieces over, at any rate, the more I now see I must have found in them, and I remember how once, well in presence of my three typical examples, my fear of too ample a canvas quite dropped. The only question was that if I had marked my political case from so far back for a story by itself, and then marked my theatrical case for another, the joining together of these interests, originally seen as separate, might all disgracefully betray the seam show, for mechanical and superficial a story was a story, a picture, and I had a mortal horror of two stories, two pictures. In one, the reason of this was the clearest. Me subject was immediately under that disadvantage, so cheated of its indispensable center as to become of no more use for expressing a main intention than a wheel without a hub is of use for moving a cart. It was a fact apparently that one had on occasion seen two pictures in one. Were there not, for instance, certain sublime Tintorettos at Venice, a measureless crucifixion in a special which showed without loss of authority half a dozen actions, separately taking place? Yes, that might be, but there had surely been nevertheless a mighty pictorial fusion, so that the virtue of composition had somehow thereby come all mysteriously to its own. Of course the affair would be simple enough if composition could be kept out of the question, yet by what art or process, what bars and bolts What unmuzzled dogs and pointed guns perform that feat? I had to know myself utterly inapt for any such valor, and recognize that to make it possible sundry things should have begun for me much further back than I had felt them even in their dawn. A picture without composition slights its most precious chance for beauty, and is moreover not composed at all unless the painter knows how that principle of health and safety working as an absolutely premeditated art has prevailed. There may in its absence be life, incontestably, as the Newcomes has life as les trois mousquetaires, as Tolstoy peace and war have it. But what do such large loose baggy monsters with their queer elements of the accidental and the arbitrary artistically mean? We have heard it maintained, we well remember that such things are superior to art, but we understand least of all what that may mean, and we look in vain for the artist, the divine explanatory genius, who will come to our aid and tell us there is life, and as waste is only life sacrificed, and thereby prevented from counting. I delight in a deep-breathing economy, and in organic form. My business was accordingly to go in for complete pictorial fusion, some such common interest between my two first notions as would, in spite of their birth under quite different stars, do them no violence at all. I recall with this confirmed infatuation of retrospect that through the mild perceptions I here glance at there struck for the Tragic Muse, the first hour of a season of no small subjective felicity, lighted mainly I seem to see by a wide west window that high aloft looked over near and far London. Sunsets, a half-grey half-flushed expanse of London life. The production of the thing, which yet took a good many months, lives for me again, all contemporaneously, in that projection upon my very table of the good fog-filtered Kensington mornings, which had a way indeed of seeing the sunset in, and which at the very last are merged to memory, in a different and a sharper pressure, that of an hotel bedroom in Paris during the autumn of 1889, with the Exposition du Centenaire, about to undan my long story through the usual difficulties, as well the usual difficulties, and I fairly cherish the record, as some adventurer in another line may hug the sense of his inveterate habit of just saving in time the neck he ever undiscourageably risks, were those bequeathed as a particular vice of the artistic spirit, against which vigilance had been destined from the first to exert itself in vain, and the effect of which was that again and again, perversely, incurably, the center of my structure would insist on placing itself, not so to speak in the middle. It mattered little that the reader with the idea or the suspicion of a structural center is the rarest of friends, and of critics a bird, it would seem as merely fabled as the phoenix. The terminational terror was none the less certain to break in, and my work threatened to masquerade for me as an active figure, condemned to the disgrace of legs too short, ever so much too short for its body. I urge myself to the candid confession that in very few of my productions, to my eye, has the organic center succeeded in getting into proper position. Time after time, then, has the precious waistband or girdle, studded and buckled and placed for brave outward show, practically worked itself, and in spite of desperate remonstrance, or in other words essential counterplotting, to a point perilously near the knee. Perilously, I mean, for the freedom of these parts, in several of my compositions, this displacement has so succeeded at the crisis in defying and resisting me, has appeared so fraught with probable dishonor, that I still turn upon them in spite of the greater or less success of final dissimulation. A rueful and wondering eye. These productions have, in fact, if I may be so bold about it, specious and spurious centers, altogether, to make up for the failure of the true, as to which in my list they are. However, that is another business not on any terms to be made known. Such at least would seem my resolution, so far as I have thus proceeded. Of any attention ever arrested by the pages forming the object of this reference, that rigor of discrimination has wholly and consistently failed, I gather, to constitute a part, in which fact there is perhaps, after all, a rough justice, since the infirmity I speak of, for example, has been always but the direct and immediate fruit of a positive excess of foresight, the overdone desire to provide for future need, and lay up heavenly treasure against the demands of my climax. If the art of the drama, as a great French master of it has said, is above all the art of preparations, that is true only to a less extent of the art of the novel, and true exactly in the degree in which the art of the particular novel comes near that of the drama. The first half of a fiction insists ever on figuring to me as the stage or theater for the second half, and I have in general given so much space to making the theater propitious that my halves have too often proved strangely unequal. Thereby has arisen with grim regularity the question of artfully, of consummately masking the fault, and conferring on the false quantity the brave appearance of the true. But I am far from pretending that these desperations of ingenuity have noticed, through seeming most of the very essence of the problem their exasperated charm, so far from it, that my particular supreme predicament in the Paris hotel, after an undue primary leakage of time, no doubt over at the great river-spanning museum of the Champ de Mars, and the Trocadero fairly takes on to me now the tender grace of a day that is dead. Rereading the last chapters of the Tragic Muse, I catch again the very odor of Paris, which comes up in the rich rumble of the Rue de la Paix, which my room itself for that matter seems impregnate and, which hangs for reminiscence about the embarrassed effort to finish, not ignobly within my already exceeded limits, an effort prolonged each day to those late afternoon hours, during which the tone of the terrible city seemed to deepen about one to an effect strangely composed at once of the auspicious, and the fatal. The plot of Paris, thickened at such hours, beyond any other plot in the world, I think, but there one sat meanwhile with another on one's hands, absolutely requiring precedence, not the least imperative of one's conditions, was thus that one should have finally, and given one's scale concisely treated one's subject, in spite of there being so much of the confounded irreducible quantity still to treat. If I spoke just now, however, of the exasperated charm of supreme difficulty, that is because the challenge of economic representation so easily becomes in any of the arts intensely interesting, to put all that is possible of one's idea into a form and compass that will contain and express it only by delicate adjustments, and an exquisite chemistry, so that there will at the end be neither a drop of one's liquor left, nor a hair's breadth of the rim of one's glass to spare. Very artist will remember how often that sort of necessity has carried with it its particular inspiration. Therein lies the secret of the appeal to his mind of the successfully foreshortened thing, where representation is arrived at, as I have already elsewhere had occasion to urge, not by the addition of items, a light that has for its attendant shadow a possible dryness, but by the art of figuring synthetically a compactness, into which the imagination may cut thick as into the rich density of wedding cake. The moral of all which indeed I fear is perhaps too trivially, but that the false, the dissembling second half of the work before me associated throughout, with the effort to weight my dramatic values, as heavily as might be, since they had to be so few presents, that effort as at the very last, a quite convulsive yet, in its way, highly agreeable spasm of such mild prodigies, is the history of any specific creative effort composed. But I have got too much out of the old Kensington light of 20 years ago, a lingering oblique ray of which today, surely quite extinct, played for a benediction over my canvas, from the moment I made out at my high-perched west window my lucky title, that is from the moment Miriam Ruth herself had given it me, so this young woman had given me with it her own position in the book, and so that in turn had given me my precious unity, to which no more than Miriam was either Nick Dormer or Peter Sheringham, to be sacrificed. Much of the interest of the matter was immediately therefore in working out the detail of that unity and always entrancing range of questions, order the reason, the relation of presented aspects, with three general aspects, that of Miriam's case, that of Nick's, and that of Sheringham's. There was work in plenty cut out, since happy as it might be to say my several actions beautifully become one, the point of the affair would be in showing them beautifully become so without which showing foul failure hovered, and pounced. Well, the pleasure of handling an action, or otherwise expressed of a story, is at the worst for a storyteller immense, and the interest of such a question, as for example keeping Nick Dormer's story his, and yet making it also and all effectively, in a large part, Peter Sheringham's, of keeping Sheringham's his, and yet making it in its high degree his kinsman's too, and Miriam Ruth's into the bargain, just as Miriam Ruth's is by the same token quite operatively his and Nick's, and just as that of each of the young men by an equal logic is very contributively Hurst's interest of such a question, I say, is ever so considerably the interest of the system on which the whole thing is done. I see today that it was but half a system to say, oh, Miriam, a case herself, is the link between the two other cases. That device was to ask for as much help as it gave and to require a good deal more application than it announced on the surface. The sense of a system saves the painter from the baseness of the arbitrary stroke, the touch without its reason, but as payment for that service, the process insists on being kept impeccably the right one. These are intimate truths, indeed, of which the charm mainly comes out, but on experiment, And in practice, yet I like to have it well before me here, that after all the tragic muse makes it not easy to say which of the situations concerned in it predominates and rules, what has become in that imperfect order accordingly of the famous center of one's subject, it is surely not in Nick's consciousness. Why if it be are we treated to such an intolerable dose of Sheringham's? It can't be in Sheringham's we have for that altogether an excess of Nick's. How on the other hand can it be in Miriam's given that we have no direct exhibition of hers, whatever that we get at it, all inferentially and inductively seeing it, only through a more or less bewildered interpretation of it by others, the emphasis is all on an absolutely objective Miriam. And this affirmed how with such an amount of exposed subjectivity, all round her can so dense a medium be a center such questions, as those go straight thanks to, which they are I profess delightful going straight, they are of the sort that makes answers possible Miriam, is central then to analysis, in spite of being objective central, in virtue of the fact that the whole thing has visibly from the first to get itself done in dramatic, or at least in scenic conditions though scenic conditions, which are as near an approach to the dramatic as the novel may permit itself, and which have this in common with the latter that they move in the light of alternation. This imposes a consistency other than that of the novel at its loosest, and for one's subject a different view, and a different placing of the center, the charm of the scenic consistency, the consistency of the multiplication of aspects, that of making them amusingly various, had haunted the author of the Tragic Muse from far back, and he was in due course to yield to it all luxuriously, too luxuriously perhaps in the awkward age, as will doubtless with the extension of these remarks be complacently shown. To put himself at any rate as much as possible under the protection of it had been ever his practice. He had notably done so in the Princess Casamassima, so frankly panoramic and processional. And in what case could this protection have had more price than in the one before us? No character in a play, any play not a mere monologue, has for the right expression of the thing a usurping consciousness. The consciousness of others is exhibited exactly in the same way as that of the hero, the prodigious consciousness of Hamlet, the most capacious and most crowded, the moral presence the most asserted in the whole range of fiction, only takes its turn with that of the other agents of the story, no matter how occasional these may be. It is left, in other words, to answer for itself equally with theirs, wherefore, by a parity of reasoning, if not of example, Miriam's might without inconsequence be placed on the same footing, and all in spite of the fact that the moral presence of each of the men most importantly concerned with hero, with the second of whom she at least is importantly concerned, independently answered, for the idea of the book being, as I have said, a picture of some of the personal consequences of the art appetite, raised to intensity, swollen to veracity, the heavy emphasis falls where the symbol of some of the complications so begotten might be made, as I judged, heaven forgive me, most amusing I mean, in the best very modern sense. I never go behind Miriam, only poor Sheringham goes a great deal and Nick Dormer goes a little, and the author, while they so waste wonderment, goes behind them, but none the less she is as thoroughly symbolic as functional for illustration of the idea as either of them, while her image had seemed susceptible of a livelier and prettier concretion I had desired for her. I remember all manageable vividness so ineluctable, had it long appeared to do the actress to touch the theatre, to meet that connection somehow or other, in any free plunge of the speculative fork into the contemporary social salad. The late R. Roman 50 Stevenson was to write to me, I recalent precisely on the occasion of the Tragic Muse, that he was at a loss to conceive how one could find an interest in anything so vulgar, or pretend to gather fruit in so scrubby an orchard. But the view of a creature of the stage, the view of the histrionic temperament, as suggestive much less verily in respect to the poor stage per se than in respect to art at large, affected me in spite of that as justly tenable an objection of a more pointed order was forced upon me by an acute friend later on, and in another connection, the challenge of one's right in any pretended show of social realities, to attach to the image of a public character, a supposed particular celebrity, a range of interest of intrinsic distinction, greater than any such display of importance on the part of eminent members of the class, as we see them about us. There was a nice point, if one would, yet only nice enough after all to be easily amusing. We shall deal with it later on, however, in a more urgent connection. What would have worried me much more, had it dawned earlier, is the light lately thrown by that admirable writer Roman 1000 Anatole France, on the question of any animated view of the histrionic temperamental light, that may well dazzle to distress any ingenuous worker in the same field in those parts of his brief, but inimitable histoire comique, on which he is most to be congratulated for. There are some that prompt to. Reservesh has done the actress as well as the actor, done above all the mountebank, the mummer, and the cabotin, and mixed them up with the queer theatric air, in a manner that practically warns all other hands off the material forever at the same time. I think I saw Miriam, and without a sacrifice of truth, that is of the particular glow of verisimilitude, I wished her most to benefit by in a complexity of relations, finer than any that appear possible, for the gentry of Roman 1000 Anatole France. Her relation to Nick Dormer, for instance, was intended as a superior interest, that of being, while perfectly sincere for her, and therefore perfectly consonant with her impulse, perpetually to perform, and with her success in performing the result of a touched imagination, a touched pride for art as well as of the charm cast on other sensibilities. Still, Dormer's relation to herself is a different matter, of which more presently, but the sympathy she, poor young woman, very generously and intelligently offers him, where most people have so stinted it, is disclosed largely at the cost of her egotism and her personal pretensions, even though in fact determined by her sense of their together Nick, and she postponing the world to their conception of other and finer decencies. Nick can't on the whole cipher. I have represented him, as in his day quite sufficiently troubled and anxiously, he should condemn to ugly feebleness, his most prized faculty, most prized at least by himself, even in order to keep his seat in Parliament, to inherit Mr. Carteret's blessing, and money to gratify his mother, and carry out the mission of his father to marry Julia Dallow. In fine, a beautiful imperative woman with a great many thousands a year. It all comes back in the last analysis to the individual vision of decency, the critical as well as the passionate judgment of it, under sharp stress, and Nick's vision and judgment, all on the aesthetic ground, have beautifully coincided to Miriam's imagination, with a now fully marked and inspired and impenitent choice of her own, so that other considerations powerfully aiding, indeed, she is ready to see their interest all splendidly, as one she is in the uplifted state, to which sacrifices and submissions loom large, but loom so just because they must right sympathy, right passion large, her measure of what she would be capable of, for him capable, that is of not asking of him, will depend on what he shall ask of her. But she has no fear of not being able to satisfy him, even to the point of chucking for him, if need be, that artistic identity of her own, which she has begun to build up. It will all be to the glory therefore of their common infatuation with art. She will doubtless be no less willing to serve his than she was eager to serve her own, purged now of the too great shrillness. This puts her quite on a different level from that of the vivid monsters of Roman 1000 France, whose artistic identity is the last thing they wish to chuck. Their only dismissal is of all material and social overdraping. Nick Dormer, in point of fact, asks of Miriam nothing but that she shall remain awfully interesting to paint, but that is his relation, which, as I say, is quite a matter by itself. He, at any rate, luckily for both of them, it may be, doesn't put her to the test. He is so busy with his own case, busy with testing himself and feeling his reality. He has seen himself as giving up precious things for an object, and that object has somehow not been the young woman in question, nor anything very nearly like her. She, on the other hand, has asked everything of Peter Sheringham, who has asked everything of her, and it is in so doing that she has really most testified for art, and invited him to testify with his professed interest in the theatrion of those deep subjections that in men of taste, the comédie francaise used in old days to conspire for, and some such odd and affecting examples of which were to be noted, yet offers her his hand and an introduction to the very best society, if she will leave the stage. The power, and her having the sense of the power to shine in the world, is his highest measure of her, the test applied by him to her beautiful human value, just as the manner in which she turns on him is the application of her own standard and touchstone. She is perfectly sure of her own, for if there were nothing else, and there is much has tasted blood, so to speak, in the form of her so prompt and auspicious success, with the public leaving all probations behind, the whole of which, as the book gives it, is too rapid and sudden, though inevitably so. Processes, periods, intervals, stages, degrees, connections, may be easily enough, and barely enough named, may be unconvincingly stated in fiction to the deep discredit of the writer, but it remains the very deuce to represent them, especially represent them under strong compression, and in brief and subordinate terms. And this even though the novelist who doesn't represent and represent all the time is lost, exactly as much lost as the painter who at his work, and given his intention, doesn't paint all the time. turn upon her friend at any rate Miriam does, and one of my main points is missed if it fails to appear that she does so with absolute sincerity, and with the cold passion of the high critic, who knows on sight of them together the more or less dazzling false from the comparatively gray-colored true. Sheringham's whole profession has been that he rejoices in her as she is, and that the organized theater, will be as Matthew Arnold was in those very days pronouncing it irresistible, and it is the promptness with which he sheds his pretended faith as soon as it feels in the air the breath of reality, as soon as it asks of him a proof or a sacrifice, it is this that excites her doubtless sufficiently arrogant scorn. Where is the virtue of his high interest, if it has verily never been an interest to speak of, and if all it has suddenly to suggest is that in face of a serious call, it shall be unblushingly relinquished if he and she together, and her great field and future, and the whole cause they had armed and declared, for have not been serious things, they have been base make-believes, and trivialities, which is what in fact the homage of society to art always turns out so soon as art presumes not to be vulgar and futile. It is immensely the fashion and immensely edifying to listen to this homage, while it confines its attention to vanities and frauds, but it knows only terror, feels only horror the moment that instead of making all the concessions art proceeds to ask for a few Miriam, is nothing if not strenuous, and evidently nothing if not cheeky where Sheringham is concerned at least. These in the allegotistical exhibition to which she is condemned are the very elements of her figure and the very colors of her portrait. But she is mild and inconsequent for Nick Dormer, who demands of her so little, as if gravely and pityingly embracing the truth that his sacrifice on the right side is probably to have very little of her sort of recompense. I must have had it well before me that she was all aware of the small strain a great sacrifice to Nick would cost her, by reason of the strong effect on her of his own superior logic, in which the very intensity of concentration was so to find its account. If the man, however, who holds her personally dear, yet holds her extremely personal message to the world cheap, so the man capable of a consistency, and as she regards the matter of an honesty so much higher than Sheringham's, really cares no straw for his fellow struggler. If Nick Dormer attracts, and Alan differently holds her, it is because, like herself, and unlike Peter, he puts art first, but the most he thus does for her in the event is to let her see how she may enjoy in intimacy the rigor it has taught him, and which he cultivates at her expense. This is the situation in which we leave her, though there would be more still to be said about the difference for her of the two relations that, to each of the men could, I fondly suppose, as much of the interest of the book left over for the reader as for myself. Sheringham, for instance, offers Miriam marriage ever so handsomely, but if nothing might lead me on further than the question of what it would have been open to use as novelists, especially in the old Daisto, show serially a young man in Nick Dormer's quite different position, as offering, or a young woman in Miriam's, as taking, so, for that very reason such an excursion is forbidden me. The trade of the stage player, and above all of the actress, must have so many detestable sides for the person exercising it, that we scarce imagine a full surrender to it. Without a full surrender, not less to every immediate compensation, to every freedom and the largest ease within reach, which presentment of the possible case for Miriam would yet have been condemned, and on grounds both various and interesting to Tracido, remain very imperfect. I feel moreover that I might still with space abound in remarks about Nick's character and Nick's crisis, suggested to my present more reflective vision. It strikes me, alas, that he is not quite so interesting as he was fondly intended to be, and this in spite of the multiplication within the picture of his pains and penalties, so that while turn this slight anomaly over I come upon a reason that affects me as singularly charming and touching, and at which indeed I have already glanced. Any presentation of the artist in triumph must be flat in proportion, as it really sticks to its subject. It can only smuggle in relief and variety, for to put the matter in an image, all we then his triumph see of the charm compiler is the back he turns to us as he bends over his work. His triumph decently is but the triumph of what he produces, and that is another affair. His romance is the romance he himself projects. He eats the cake of the very rarest privilege, the most luscious, baked in the oven of the Godserefor. He mayn't have it in the form of the privilege of the hero, at the same time, the privilege of the hero that is of the martyr, or of the interesting and appealing and comparatively floundering person, places him in quite a different category, belongs to him only as to the artist deluded, diverted, frustrated, or vanquished, when the amateur in him gains for our admiration or compassion, or whatever all that the expert has to do without therefore I strove in vain, I feel to embroil and adorn this young man on whom 100 ingenious touches are thus lavished. He has insisted in the event on looking as simple and flat as some mere brass check, or engraved number the symbol and guarantee of a stored treasure. The better part of him is locked too much away from us, and the part we see has to pass for well what it passes for so lamentedly among his friends and relatives know accordingly. Nick Dormer isn't the best thing in the book, as I imagined he would be, and it contains nothing better I make out than that preserved and achieved unity and quality of tone, a value in itself which I referred to at the beginning of these remarks. What I mean by this is that the interest created, and the expression of that interest, are things kept as to kind, genuine and true to themselves. The appeal, the fidelity to the prime motive, is with no little art strained clear even as silver is polished in a degree answering at least by intention to the air of beauty. There is an awkwardness again in having thus belatedly to point such features out, but in that wrought appearance of animation and harmony, that effect of free movement, and yet of recurrent and insistent reference, the tragic muse has struck me again as conscious of a bright advantage. Henry James. Book first. The people of France have made it no secret that those of England, as a general thing, are to their perception an inexpressive and speechless race, perpendicular and unsociable, unaddicted to enriching any bareness of contact with verbal or other embroidery. This view might have derived encouragement a few years ago in Paris from the manner in which 4 persons sat together in silence one fine day about noon in the garden, as it is called, of the Palais de l'Industrie, central court of the great glazed bazaar, where among plants and parterres, gravelled walks and thin fountains are ranged the figures and groups, the monuments and busts, which form in the annual exhibition of the salon. The department of statuary, the spirit of observation, is naturally high at the salon, quickened by 1,000 artful or artless appeals, but it need have put forth no great intensity to take in the characters I mention, as a solicitation of the eye on definite grounds. These visitors, too, constituted a successful plastic fact, and even the most superficial observer would have marked them as products of an insular neighborhood, representatives of that tweed waterproof class, with which, on the recurrent occasions, when the English turn out for a holiday, Christmas and Easter, Whitsuntide, and the autumn Paris besprinkles itself at a night's notice, they had about them the indefinable professional look of the British traveler, abroad the air of preparation for exposure, material and moral, which is so oddly combined with this revelation of security and of persistence, and which excites, according to individual susceptibility, the ire or the admiration of foreign communities. They were the more unmistakable, as they presented mainly the happier aspects of the energetic race to which they had the honor to belong. The fresh, diffused light of the salon made them clear and important. They were finished creations in their way, and ranged there motionless on their green bench, were almost as much on exhibition as if they had been hung on the line. 3 ladies and a young man, they were obviously a family, a mother, 2 daughters, and a son, a circumstance which had the effect at once of making each member of the group doubly typical, and of helping to account for their fine taciturnity. They were not with each other on terms of ceremony, and also were probably fatigued with their course among the pictures, the rooms on the upper floor, their attitude on the part of visitors, who had superior features, even if they might appear to some passers-by to have neglected a fine opportunity for completing these features with an expression, was after all a kind of tribute to the state of exhaustion, of bewilderment, to which the genius of France is still capable of reducing the proud. En v'là des abrutis, more than one of their fellow-gazers might have been heard to exclaim, and certain it is that there was something depressed and discouraged in this interesting group, who sat looking vaguely before them, not noticing the life of the place, somewhat as if each had a private anxiety. It might have been finely guessed, however, that though on many questions they were closely united, this present anxiety was not the same for each if they looked grave. Moreover, this was doubtless partly the result of their all being dressed in such mourning, as told of a recent bereavement. The eldest of the 3 ladies had indeed a face of a fine austere mold, which would have been moved to gaiety only by some force more insidious than any she was likely to recognize in Paris. Cold still, and considerably worn, it was neither stupid nor hard. It was firm, narrow, and sharp. This competent matron, acquainted evidently with grief but not weakened by it, had a high forehead to which the quality of the skin gave a singular polish. It glittered even when seen at a distance. A nose, which achieved a high free curve and a tendency to throw back her head and carry it well above her, as if to disengage it from the possible entanglements of the rest of her person. If you had seen her walk, you would have felt her to tread the earth after a fashion, suggesting that, in a world where she had long since discovered that one couldn't have one's own way, one could never tell what annoying aggression might take place, so that it was well from hour to save what one could. Lady Agnes saved her head, her white triangular forehead, over which her close-crinkled flaxen hair, reproduced in different shades in her children, made a looped silken canopy like the marquee. At a garden party, her daughters were as tall as herself. That was visible, even as they sat there, and one of them, the younger, evidently altogether pretty, a straight, slender, grayed English girl of the sort who show good figures and fresh complexions. The sister, who was not pretty, was also straight and slender and grayed. But the gray in this case was not so pure, nor were the straightness and the slenderness so maidenly. The brother of these young ladies had taken off his hat, as if he felt the air of the summer day heavy in the great pavilion 6. He was a lean, strong, clear-faced youth with a formed nose and thick light brown hair which lay continuously and profusely back from his forehead, so that to smooth it from the brow to the neck, but a single movement of the hand was required. I cannot describe him better than by saying that he was the sort of young Englishman who looks particularly well in strange lands, and whose general aspect inches his limbs, his friendly eyes, the modulation of his voice, the cleanness of his flesh tints, and the fashion garments excites on the part of those who encounter him in far countries on the ground of a common speech a delightful sympathy of race. This sympathy may sometimes be qualified by the seen limits of his apprehension, but it almost revels. As such horizons recede, we shall see quickly enough how accurate a measure it might have taken of Nicholas Dormer. There was food for suspicion, perhaps, in the wandering blankness that sat at moments in his eyes, as if he had no attention at all, not the least in the world at his command. But it is no more than just to add without delay that this discouraging symptom was known among those who liked him by the indulgent name of dreaminess, by his mother and sisters. For instance, his dreaminess was constantly noted. He is the more welcome to the benefit of such an interpretation, as there is always held to be something engaging in the combination of the muscular and the musing, the mildness of strength. After some time, an interval during which these good people might have appeared to have come individually to the Palais de l'Industrie, much less to see the works of art than to think over their domestic affairs, the young man, rousing himself from his reverie, addressed one of the girls. "I say, Biddy, why should we sit moping here all day? Come and take a turn about with me." 7. His younger sister, while he got up, leaned forward a little, looking round her, but she gave for the moment no further sign of complying with his invitation. "Where shall we find you, then, if Peter comes?" asked the other Miss Dormer, making no movement at all. "I dare say Peter won't come. He'll leave us here to cool our heels." "Oh, Nick dear," Biddy exclaimed in a small, sweet voice of protest. It was plainly her theory that Peter would come, and even a little her fond fear that she might miss him should she quit that spot. "We shall come back in a quarter of an hour. Really, I must look at these things," Nick declared, turning his face to a marble group which stood near them on the right, a man with the skin of a beast round his loins, tussling with a naked woman in some primitive effort of courtship or capture. Lady Agnes followed the direction of her son's eyes, and then observed, "Everything seems very dreadful. I should think Biddy had better sit still. Hasn't she seen enough horrors up above?" "I dare say that if Peter comes, Julia'll be with him," the elder girl remarked irrelevantly. "Well, then he can take Julia about. That will be more proper," said Lady Agnes. "Mother dear, she doesn't care a rap about art. It's a fearful bore looking at fine things with Julia," Nick returned. "Want you go with him, Grace?" and Biddy appealed to her sister. "I think she has awfully good taste," Grace exclaimed, not answering this inquiry. "Don't say nasty things about her," Lady Agnes broke out solemnly to her son, after resting her eyes on him a moment, with an air of reluctant reprobation. "I say nothing but what she'd say herself," the 8 young man urged. "About some things she has very good taste, but about this kind of thing she has no taste at all." "That's better, I think," said Lady Agnes, turning her eyes again to the kind of thing her son appeared to designate. "She's awfully clever." "Awfully," Grace went on with decision. "Awfully, awfully," her brother repeated, standing in front of her and smiling down at her. "You are nasty, Nick, you know you are," said the young lady, but more in sorrow than in anger. Biddy got up at this, as if the accusatory tone prompted her to place herself generously at his side. "Mightn't you go and order luncheon, that place you know?" she asked of her mother, Then we'd come back when it was ready. My dear child, I can't order lunch, Lady Agnes replied with a cold impatience, which seemed to intimate that she had problems far more important than those of victualling to contend with. Then perhaps Peter will, if he comes. I am sure he's up in everything of that sort. Oh, hang Peter, Nick exclaimed. Leave him out of account, and do order lunch, mother, but not cold beef and pickles. I must say about him you're not nice, Biddy, ventured to remark to her brother, hesitating, and even blushing a little. You make up for it, my dear, the young man answered, giving her China, very charming, rotund little China friendly whisk with his forefinger. I can't imagine what you've got against him, her ladyship said gravely. Dear mother, it's disappointed fondness, Nick argued. They want answer one's notes, they won't let one know where they are nor what to expect. Nine hell has no fury like a woman scorned, nor like a man either. Peter has such a tremendous lot to do. It's a very busy time at the embassy. There are sure to be reasons, Biddy explained with her pretty eyes. Reasons enough, no doubt, said Lady Agnes, who accompanied these words with an ambiguous sigh, however, as if in Paris even the best reasons would naturally be bad ones. Doesn't Julia write to you? Doesn't she answer you? The very day, Grace asked, looking at Nick, as if she were the bold one. He waited, returning her glance with a certain severity. What do you know about my correspondence? No doubt I ask too much, he went on. I am so attached to them, dear old Peter, dear old Julia. She's younger than you, my dear, cried the elder girl, still resolute. Yes, 19 days. I am glad you know her birthday. She knows yours. She always gives you something, Lady Agnes reminded her son. Her taste is good, then, isn't it, Nick? Grace Dormer continued. She makes charming presents, but dear mother, it isn't her taste, it's her husband's. How her husband's? The beautiful objects of which she disposes so freely are the things he collected for years, laboriously, devotedly. Poor man. She disposes of them to you, but not to others, said Lady Agnes. But that's all right, she added, as if this might have been taken for a complaint of the limitations of Julia's bounty. She has to select among so many, and that's a proof of taste, her ladyship pursued. You can't say she doesn't choose lovely ones, Grace remarked to her brother, in a tone of some triumph. My dear, they're all lovely. George Dallow's judgment was so sure he was incapable of making a mistake. Nicholas Dormer returned. I don't see how you can talk of him, he was dreadful, said Lady Agnes. My dear, if he was good enough for Julia to marry, he's good enough for us to talk of. She did him a very great honor. I dare say, but he was not unworthy of it. No such enlightened collection of beautiful objects has been made in England in our time. You think too much of beautiful objects, Lady Agnes sighed. I thought you were just now lamenting that I think too little. It's very nice his having left Julia so well off, Biddy interposed soothingly, as if she foresaw a tangle. He treated her en grand seigneur, absolutely, Nick went on. He used to look greasy, all the same. Grace bore on it, with a dull weight. His name ought to have been Tallow. You're not saying what Julia would like, if that's what you are trying to say, her brother observed. Don't be vulgar, Grace, said Lady Agnes. I know Peter Sheringham's birthday. Biddy broke out innocently, as a pacific diversion. She had passed her hand into Nick's arm to signify her readiness to go with him, while she scanned the remoter reaches of the garden, as if it had occurred to her that to direct their steps in some such sense might after all be the shorter way to get at Peter. He's too much older than you, my dear, Grace answered without encouragement. That's why I've noticed I'th's 34. Do you call that too old? I don't care for slobbering infants, Biddy cried. Don't be vulgar, Lady Agnes enjoined again. Come, bid, well go and be vulgar together, for that's what we are. I am afraid, her brother said to her. Well, go and look at all these low works of art. Do you really think it's necessary to the child's development? Lady Agnes demanded, as the pair turned away. And then, while her son, struck as by a challenge, paused, lingering a moment with his little sister on his arm, what we've been through this morning in this place, and what you've paraded before our eyes, the murders, the tortures, all kinds of disease and indecency. Nick looked at his mother as if this sudden protest surprised him, but as if also there were lurking explanations of it, which he quickly guessed. Her resentment had the effect not so much of animating her cold face, as of making it colder, less expressive, though visibly prouder. Ah, dear mother, don't do the British matron, he replied good-humoredly. British matrons soon said, I don't know what they're coming to. How odd that you should have been struck only with the disagreeable things, when for myself I've felt it to be most interesting, the most suggestive morning I've passed for ever so many months. Oh Nick, Lady Agnes cried, with a strange depth of feeling. I like them better in Londonthere, much less unpleasant, said Grey Stormer. There are things you can look at, her ladyship went on, we certainly make the better show. The subject doesn't matter, it's the treatment, Biddy protested in a voice like the tinkle of a silver bell. Poor little Bid, her brother, broke into a laugh. How can I learn to model, Mama dear, if I don't look at things? And if I don't study them, the girl continued. This question passed unheeded, and Nicholas Dormer said to his mother more seriously, but with a certain kind explicitness, as if he could make a particular allowance, this place is an immense stimulus to me. It refreshes me, excites me, such an exhibition of artistic life. It's full of ideas, full of refinements, it gives one such an impression of artistic experience. They try everything, they feel everything. While you were looking at the murders, apparently, I observed an immense deal of curious and interesting work. There are too many of them, poor devils, so many who must make their way, who must attract attention. Some of them can only taper fort, stand on their heads, turn somersaults, or commit deeds of violence, to make people notice them. After that, no doubt, a good many will be quieter. But I don't know, today I am in an appreciative mood, I feel indulgent even to them. They give me an impression of intelligence, of eager observation. All art is owner. Remember that, Biddy dear, the young man continued, smiling down from his height. It's the same great many-headed effort. And any ground that's gained by an individual, any spark that's struck in any province is of use, and of suggestion to all the others. We're all in the same boat. Would you say, my dear, are you really setting up for an artist? Lady Agnes asked. Nick just hesitated. I was speaking for Biddy. But you are one, Nick, you are, the girl cried. Lady Agnes looked for an instant as if she were going to say once more, don't be vulgar. But she suppressed these words had she intended them, and uttered sounds few in number, and not completely articulate, to the effect that she hated talking about art. While her son spoke, she had watched him as if failing to follow, yet something in the tone of her exclamation hinted that she had understood him but too well. We're all in the same boat, Biddy repeated with cheerful zeal. Not me, if you please, Lady Agnes replied. It's horrid, messy work you're modeling. Ah, but look at the results, said the girl, eagerly glancing about at the monuments in the garden, as if in regard even to them she were through that unity of art her brother had just proclaimed in some degree an effective cause. There's a great deal being done here, a real vitality, Nicholas Dormer went on to his mother in the same reasonable, informing way. Some of these fellows go very far. They do indeed, said Lady Agnes. I am fond of young schools like this movement in sculpture, Nick insisted with his slightly provoking serenity. They're old enough to know better. Mayn't I look, Mama? It is necessary to my development, Biddy declared. You may do as you like, said Lady Agnes with dignity. She ought to see good work, you know, the young man went on. I leave it to your sense of responsibility. This statement was somewhat majestic, and for a moment evidently it tempted Nick, almost provoked him, or at any rate suggested to him an occasion for some pronouncement he had had on his mind. Apparently, however, he judged the time on the whole not quite right, and his sister Grace interposed with the inquiry. Please, Mama, are we never going to lunch? Ah, mother, the young man murmured in a troubled way, looking down at her, with a deep fold in his forehead. For Lady Agnes also, as she returned his look, it seemed an occasion, but with this difference that she had no hesitation in taking advantage of it. She was encouraged by his slight embarrassment, for ordinarily Nick was not embarrassed. You used to have so much sense of responsibility, she pursued. But sometimes, I don't know what has become of it, it seems all gone. Ah, mother, he exclaimed again, as if there were so many things to say that it was impossible to choose. But now, he stepped closer, bent over her, and in spite of the publicity of their situation, gave her a quick expressive kiss. The foreign observer whom I took for granted in beginning to sketch this scene would have had to admit that the rigid English family had after all a capacity for emotion. Grace Dormer indeed looked round her to see if at this moment they were noticed. She judged with satisfaction that they had escaped. Roman 2. Nick Dormer walked away with Biddy, but he had not gone far before he stopped in front of a clever bust, where his mother in the distance saw him playing in the air with his hand, carrying out by this gesture, which presumably was applausive, some critical remark he had made to his sister, Lady Agnes raised her glass to her eyes by the long handle to which rather a clanking chain was attached, perceiving that the bust represented an ugly old man with a bald head, at which her ladyship indefinitely sighed, though it was not apparent in what way such an object could be detrimental to her daughter Nick. Passed on, and quickly paused again. This time his mother discerned before the marble image of a strange grimacing woman. Presently, she lost sight of him. He wandered behind things, looking at them all round. "I ought to get plenty of ideas for my modelling aunt," Nick his sister put to him after a moment. "Ah, my poor child, what shall I say? Don't you think I've any capacity for ideas?" the girl continued ruefully. "Lots of them, no doubt, but the capacity for applying them, for putting them into practice, how much of that have you?" "How can I tell till I try?" "What do you mean by trying, Biddy dear? Why, you know you've seen me." "Do you call that trying?" her brother amusedly demanded. "Ah, Nick," she said with sensibility, but then with more spirit, "and please, what do you call it?" "Well, this, for instance, is a good case," and her companion pointed to another bust ahead of a young man in terracotta, at which they had just arrived, a modern young man to whom, with his thick neck, his little cap, and his wide ring of dense curls, the artist had given the air of some sturdy Florentine of the time of Lorenz. Biddy looked at the image a moment. "Ah, that's not trying, that's succeeding." "Not altogether, it's only trying seriously." "Well, why shouldn't I be serious?" "Mother wouldn't like it. She has inherited the fine old superstition that art's pardonable only so long as it's bad, so long as it's done at odd hours for a little distraction, like a game of tennis or of whist. The only thing that can justify it, the effort to carry it as far as one can, which you can't do without time and singleness of purpose, she regards as just the dangerous, the criminal element. It's the oddest hindpart before view, the drollest immorality." "She doesn't want one to be professional," Biddy returned, as if she could do justice to every system. "Better leave it alone, then there are always duffers enough." "I don't want to be a duffer," Biddy said, "but I thought you encouraged me." "So I did, my poor child, it was only to encourage myself." "With your own works or painting?" "With my futile, my ill-starred endeavors. Union is strength, so that we might present a wider front, a larger surface of resistance." Biddy for a while said nothing, and they continued their tour of observation. She noticed how he passed over some things quickly, his first glance sufficing to show him if they were worth another, and then recognized in a moment the figures that made some appeal. His tone puzzled, but his certainty of eye impressed her, and she felt what a difference there was yet between them. How much longer in every case she would have taken to discriminate. She was aware of how little she could judge of the value of a thing till she had looked at it 10 minutes. Indeed, modest little Biddy was compelled privately to add, and often not even then. She was mystified, as I say, Nick was often mystifying. It was his only fault, but one thing was definite: her brother had high ability. It was the consciousness of this that made her bring out at last, "I don't so much care whether or no I please Mama, if I please you." "Oh, don't lean on me, I am a wretched broken reed. No use really," he promptly admonished her. "Do you mean you're a duffer?" Biddy asked in alarm. "Frightful, frightful." "So that you intend to give up your work, to let it alone, as you advise me?" "It has never been my work, all that business, Biddy. If it had, it would be different. I should stick to it." "And you won't stick to it," the girl said, standing before him open-eyed. Her brother looked into her eyes a moment, and she had a compunction. She feared she was indiscreet, and was worrying him. "Your questions are much simpler than the elements out of which my answer should come." "A great talent." "What's simpler than that?" "One excellent thing, dear Biddy, no talent at all." "Well, yours is so real you can't help it." We shall see," said Nick Dormer. "Let us go look at that big group." "We shall see if your talent's real," Biddy went on, as she accompanied him. "No, we shall see if, as you say, I can't help it. What nonsense Paris makes one talk," the young man added, as they stopped in front of the composition. This was true perhaps, but not in a sense he could find himself tempted to deplore. The present was far from his first visit to the French capital. He had often quitted England, and usually made a point of putting in, as he called it, a few days there on the outward journey to the continent, or on the return, but at present the feelings, for the most part agreeable, attendant upon a change of air and of scene, had been more punctual and more acute than for a long time before, and stronger the sense of novelty, refreshment, amusement of the hundred appeals, from that quarter of thought to which on the whole his attention was apt most frequently, though not most confessedly, to stray. He was fonder of Paris than most of his countrymen, though not so fond perhaps as some other captivated aliens. The place had always had the virtue of quickening in him, sensibly, the life of reflection and observation. It was a good while since his impressions had been so favorable to the city, by the Seine, a good while at all events, since they had ministered so to excitement, to exhilaration, to ambition, even to a restlessness that was not prevented from being agreeable by the excess of agitation in it. Nick could have given the reason of this unwanted glow, but his preference was very much to keep it to himself, certainly to persons not deeply knowing, or at any rate not deeply curious, in relation to the young man's history. The explanation might have seemed to beg the question, consisting, as it did, of the simple formula that he had at last come to a crisis. Why a crisis? What was it? And why had he not come to it before? The reader shall learn these things in time if he cares enough for them. Our young man had not in any recent year failed to see the salon which the general voice this season pronounced not particularly good, none the less it was the present exhibition that, for some cause connected with his crisis, made him think fast produced that effect he had spoken of to his mother as a sense of artistic life. The precinct of the marbles and bronzes spoke to him especially. Today the glazed garden, not florally rich with its new productions alternating with perfunctory plants, and its queer damp smell, partly the odor of plastic clay of the studios of sculptors, put forth the voice of old associations, of other visits, of companionships, now in deadened insinuating eloquence, which was at the same time somehow identical with the general sharp contagion of Paris. There was youth in the air, and a multitudinous newness forever reviving, and the diffusion of 100 talents, ingenuities, experiments. The summer clouds made shadows on the roof of the great building, the white images, hard in their crudity, spotted the place with provocations. The rattle of plates at the restaurant sounded sociable in the distance, and our young man congratulated himself more than ever that he had not missed his chance. He felt how it would help him to settle something. At the moment he made this reflection, his eye fell upon a person who appeared just in the first glimpsedo carry out the idea of help. He uttered a lively ejaculation, which, however, in its want of finish, Biddy failed to understand. So pertinent, so relevant, and congruous was the other party to this encounter. The girl's attention followed her brother's, resting with it on a young man who faced them without seeing them engaged, as he was in imparting to two companions his ideas about one of the works exposed to view. What Biddy remarked was that this young man was fair and fat, and of the middle stature. He had a round face and a short beard, and on his crown a mere reminiscence of hair, as the fact that he carried his hat in his hand permitted to be observed. Bridget Dormer, who was quick, placed him immediately as a gentleman, but as a gentleman unlike any other gentleman she had ever seen. She would have taken him for very foreign, but that the words proceeding from his mouth reached her ear and imposed themselves as a rare variety of English. It was not that a foreigner might not have spoken smoothly enough, nor yet that the speech of this young man was not smooth. It had in truth a conspicuous and aggressive perfection, and Biddy was sure no mere learner would have ventured to play such tricks. With the tongue he seemed to draw rich effects and wandering airs from it, modulate and manipulate it, as he would have done a musical instrument. Her view of the gentleman's companions was less operative, save for her soon making the reflection that they were people whom in any country from China to Peru you would immediately have taken for natives. One of them was an old lady, with a shawl that was the most salient way in which she presented herself. The shawl was an ancient, much-used fabric of embroidered cashmere, such as many ladies wore 40 years ago in their walks abroad, and such as no lady wears today. It had fallen half off the back of the wearer, but at the moment Biddy permitted herself to consider her, she gave it a violent jerk, and brought it up to her shoulders again, where she continued to arrange and settle it with a good deal of jauntiness and elegance, while she listened to the talk of the gentleman. Biddy guessed that this little transaction took place very frequently, and was not unaware of its giving the old lady a droll, factitious, faded appearance, as if she were singularly out of step with the age. The other person was very much younger, she might have been a daughter, and had a pale face, a low forehead, and thick dark hair. What she chiefly had, however, Biddy rapidly discovered, was a pair of largely gazing eyes. Our young friend was helped to the discovery by the accident of their resting at this moment. For a time it struck Biddy as very long on her own. Both these ladies were clad in light, thin, scant gowns, giving an impression of flowered figures and odd transparencies, and in low shoes which showed a great deal of stocking, and were ornamented with large rosettes. Biddy's slightly agitated perception traveled directly to their shoes. They suggested to her vaguely that the wearers were dancers connected possibly with the old-fashioned exhibition of the shawldance. By the time she had taken in so much as this, the mellifluous young man had perceived and addressed himself to her brother. He came on with an offered hand. Nick greeted him, and said it was a happy chance, was uncommonly glad to see him. I never come across you, I don't know why, Nick added, while the two smiling looked each other up and down like men reunited after a long interval. Oh, it seems to me there's reason enough our paths in life are so different. Nick's friend had a great deal of manner, as was evinced by his fashion of saluting Biddy without knowing her. Different, yes, but not so different as that. Don't we both live in London, after all, and in the 19th century? Ah, my dear Dormer, excuse me, I don't live in the 19th century, jamais de la vie, the gentleman declared. Nor in London either. Yes, when I am not at Samarkand, but surely we've diverged since the old days. I adore what you burn what I adore. While the stranger spoke, he looked cheerfully hospitably at Biddy, not because it was she easily guessed, but because it was in his nature to desire a second auditor, a kind of sympathetic gallery. Her life was somehow filled with shy people, and she immediately knew she had never encountered anyone who seemed so to know his part and recognize his cues. How do you know what I adore? Nicholas Dormer asked. I know well enough what you used to. That's more than I do myself. There were so many things. Yes, there are many things, many. That's what makes life so amusing. Do you find it amusing? My dear fellow, says to see toward her, don't you think so? Ah, it was high time I should meet you. I see, I've an idea you need me. Upon my word, I think I do, Nick said in a tone which struck his sister, and made her wonder still more why, if the gentleman was so important, as that he didn't introduce him. There are many gods, and this is one of their temples, the mysterious personage went on. It's a house of strange idolses and and of some strange and unnatural sacrifices. To Biddy, as much as to her brother, this remark might have been offered, but the girl's eyes turned back to the ladies, who for the moment had lost their companion. She felt irresponsive and feared she should pass with this easy cosmopolite for a stiff, scared English girl, which was not the type she aimed at. But wasn't even ocular commerce overbold so long as she hadn't a sign from Nick? The elder of the strange women had turned her back and was looking at some bronze figure, losing her shawl again as she did so, but the other stood where their escort had quitted her, giving all her attention to his sudden sociability. With others, her arms hung at her sides, her head was bent, her face lowered, so that she had an odd appearance of raising her eyes from under her brows. And in this attitude, she was striking, though her air was so unconciliatory as almost to seem dangerous. Did it express resentment at having been abandoned for another girl? Biddy, who began to be frightened, there was a moment when the neglected creature resembled a tigress about to spring, was tempted to cry out that she had no wish whatever to appropriate the gentleman. Then she made the discovery that the young lady too had a manner almost as much as her clever guide, and the rapid induction that it perhaps meant no more than his. She only looked at Biddy from beneath her eyebrows, which were wonderfully arched, but there was ever so much of a manner in the way she did it. Biddy had a momentary sense of being a figure in a ballet, a dramatic ballet, a subordinate motionless figure, to be dashed at to music, or strangely capered up to it, would be a very dramatic ballet indeed. If this young person were the heroine, she had magnificent hair, the girl reflected, and at the same moment heard Nick say to his interlocutor, "You're not in London, on can't meet you there." "I rove, drift, float," was the answer. "My feelings direct me. Such a life as mine may be said to have a direction. Where there's anything to feel, I try to be there," the young man continued with his confiding laugh. "I should like to get hold of you," Nick returned. "Well, in that case, there would be no doubt the intellectual adventure. Those are the currents in any sort of personal relation that govern my career. I don't want to lose you this time," Nick continued in a tone that excited Biddy's surprise. A moment before, when his friend had said that he tried to be where there was anything to feel, she had wondered how he could endure him. Don't lose me," cried the stranger after a fashion which affected the girl as the highest expression of irresponsibility she had ever seen. "After all, why should you let us remain together? Unless I interfered." He looked smiling and interrogative at Biddy, who still remained blank, only noting again that Nick forbore to make them acquainted. This was an anomaly, since he prized the gentleman so still. There could be no anomaly of Nick's that wouldn't impose itself on his younger sister. "Certainly, I keep you," he said, "unless on my side I deprive those ladies. Charming women, But it's not an indissoluble union. We meet, we communicate, we part. There going him, seeing them to the door, I shall come back. With this Nick's friend rejoined his companions, who moved away with him, the strange, fine eyes of the girl lingering on Biddy's brother, as well as on Biddy herself as they receded. Who is Hugo? Are they? Biddy instantly asked. He's a gentleman, Nick made answer insufficiently, she thought, and even with a shade of hesitation he spoke as if she might have supposed he was not one. And if he was really one, why didn't he introduce him? But Biddy wouldn't for the world have put this question, and he now moved to the nearest bench and dropped upon it, as to await the other's return. No sooner, however, had his sister seated herself than he said, "See here, my dear, do you think you had better stay?" "Do you want me to go back to mother?" the girl asked, with a lengthening visage. "Well, what do you think?" he asked it, indeed gaily enough. "Is your conversation to be about private affairs?" "No, I can't say that, but I doubt if mother would think it the sort of thing that's necessary to your development." This assertion appeared to inspire her with the eagerness with which she again broke out. "But who are they? Who are they?" "I know nothing of the ladies. I never saw them before. The man's a fellow I knew very well at Oxford. He was thought immense fun there. We've diverged, as he says, and I had almost lost sight of him, but not so much as he thinks, because I've read him with interest. He has written a very clever book." "What kind of a book?" "A sort of novel." "What sort of novel?" "Well, I don't knoweth a lot of good writing." Biddy listened to this so receptively that she thought it perverse her brother should add, "I dare say Peter will have come if you return to mother." "I don't care if he has. Peter's nothing to me, but I'll go if you wish it." Nick smiled upon her again, and then said, "It doesn't signify. Well, I'll go." "All," she echoed. "He won't hurt us. On the contrary, he'll do us good." This was possible, the girl reflected in silence, but none the less the idea struck her as courageous of their taking the odd young man back to breakfast with them, and with the others, especially if Peter should be there. If Peter was nothing to her, it was singular she should have attached such importance to this contingency. The odd young man reappeared, and now that she saw him without his queer female appendages, he seemed personally less weird. He struck her, moreover, as generally a good deal accounted for by the literary character, especially if it were responsible for a lot of good writing. As he took his place on the bench, Nick said to him, indicating her, "My sister Bridget," and then mentioned his name, "Mr. Gabriel Nash." "You enjoy Paris? You're happy here, Mr. Nash?" inquired, leaning over his friend to speak to the girl. Though his words belonged to the situation, it struck her that his tone didn't, and this made her answer him more dryly than she usually spoke. "Oh, yes, it's very nice." "And French art interests you? Find things here that please?" "Oh, yes, I like some of them." Mr. Nash considered her kindly. "I hoped you'd say you like the Academy better." "She would if she didn't think you expected it," said Nicholas Dormer. "Oh, Nick," Biddy protested. "Miss Dormer's herself an English picture," their visitor pronounced in the tone of a man whose urbanity was a general solvent. "That's a compliment, if you don't like them," Biddy exclaimed. "Ah, some of them, there's a certain sort of thing," Mr. Nash continued. "We must feel everything that we can. We're here for that." "You do like English art?" then Nick demanded with a slight accent of surprise. Mr. Nash indulged his wonder. "My dear Dormer, do you remember the old complaint I used to make of you? You had formulas that were like walking in one's hat. One may see something in a case, and one may not." "Upon my word," said Nick, "I don't know anyone who was fonder of a generalization than you. You turn them off, as the man at the street corner distributes handbills. They were my wild oats. I've sown them all." "We shall see that." "Oh, there's nothing of them, now. A tame, scanty, homely growth. My only good generalizations are my actions." "We shall see them then." "Ah, pardon me, you can't see them with the naked eye. Moreover, mine are principally negative. People's actions, I know, are for the most part the things they do, but mine are all the things I don't do. There are so many of those, so many, but they don't produce any effect. And then all the rest are shades, extremely fine shades." "Shades of behavior?" Nick inquired with an interest which surprised his sister. Mr. Nash's discourse striking her mainly as the twaddle of the underworld. "Shades of impression, of appreciation," said the young man with his explanatory smile. "All my behavior consists of my feelings." "Well, don't you show your feelings? You used to." "Wasn't it mainly those of disgust?" Nash asked. "Those operate no longer. I've closed that window." "Do you mean you like everything?" "Dear me, no, but I look only at what I do like." Do you mean that you've lost the noble faculty of disgust? I haven't the least idea, I never try it, my dear fellow, said Gabriel Nash. We've only one life, that we know anything about fancy, taking it up with disagreeable impressions. When then shall we go in for the agreeable? What do you mean by the agreeable? Nick demanded. Oh, the happy moments of our consciousness, multiplication of those moments. We must save as many as possible from the dark gulf. Nick had excited surprise on the part of his sister, but it was now Biddy's turn to make him open his eyes. A little, she raised her sweet voice in appeal to the stranger. Don't you think there are any wrongs in the world, any abuses and sufferings? Oh, so many, that's why one must choose. Choose to stop them, to reform them. Isn't that the choice? Biddy asked. That's Nick's, she added, blushing, and looking at this personage. Ah, our diverging eyes, Mr. Nash sighed. There are all kinds of machinery for that, very complicated and ingenious. Your formulas, my dear Dormer, your formulas. Hang 'em, I haven't got any, Nick now bravely declared. To me personally, the simplest ways are those that appeal most, Mr. Nash went on. We pay too much attention to the ugly, we notice it, we magnify it. The great thing is to leave it alone and encourage the beautiful. You must be very sure you get hold of the beautiful, said Nick. Ah, precisely, and that's just the importance of the faculty of appreciation. We must train our special sense. It's capable of extraordinary extension. Life's none too long for that. But what's the good of the extraordinary extension if there is no affirmation of it? If it all goes to the negative, as you say, where are the fine consequences? Dormer asked. In one's own spirit. One is oneself a fine consequence. That's the most important one we have to do with. I am a fine consequence, said Gabriel Nash. Biddy rose from the bench at this, and stepped away a little as to look at a piece of statuary, but she had not gone far before pausing and turning. She bent her eyes on the speaker with a heightened color, an air of desperation, and the question after a moment, are you then an aesthete? Ah, there's one of the formulas that's walking in one's hat. I've no profession, my dear young lady, I've no etat. Roman 153. These things are a part of the complicated, ingenious machinery. As I say, I keep to the simplest way I find, that gives one enough to do, merely to be. Is such a métier, to live such an art, to feel such a career. Bridget Dormer turned her back and examined her statue, and her brother said to his old friend, and to write. To write, oh, I shall never do it again. You've done it almost well enough to be inconsistent. That book of yours is anything but negative. It's complicated and ingenious. My dear fellow, I am extremely ashamed of that book, said Gabriel Nash. Ah, call yourself a bloated Buddhist, and have done with it, his companion exclaimed. Have done with it? I haven't the least desire to have done with it. And why should one call one's self anything? One only deprives other people of their dearest occupation. Let me add that you don't begin to have an insight into the art of life, till it ceases to be of the smallest consequence to you. What you may be called, that's rudimentary. But if you go in for shades, you must also go in for names. You must distinguish, Nick, objected the observers, nothing without his categories, his types and varieties. Ah, trust him to distinguish, said Gabriel Nash sweetly. That's for his own convenience. He has privately a terminology to meet it, that's one's style. But from the moment it's for the convenience of others, the signs have to be grosser, the shades begin to go. That's a deplorable. Our literature, you see, is for the convenience of others. It requires the most abject concessions. It plays such mischief with one's style that really I've had to give it up. And politics? Nick asked. Well, what about them? Was Mr. Nash's reply with a special cadence, as he watched his friend's sister, who was still examining her statue. Biddy was divided between irritation and curiosity. She had interposed space, but she had not gone beyond earshot. Nick's question made her curiosity throb as a rejoinder to his friend's words. That, no doubt y'all say, is still far more for the convenience of others, still worse for one's style. Biddy turned round in time to hear Mr. Nash answer, it has simply nothing in life to do with shades. I can't say worse for it than that. Biddy stepped nearer at this, and drew still further on her courage. Want Mama be waiting? Aren't we to go to luncheon? Both the young men looked up at her, and Mr. Nash broke out, you ought to protest, you ought to save him. To save him, Biddy echoed. He had a style, upon my word he had, but I've seen it go, I've read his speeches. You were capable of that, Nick laughed. For you, yes, but it was like listening to a nightingale in a brass band. I think they were beautiful, Biddy declared. Her brother got up at this tribute, and Mr. Nash rising too said with his bright colloquial air, "But Miss Dormer, he had eyes, he was made to see all over to see everything, there are so few like that." "I think he still sees," Biddy returned, wondering a little why Nick didn't defend himself. "He sees his side, his dreadful side, dear young lady, poor man. Fancy you're having a side you yawned spending your days. And your nights looking at it, as soon pass my life looking at an advertisement on a hoarding." "You don't see me some day," a great statesman said Nick. "My dear fellow, it's exactly what I've a terror of." "Mercy, don't you admire them?" Biddy cried. "It's a trade like another, and a method of making one's way which society certainly condones, but when one can be something better." "Why, what in the world is better?" Biddy asked. The young man gasped, and Nick, replying for him, said, "Gabriel Nash is better, you must come and lunch with us. I must keep you, I must," he added. "We shall save him." Yet Mr. Nash kept on easily to Biddy while they went, and the girl wondered still more what her mother would make of him. Roman 3. After her companions left her, Lady Agnes rested for 5 minutes in silence with her elder daughter, at the end of which time she observed, "I suppose one must have food at any rate," and getting up quitted the place where they had been sitting. "And where are we to go? I hate eating out of doors," she went on. "Dear me, when one comes to Paris," Grace returned in a tone, apparently implying that in so rash an adventure one must be prepared for compromises and concessions. The two ladies wandered to where they saw a large sign of buffet suspended in the air, entering a precinct reserved for little white-clothed tables, straw-covered chairs, and long-aproned waiters. One of these functionaries approached them with eagerness, and with a Mesdames Saint Seuls receiving in return from her ladyship the slightly snappish announcement "non nous sommes beaucoup," he introduced them to a table larger than most of the others, and under his protection they took their places at it, and began rather languidly and vaguely to consider the question of the repast. The waiter had placed a cart in Lady Agnes' hands, and she studied it through her eyeglass with a failure of interest while he enumerated with professional fluency the resources of the establishment, and Grace watched the people at the other tables. She was hungry, and had already broken a morsel from a long glazed roll. "Not cold beef and pickles, you know," she observed to her mother. Lady Agnes gave no heed to this profane remark, but dropped her eyeglass and laid down the greasy document. "What does it signify? I dare say it's all nasty," Grace continued, and she added inconsequently, "If Peter comes he's sure to be particular." "Let him first be particular to come," her ladyship exclaimed, turning a cold eye upon the waiter. "Poulet chasseur falaise, mignon sauce béarnaise," the man suggested. "Y'all give us what I tell you," said Lady Agnes, and she mentioned with distinctness and authority the dishes of which she desired that the meal should be composed. He interjected 3 or 4 more suggestions, but as they produced absolutely no impression on her, he became silent and submissive, doing justice, apparently, to her ideas, for Lady Agnes had ideas, and though it had suited her humor 10 minutes before to profess herself helpless in such a case, the manner in which she imposed them on the waiter, as original, practical, and economical, showed the high executive woman, the mother of children, the daughter of earls, the consort of an official, the dispenser of hospitality. Looking back upon lifetime of luncheons, she carried many cares, and the feeding of multitudes was honorably conscious of having fed them decently, as she had always done. Everything had ever been one of them. "Everything's absurdly dear," she remarked to her daughter. As the waiter went away to this remark, Grace made no answer. She had been used for a long time back to hearing that everything was very dear. It was what one always expected, so she found the case herself. But she was silent and inventive about it, and nothing further passed in the way of conversation with her mother, while they waited for the latter's orders to be executed, till Lady Agnes reflected audibly, "He makes me unhappy the way he talks about Julia. Sometimes, I think he does it to torment one can't mention her," Grace responded. "It's better not to mention her, but to leave it alone. Yet he never mentions her of himself. In some cases, that's supposed to show that people like people, though of course, something more is required to prove it." Lady Agnes continued to meditate. "Sometimes, I think he's thinking of her, then, at others, I can't fancy what he's thinking of." "It would be awfully suitable," said Grace, biting her roll. Her companion had a pause, as if looking for some higher ground to put it upon. Then she appeared to find this loftier level in the observation, "Of course, he must like her, has known her always. Nothing can be plainer than that she likes him." Grace pined. Poor Julia, Lady Agnes almost wailed, and her tone suggested that she knew more about that than she was ready to state. It isn't as if she wasn't clever, and well read her daughter went on, if there were nothing else there would be a reason in her being so interested in politics, in everything that he is. Ah, what Nick is, that's what I sometimes wonder. Grace eyed her parent in some despair. Why, mother, isn't he going to be like Papa? She waited for an answer that didn't come, after which she pursued, I thought you thought him so like him already. Well, I don't, said Lady Agnes quietly. Who is then? Certainly Percy isn't. Lady Agnes was silent a space. There's no one like your father. Dear Papa, Grace handsomely concurred then, with a rapid transition. It would be so jolly for all of us, she'd be so nice to us. She's that already in her way, said Lady Agnes conscientiously, having followed the return quick, as it was much good does it do her. And she reproduced the note of her bitterness of a moment before. It does her some good that one should look out for her, I do. And I think she knows it, Grace declared. One can, at any rate, keep other women off. Don't meddle, you're very clumsy, was her mother's not particularly sympathetic rejoinder. There are other women who are beautiful, and there are others who are clever and rich. Yes, but not all in one. That's what's so nice in Julia. Her fortune would be thrown in. He wouldn't appear to have married her for it. If he does, he wants, said Lady Agnes a trifle obscurely. Yes, that's what's so charming, and he could do anything then, couldn't he? Well, your father had no fortune to speak of. Yes, but didn't Uncle Percy help him? His wife helped him, said Lady Agnes. Dear mamma, the girl was prompt. There's one thing, she added, that Mr. Carteret will always help Nick. What do you mean by always? Why, whether he marries Julia or not. Things aren't so easy, Lady Agnes judged. It will all depend on Nick's behavior. He can stop it tomorrow. Grace Dormer stared. She evidently thought Mr. Carteret's beneficence a part of the scheme of nature. How could he stop it? By not being serious. It isn't so hard to prevent people giving you money. Serious, Grace repeated. Does he want him to be a prig like Lord Egbert? Yes, that's exactly what he wants. And what he'll do for him, only if he marries Julia. Has he told you? Grace inquired. And then before her mother could answer, I am delighted at that, she cried. He hasn't told me, but that's the way things happen. Lady Agnes was less optimistic than her daughter. And such optimism as she cultivated was a thin tissue with the sense of things as they are showing through. If Nick becomes rich, Charles Carteret will make him more so. If he doesn't, he won't give him a shilling. Oh, Mama, Grace demurred. It's all very well to say that in public life, money isn't as necessary as it used to be. Her ladyship went on broodingly. Those who say so don't know anything about it. It's always intensely necessary. Her daughter, visibly affected by the gloom of her manner, felt impelled to evoke as a corrective a more cheerful idea. I dare say. But there's the fact, isn't there, that poor Papa had so little? Yes, and there's the fact that it killed him. These words came out with a strange, quick little flare of passion. They startled Grace Dormer, who jumped in her place and gasped, oh, mother. The next instant, however, she added in a different voice, oh, Peter, for with an air of eagerness, a gentleman was walking up to them. How d'ye do, Cousin Agnes? How d'ye do, little Grace? Peter Sheringham laughed and shook hands with them, and 3 minutes later was settled in his chair at their table, on which the first elements of the meal had been placed. Explanations on one side and the other were demanded and produced, from which it appeared that the two parties had been in some degree at cross purposes. The day before Lady Agnes and her companions travelled to Paris, Sheringham had gone to London for 48 hours on private business of the ambassador's, arriving on his return by the night train only early that morning. There had accordingly been a delay in his receiving Nick Dormer's 2 notes. If Nick had come to the embassy in person, might have done him the honor to call, would have learned that the second secretary was absent. Lady Agnes was not altogether successful in assigning a motive to her son's neglect of this courteous form. She could but say, I expected him, I wanted him to go, and indeed, not hearing from you, he would have gone immediately an hour or 2 hence on leaving this place. But we're here so quietly, not to go out, not to seem to appeal to the ambassador. Nick put it so, oh, mother, well, keep out of it. A friendly note will do. I don't know definitely what he wanted to keep out of, unless anything like gaiety. The embassy isn't gay, I know, but I am sure his note was friendly, wasn't it? I dare say y'all see for yourself. He's different directly he gets abroad. He doesn't seem to care. Lady Agnes paused a moment, not carrying out this particular elucidation. Then she resumed, he said you'd have seen Julia, and that you'd understand everything from her. And when I asked how she'd know, he said, oh, she knows everything. He never said a word to me about Julia. Peter Sheringham, returned Lady Agnes, and her daughter exchanged a glance at this. The latter had already asked 3 times where Julia was, and her ladyship dropped that they had been hoping she would be able to come with Peter. The young man set forth that she was at the moment at an hotel in the Rue de la Paix, but had only been there since that morning. He had seen her before proceeding to the Champs-Élysées. She had come up to Paris. By an early train she had been staying. Versailles, of all places in the world. She had been a week in Paris on her return from Cannesher stay. There had been of nearly a month fancy and then had gone out to Versailles, to see Mrs. Billinghurst perhaps. They'd remember her poor Dallow's sister. She was staying there to teach her daughters French, had a dozen or two, and Julia had spent 3 days with her. She was to return to England about the 25th. It would make 7 weeks. She must have been away from town, a rare thing for her. She usually stuck to it, so in summer. 3 days with Mrs. Billinghurst, though. Very good-natured of her, Lady Agnes commented. Oh, they're very nice to her, Sheringham said. Well, I hope so, Grace Dormer exhaled. Why didn't you make her come here? I proposed it, but she wouldn't. Another eyebeam at this passed between the 2 ladies, and Peter went on. She said you must come and see her at the Hotel de Holland. Of course, well do, that, Lady Agnes declared. Nick went to ask about her at the Westminster. She gave that up. They wouldn't give her the rooms she wanted, her usual set. She's delightfully particular, Grace said complacently. Then she added, she does like pictures, doesn't she? Peter Sheringham stared. Oh, I daresay, but that's not what she has in her head this morning. She has some news from Londonches, immensely excited. What has she in her head? Lady Agnes asked. What's her news from London? Grace added. She wants Nick to stand. Nick to stand, both ladies cried. She undertakes to bring him in for harsh. Mr. Pinks is dead, the fellow, you know, who got the seat at the general election. He dropped down in London, disease of the heart, or something of that sort. Julia has her telegram, but I see it was in last night's papers. Imagine, Nick never mentioned it, said Lady Agnes. Don't you know, Mother Abrod, he only reads foreign papers. Oh, I know, I've no patience with him, her ladyship continued. Dear Julia. It's a nasty little place, and Pinks had a tight squeeze, or something of that sort. But if it returned a Liberal a year ago, very likely it will do so again. Julia at any rate believes it can be made toif. The man's Nick, and is ready to take the order to put him in. I'm sure if she can do it, she will, Grace pronounced. Dear Julia, and Nick can do something for himself, said the mother of this candidate. I've no doubt he can do anything, Peter Sheringham returned good-naturedly. Then do you mean in expenses? He inquired. I'm afraid he can't do much in expenses, poor dear boy, and it's dreadful how little we can look to Percy. Well, I daresay you may look to Julia. I think that's her idea. Delightful, Julia, Lady Agnes broke out. If poor Sir Nicholas could have known, of course, he must go straight home, she added. He won't like that, said Grace. Then he'll have to go without liking it. It will rather spoil your little excursion. If you've only just come, Peter suggested, to say nothing of the great biddies, if she's enjoying Paris. We may stay perhaps with Julia to protect us, said Lady Agnes. Ah, she won't stay, shall go over for her man. Her man's the fellow who stands, whoever he is, specially if he's Nick. These last words caused the eyes of Peter Sheringham's companions to meet again, and he went on, shall go straight down to Harsh. Wonderful, Julia, Lady Agnes panted. Of course Nick must go straight there too. Well, I suppose he must see first if they'll have him. If they'll have him, why, how can he tell till he tries? I mean the people at headquarters, the fellows who arrange it. Lady Agnes colored a little. My dear Peter, do you suppose there will be the least doubt of their having the son of his father? Of course it's a great name, Cousin Agnes, a very great name. One of the greatest, simply. Lady Agnes smiled. It's the best name in the world, said Grace more emphatically. All the same, it didn't prevent his losing his seat. By half a dozen votes. It was too odious, her ladyship cried. I remember, and in such a case as that, why didn't they immediately put him in somewhere else? How one sees you live abroad, dear Peter. There happens to have been the most extraordinary lack of openings. I never saw anything like it for a year. They've had their hand on him, keeping him all ready. I daresay they've telegraphed him. And he hasn't told you? Lady Agnes faltered. He's so very odd when he's abroad. At home, too, he lets things go, Grace interposed. He does so little, takes no trouble. Her mother suffered this statement to pass unchallenged. and she pursued philosophically, I suppose it's because he knows he's so clever. So he is dear old man. But what does he do? What has he been doing in a positive way? He has been painting. Ah, not seriously, Lady Agnes protested. That's the worst way, said Peter Sheringham. Good things. Neither of the ladies made a direct response to this, but Lady Agnes said he has spoken repeatedly, they're always calling on him. He speaks magnificently, Grace attested. That's another of the things I lose living in far countries, and he's doing the salon now with the great Biddy. Just the things in this part, I can't think what keeps them so long, Lady Agnes groaned. Did you ever see such a dreadful place? Sheringham stared errant. The thing's good, I had an idea. Good, cried Lady Agnes, they're too odious, too wicked. Ah, laughed Peter, that's what people fall into if they live abroad. The French oughtn't to live abroad. Here they come, Grace announced at this point, but they've got a strange man with them. That's a bore when we want to talk, Lady Agnes sighed. Peter got up in the spirit of welcome, and stood a moment watching the others approach. There will be no difficulty in talking to judge by the gentleman he dropped. And while he remains so conspicuous our eyes may briefly rest on him, he was middling high, and was visibly a representative of the nervous, rather than of the phlegmatic branch of his race. He had an oval face, fine firm features, and a complexion that tended to the brown were his eyes, and women thought them soft dark brown. His hair, in which the same critics sometimes regretted the absence of a little undulation, it was perhaps to conceal this plainness that he wore it very short. His teeth were white, his mustache was pointed, and so was the small beard that adorned the extremity of his chin. His face expressed intelligence, and was very much alive. It had the further distinction that it often struck superficial observers, with a certain foreignness of caste, the deeper sort, however usually felt it latently English enough. There was an idea that having taken up the diplomatic career, and gone to live in strange lands, he cultivated the mask of an alien, an Italian, or a Spaniard of an alien, in time even on, of the wonderful ubiquitous diplomatic agents of the 16th century. In fact, none the less it would have been impossible to be more modern than Peter Sheringham or of one's class and one's country. But this didn't prevent several stray persons, Bridget Dormer, for instance, from admiring the hue of his cheek for its olive richness, and his mustache and beard for their resemblance to those of Charles Roman. One, at the same time-ish, rather jumbled her comparisons, thought he recalled a Titian. Roman 4s. Peter's meeting with Nick was of the friendliest on both sides, involving a great many dear fellows and old boys, and his salutation to the younger of the Miss Dormers consisted of the frankest, delighted to see you, my dear Bid. There was no kissing, but there was cousinship in the air of a conscious living kind, as Gabriel Nash doubtless quickly noted, hovering for a moment outside the group. Biddy said nothing to Peter Sheringham, but there was no flatness in a silence which heaved as it were with the fairest physiognomic portents. Nick introduced Gabriel Nash to his mother, and to the other two as a delightful old friend, whom he had just come across, and Sheringham acknowledged the act by saying to Mr. Nash, but as if rather less for his sake than for that of the presenter, I've seen you very often before. Ah, repetition recurrence, we haven't yet in the study of how to live abolished that clumsiness, have we? Mr. Nash genially inquired. It's a poverty in the supernumeraries of our stage, that we don't pass once for all, but come round, and cross again like a procession, or an army at the theatre. It's a sordid economy that ought to have been managed better. The right thing would be just one appearance and the procession, regardless of expense, forever and forever different. The company was occupied in placing itself at table, so that the only disengaged attention for the moment was Grace's, to whom, as her eyes rested on him, the young man addressed these last words with a smile. Alas, it's a very shabby idea, isn't it? The world isn't got up regardless of expense. Grace looked quickly away from him, and said to her brother Nick, Mr. Pinks is dead. Mr. Pinks? Asked Gabriel Nash, appearing to wonder where he should sit. The member for Harsh and Julia wants you to stand, the girl went on. Mr. Pinks, the member for Harsh, what names to be sure, Gabriel mused cheerfully, still unseated. Julia wants me, I am much obliged to her. Nick absently said. Nash, please sit by my mother, with Peter on her other side. My dear, it isn't Julia. Lady Agnes spoke earnestly. Every one wants you. Haven't you heard from your people? Didn't you know the seat was vacant? Nick was looking round the table to see what was on it. Upon my word, I don't remember. What else have you ordered, mother? There's some buff braise, my dear, and afterwards some galantine. Here's a dish of eggs with asparagus tips. I advise you to go in for it, Nick said Peter Sheringham, to whom the preparation in question was presented. Into the eggs with asparagustips Donna's men. S'il vous plate my dear fellow, how can I stand, how can I sit, where's the money to come from? The money, why, from Jull Grace began, but immediately caught her mother's eye. Poor Julia, how you do work her, Nick, exclaimed Nash. I recommend you the asparagustips, mother, he's my best friend, oh, look after him. I've an impression I've breakfasted 'im, not sure, Nash smiled. With those beautiful ladies, try agony, I'll find out. The money can be managed, the expenses are very small, and the seats certain, Lady Agnes pursued, not apparently heeding her son's injunction, in respect to Nash. Rather if Julia goes down, her elder daughter exclaimed. Perhaps Julia won't go down, Nick answered humorously. Biddy was seated next to Mr. Nash, so that she could take occasion to ask, who are the beautiful ladies, as if she failed to recognize her brother's allusion in reality. This was an innocent trick. She was more curious than she could have given a suitable reason for about the odd women from whom her neighbor had lately separated. Deluded, misguided, infatuated persons, Mr. Nash replied, understanding that she had asked for a description, strange, eccentric, almost romantic types, predestined victims, simple-minded sacrificial lambs. This was copious, yet it was vague, so that Biddy could only respond, oh, all that. But meanwhile Peter Sheringham said to Nick, Julia's here, you know, you must go and see her. Nick looked at him an instant, rather hard, as if to say, you too. But Peter's eyes appeared to answer, no, no, not I, upon which his cousin rejoined, of course, I'll go, and see her, I'll go immediately, pleased to thank her for thinking of me. Thinking of you, there are plenty to think of you, Lady Agnes said, there are sure to be telegrams at home, we must go back, we must go back. We must go back to England, Nick Dormer asked, and as his mother made no answer, he continued, do you mean, I must go to Harsh? Her ladyship evaded this question, inquiring of Mr. Nash if he would have a morsel of fish, but her gain was small, for this gentleman, struck again by the unhappy name of the bereaved constituency, only broke out, ah, what a place to represent, how can you? It's an excellent place, said Lady Agnes coldly. I imagine you've never been there. It's a very good place. Indeed, it belongs very largely to my cousin, Mrs. Dall. Gabriel partook of the fish, listening with interest, but I thought we had no more pocket boroughs. It's pockets we rather lack, so many of us. There are plenty of Harshes, Nick Dormer observed. I don't know what you mean, Lady Agnes said to Nash with considerable majesty. Peter Sheringham also addressed him with an O. It's all right, they come down on you like a shot. And the young man continued ingenuously. Do you mean to say you've to pay money to get into that awful place? That it's not you who are paid. Into that awful place, Lady Agnes repeated blankly. Into the House of Commons, that you don't get a high salary. My dear Nash, you're delightful, don't leave me, Nick cried, while his mother looked at him with an eye that demanded, who in the world's this extraordinary person? What then did you think pocket boroughs were? Peter Sheringham asked. Mr. Nash's facial radiance rested on him. Why, boroughs that filled your pocket, to do that sort of thing without a bribe's trop fort. He lives at Samarkand, Nick Dormer explained to his mother, who flushed perceptibly. What do you advise me? I'll do whatever you say, he went on to his old acquaintance. My dear, Lady Agnes pleaded. See Julia first, with all respect to Mr. Nash, she's of excellent counsel, said Peter Sheringham. Mr. Nash smiled across the table at his host. The lady first, I've not a word to suggest, as against any idea of hers. We mustn't sit here too long, there'll be so much to do, said Lady Agnes anxiously, perceiving a certain slowness in the service of the buff braise. Biddy had been up to this moment mainly occupied in looking covertly, and in snatches at Peter Sheringham, as was perfectly lawful in a young lady with a handsome cousin, whom she had not seen for more than a year, but her sweet voice now took license to throw in the words, we know what Mr. Nash thinks of politics, he told us just now, he thinks them dreadful. No, not dreadfully inferior, the personage, impugned, protested, everything's relative. Inferior to what? Lady Agnes demanded. Mr. Nash appeared to consider a moment, to anything else that may be in question. Nothing else is in question, said her ladyship in a tone that would have been triumphant if it had not been so dry. Ah then, and her neighbor shook his head. Sadly he turned after this to Biddy, the ladies whom I was with just now, and in whom you were so good as to express an interest. Biddy gave a sign of assent, and he went on there a persons theatrical, the younger ones trying to go upon the stage. And are you assisting her? Biddy inquired, pleased. She had guessed so nearly right. Not in the least, rather choking her off. I consider it the lowest of the arts. Lower than politics? Asked Peter Sheringham, who was listening to this. Dear no, I won't say that I think the theatre, franchise, a greater institution than the House of Commons. I agree with you there, laughed Sheringham, all the more that I don't consider the dramatic art a low one. It seems to me, on the contrary, to include all the others. Yes, that's a view. I think it's the view of my friends. Of your friends? Two ladies, old acquaintances whom I met in Paris a week ago, and whom I've just been spending an hour with in this place. You should have seen them. They struck me very much, Biddy said to her cousin. I should like to see them, if they really have anything to say to the theatre. It can easily be managed. Do you believe in the theatre? Asked Gabriel Nash. Passionately, Sheringham confessed. Don't you? Before Nash had had time to answer, Biddy had interposed with a sigh. How I wish I could gob it in Paris. I can't. I'll take you, Biddy, I vow I'll take you. But the plays, Peter, the girl objected. Mamma says they're a worse than the pictures. Oh well, arrange that they shall do one at the franchise on purpose, for a delightful little yearning English girl. Can you make them? I can make them do anything I choose. Ah then, it's the theatre that believes in you, said Mr. Nash. It would be ungrateful if it didn't after all I've done for it, Sheringham gaily opined. Lady Agnes had withdrawn herself from between him and her other guest, and to signify that she at least had finished eating had gone to sit by her son, whom she held with some importunity in conversation, but hearing the theatre talked of, she threw across an impersonal challenge to the paradoxical young man. Pray, should you think it better for a gentleman to be an actor? Better than being a politician? A comedian, for comedian isn't the actor more honest? Lady Agnes turned to her son, and brought forth with spirit, think of your great father Nicholas. He was an honest man, said Nicholas, that's perhaps why he couldn't stand it. Peter Sheringham judged the colloquy to have taken an uncomfortable twist, though not wholly, as it seemed to him, by the act of Nick's queer comrade to draw it back to safer ground. He said to this personage, May I ask if the ladies you just spoke of are English misses, and Miss Ruth isn't that the rather odd name? The very same, only the daughter, according to her kind desires, to be known by some nom de guerre, before she has even been able to enlist. And what does she call herself? Bridget Dormer asked. Maud Vavasor or Edith Temple or Gladys, Vainsome rubbish of that sort. What then is her own name? Miriam Ruth. It would do very well, and would give her the benefit of the prepossessing fact, Thato, the best of my belief, at least she's more than half a Jewess. It is as good as Rachel Felix, Sheringham said. The name's as good, but not the talent. The girl's splendidly stupid. And more than half a Jewess, don't you believe it? Sheringham laughed. Don't believe she's a Jewess, Biddy asked, still more interested in Miriam Ruth. No, not that she's stupid really, if she is shall be the first. Ah, you may judge for yourself, Nash rejoined, if y'all come tomorrow afternoon to Madame Carr, Rue de Constantinople, a l'entresol. Madame Carr, why I've already a note from her. Found it this morning on my return to Paris asking me to look in at 5 o'clock and listen to a June Anglaise. That's my arrangement. I obtained the favor, the ladies want an opinion, and dear old Carr has consented to see them, and to give one. Maud Vavasor will recite, and the venerable artist will pass judgment. Sheringham remembered he had his note in his pocket, and took it out to look it over. She wishes to make her a little audience, says shall do better with that, and she asks me because I am English. I shall make a point of going. And bring Dormer if you can, the audience will be better. Will you come, Dormer? Mr. Nash continued, appealing to his friend. Will you come with me to hear an English amateur recite, and an old French actress pitch into her? Nick looked round from his talk with his mother, and Grace, I'll go anywhere with you, so that as I've told you, I mayn't lose sight of you, may keep hold of you. Poor Mr. Nash, why is he so useful? Lady Agnes took a cold freedom to inquire. He steadies me, mother. Oh, I wish you'd take me, Peter. Biddy broke out wistfully to her cousin. To spend an hour with an old French actress. Do you want to go upon the stage? The young man asked. No, but I want to see something, to know something. Madame Carr's wonderful in her way, but she's hardly company for a little English girl. I am not little, I am only too big, and she goes the person you speak of. For a professional purpose, And with her good mother, smiled Mr. Nash. I think Lady Agnes would hardly venture. Oh, I've seen her good mother, said Biddy, as if she had her impression of what the worth of that protection might be. Yes, but you haven't heard her. It's then that you measure her. Biddy was wistful. Still is it, the famous Honorine Carr, the great celebrity. Honorine in person, the incomparable, the perfect, said Peter Sheringham, the first artist of our time, taking her altogether. She and I are old pals. She has been so good as to come and say things which she does sometimes still dans le monde, as no one else can in my rooms. Make her come then, we can go there. One of these days. And the young lady Miriam, Maud Gladys, make her come too. Sheringham looked at Nash, and the latter was bland. Oh, y'all have no difficulty, shall jump at it. Very good, ill, give a little artistic tea with Julia too, of course. And you must come, Mr. Nash, this gentleman promised with an inclination, and Peter continued. But if, as you say, you're not for helping the young lady, how came you to arrange this interview with the great model? Precisely to stop her short. The great model will find her very bad. Her judgments, as you probably know, are radamanthine. Unfortunate creature, said Biddy, I think you're cruel. Never mind, I'll look after them. Sheringham laughed. And how can Madame Carr judge if the girl recites English? She's so intelligent that she could judge if she recited Chinese, Peter declared. That's true, but the June Anglaise recites also in French, said Gabriel Nash. Then she isn't stupid. And in Italian, and in several more tongues for aught I know. Sheringham was visibly interested. Very good, well, put her through them all. She must be most clever, Biddy went on yearningly. She has spent her life on the continent, she has wandered about with her mother, she has picked up things. And is she a lady? Biddy asked. Oh, tremendous, the great ones of the earth on the mother's side, on the father's on the other hand. I imagine, only a Jew stockbroker in the city. Then they're a richer ought to be, Sheringham suggested. Ought to be, there's the bitterness. The stockbroker had too short ago, was carried off in his flower. However, he left his wife a certain property, which she appears to have muddled away, not having the safeguard of being herself a Hebrew. This is what she has lived on till today. And another resource, her husband, as she has often told me, had the artistic temperament. That's common, as you know, among ces messieurs. He made the most of his little opportunities, and collected various pictures, tapestries, enamels, porcelains, and similar gewgaws. He parted with them also, I gather, at a profit. In short, he carried on a neat little business as a brocanteur. It was nipped in the bud. But Mrs. Ruth was left with a certain number of these articles in her hands. Indeed, they must have formed her only capital. She was not a woman of business. She turned them no doubt to indifferent account, but she sold them piece by piece, and they kept her going while her daughter grew up. It was to this precarious traffic, conducted with extraordinary mystery and delicacy, that 5 years ago in Florence I was indebted for my acquaintance with her. In those days, I used to collect them and help me. I used to pick up rubbish which I could ill afford. It was a little face who have our little phases, haven't we? Mr. Nash asked with childlike trust. And I've come out on the other side. Mrs. Ruth had an old green pot, and I heard of her old green pot. To hear of it was to long for it, so that I went to see it under cover of night. I bought it, and a couple of years ago I overturned and smashed it. It was the last of the little phase. It was not, however, as you've seen, the last of Mrs. Ruth. I met her afterwards in London, and I found her a year or two ago in Venice. She appears to be a great wanderer. She had other old pots of other colors, red, yellow, black, or blue. She could produce them of any complexion you liked. I don't know whether she carried them about with her, or whether she had little secret stores in the principal cities of Europe. Today, at any rate, they seem all gone. On the other hand, she has her daughter who has grown up, and who's a precious vase of another kind, less fragile, I hope, than the rest. May she not be overturned and smashed? Peter Sheringham and Biddy Dormer listened with attention to this history, and the girl testified to the interest with which she had followed it, by saying, when Mr. Nash had ceased speaking, a Jewish stockbroker, a dealer in curiosities. What an odd person to marry for a person who was well born. I dare say he was a German. His name must have been simply Roth, and the poor lady, to smarten it up, has put in another O. Sheringham ingeniously suggested. You're both very clever, said Gabriel, and Rudolph Roth, as I happen to know, was indeed the designation of Maud Vavasor's papa. But so far as the question of derogation goes, one might as well drown as starve. What connection is not a misalliance, when one happens to have the unaccommodating, the crushing honor of being a Neville Nugent of Castle Nugent? That's the high lineage of Maud's mama. I seem to have heard it mentioned that Rudolf Roth was very versatile, and like most of his species, not unacquainted with the practice of music. He had been employed to teach the harmonium to Miss Neville Nugent, and she had profited by his lessons if his daughter's like him and she's not like her mother, was darkly and dangerously handsome, so I venture rapidly to reconstruct the situation. A silence for the moment had fallen on Lady Agnes and her other two children, so that Mr. Nash, with his universal urbanity, practically addressed these last remarks to them, as well as to his other auditors. Lady Agnes looked as if she wondered whom he was talking about, and having caught the name of a noble residence, she inquired, Castle Nugent, where in the world's that? It's a domain of immeasurable extent, and almost inconceivable splendor, but I fear not to be found in any prosaic earthly geography. Lady Agnes rested her eyes on the tablecloth, as if she weren't sure a liberty had not been taken with her, or at least with her order, and while Mr. Nash continued to abound in descriptive suppositions, it must be on the banks of the Manzanares, or the Guadalquivir. Peter Sheringham, whose imagination had seemingly been kindled by the sketch of Miriam Ruth, took up the argument, and reminded him that he had a short time before assigned a low place to the dramatic art, and had not yet answered the question as to whether he believed in the theater, which gave the speaker a further chance. I don't know that I understand your question. There are different ways of taking it. Do I think it's important? Is that what you mean? Important, certainly, to managers and stage carpenters who want to make money, to ladies and gentlemen who want to produce themselves in public by limelight, and to other ladies and gentlemen who are bored and stupid and don't know what to do with their evening. It's a commercial and social convenience, which may be infinitely worked, but important artistically, intellectually. How can it be so poor, so limited a form? Upon my honor, it strikes me as rich and various. Do you think it's a poor and limited form? Nick Sheringham added, appealing to his kinsman. I think whatever Nash thinks, I've no opinion today but his. This answer of the hope of the Dormers drew the eyes of his mother and sisters to him, and caused his friend to exclaim that he wasn't used to such responsibility. So few people had ever tested his presence of mind by agreeing with him. Oh, I used to be of your way of feeling, Nash went on to Sheringham. I understand you perfectly. It's a phase like another. I've been through it. I eat kameka. And you went then very often to the theater franchise, and it was there I saw you. I place you now. I'm afraid I noticed none of the other spectators. Nash explained. I had no attention, but for the great Koresh was still on the stage, judge of my infatuation, and how I can allow for yours when I tell you that I sought her acquaintance, that I couldn't rest till I had told her how I hung upon her lips. That's just what I told her, Sheringham returned. She was very kind to me. She said, Vous me rendez des forces. That's just what she said to me. And we've remained very good friends. So have we, laughed Sheringham. And such perfect art as Herstow, you mean to say you don't consider that important, such a rare dramatic intelligence? I'm afraid you read the feuilletons, you catch their phrases. Nash spoke with pity. Dramatic intelligence is never rare, nothing's more common. Then why have we so many shocking actors? Have we? I thought they were mostly good, succeeding more easily and more completely in that business than in anything else. What could they do, those people generally, if they didn't do that poor thing? And reflect that the poor thing enables them to succeed, of course. Always. There are numbers of people on the stage who are no actors at all, for it's even easier to our poor humanity to be ineffectively stupid and vulgar than to bring down the house. It's not easy, by what I can see, to produce completely any artistic effect, Sheringham declared, and those the actor produces are among the most momentous. We know. You'll not persuade me that to watch such an actress as Madame Carr wasn't an education of the taste, an enlargement of one's knowledge. She did what she could, poor woman, but in what belittling, coarsening conditions. She had to interpret a character in a play, and a character in a play, not to say the whole piece. I speak more particularly of modern pieces. Such a wretchedly small peg to hang anything on. The dramatist shows us so little, is so hampered by his audience, is restricted to so poor an analysis. I know the complaint. It's all the fashion now. The Raffins despise the theater, said Peter Sheringham, in the manner of a man abreast with the culture of his age, and not to be captured by a surprise. Kanu. It will be known better yet, won't it, when the essentially brutal nature of the modern audience is still more perceived, when it has been properly analyzed, the omnium gatherum of the population of a big commercial city, At the hour of the day when their taste is at its lowest, flocking out of hideous hotels and restaurants gorged with food, stultified with buying and selling, and with all the other sordid preoccupations of the age squeezed together in a sweltering mass, disappointed in their seats, timing the author, timing the actor, wishing to get their money back on the spodal before 11 o'clock, fancy putting the exquisite before such a tribunal as that there's not even a question of it. The dramatist wouldn't if he could, and in 9 cases out of 10, he couldn't. If he would, he has to make the basest concessions. One of his principal canons is that he must enable his spectators to catch the suburban trains which stop at 11. What would you think of any other artist, the painter, or the novelist, whose governing forces should be the dinner and the suburban trains? The old dramatists didn't defer to them, not so much at least, and that's why they're a less and less actable, if they're a touched large loose minutes, only to be mutilated and trivialized. Besides, they had a simpler civilization to represent societies in which the life of man was in action, in passion, in immediate and violent expression. Those things could be put upon the playhouse boards with comparatively little sacrifice of their completeness, and their truth today were so infinitely more reflective and complicated and diffuse that it makes all the difference. What can you do with a character, with an idea, with a feeling between dinner and the suburban trains? You can give a gross, rough sketch of them, but how little you touch them, how bald you leave them, what crudity compared with what the novelist does. Do you write novels, Mr. Nash? Peter candidly asked. No, but I read them when they're extraordinarily good, and I don't go to plays. I read Balzac, for instance. I encounter the admirable portrait of Valérie Marneff in La Cousine Bette, and you contrast it with the poverty of Émile Augier's Séraphine in Les Lions Pauvres. I was awaiting you there. That's the cheval de battle of you fellows. What an extraordinary discussion, what dreadful authors! Lady Agnes murmured to her son, but he was listening so attentively to the other young men that he made no response, and Peter Sheringham went on. I've seen Madame Carr in things of the modern repertory, which she has made as vivid to me, cause to abide as ineffaceably in my memory, as Valérie Marneff. She's the Balzac, as one may say, of actresses. The miniaturist, as it were, of whitewashers, Nash offered as a substitute. It might have been guessed that Sheringham resented his damned freedom, yet could but emulate his easy form. You'd be magnanimous if you thought the young lady you've introduced to our old friend would be important. Mr. Nash lightly weighed it. She might be much more so than she ever will be. Lady Agnes, however, got up to terminate the scene, and even to signify that enough had been said about people and questions she had never so much as heard of. Everyone else rose. The waiter brought Nicholas the receipt of the bill, and Sheringham went on to his interlocutor. Perhaps she'll be more so than you think. Perhaps if you take an interest in her. A mystic voice seems to exhort me to do so, to whisper that though I've never seen her, I shall find something in her. On which Peter appealed. What do you say, Bidishal? I take an interest in her. The girl faltered, colored a little, felt a certain embarrassment in being publicly treated as an oracle. If she's not nice, I don't advise it. And if she is nice, you advise it still less, her brother exclaimed, laughing and putting his arm round her. Lady Agnes Luxembourg might have been saying to herself, Heaven help us, what chance has a girl of mine with a man who's so agog about actresses? She was disconcerted and distressed. A multitude of incongruous things all the morning had been forced upon her attention, displeasing pictures, and still more displeasing theories about them, vague portents of perversity on Nick's part, and a strange eagerness on Peter's, learned apparently in Paris to discuss with a person who had a tone. She never had been exposed to topics irrelevant and uninteresting, almost disgusting, the practical effect of which was to make light of her presence. Let us leave this, let us leave this, she grimly said. The party moved together toward the door of departure, and her ruffled spirit was not soothed by hearing her son remark to his terrible friend, You know you don't escape me, I stick to you. At this Lady Agnes broke out and interposed, Pardon my reminding you that you're going to call on Julia. Well, can't Nash also come to call on Julia? That's just what I want, that she should see him. Peter Sheringham came humanely to his kinswoman's assistance. A better way perhaps will be for them to meet under my auspices at my dramatic tea. This will enable me to return one favor for another, if Mr. Nash is so good as to introduce me to this aspirant. For honors we estimate so differently, introduce him to my sister, a much more positive quantity. It's easy to see Hall have the best of it, Grace Dormer declared. while Nash stood there serenely impartially in a graceful detached way, which seemed characteristic of him, assenting to any decision that relieved him of the grossness of choice, and generally confident that things would turn out well for him. He was cheerfully helpless and sociably indifferent, ready to preside with a smile, even at a discussion of his own admissibility. Nick will bring you I've a little corner, at the embassy Sheringham continued. You're very kind, you must bring him, then tomorrow to Constantinople. At 5 o'clock, don't be afraid. Oh dear, Biddy wailed as they went on again, and Lady Agnes, seizing his arm, marched off more quickly with her son. When they came out into the Champs-Élysées, Nick Dormer, looking round, saw his friend had disappeared. Biddy had attached herself to Peter, and Grace couldn't have encouraged Mr. Nash. Lady Agnes' idea had been that her son should go straight from the Palais de l'Industrie to the Hotel de Holland, with or without his mother and his sisters, as his humor should seem to recommend, much as she desired to see their valued Julia. And as she knew her daughters desired it, she was quite ready to put off their visit, if this sacrifice should contribute to a speedy confrontation for Nick. She was anxious he should talk with Mrs. Dallow, and anxious he should be anxious himself. But it presently appeared that he was conscious of no pressure of eagerness. His view was that she and the girls should go to their cousin without delay, and should, if they liked, spend the rest of the day in her society. He would go later, he would go in the evening. There were lots of things he wanted to do meanwhile. This question was discussed with some intensity, though not at length, while the little party stood on the edge of the Place de la Concorde, to which they had proceeded on foot. And Lady Agnes noticed that the lots of things to which he proposed to give precedence over an urgent duty, a conference with a person who held out full hands to him, were implied somehow in the friendly glance with which he covered the great square, the opposite bank of the Seine, the steep blue roofs of the quay, the bright immensity of Paris. What in the world could be more important than making sure of his seats? Quickly did the good lady's imagination travel, and now that idea appealed to him less than a ramble in search of old books and princeps. She was sure this was what he had in his head. Julia would be flattered should she know it, but of course she mustn't know it. Lady Agnes was already thinking of the least injurious account she could give of the young man's want of precipitation. She would have liked to represent him as tremendously occupied in his room at their own hotel, in getting off political letters to everyone it should concern, and particularly in drawing up his address to the electors of Harsh. Fortunately, she was a woman of innumerable discretions, and a part of the worn look that sat in her face came from her having schooled herself for years in commerce with her husband and her sons not to insist unduly. She would have liked to insist. Nature had formed her to insist, and the self-control had told in more ways than one. Even now, it was powerless to prevent her suggesting that before doing anything else Nick should at least repair to the inn and see if there weren't some telegrams. He freely consented to do as much as this, and having called a cab that she might go her way with the girls, kissed her again, as he had done at the exhibition. This was an attention that could never displease her, but somehow when he kissed her, she was really the more worried. She had come to recognize it as a sign that he was slipping away from her, and she wished she might frankly take it as his clutch at her to save him. She drove off with a vague sense that at any rate she and the girls might do something toward keeping the place warm for him. She had been a little vexed that Peter had not administered more of a push toward the Hotel de Holland, clear as it had become to her now that there was a foreignness 65 in Peter which was not to be counted on, and which made him speak of English affairs, and even of English domestic politics, as local and even funny. They were very grandly local, and if one recalled in public life an occasional droll incident wasn't that liberally viewed just the warm human comfort of them. As she left the two young men standing together in the middle of the Place de la Concorde, the grand composition of which Nick, as she looked back, appeared to have paused to admire as if he hadn't seen it 1,000 times, wished she might have thought of Peter's influence with her son as exerted a little more in favor of localism. She had a fear he wouldn't abbreviate the boys' ill-timed flânery. However, he had been very nice. He had invited them all to dine with him that evening, at a convenient café, promising to bring Julia and one of his colleagues. So much as this he had been willing to do to make sure Nick and his sister should meet. His want of localism, moreover, was not so great as that if it should turn out that there was anything beneath his manner toward Biddy, the upshot of this reflection might have been represented by the circumstance of her ladyship's remarking after a minute to her younger daughter, who sat opposite her in the voiture de place, that it would do no harm if she should get a new hat, and that the search might be instituted that afternoon. A French hat mama said Grace, oh do wait, till she gets home. I think they're a really prettier here Biddy opined, and Lady Agnes said simply, I dare say, they're a cheaper what was in her mind in fact was I dare say Peter thinks them becoming, it will be seen she had plenty of inward occupation, the sum of which was not lessened by her learning. When she reached the top of the Rue de la Paix, that Mrs. Dallow had gone out half an hour before, and had left no message, she was more disconcerted by this incident than she could have explained or than she thought was right as she had taken for granted Julia would be in a manner waiting for them. How could she be sure Nick wasn't coming, when people were in Paris a few days? They didn't mope in the house, but she might have waited a little longer, or have left an explanation. Was she then not so much in earnest about Nick's standing? Didn't she recognized the importance of being there to see him about it? Lady Agnes wondered if her behavior were a sign of her being already tired of the way this young gentleman treated her. Perhaps she had gone out because an instinct told her that the great propriety of their meeting early would make no difference with him. Told her he wouldn't after all come. His mother's heart sank as she glanced at this possibility, that their precious friend was already tired, she having on her side an intuition that there were still harder things in store. She had disliked having to tell Mrs. Dallow that Nick wouldn't see her till the evening, but now, she disliked still more her not being there to hear it. She even resented a little her kinswoman's not having reasoned that she and the girls would come in any event, and not thought them worth staying in. For it came up indeed, that she would perhaps have gone to their hotel, which was a good way up the Rue de Rivoli near the Palais Royal, which the cabman was directed to drive to that establishment. As he jogged along, she took in some degree the measure of what that might mean. Julia's seeking a little to avoid them. Was she growing to dislike them? Did she think they kept too sharp an eye on her, so that the idea of their standing in a still closer relation wouldn't be enticing? Her conduct, up to this time, had not worn such an appearance, unless perhaps a little, just very little, in the matter of her ways with poor Grace. Lady Agnes knew she wasn't particularly fond of poor Grace, and could even sufficiently guess the reason. The manner in which Grace betrayed most how they wanted to make sure of her. She remembered how long the girl had stayed the last time she had been at Harshgoing for an acceptable week, and dragging out her visit to a month, she took a private heroic vow that Grace shouldn't go near the place again for a year, not that is unless Nick and Julia were married within the time. If that were to happen, she shouldn't care. She recognized that it wasn't absolutely everything Julia should be in love with Nick. It was also better she should dislike his mother and sisters, after a probable pursuit of him, than before. Lady Agnes did justice to the natural rule in virtue of which it usually comes to pass that a woman doesn't get on with her husband's female belongings, and was even willing to be sacrificed to it in her disciplined degree. But she desired not to be sacrificed for nothing. If she was to be objected to as a mother-in-law, she wished to be the mother-in-law first. At the hotel in the Rue de Rivoli, she had the disappointment of finding that Mrs. Dallow had not called, and also that no telegrams had come. She went in with the girls for half an hour, and then straggled out with them again. She was undetermined and dissatisfied, and the afternoon was rather a problem of the kind, moreover, that she disliked most, and was least accustomed to. Not a choice between different things to do. Her life had been full of that, but a want of anything to do at all. Nick had said to her before they separated, "You can knock about with the girls, you know, everything's amusing here." That was easily said, while he sauntered and gossiped with Peter Sheringham, and perhaps went to see more pictures like those in the salon. He was usually on such occasions very good-natured about spending his time with them, but this episode had taken altogether a perverse, profane form. She had no desire whatever to knock about, and was far from finding everything in Paris amusing. She had no aptitude for aimlessness, and moreover thought it vulgar. If she had found Julia's card at the hotel, the sign of a hope of catching them just as they came back from the salons, would have made a second attempt to see her before the evening. But now certainly they would leave her alone. Lady Agnes wandered joylessly with the girls in the Palais Royal and the Rue de Richelieu, and emerged upon the boulevard, where they continued their frugal prowl, as Biddy rather irritatingly called it. They went into 5 shops to buy a hat for Biddy, and her ladyship's presumptions of cheapness were woefully belied. "Who in the world's your comic friend?" Peter Sheringham was meanwhile asking of his kinsman as they walked together. "Ah, there's something else you lost by going to Cambridge. You lost Gabriel Nash." "He sounds like an Elizabethan dramatist," Sheringham said, "but I haven't lost him. Since it appears now, I shan't be able to have you without him." "Oh, as for that, wait a little, I am going to try him again. But I don't know how he wears. What I mean is that you've probably lost his freshness, which was the great thing. I rather fear he's becoming conventional, or at any rate serious. Bless me, do you call that serious? He used to be so gay, he had a real genius for playing with ideas, he was a wonderful talker. It seems to me, he does very well now, said Peter Sheringham. Oh, this is nothing. He had great flights of old, very great flights. One saw him rise and turn somersaults in the blue one, wondered how far he could go. He's very intelligent. And I should think it might be interesting to find out what it is that prevents the whole man from being as good as his parts. I mean, in case he isn't so good. I see you more than suspect that mayn't it be simply that he's too great an ass. That would be the whole. I shall see in time, but it certainly isn't one of the parts. It may be the effect, but it isn't the cause, and it's for the cause I claim an interest. Do you think him an ass for what he said about the theatre, his pronouncing it a coarse art? To differ from you about him, that reason would do, said Sheringham. The only bad one would be one that shouldn't preserve our difference. You needn't tell me you agree with him, for frankly, I don't care. Then your passion still burns? Nick Dormer asked. My passion? I don't mean for any individual exponent of the equivocal art. Mark the guilty conscience, mark the rising blush, mark the confusion of mind. I mean the old sign one knew you best, by your permanent stall at the Franchise, your inveterate attendance, at premieres, the way you follow the young talents and the old. Yes, it's still my little hobby, my little folly, if you like, Sheringham said. I don't find I get tired of it. What will you have? Strong predilections are rather a blessing. They're a simplifying. I am fond of representation, the representation of life. I like it better, I think, than the real thing. You like it too. You'd be ready in other conditions to go in for it in your way, so you've no right to cast the stone. You like it best done by one vehicle, and I by another, and our preference on either side has a deep root in us. There's a fascination to me in the way the actor does it when his talented. He must have Thatha's been highly trained. It must be that the things he can do in this effort at representation, with the dramatist to back him, seem to me innumerable. Can carry it to a point, and I take great pleasure in observing them, in recognizing and comparing them. It's an amusement like another. I don't pretend to call it by any exalted name, but in this veil of friction, it will serve. One can lose oneself in it, and it has the recommendation in common, I suppose, with the study of the other arts that the further you go in it, the more you find. So I go rather far, if you will, but is it the principal sign one knows me by? Peter abruptly asked. Don't be ashamed of it, Nick returned, else it will be ashamed of you. I ought to discriminate. You're a distinguished among my friends and relations by your character of rising young diplomatist. But you know I always want the final touch to the picture, the last fruit of analysis. Therefore, I make out that you're a conspicuous among rising young diplomatists for the infatuation you describe in such pretty terms. You evidently believe it will prevent my ever rising very high, but pastime for pastime, is it any idler than yours? Then mine. Why, you've half a dozen, while I only allow myself the luxury of one. For the theatre's my sole vice. Really, is this more wanton, say, than to devote weeks to the consideration of the particular way in which your friend Mr. Nash may be most intensely a twaddler and a bore? That's not my ideal of choice recreation, but I'd undertake to satisfy you about him sooner. You're a young statesman who happens to be an indisponibilate for the moment, but you spend not a little of your time in besmearing canvas with bright-colored pigments. The idea of representation fascinates you, but in your case, it's representation in ulcer. Do you practice watercolors? And pastel too? You even go much further than I, for I study my art of predilection only in the works of others. I don't aspire to leave works of my own. You're a painter, possibly a great one, but I am not an actor. Nick Dormer declared he would certainly become one, was so well on the way to it. And Sheringham, without heeding this charge, went on. Let me add that considering you are a painter, your portrait of the complicated Nash is lamentably Roman, 1499. He's not at all complicated, he's only too simple to give an account of. Most people have a lot of attributes and appendages that dress them up and superscribe them. And what I like Gabriel for is that he hasn't any at all. It keeps him so refreshingly cool. By Jove, you match him there. Isn't it an appendage and an attribute to escape kicking? How does he manage that? Sheringham asked. I haven't the least idea. I don't know that he doesn't rouse the kicking impulse. Besides, he can kick back, and I don't think anyone has ever seen him duck or dodge. His means, his profession, his belongings have never anything to do with the question. He doesn't shade off into other people. He's as neat as an outline cut out of paper with scissors. I like him. Therefore, because in dealing with him, you know what you've got hold of. With most men you don't. To pick the flower you must break off the whole dusty, thorny, worldly branch. You find you're taking up in your grasp all sorts of other people and things, dangling accidents and conditions. Poor Nash has none of those encumbrances. He's the solitary fragrant blossom. My dear fellow, you'd be better for a little of the same pruning. Sheringham retorted, and the young men continued their walk, and their gossip, jerking each other this way and that, punching each other here and there, with an amicable roughness consequent on their having been boys together. Intimacy had reigned of old between the little Sheringhams and the little Dormers, united in the country by ease of neighboring, and by the fact that there was first cousinship, not neglected among the parents. Lady Agnes, standing in this plastic relation to Lady Windrush, the mother of Peter and Julia, as well as of other daughters, and of a maturer youth who was to inherit, and who since then had inherited the ancient barony. Many things had altered later on, but not the good reasons for not explaining. One of our young men had gone to Eton, and the other to Harrow. Scattered school on the hill was the tradition of the Dormersand. The divergence had rather taken its course in university years. Bricket, however, had remained accessible to Windrush, and Windrush to Bricket, to which estate Percival Dormer had now succeeded, terminating the interchange a trifle rudely by letting out that pleasant white house in the Midlands. Its expropriated inhabitants, Lady Agnes and her daughters, adored Ito, an American reputed rich, who in the first flush of his sense of contrasts considered that for 1,200 a year he got it at a bargain. Bricket had come to the late Sir Nicholas from his elder brother, dying wifeless and childless, the new baronet, so different from his father, though recalling at some points the uncle after whom he had been named. That Nick had to make it up by cultivating conformity, roamed about the world taking shots, which excited the enthusiasm of society when society heard of them at the few legitimate creatures of the chase. The British rifle had up to that time spared. Lady Agnes meanwhile settled with her girls in a gabled latticed house in a mentionable quarter, though it still required a little explaining of the temperate zone of London. It was not into her lap, poor woman, that the revenues of Bricket were poured. There was no dower house attached to that moderate property, and the allowance with which the estate was charged on her ladyship's behalf was not an incitement to grandeur. Nick had a room under his mother's roof, which he mainly used to dress for dinner when dining in Calcutta Gardens, and he had kept on his chambers in the Temple, for to a young man in public life, an independent address was indispensable. Moreover, he was suspected of having a studio in an out-of-the-way district, the indistinguishable parts of South Kensington. Incongruous as such a retreat might seem in the case of a member of Parliament, it was an absurd place to see his constituents, unless he wanted to paint their portraits, a kind of representation with which they would scarce have been satisfied. And in fact, the only question of portraiture had been when the wives and daughters of several of them expressed a wish for the picture of their handsome young member. Nick had not offered to paint it himself, and the studio was taken for granted, rather than much looked into by the ladies in Calcutta Gardens, to express a disposition to regard whims of this sort as extravagance pure and simple was known by them to be open to correction, for they were not oblivious that Mr. Carteret had humors which weighed against them in the shape of convenient checks nestling between the inside pages of legible letters of advice. Mr. Carteret was Nick's providence, just as Nick was looked to, in a general way, to be that of his mother and sisters, especially since it had become so plain that Percy, who was not subtly selfish, would operate mainly with a six-bore quite out of that sphere. It was not for studios, certainly, that Mr. Carteret sent checks, but they were an expression of general confidence in Nick, and a little expansion was natural to a young man enjoying such a luxury as that it was sufficiently felt in Calcutta Gardens that he could be looked to. Not to betray such confidence, for Mr. Carteret's behavior could have no name at all unless one were prepared to call it encouraging. He had never promised anything, but he was one of the delightful persons with whom the redemption proceeds or dispenses with the vow. He had been an early and lifelong friend of the late Right Honorable gentleman, political follower, a devoted admirer, a staunch supporter in difficult hours. He had never married, espousing nothing more reproductive than Sir Nicholas Vuche, used to write letters to the Times in favor of Themend, had so far as was known neither chick nor child, nothing but an amiable little family of eccentricities, the flower of which was his odd taste for living in a small, steep, clean country town, all green gardens and red walls with a girdle of hedgerows, all clustered about an immense brown old abbey, when Lady Agnes' imagination rested upon the future of her second son. She liked to remember that Mr. Carteret had nothing to keep up the inference, seemed so direct that he would keep up Nick. The most important event in the life of this young man had been incomparably his success under his father's eyes more than 2 years before in the sharp contest for Crockhurst victory, which his consecrated name, his extreme youth, his ardor in the fray, the marked personal sympathy of the party, and the attention excited by the fresh cleverness of his speeches tinted with young idealism, and yet sticking sufficiently to the burning question, which has since burned out, had made quite splendid. There had been leaders in the newspapers about it, half in compliment to her husband, who was known to be failing so prematurely, was almost as young to die, and to die famous, for Lady Agnes regarded it as famous as his son had been to stand tributes the boy's mother religiously preserved, cut out, and tied together, with a ribbon in the innermost drawer of a favorite cabinet. But it had been a barren, or almost a barren triumph, for in the order of importance in Nick's history, another incident had run it, as the phrase is very close, nothing less than the quick dissolution of the Parliament, in which he was so manifestly destined to give symptoms of a future. He had not recovered his seat at the general election, for the second contest was even sharper than the first, and the Tories had put forward a loud, vulgar, rattling, bullying, money-spending man. It was to a certain extent a comfort that poor Sir Nicholas, who had been witness of the bright hour, should have passed away before the darkness. He died with all his hopes on his second son's head, unconscious of near disappointment, handing on the torch, and the tradition after a long supreme interview with Nick, at which Lady Agnes had not been present, but which she knew to have been a thorough paternal dedication, an august communication of ideas on the highest national questions. She had reason to believe he had touched on those of external as well as of domestic and of colonial policy, leaving on the boy's nature and manner from that moment the most unmistakable traces. If his tendency to reverie increased, it was because he had so much to think over in what his pale father had said to him in the hushed, dim chamber, laying on him the great mission that death had cut short, breathing into him with unforgettable solemnity. The very accent Sir Nicholas' voice had been wonderful for richness that he was to sound again. It was work cut out for a lifetime, and that coordinating power in relation to detail, which was one of the great characteristics of the lamented statesman's high distinction, most analytic of the weekly papers, was always talking about ithad, enabled him to rescue the prospect from any shade of vagueness or of ambiguity. 5 years before Nick Dormer went up to be questioned by the electors of Crockhurst, Peter Sheringham had appeared before a board of examiners, who let him off much less easily, though there were also some flattering prejudices in his favor, such influences being a part of the copious light, unembarrassing baggage with which each of the young men began life. Peter passed high, and had his reward in prompt assignment to small subordinate diplomatic duties in Germany. Since then he had had his professional adventures, which need not arrest us inasmuch as they had all paled in the light of his appointment, nearly 3 years previous to the moment of our making his acquaintance, to a secretaryship of embassy in Paris. He had done well, and had gone fast, and for the present could draw his breath at ease. It pleased him better to remain in Paris as a subordinate than to go to Honduras as a principal, and Nick Dormer had not put a false color on the matter in speaking of his stall at the Theatre Francais as a sedative to his ambition. Nick's inferiority in age to his cousin sat on him more lightly than when they had been in their teens, and indeed no one can very well be much older than a young man who has figured for a year, however imperceptibly, in the House of Commons. Separation and diversity had made them reciprocally strange enough to give a price to what they shared. They were friends, without being particular friends. That further degree could always hang before them as a suitable but not oppressive contingency, and they were both conscious that it was in their interest to keep certain differences, to chaff each other about. So possible was it that they might have quarreled if they had had everything in common. Peter, as being wide-minded, was a little irritated to find his cousin always so intensely British, while Nick Dormer made him the object of the same compassionate criticism, recognized in him a rare knack with foreign tongues, but reflected, and even with extravagance declared, that it was a pity to have gone so far from home, only to remain so homely. Moreover, Nick had his ideas about the diplomatic mind, finding in it for his own sympathy always the wrong turn, dry, narrow, barren, poor. He pronounced it in familiar conversation with the clever secretary wanting in imagination in generosity in the finest perceptions, and the highest courage. This served as well as anything else to keep the peace between them. It was a necessity of their friendly intercourse that they should scuffle a little, and it scarcely mattered what they scuffled about. Nick Dormer's express enjoyment of Paris, the shop windows on the quays, the old books on the parapet, the gaiety of the river, the grandeur of the Louvre, every fine feature of that prodigious face, struck his companion as a sign of insularity, the appreciation of such things having become with Sheringham an unconscious habit, a contented assimilation. If poor Nick for the hour was demonstrative and lyrical, it was because he had no other way of sounding the note of farewell to the independent life, of which the term seemed now definitely in Scythe's sense so pressed upon him, that these were the last moments of his freedom. He would waste time till 7:30, because 7:30 meant dinner, and dinner meant his mother solemnly attended by the strenuous shade of his father, and reinforced by Julia. Roman 6. When he arrived with the 3 members of his family at the restaurant of their choice, Peter Sheringham was already seated there by one of the immaculate tables, but Mrs. Dallow was not yet on the scene, and they had time for a sociable settlement, time to take their places and unfold their napkins, crunch their rolls, breathe the savory air, and watch the door before the usual raising of heads and suspension of forks. The sort of stir that accompanied most of this lady's movements announced her entrance. The dame de comptoir ducked and reducked. The people looked round Peter, and Nick got up. There was a shuffling of chairs. Julia had come. Peter was relating how he had stopped at her hotel to bring her with him, and had found her according to her custom, by no means ready, on which, fearing his guests would arrive first at the rendezvous and find no proper welcome, he had come off without her leaving her. To follow, he had not brought a friend, as he intended, having divined that Julia would prefer a pure family party if she wanted to talk about her candidate. Now she stood looking down at the table, and her expectant kinsfolk drawing off her gloves, letting her brother draw off her jacket, lifting her hands for some rearrangement of her hat. She looked at Nicholas, smiling, but only for a moment. She said to Peter, "Are we going to dine here? Oh dear, why didn't you have a private room?" Nick had not seen her at all for several weeks, and had seen her but little for a year, but her offhand cursory manner had not altered in the interval. She spoke remarkably fast, as if speech were not in itself a pleasurito, have it over as soon as possible, and her brusquerie was of the dark shade friendly critics account for by pleading shyness. Shyness had never appeared to him an ultimate quality, or a real explanation of anything. It only explained an effect by another effect, neither with a cause to boast of. What he suspected in Julia was that her mind was less pleasing than her person, an ugly, a really blighting idea, which as yet he had but half accepted. It was a case in which she was entitled to the benefit of every doubt, and ought to be judged without a complete trial. Nick meanwhile was afraid of the trialthas, was partly why he had been of late to see her so little, because he was afraid of the sentence, afraid of anything that might work to lessen the charm. It was actually in the power of her beauty to shed. There were people who thought her rude, and he hated rude women. If he should fasten on that view, or rather if that view should fasten on him, what could still please, and what he admired in her, would lose too much of its sweetness. If it be thought odd that he had not yet been able to read the character of a woman he had known since childhood, the answer is that this character had grown faster than Nick's observation. The growth was constant, whereas the observation was but occasional, though it had begun early. If he had attempted inwardly to phrase the matter, as he probably had not, he might have pronounced the effect she produced upon him too much a compulsion, not the coercion of design of importunity, nor the vulgar pressure of family expectation, a betrayed desire he should like her enough to marry her, but a mixture of divers urgent things, of the sense that she was imperious and generous, probably more the former than the latter, and of a certain prevision of doom, the influence of the idea that he should come to it, that he was predestined. This had made him shrink from knowing the worst about her, not the wish to get used to it in time, but what was more characteristic of him, the wish to interpose a temporary illusion. Illusions and realities and hopes and fears, however, fell into confusion whenever he met her. After a separation, the separation, so far as seeing her alone, or as continuous talk, was concerned, had now been tolerably long, had lasted really ever since his failure to regain his seat. An impression had come to him that she judged that failure rather stiffly, had thought, and had somewhat sharply said that he ought to have done better. This was a part of her imperious way, and a part not all to be overlooked on a mere present basis. If he were to marry her, he should come to an understanding with her. he should give her his own measure as well as take hers, but the understanding might in the actual case suggest too much, that he was to marry her. You could quarrel with your wife, because there were compensations for her, but you might be prepared to offer these compensations as prepayment for the luxury of quarreling. It was not that such a luxury wouldn't be considerable, our young man none the less thought, as Julia Dallow's fine head poised itself before him. Again, a high spirit was of course better than a mawkish to be mismated with any day in the year. She had much the same color as her brother, but as nothing else in her face was the same, the resemblance was not striking. Her hair was of so dark a brown that it was commonly regarded as black, and so abundant that a plain arrangement was required to keep it in natural relation to the rest of her person. Her eyes were of a gray sometimes pronounced too light, and were not sunken in her face, but placed well on the surface. Her nose was perfect, but her mouth was too small and Nick Dormer. And doubtless other persons as well had sometimes wondered how with such a mouth her face could have expressed decision. Her figure helped it, for she appeared tall, being extremely slender it was not, and her head took turns and positions, which though a matter of but half an inch out of the common this way, or that somehow contributed to the air of resolution and temper. If it had not been for her extreme delicacy of line and surface, she might have been called bold. But as it was, she looked refined and quiet, refined by tradition, and quiet for a purpose, and altogether she was beautiful with the gravity of her elegant head, her hair, like the depths of darkness, her eyes like its earlier clearing, her mouth like a rare pink flower. Peter said he had not taken a private room, because he knew Biddy's tastes. She liked to see the world, she had told him, saw the curious people, the coming and going of Paris. Oh, anything for Biddy, Julia replied, smiling at the girl. And taking her place, Lady Agnes and her elder daughter exchanged one of their looks, and Nick exclaimed jocosely that he didn't see why the whole party should be sacrificed to a presumptuous child. The presumptuous child blushingly protested. She had never expressed any such wish to Peter, upon which Nick, with broader humor, revealed that Peter had served them so out of stinginess. He had pitchforked them together in the public room, because he wouldn't go to the expense of a cabinet. He had brought no guest, no foreigner of distinction, nor diplomatic swell to honor them, and now they would see what a paltry dinner he would give them. Peter stabbed him indignantly with a long roll, and Lady Agnes, who seemed to be waiting for some manifestation on Mrs. Dallow's part, which didn't come, concluded with a certain coldness that they quite sufficed to themselves for privacy, as well as for society. Nick called attention to this fine phrase of his mother's, and said it was awfully neat. While Grace and Biddy looked harmoniously at Julia's clothes, Nick felt nervous, and joked a good deal to carry it off, a levity that didn't prevent Julia's saying to him, after a moment, "You might have come to see me today, you know, didn't you get my message from Peter?" Scold him, Julia scold him. Well, I begged him to go, said Lady Agnes. And to this, Grace added her voice with an "Oh, Julia, do give it to him." These words, however, had not the effect they suggested, since Mrs. Dallow only threw off for answer in her quick, curt way that would be making far too much of him. It was one of the things in her that Nick mentally pronounced ungraceful, the perversity of pride, or of shyness, that always made her disappoint you a little if she saw you expected a thing. She snubbed effusiveness in a way that yet gave no interesting hint of any wish to keep it herself in reserve. Effusiveness, however, certainly was the last thing of which Lady Agnes would have consented to be accused, and Nick, while he replied to Julia that he was sure he shouldn't have found her, was not unable to perceive the operation on his mother of that shade of manner. He ought to have gone, he owed you, that she went on. But it's very true, he would have had the same luck as we. I went with the girls directly after luncheon. I suppose you got our card. He might have come after I came in, said Mrs. Dallow. Dear Julia, I'm going to see you tonight. I've been waiting for that. Nick returned. Of course we had no idea when you'd come in, said Lady Agnes. I am so sorry, you must come tomorrow. I hate calls at night, Julia serenely added. Well then, will you roam with me? Will you wander through Paris on my arm? Nick asked, smiling. Will you take a drive with me? Oh, that would be perfection, cried Grace. I thought we were all going somewhere to the Hippodrome, Peter. Biddy said. Oh, not all, just you and me, laughed Peter. I'm going home to my bed. I've earned my rest, Lady Agnes sighed. Can't Peter take us? Demanded Grace. Nick can take you home, Mama, if Julia won't receive him, and I can look perfectly after Peter and Biddy. Take them to something amusing, please take them, Mrs. Dallow said to her brother. Her voice was kind, but had the expectation of assent in it, and Nick observed both the good nature And the pressure, you're a tired poor dear. She continued to Lady Agnes fancy you're being dragged about so, what did you come over for? My mother came because I brought her Nick, said it's I who have dragged her about I brought her for a little change. I thought it would do her good, I wanted to see the salon. It isn't a bad time I've a carriage, and you must use it you must use nothing else it shall take you everywhere I'll drive you about tomorrow. Julia dropped these words with all her air of being able rather than of wanting, but Nick had already noted, and he noted now afresh, and with pleasure that her lack of unction interfered not a bit with her always acting. It was quite sufficiently manifest to him that for the rest of the time she might be near his mother she would do for her numberless good turns. She would give things to the girls, had a private adumbration of that expensive Parisian, perhaps not perfectly useful things. Lady Agnes was a woman who measured outlays and returns, but she was both too acute and too just not to recognize the scantest offer from which an advantage could proceed. Dear Julia, she exclaimed responsively, and her tone made this brevity of acknowledgement adequate. Julia's own few words were all she wanted. It's so interesting about Harsh, she added, were immensely excited. Yes, Nick looks it, merci pas de vin. It's just the thing for you, you know, Julia said to him. To be sure he knows it, he's immensely grateful, it's really very kind of you. You do me a very great honor, Julia, Nick hastened to add. Don't be tiresome please, that lady returned. We'll talk about it later of course, there are lots of points, Nick pursued, at present let's be purely convivial. Somehow Harsh is such a false note here, nous causserons de cas. My dear fellow, you've caught exactly the tone of Mr. Gabriel Nash. Peter Sheringham declared on this. Who's Mr. Gabriel Nash? Mrs. Dallow asked. Nick is he, a gentleman Biddy says so, Grace Dormer interposed, before this inquiry was answered. It's to be supposed that anyone Nick brings to lunch with us, Lady Agnes rather coldly sighed. Ah, Grace, with your tremendous standard, her son said, while Peter Sheringham explained to his sister that Mr. Nash was Nick's new mentor, or oracluhum. Moreover, she should see if she would come and have tea with him. I haven't the least desire to see him, Julia made answer, any more than I have to talk about Harsh and bore poor Peter. Oh, certainly do, you'd bore me, her brother rang out. One thing at a time, then let us by all means be convivial, only you must show me how. Mrs. Dallow went on to Nick. What does he mean, Cousin Agnes? Does he want us to drain the wine cup to flash with repartee? Y'all do very well, said Nick, you're a thoroughly charming tonight. Do go to Peter's, Julia, if you want something exciting. Y'all see, a wonderful girl, Biddy broke in with her smile on Peter. Wonderful for what? For thinking she can act when she can't, said the roguish Biddy. Dear me, what people you all know, I hate Peter's theatrical people. And aren't you going home, Julia? Lady Agnes inquired. Home to the hotel. Dear no, to Harshto, see about everything. I am in the midst of telegrams, I don't know yet. I suppose there's no doubt they'll have him, Lady Agnes decided to pursue. Hall have whom? Why, the local people, and the party managers. I am speaking of the question of my son's standing. They'll have the person I want them to have, I dare say. There are so many people in it, in one way or another. It's dreadful. I like the way you sit there, Julia went on to Nick. So do I, he smiled back at her, and he thought she was charming now because she was gay and easy and willing, really, though she might plead incompetence to understand how jocose a dinner in a pothouse in a foreign town might be. She was in good humor, or was going to be, and not grand nor stiff, nor indifferent nor haughty, nor any of the things people who disliked her usually found her, and sometimes even a little made him believe her. The spirit of mirth in some cold natures manifests itself not altogether happily. Their effort of recreation resembles too much the bath of the hippopotamus. But when Mrs. Dallow put her elbows on the table, one felt she could be trusted to get them safely off again. For a family in mourning, the dinner was lively, the more so that before it was half over Julia had arranged that her brother, eschewing the inferior spectacle, should take the girls to the theater. Franchise, it was her idea, and Nick had a chance to observe how an idea was apt to be not successfully controverted. When it was Julia's, even the program appeared to have been prearranged to suit it, just the thing for the cheek of the young person. Il n'y faut jureur de rien, and Mademoiselle de la Saglière. Peter was all willingness. But it was Julia who settled it, even to sending for the newspaper, was by a rare accident unconscious of the evening's billand, to reassuring Biddy, who was happy, but anxious on the article of their being too late for good places. Peter could always get good places, a word from him, and the best box was at his disposal. She made him write the word on a card, and saw a messenger dispatched with it to the Rue de Richelieu, and all this without loudness or insistence. Parenthetically and authoritatively, the box was bespoken, and the carriage, as soon as they had had their coffee, found to be in attendance. Peter drove off in it, with the girls understanding that he was to send it back, and Nick waited for it over the finished repast with the two ladies. After this, his mother was escorted to it and conveyed to her apartments, and all the while it had been Julia who governed the succession of events. "Do be nice to her, lady," Agnes breathed to him as he placed her in the vehicle at the door of the café, and he guessed it gave her a comfort to have left him sitting there with Mrs. Dallow. He had every disposition to be nice to his charming cousin, if things went as she liked them. It was the proof of a certain fine force in her, the force of assuming they would. Julia had her differences, some of them were much for the better. And when she was in a mood like this evening's, liberally dominant, he was ready to encourage most of what she took for granted. While they waited for the return of the carriage which had rolled away with his mother, she sat opposite him with her elbows on the table, playing first with one, and then with another of the objects that encumbered it. After 5 minutes of which she exclaimed, "Oh, I say, well, go," and got up abruptly, asking for her jacket. He said something about the carriage and its order to come back for them, and she replied, "Well, it can go away again. I don't want a carriage," she added. "I want to walk." And in a moment, she was out of the place with the people at the tables turning round again, and the caissière swaying in her high seat on the pavement of the boulevard. She looked up and down. There were people at little tables by the door, there were people all over the broad expanse of the asphalt. There was a profusion of light, and a pervasion of sound, and everywhere, though the establishment at which they had been dining was not in the thick of the fray, the tokens of a great traffic of pleasure. That night aspect of Paris which represents it as a huge market for sensations beyond the Boulevard des Capucines, it flared through the warm evening like a vast bazaar. And opposite the Café Durand, the Madeleine rose theatrical, a high artful décor before the footlights of the Rue Royale. "Where shall we go? What shall we do?" Mrs. Dallow asked, looking at her companion, and somewhat to his surprise, as he had supposed she wanted but to go home. "Anywhere you like. It's so warm. We might drive, instead of going indoors. We might go to the boys, that would be agreeable." "Yes, but it wouldn't be walking. However, that doesn't matter, it's mild enough for anything, for sitting out like all these people. And I've never walked in Paris at night. It would amuse me." Nick hesitated. "So it might, but it isn't particularly recommended to ladies." "I don't care for that if it happens to suit me." "Very well then, we'll walk to the Bastille if you like." Julia hesitated on her side, still looking about. "It's too far. I am tired." "Well, sit here." And she dropped beside an empty table on the terrace of Roman 1000 Durand. "This will do. It's amusing enough, and we can look at the Madeleine. That's respectable if we must have something. Well, have a Madeiraise. That respectable, not particularly. So much the better. What are those people having? Box? Couldn't we have box? Are they very low then? I shall have one. I've been so wonderfully good. I've been staying at Versailles. Me dois bien cela." She insisted, but pronounced the thin liquid in the tall glass very disgusting. When it was brought, Nick was amazed, reflecting that it was not for such a discussion as this that his mother had left him with hands in his pockets. He had been looking out, but as his eloquence flowed faster, he turned to his friend, who had dropped upon a sofa with her face to the window. She had given her jacket and gloves to her maid, but had kept on her hat, and she leaned forward a little, as she sat clasping her hands together in her lap, and keeping her eyes on him. The lamp in a corner was so thickly veiled that the room was in tempered obscurity, lighted almost equally from the street, and the brilliant shop fronts opposite. Therefore, why be sapient and solemn about it like an editorial in a newspaper? Nick added with a smile. She continued to look at him after he had spoken. Then she said, "If you don't want to stand, you've only to say so. You needn't give your reasons. It's too kind of you to let me off that. And then I am a tremendous fellow, for reasons. That's my strong point. Don't you know I've a lot more besides those I've mentioned done up and ready for delivery. The odd thing is that they don't always govern my behavior. I rather think I do want to stand." "Then what you said just now was a speech," Julia declared. "A speech? The rot, the humbug of the hustings." "No, those great truths remain, and a good many others, but an inner voice tells me I am in for it, and it will be much more graceful to embrace this opportunity, accepting your cooperation, than to wait for some other and forfeit that advantage." "I shall be very glad to help you anywhere," she went on. "Thanks awfully," he returned, still standing there with his hands in his pockets. "You do it best in your own place, and I've no right to deny myself such a help." Julia calmly considered, I don't do it badly. Ah, you're so political. Of course I am, it's the only decent thing to be. But I can only help you if y'all help yourself, I can do a good deal. But I can't do everything if y'all work with you. But if you're going into it with your hands in your pockets, it'll have nothing to do with you. Nick instantly changed the position of these members, and sank into a seat with his elbows on his knees. You're very clever. But you must really take a little trouble, things don't drop into people's mouths. I'll try, I've a great incentive, he admitted. Of course you have. My mother, my poor mother. Julia breathed some vague sound, and he went on, and of course, always my father, dear good man. My mother's even more political than you. I dare say she is, and quite right, said Mrs. Dallow. And she can't tell me a bit more than you can what she thinks, what she believes, what she wants. Pardon me, I can tell you perfectly, there's one thing, I always immensely want to keep out a Tory. I see that's a great philosophy. It will do very well, and I desire the good of the country, I am not ashamed of that. And can you give me an idea of what it is, the good of the country? I know perfectly what it isn't what the Tories want to do. What do they want to do? Oh, it would take me long to tell you all sorts of trash. It would take you long, and it would take them longer. All they want to do is to prevent us from doing on our side. We want to prevent them from preventing us, that's about as clearly as we all see it, so on both sides. It's a beautiful, lucid, inspiring program. I don't believe in you, Mrs. Dallow replied to this, leaning back on her sofa. I hope not, Julia, indeed. He paused a moment, still with his face toward her, and his elbows on his knees. Then he pursued, You're a very accomplished woman, and a very zealous one. But you haven't an idea, you know not to call an idea what you mainly want, is to be at the head of a political salon, to start one, to keep it up, to make it a success. Much you know me, Julia protested, but he could see through the dimness that her face spoke differently. Y'all have it in time, but I won't come to it, Nick went on. You can't come less than you do. When I say y'all have it, I mean, you've already got it, that's why I don't come. I don't think you know what you mean, said Mrs. Dallow. I've an idea that's as good as any of yours, any of those you've treated me to this evening. It seems to me the simple idea that one ought to do something or other for one's country. Something or other certainly covers all the ground. There's one thing one can always do for one's country, which is not to be afraid. Afraid of what? Nick Dormer waited a little, as if his idea amused him, but he presently said, I'll tell you another time. It's very well to talk so glibly of standing, he added. But it isn't absolutely foreign to the question that I haven't got the cash. What did you do before, she asked. The first time my father paid. And the other time? Oh, Mr. Carteret. Your expenses won't be at all large, on the contrary, said Julia. They shan't be, I shall look out sharp for that, I shall have the great Hutchby. Of course, but you know I want you to do it well. She paused an instant. And then of course you can send the bill to me. Thanks awfully, you're tremendously kind. I shouldn't think of that. Nick Dormer got up as he spoke and walked to the window again, his companion's eyes resting on him, while he stood with his back to her. I shall manage it somehow, he wound up. Mr. Carteret will be delighted, said Julia. I dare say, but I hate taking people's money. That's nonsense, Ewan, it's for the country, isn't it for them? When they get it back, Nick replied, turning round and looking for his hat. It's startlingly late, you must be tired. Mrs. Dallow made no response to this, and he pursued his quest, successful only when he reached a duskier corner of the room to which the hat had been relegated by his cousin's maid. Mr. Carteret will expect so much if he pays, and so would you. Yes, I am bound to say, I should expect a great deal of everything. And Mrs. Dallow emphasized this assertion by the way she rose erect. If you're riding for a fall, if you're only going in to miss it, you had better stay out. How can I miss it with you? The young man smiled. She uttered a word impatiently but indistinguishably, and he continued, and even if I do, it will have been immense fun. It is immense fun, said Julia, but the best fun is to win if you don't. If I don't, he repeated, as she dropped. I'll never speak to you again. How much you expect even when you don't pay? Mrs. Dallow's rejoinder was a justification of this remark, expressing, as it did, the fact that should they receive on the morrow information, on which she believed herself entitled to count, information tending to show how hard the Conservatives meant to fight, she should look to him to be in the field as early as herself. Sunday was a lost day. She should leave Paris on Monday. Oh, they'll fight it hard, they'll put up, Kingsbury said Nick, smoothing his hat. They'll all come downal, that can get away, and Kingsbury has a very handsome wife. She's not so handsome as your cousin Julia smiled. Oh dear no, a cousin sooner than a wife any day. Nick laughed, as soon as he had said this, as if the speech had an awkward side. But the reparation perhaps scarcely mended it, the exaggerated mock-meekness, with which he added, "I'll do any blessed thing you tell me. Come here tomorrow." Thena's early as 10. She turned round, moving to the door with him, but before they reached it, she brought out, "Pray, isn't a gentleman to do anything to be anything? To be anything. If he doesn't aspire to serve the state, aspire to make his political fortune, do you mean? Oh bless me, yes, there are other things." "What other things that can compare with that?" "Well, for instance, I am very fond of the arts." "Of the arts," she echoed. "Did you never hear of them? I am awfully fond of painting." At this Julia stopped short, and her fine grey eyes had for a moment the air of being set further forward in her head. "Don't be odious, good night," she said, turning away and leaving him to go. Book 2nd. Romans 7. Peter Sheringham reminded Nick the next day that he had promised to be present at Madame Carr's interview with the ladies introduced to her by Gabriel Nash, and in the afternoon, conformably to this arrangement, the two men took their way to the Rue de Constantinople. They found Mr. Nash and his friends in the small beflounced drawing-room of the old actress, who, as they learned, had sent in a request for 10 minutes' grace, having been detained at a Lesona rehearsal of the Comédie de Salon, about to be given for a charity by a fine lady, at which she had consented to be present as an adviser. Mrs. Ruth sat on a black satin sofa with her daughter beside her, while Gabriel Nash, wandering about the room, looked at the votive offerings which converted the little panelled box decorated in sallow white and gold into a theatrical museum. The presents, the portraits, the wreaths, the diadems, the letters framed and glazed, the trophies and tributes and relics collected by Madame Carr during half a century of renown. The profusion of this testimony was hardly more striking than the confession of something missed, something hushed, which seemed to rise from it all and make it melancholy, like a reference to clappings, which in the nature of things could now only be present as a silence, so that if the place was full of history, it was the form without the fact, or at the most a redundancy of the one to a pinch of the other, history, of a mask, of a squeak, of a series of vain gestures. Some of the objects exhibited by the distinguished artist, her early portraits in lithograph or miniature, represented the costume, and embodied the manner of a period so remote that Nick Dormer, as he glanced at them, felt a quickened curiosity to look at the woman who reconciled being alive today with having been alive so long ago. Peter Sheringham already knew how she managed this miracle, but every visit he paid her added to his amused, charmed sense that it was a miracle, and that his extraordinary old friend had seen things he should never see. Those were just the things he wanted to see most, and her duration, her survival, cheated him agreeably, and helped him a little to guess them. His appreciation of the actor's art was so systematic that it had an antiquarian side, and at the risk of representing him as attached to an absurd futility, it must be said that he had as yet hardly known a keener regret for anything than for the loss of that antecedent world, and in particular for his having belatedly missed the great comedienne, the light of the French stage, in the early years of the century, of whose example and instruction Madame Carr had had the inestimable benefit. She had often described to him her rare predecessor, straight from whose hands she had received her most celebrated parts, and of whom her own manner was often a religious imitation. But her descriptions troubled him more than they consoled, only confirming his theory, to which so much of his observation had already ministered, that the actor's art in general was going down, and down, descending a slope, with abysses of vulgarity at its foot, after having reached its perfection more than 50 years ago, in the talent of the lady in question. He would have liked to dwell for an hour beneath the Myriad. Gabriel Nash introduced the newcomers to his companions, but the younger of the two ladies gave no sign of lending herself to this transaction. The girl was very white. She huddled there silent and rigid, frightened to death, staring expressionless. If Bridget Dormer had seen her at this moment, she might have felt avenged for the discomfiture of her own spirit, suffered at the salon the day before under the challenging eyes of Maud Vavasor. It was plain at the present hour that Miss Vavasor would have run away had she not regarded the persons present as so many guards and keepers. Her appearance made Nick feel as if the little temple of art in which they were collected had been the waiting room of a dentist. Sheringham had seen a great many nervous girls tremble before the same ordeal, and he liked to be kind to them, to say things that would help them to do themselves justice, the probability in a given case, was almost overwhelmingly in favor of their having any other talent one could think of in a higher degree than the dramatic, but he could rarely refrain from some care that the occasion shouldn't be even as against his conscience. Too cruel, there were occasions indeed, that could scarce be too cruel to punish properly certain examples of presumptuous ineptitude. He remembered what Mr. Nash had said about this blighted maiden, and perceived that though she might be inept she was now anything but presumptuous. Gabriel fell to talking with Nick Dormer, while Peter addressed himself to Mrs. Ruth. There was no use as yet for any direct word to the girl, who was too scared even to hear Mrs. Ruth, with her shawl fluttering about her, nestled against her daughter, putting out her hand to take one of Miriam's soothingly. She had pretty silly nearsighted eyes, a long thin nose, and an upper lip which, projected over the under as an ornamental cornice, rests on its support. So much depends really, everything she said in answer to some sociable observation of Sheringham's, "It's either this," and she rolled her eyes expressively about the room, or it's don't know what. Perhaps were too many. Peter hazarded to her daughter, but really y'all find, after you fairly begin, that y'all do better with 4 or 5. Before she answered, she turned her head and lifted her fine eyes. The next instant, he saw they were full of tears. The words she spoke, however, though uttered as if she had tapped a silver gong, had not the note of sensibility. "Oh, I don't care for you." He laughed at this, declared it was very well said, and that if she could give Madame Carr such a specimen as that. The actress came in before he had finished his phrase, and he observed the way the girl ruefully rose to the encounter, hanging her head a little, and looking out from under her brows. There was no sentiment in her face, only a vacancy of awe and anguish, which had not even the merit of being fine of its kind, for it spoke of no spring of reaction. Yet the head was good, he noted at the same moment. It was strong and salient, and made to tell at a distance. Madame Carr scarcely heeded her at first, greeting her only in her order among the others, and pointing to seats composing the circle with smiles and gestures, as if they were all before the prompter's box. The old actress presented herself to a casual glance as a red-faced, raddled woman in a wig with beady eyes, a hooked nose, and pretty hands. But Nick Dormer, who had a sense for the overscored human surface, soon observed that these comparatively gross marks included a great deal of delicate detail, an eyebrow, a nostril, a flitting of expressions, as if a multitude of little facial wires were pulled from within. This accomplished artist had in particular a mouth, which was visibly a rare instrument, a pair of lips whose curves and fine corners spoke of a lifetime of points, unerringly made, and verses exquisitely spoken, helping to explain the purity of the sound that issued from them. Her whole countenance had the look of long service off, a thing infinitely worn and used, drawn and stretched to excess, with its elasticity overdone, and its springs relaxed, yet religiously preserved, and kept in repair, even as some valuable old timepiece, which might have quivered and rumbled, but could be trusted to strike the hour at the first words she spoke. Gabriel Nash exclaimed endearingly, "A la voix de Celimene, who, big red flower on the summit of her dense wig, had a very grand air, a toss of the head, and sundry little majesties of manner, in addition to which she was strange, almost grotesque, and to some people would have been even terrifying, capable of reappearing with her hard eyes, as a queer vision of the darkness." She excused herself for having made the company wait, and mouthed and mimicked in the drollest way, with intonations as fine as a flute, the performance and the pretensions of the belles dames, to whom she had just been endeavoring to communicate a few of the rudiments mais celestless est une plaisanterie. She went on to Mrs. Ruth, "Whereas you and your daughter cheer, madam, I'm sure you are quite another matter." The girl had got rid of her tears and was gazing at her, and Mrs. Ruth leaned forward and said portentously, "She knows 4 languages." Madame Carr gave one of her histrionic stares, throwing back her head. "That's 3 too many the things to do something proper with one." "We're very much in earnest," continued Mrs. Ruth, who spoke excellent French. "I am glad to hear idle, and why a la tête est bien, head's very good," she said, as she looked at the girl. "But let us see, my dear child, what you've got in it." The young lady was still powerless to speak. She opened her lips, but nothing came. With the failure of this effort, she turned her deep somber eyes to the 3 men. "Unbeau regarded Carrie's well," Madame Carr further commented, but even as she spoke Miss Ruth's fine gaze was suffused again, and the next moment she had definitely begun to weep. Nick Dormer sprung up. He felt embarrassed and intrusive. There was such an indelicacy in sitting there to watch a poor working girl's struggle with timidity. There was a momentary confusion. Mrs. Ruth's tears were seen also to flow. Mr. Nash took it gaily, addressing, however, at the same time, the friendliest, most familiar encouragement to his companions, and Peter Sheringham offered to retire with Nick on the spot, should their presence incommode the young lady, but the agitation was over in a minute. Madame Carr motioned Mrs. Ruth out of her seat, and took her place beside the girl, and Nash explained judiciously to the other men that she'd be worse, should they leave her. Her mother begged them to remain so that there should be at least some English. She spoke as if the old actress were an army of Frenchwomen. The young heroine of the occasion quickly came round, and Madame Carr on the sofa beside her held her hand, and emitted a perfect music of reassurance. The nerves, the nervous, they're half our affair. Have as many as you like, if you've got something else to voyansto, you know anything. I know some pieces. Some pieces of the repertoire. Miriam Ruth stared as if she didn't understand. I know some poetry. English, French, Italian, German, said her mother. Madame Carr gave Mrs. Ruth a look, which expressed irritation at the recurrence of this announcement. Does she wish to act in all those tongues? The phrasebook isn't the comedy. It's only to show you how she has been educated. Ah, cheer, madame, there's no education that matters, I mean, save the right one. Your daughter must have a particular form of speech, like me, like ces messieurs. You see if I can speak French, said the girl, smiling dimly at her hostess. She appeared now almost to have collected herself. You speak it in perfection. And English just as well, said Miss Ruth. You ought to be an actress, you ought to be a governess. Oh, don't tell us that it's to escape from that, pleaded Mrs. Ruth. I am very sure your daughter will escape from that. Peter Sheringham was moved to interpose. Oh, if you could help her, said the lady, with a world of longing. She has certainly all the qualities that strike the eye. Peter returned. You're most kind, sir, Mrs. Ruth declared, elegantly draping herself. She knows I've heard her do Gabriel Nash said to Madame Carr. And she knows Juliet, she knows Lady Macbeth and Cleopatra, added Mrs. Ruth. Voyons, my dear child, do you wish to work for the French stage, or for the English? The old actress demanded. Ours would have sore need of you, Miss Ruth Sheringham gallantly threw off. Could you speak to anyone in London? Could you introduce her? Her mother eagerly asked. Dear madam, I must hear her first, and hear what Madame Carr says. She has a voice of rare beauty, and I understand voices, said Mrs. Ruth. Ah, then, if she has intelligence, she has every gift. She has a most poetic mind, the old lady went on. I should like to paint her portrait. She's made for that. Nick Dormer ventured to observe to Mrs. Ruth, partly because struck with the girl's suitability for sitting, partly to mitigate the crudity of inexpressive spectatorship. So all the artists say. I've had 3 or 4 heads of her. If you would like to see them, she has been done in several styles. If you were to do her, I am sure it would make her celebrated. And me too, Nick easily laughed. It would indeed. A member of Parliament, Nash declared. Ah, I have the honor, murmured Mrs. Ruth, looking gratified and mystified. Nick explained that she had no honor at all, and meanwhile Madame Carr had been questioning the girl. Cheer, madame, I can do nothing with your daughter, she knows too much. She broke out. It's a pity, because I like to catch them wild. Oh, she's wild enough if that's all, and that's the very point. The question of where to try, Mrs. Ruth went on into what do I launch hair upon? What dangerous stormy, see, I've thought of it so anxiously. Try harrowtry, the French public they're so much the most serious, said Gabriel Nash. Ah, no, try the English, there's such a rare opening. Sheringham urged in quick opposition. Oh, it isn't the public, dear gentleman, it's the private side. The other peoplates the life, it's the moral atmosphere. Genie canise queen sinella, not her. Madame Carr declared. I am assured by everyone who knows that there's no other. Very correctly assured, said Mr. Nash. The theater in our countries is puerile and barbarous. There's something to be done for it, and perhaps mademoiselle's the person to do it, Sheringham contentiously suggested. Ah, but an attendant, what can it do for her? Madame Carr asked. Well, anything I can help to bring about, said Peter Sheringham, more and more struck with the girl's rich type. Miriam Ruth sat in silence, while this discussion went on, looking from one speaker to the other with a strange dependent candor. Ah, if your part's marked out, I congratulate you, mademoiselle. The old actress underlined the words, as she had often underlined others on the stage. She smiled with large permissiveness on the young aspirant, who appeared not to understand her. Her tone penetrated, however, to certain depths in the mother's nature, adding another stir to agitated waters. I feel the responsibility of what she shall find in the life the standards of the theater, Mrs. Ruth explained, where is the purest toneware, are the highest standards. That's what I ask, the good lady continued with a misguided intensity, which elicited a peal of unceremonious but sociable laughter from Gabriel Nash. The purest tonquests, quest est queca Madame Carr, demanded in the finest manner of modern comedy. We're very, very respectable, Mrs. Ruth went on, but now smiling and achieving lightness too. What I want is to place my daughter where the conduct and the picture of conduct, in which she should take part, wouldn't be quite absolutely dreadful. Now cheer, madame, how about all that? How about conduct in the French theatrical? The things she should see, the things she should hear, the things she should learn. Her hostess took it as Sheringham felt to tresh out. I don't think I know what you're talking about. They're the things she may see and hear and learn everywhere, only they're better done. They're better said, above all, they're better taught. The only conduct that concerns an actress, it seems to me, is her own, and the only way for her to behave herself is not to be a helpless stick. I know no other conduct. But there are characters, there are situations, which I don't think I should like to see her undertake. There are many, no doubt, which she would do well to leave alone, laughed the Frenchwoman. I shouldn't like to see her represent a very bad woman, a really bad one, Mrs. Ruth serenely pursued. Ah, in England, then, and in your theater, everyone's immaculately good. Your plays must be even more ingenious than I supposed. We haven't any plays, said Gabriel Nash. People will write them for Miss Ruth. It will be a new era, Sheringham threw in with wanton, or at least with combative optimism. Will you, sir, will you do something, a sketch of one of our grand English ideals? The old lady asked engagingly. Oh, I know what you do with our picesto. Show your superior virtue, Madame Carr cried, before he had time to reply that he wrote nothing but diplomatic memoranda. Bad women. Geni jau queca madame, really bad. I tried to make them real. I can say, Elle aventurière, Miriam interrupted in a cold voice, which seemed to hint at a want of participation in the maternal solicitudes. Allow us the pleasure of hearing you, then Madame Carr will give you the replique, said Peter Sheringham. Certainly, my child, I can say it without the book, Madame Carr responded. Put yourself there, move that chair a little away. She patted her young visitor, encouraging her to rise, settling with her the scene they should take, while the three men sprang up to arrange a place for the performance. Miriam left her seat and looked vaguely about her. Then, having taken off her hat and given it to her mother, she stood on the designated spot with her eyes to the ground. Abruptly, however, instead of beginning the scene, Madame Carr turned to the elder lady with an air which showed that a rejoinder to this visitor's remarks of a moment before had been gathering force in her breast. You mix things up, cheer, madame, and I have it on my heart to tell you, so I believe it's rather the case with you other English. And I've never been able to learn that either your morality or your talent is the gainer by it. To be too respectable to go where things are done best is, in my opinion, to be very vicious indeed. And to do them badly in order to preserve your virtue is to fall into a grossness more shocking than any other. To do them well is virtue enough, and not to make a mess of it the only respectability that's hard enough to merit paradise. Everything else is base humbug. Voila, cheer, madame, the answer I have for your scruples. It's admirable, and I am glad my friend Dormer here has had the great advantage of hearing you utter it, Nash exclaimed with a free designation of Nick. That young man thought it in effect a speech denoting an intelligence of the question, yet he rather resented the idea that Gabriel should assume it would strike him as a revelation, and to show his familiarity with the line of thought it indicated, as well as to play his part appreciatively in the little circle. He observed to Mrs. Ruth, as if they might take many things for granted, in other words, your daughter must find her safeguard in the artistic conscience. But he had no sooner spoken than he was struck with the oddity of their discussing so publicly, and under the poor girl's handsome nose, the conditions which Miss Ruth might find the best for the preservation of her personal integrity. However, the anomaly was light and unoppressive. Echoes of a public discussion of delicate questions seemed to linger so familiarly in the egotistical little room. Moreover, the heroine of the occasion evidently was losing her embarrassment. She was the priestess on the tripod, awaiting the afflatus, and thinking only of that, her bared head, of which she had changed the position, holding it erect, while her arms hung at her sides, was admirable. Her eyes gazed straight out of the window, and at the houses on the opposite side of the Rue de Constantinople. Mrs. Ruth had listened to Madame Carr with startled, respectful attention, but Nick, considering her, was very sure she hadn't at all taken in the great artist's little lesson, yet this didn't prevent her from exclaiming in answer to himself, "Oh, a fine artistic life, what, indeed, is more beautiful?" Peter Sheringham had said nothing. He was watching Miriam and her attitude. She wore a black dress, which fell in straight folds. Her face under her level brows was pale, and regular it had a strange, strong, tragic beauty. "I don't know what's in her," he said to himself. Nothing it would seem from her persistent vacancy, but such a face as that, such a head, is a fortune. Madame Carr brought her to book, giving her the first line of the speech of Clorinde Vus, ni me fias pas mon enfant aujourd'hui. But still the girl hesitated, and for an instant appeared to make a vain convulsive effort. In this convulsion, she frowned portentously. Her low forehead overhung her eyes. The eyes themselves, in shadow, stared splendid and cold, and her hands clenched themselves at her sides. She looked austere and terrible, and was during this moment an incarnation, the vividness of which drew from Sheringham a stifled cry. "Elle est bien belle," murmured the old actress, and in the pause which still preceded the issue of sound from the girl's lips, Peter turned to his kinsman and said in a low tone, "You must paint her just like that." "Like that?" "As the Tragic Muse." She began to speak. A long, strong, colorless voice quavered in her young throat. She delivered the lines of Clorinde in the admired interview with Selly, the gem of the third act, with a rude monotony, and then gaining confidence with an effort at modulation, which was not altogether successful, and which evidently she felt not to be so. Madame Carr sent back the ball, without raising her hand, repeating the speeches of Selly, which her memory possessed from their having so often been addressed to her, and uttering the verses with soft communicative art. So they went on through the scene, which when it was over had not precisely been a triumph for Miriam. Ruth Sheringham forbore to look at Gabriel Nash, and Madame Carr said, "I think you've a voice, ma Phil, somewhere or other. We must try and put our hand on it." Then she asked her what instruction she had had, and the girl, lifting her eyebrows, looked at her mother, while her mother prompted her. "Mrs. Delamere in London. She was once an ornament of the English stage. She gives lessons just to a very few. It's a great favor, such a very nice person. But above all, Signor Ruggieri, I think he taught us most." Mrs. Ruth explained that this gentleman was an Italian tragedian in Rome, who instructed Miriam in the proper manner of pronouncing his language, and also in the art of declaiming and gesticulating. "Gesticulating, ill warrant," declared their hostess, "they mimic. As for the deaf, they emphasize. As for the blind, Mrs. Delamere is doubtless an epitome of all the virtues. But I never heard of her. You travel too much." Madame Carr went on. "That's very amusing. But the way to study is to stay at home, to shut yourself up and hammer at your scales." Mrs. Ruth complained that they had no home to stay at. In reply, to which the old actress exclaimed, "Oh, you English, you're d'une légèreté faire frémir. If you haven't a home you must make, or at least for decency, pretend to one. In our profession, it's the first requisite." "But where, that's what I ask," said Mrs. Ruth. "Why not here?" Sheringham threw out. "Oh, here," and the good lady shook her head, with a world of sad significance. "Come and live in London, and then I shall be able to paint your daughter." Nick Dormer interposed. "Is that all it will take, my dear fellow?" asked Gabriel Nash. "Ah, London's full of memories," Mrs. Ruth went on. "My father had a great house, there we always came up, but all that's over. Study here, and then go to London, to appear," said Peter, feeling frivolous even as he spoke. "To appear in French?" "No, in the language of Shakespeare." "But we can't study that here." "Mr. Sheringham means that he will give you lessons," Madame Carr explained. "Let me not fail to say Ives, an excellent critic." "How do you know Thaddeus Hoare beyond criticism, and perfect?" asked Sheringham, an inquiry, to which the answer was forestalled by the girl's rousing herself, to make it public, that she could recite the Knights of Alfred de Musset. "Diable," said the actress, "that's more than I can. By all means, give us a specimen." The girl again placed herself in position, and rolled out a fragment of one of the splendid conversations of Musset's poet with his muser, rolled it loudly, and proudly tossed it, and tumbled it about the room. Madame Carr watched her at first, but after a few moments, she shut her eyes, though the best part of the business was to take in her young candidate's beauty. Sheringham had supposed Miriam rather abashed by the flatness of her first performance, but he now saw how little she could have been aware of this. She was rather uplifted and emboldened. She made a mush of the divine verses, which, in spite of certain sonorities and cadences, an evident effort to imitate a celebrated actress, a comrade of Madame Carr, whom she had heard declaim them, she produced as if she had been dashing blindfold at some playfellow, she was to catch, when she had finished Madame Carr passed no judgment, only dropping perhaps, you had better say something English. She suggested some little piece of verse, some fable. If there were fables in English she appeared, but scantily surprised to hear that there were no. Teat was a language of which one expected so little. Mrs. Ruth said she knows her Tennyson by heart. I think he's much deeper than La Fontaine. And after some deliberation and delay Miriam broke into the Lotus Eaters, from which she passed directly almost breathlessly to Edward Grey. Sheringham had by this time heard her make 4 different attempts, and the only generalization very present to him was that she uttered these dissimilar compositions in exactly the same tony, a solemn droning dragging measure, suggestive of an exhortation from the pulpit, and adopted evidently with the affecting intention, and from a crude idea of style. It was all funereal yet was artlessly rough. Sheringham thought her English performance less futile than her French, but he could see that Madame Carr listened to it even with less pleasure in the way the girl wailed forth some of her Tennysonian lines. He detected a faint gleam as of something pearly in deep water, but the further she went the more violently she acted on the nerves of Mr. Gabriel Nash. That also he could discover from the way this gentleman ended by slipping discreetly to the window and leaning there with his head out and his back to the exhibition. He had the art of mute expression. His attitude said as clearly as possible, "No, no, you can't call me either ill-mannered or ill-natured. I am the showman of the occasion moreover, and I avert myself leaving you to judge. If there's a thing in life I hate, it's this idiotic new fashion of the drawing-room recitation, and of the insufferable creatures who practice it, who prevent conversation, and whom as they're beneath it, you can't punish by criticism. Therefore what I am doing's only too magnanimous, bringing these benighted women here, paying with my person, stifling my just repugnance." While Sheringham judged privately that the manner in which Miss Ruth had acquitted herself offered no element of interest, he yet remained aware that something surmounted and survived her failure, something that would perhaps be worth his curiosity. It was the element of outline, an attitude, the way she stood, the way she turned her eyes, her head, and moved her limbs. These things held the attention, they had a natural authority, and in spite of their suggesting too much the schoolgirl in the tableau vivant, a plastic grandeur her face moreover grew. As he watched it, something delicate dawned in it, a dim promise of variety, and a touching plea for patience, as if it were conscious of being able to show in time more shades than the simple and striking gloom which had as yet mainly graced it. These rather rude physical felicities formed, in short, her only mark of a vocation. He almost hated to have to recognize them. He had seen them so often, when they meant nothing at all, that he had come at last to regard them as almost a guarantee of incompetence. He knew Madame Carr valued them singly so little that she counted them out in measuring an histrionic nature. When deprived of the escort of other properties which helped and completed them, she almost held them a positive hindrance to success of the only kind she esteemed far oftener than himself. She had sat in judgment on young women for whom hair and eyebrows and a disposition for the statuesque would have worked the miracle of sanctifying their stupidity if the miracle were workable. But that particular miracle never was. The qualities she rated highest were not the gifts, but the conquests, the effects the actor had worked hard for, had dug out of the mine by unwearied study. Sheringham remembered to have had in the early part of their acquaintance a friendly dispute with her on this subject, he having been moved at that time to defend, doubtless to excess, the cause of the gifts. She had gone so far as to say that a serious comedian ought to be ashamed of resting his case on them, and when Sheringham had cited the great Rachel as a player whose natural endowment was rich, and who had owed her highest triumphs to it, she had declared that Rachel was the very instance that proved her point of talent, assisted by 1 or 2 primary aids of voice and a portentous brow, but essentially formed by work, unremitting and ferocious work. "I don't care a straw for your handsome girls," she said, "but bring me one who's ready to drudge the 10th part of the way Rachel drudged, and ill forgive her beauty, of course, note as bien Rachel wasn't a gross bete, that's a gift if you like." Mrs. Ruth, who was evidently very proud of the figure her daughter had made, her daughter, who for all one could tell affected their hostess precisely as a gross, appealed to Madame Carr rashly and serenely for a verdict. But fortunately, this lady's voluble bonne came rattling in at the same moment with the tea tray. The old actress busied herself in dispensing this refreshment and hospitable attention to her English visitors, and under cover of the diversion thus obtained, while the others talked together, Sheringham put her the question, "Well, is there anything in my young friend Nothing I can see. She's loud and coarse. She's very much afraid, you must allow for that. Afraid of me immensely, but not a bit afraid of her authorshner of you. Madame Carr smiled. Aren't you prejudiced by what that fellow Nash has told you? Why prejudiced? He only told me she was very handsome. And don't you think her so admirable? But I am not a photographer, nor a dressmaker, nor a coiffeur. I can't do anything with back hair, nor with a mere big stare. The head's very noble, said Peter Sheringham, and the voice when she spoke English had some sweet tones. Ah, your English. Possibly all I can say is that I listened to her conscientiously, and I didn't perceive in what she did a single nuance, a single inflection or intention, but not one moan share. I don't think she's intelligent. But don't they often seem stupid at first? Say always. Then don't some succeed even when they're a handsome. When they're a handsome, they always succeed in one way or another. You don't understand us English, said Peter Sheringham. Madame Carr drank her tea. Then she replied, marry her, my son, and give her diamonds, make her an ambassadress. Shall look very well. She interests you so little that you don't care to do anything for her. To do anything. To give her a few lessons. The old actress looked at him a moment, after which, rising from her place near the table, on which the tea had been served, she said to Miriam, Ruth, my dear child, I give my voice for the scene anglaise. You did the English things best. Did I do them well? Asked the girl. You've a great deal to learn, but you've rude force the main things sont encore digager, but they'll come. You must work. I think she has ideas, said Mrs. Ruth. She gets them from you, Madame Carr replied. I must say that if it's to be our theatre, I am relieved. I do think ours safer, the good lady continued. Ours is dangerous, no doubt. You mean you're more severe, said the girl. Your mother's right, the actress smiled. You have ideas. But what shall we do then? How shall we proceed? Mrs. Ruth made this appeal plaintively and vaguely to the three gentlemen, but they had collected a few steps off, and were so occupied in talk that it failed to reach them. Work, 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 exclaimed the actress. In English, I can play Shakespeare. I want to play Shakespeare. Miriam made known. That's fortunate, as in English you haven't anyone else to play. But he's so great and he's so pure, said Mrs. Ruth. That indeed seems the saving of you, Madame Carr returned. You think me actually pretty bad, don't you? The girl demanded with her serious face. Mon Dieu, que vous durage, of course you're a rough, but so was I at your age, and if you find your voice, it may carry you far. Besides, what does it matter what I think? How can I judge for your English public? How shall I find my voice? Asked Miriam Ruth. By trying ill and why a queca work like a horse night and day. Besides, Mr. Sheringham, as he says, will help you. That gentleman, hearing his name, turned round, and the girl appealed to him. Will you help me really? To find her voice, said Madame Carr. The voice, when it's worth anything, comes from the heart, so I suppose that's where to look for it, Gabriel Nash suggested. Much you know you haven't got any, Miriam retorted with the first scintillation of gaiety she had shown on this occasion. Any voice, my child? Mr. Nash inquired. Any heart or any manners? Peter Sheringham made the secret reflection that he liked her better lugubrious, as the note of pertness was not totally absent from her mode of emitting these few words. He was irritated, moreover, for in the brief conference he had just had with the young lady's introducer, he had had to meet the rather difficult call of speaking of her hopefully. Mr. Nash had said with his bland smile, and what impression does my young friend make in respect? To which Peter's optimism felt engaged by an awkward logic. He answered that he recognized promise, though he did nothing of the sort, at the same time that the poor girl, both with the exaggerated points of her person and the vanity of her attempt at expression, constituted a kind of challenge, struck him as a subject for inquiry, a problem, an explorable tract she was too bad to jump at, and yet too tacking perhaps after all. Only vulgar litto overlook, especially when resting her tragic eyes on him, with the trust of her deep. Really this note affected him as addressed directly to his honor, giving him a chance to brave verisimilitude, to brave ridicule even a little, in order to show in a special case what he had always maintained in general, that the direction of a young person's studies for the stage may be an interest of as high an order as any other artistic appeal. Mr. Nash has rendered us the great service of introducing us to Madame Carr, and I am sure we're immensely indebted to him, Mrs. Ruth said to her daughter with an air affectionately corrective. But what good does that do us? The girl asked, smiling at the actress, and gently laying her fingertips upon her hand, Madame Carr listens to me with adorable patience, and then sends me about my business in the prettiest way in the world. Mademoiselle, you're not so rough, the tone of that's very just, la bonne hero work. The actress cried, there was an inflection, there or very nearly practice it till you've got it. Come and practice it to me, if your mother will be so kind as to bring you, said Peter Sheringham. Do you give lessons, you understand? Miriam asked. I am an old playgoer, and I've an unbounded belief in my own judgment. Old sir is too much to say, Mrs. Ruth remonstrated. My daughter knows your high position. But she's very direct, y'all always find her so. Perhaps y'all say, there are less honorable faults. Well, come to see you with pleasure. Oh, I've been at the embassy when I was her age, therefore, why shouldn't she go today? That was in Lord Davenant's time. A few people are coming to tea with me tomorrow. Perhaps y'all come then, at 5 o'clock. It will remind me of the dear old times, said Mrs. Ruth. Thank you, I'll try, and do better tomorrow, Miriam professed very sweetly. You do better, every minute, Sheringham returned, and he looked at their hostess, in support of this declaration. She's finding her voice, Madame Carr acknowledged. She's finding a friend, Mrs. Ruth threw. And don't forget when you come to London, my hope, that y'all come and see me. Nick Dormer said to the girl to try and paint you. That would do me good. She's finding even too, said Madame Carr. It's to make up for one I've lost. And Miriam looked with very good stagescorn at Gabriel Nash. It's he who thinks I'm bad. You say that to make me drive you home, you know it will, Nash returned. Well, I'll take you home, why not? Sheringham asked. Madame Carr looked at the handsome girl, handsomer than ever at this moment, and at the three young men, who had taken their hats and stood ready to accompany her. A deeper expression came for an instant into her hard, bright eyes, a la Junas. She sighed, you'd always have that, my child, if you were the greatest goose on earth. Roman 8. At Peter Sheringham's, the next day, Miriam had so evidently come with the expectation of saying something that it was impossible. Such a patron of the drama should forbear to invite her little, as the exhibition at Madame Carr's could have contributed to render the invitation prompt. His curiosity had been more appeased than stimulated, but he felt none the less that he had taken up the dark-browed girl and her reminiscential mother, and must face the immediate consequences of the act. This responsibility weighed upon him during the 24 hours that followed the ultimate dispersal of the little party at the door of the Hôtel de la Garonne. On quitting Madame Carr, the two ladies had definitely declined Mr. Nash's offered cab and had taken their way homeward on foot, and with the gentlemen in attendance, the streets of Paris at that hour were bright and episodical, and Sheringham trod them good-humoredly enough, and not too fast, leaning a little to talk with Miriam as he went. Their pace was regulated by her mother's, who advanced on the arm of Gabriel Nash. Nick Dormer was on her other side in refined deprecation. Her sloping back was before them, exempt from retentive stillness, in spite of her rigid principles, with the little drama of her lost and recovered shawl perpetually going on. Sheringham said nothing to the girl about her performance or her powers. Their talk was only of her manner of life with her mother, their travels, their pensions, their economies, their want of a home, the many cities she knew well, the foreign tongues, and the wide view of the world she had acquired. He guessed easily enough the dolorous type of exile of the two ladies, wanderers in search of continental cheapness, inured to queer contacts and compromises, remarkably well connected in England. But going out for their meals, the girl was but indirectly communicative, though seemingly less from any plan of secrecy than from the habit of associating with people whom she didn't honor with her confidence. She was fragmentary and abrupt, as well as not in the least shy, subdued to dread of Madame Carr, as she had been for the time. She gave Sheringham a reason for this fear, and he thought her reason innocently pretentious. She admired a great artist more than anything in the world, and in the presence of great art, her heart beat so fast. Her manners were not perfect, and the friction of a varied experience had rather roughened than smoothed her. She said nothing that proved her intelligent, even though he guessed this to be the design of 2 or 3 of her remarks. But he parted from her with the suspicion that she was, according to the contemporary French phrase, a nature. The Hôtel de la Garonne was in a small, unrenovated street, in which the cobblestones of old Paris still flourished, lying between the Avenue de l'Opéra and the Place de la Bourse. Sheringham had occasionally traversed the high dimness, but had never noticed the tall, stale mason meuble, the aspect of which, that of a third-rate provincial inn, was an illustration of Mrs. Ruth's shrunken standard. We would ask you to come up, but it's quite at the top. And we haven't a sitting room, the poor lady bravely explained. We had to receive Mr. Nash at a cafe. Nick Dormer declared that he liked cafes, and Miriam, looking at his cousin, dropped with a flash of passion. The demand, do you wonder I should want to do something so that we can stop living like pigs? Peter recognized the next day that though it might be boring to listen to her, it was better to make her recite than to let her do nothing. So effectually did the presence of his sister, and that of Lady Agnes, and even of Grace and Biddy, appear by a strange tacit opposition to deprive hers ornamental as it was of a reason. He had only to see them all together to perceive that she couldn't pass for having come to meet Themeve, and her mother's insinuating gentility failed to put the occasion on that footing, and that she must therefore be assumed to have been brought to show them something. She was not subdued, not colorless enough to sit there for nothing, or even for conversation, the sort of conversation that was likely to come off so that it was inevitable to treat her position as connected with the principal place on the carpet, with silence and attention, and the pulling together of chairs, even when so established. It struck him at first as precarious in the light, or the darkness of the inexpressive faces of the other ladies seated in couples and rows on sofas. There were several in addition to Julia, and the Dormers, mainly the wives with their husbands of Sheringham's fellows credare, scarcely one of whom he felt he might count upon for a modicum of gush when the girl should have finished. Miss Ruth gave a representation of Juliet drinking the potion, according to the system, as her mother explained of the famous Signor Ruggiero scene of high fierce sound of many cries and contortions. She shook her hair, which proved magnificent half down. Before the performance was over then, she declaimed several short poems, by Victor Hugo, selected many hundred by Mrs. Ruth, as the good lady was careful to make known. After this, she jumped to the American lyre, regaling the company with specimens both familiar and fresh of Longfellow, Lowell, Whittier, Holmes, and of 2 or 3 poetesses, now revealed to Sheringham for the first time. She flowed so copiously, keeping the floor, and rejoicing visibly in her luck, that her host was mainly occupied with wondering how he could make her leave off. He was surprised at the extent of her repertory, which, in view of the circumstance that she could never have received much encouragement, it must have come mainly from her mother. And he didn't believe in Signor Ruggiero. Noted a very stiff ambition and a blundering energy. It was her mother who checked her at last, and he found himself suspecting that Gabriel Nash had intimated to the old woman that interference was necessary for himself. He was chiefly glad Madame Carr hadn't come. It was present to him that she would have judged the exhibition with its badness, its impudence, the absence of criticism, wholly indecent. His only new impression of the heroine of the scene was that of this same high assurance, her coolness, her complacency, her eagerness to go on. She had been deadly afraid of the old actress, but was not a bit afraid of a cluster of femmes, du monde, of Julia, of Lady Agnes, of the smart women of the embassy. It was positively these personages who were rather in fear. There was certainly a moment when even Julia was scared for the first time he had ever remarked it. The space was too small, the cries, the convulsions and rushes of the disheveled girl were too near. Lady Agnes wore much of the time the countenance she might have shown at the theatre during a play in which pistols were fired, and indeed the manner of the young reciter had become more spasmodic and more explosive. It appeared, however, that the company in general thought her very clever and successful, which showed to Sheringham's sense how little they understood the matter. Poor Biddy was immensely struck. She grew flushed and absorbed in proportion as Miriam at her best moments became pale and fatal. It was she who spoke to her first, after it was agreed that they had better not fatigue her any more. She advanced a few steps, happening to be nearest, murmured, "Oh, thank you so much. I never saw anything so beautiful, so grand." She looked very red and very pretty as she said this, and Peter Sheringham liked her enough to notice her more and like her better when she looked prettier than usual. As he turned away, he heard Miriam make answer with no great air of appreciation of her tribute, "I've seen you before 2 days ago at the salon, with Mr. Dormer. Yes, I know he's your brother. I've made his acquaintance, since he wants to paint my portrait. Do you think he'll do it well?" He was afraid the girl was something of a brutile, so somewhat grossly vain. This impression would perhaps have been confirmed if a part of the rest of the short conversation of the 2 young women had reached his ear. Biddy ventured to observe that she herself had studied modeling a little, and that she could understand how any artist would think Miss Ruth a splendid subject. If indeed she could attempt her head, that would be a chance indeed. "Thank you," said Miriam with a laugh as of high comedy. I think I had rather not passer par tout la famille. Then she added, if your brother's an artist, I don't understand how he's in Parliament. Oh, he isn't in Parliament. No, we only hope he will be. Ah, I see. And he isn't an artist, either, Biddy felt herself conscientiously bound to state. Then he isn't anything, said Miss Ruth. Well, is immensely clever. Ah, I see, Miss Ruth again, replied Mr. Nash has puffed him up so. I don't know, Mr. Nash, said Biddy, guilty of a little dryness, as well as of a little misrepresentation, and feeling rather snubbed. Well, you needn't wish to. Biddy stood with her a moment longer, still looking at her, and not knowing what to say next, but not finding her any less handsome. Because she had such odd manners, Biddy had an ingenious little mind, which always tried as much as possible to keep different things separate. It was pervaded now by the reflection, attended with some relief, that if the girl spoke to her with such unexpected familiarity of Nick, she said nothing at all about Peter. Two gentlemen came up, two of Peter's friends, and made speeches to Miss Ruth of the kind Biddy supposed people learned to make in Paris. It was also doubtless in Paris, the girl privately reasoned, that they learned to listen to them as this striking performer listened. She received their advances very differently from the way she had received Biddy's. Sheringham noticed his young kinswoman turn away, still very red, to go and sit near her mother again, leaving Miriam engaged with the two men. It appeared to have come over her that for a moment she had been strangely spontaneous and bold, and that she had paid a little of the penalty. The seat next her mother was occupied by Mrs. Ruth, toward whom Lady Agnes' head had inclined itself with a preoccupied tolerance. He had the conviction Mrs. Ruth was telling her about the Neville Nugents of Castle Nugent, and that Lady Agnes was thinking it odd she never had heard of them. He said to himself that Biddy was generous. She had urged Julia to come in order that they might see how bad the strange young woman would be. But now that the event had proved dazzling, she forgot this calculation and rejoiced in what she innocently supposed to be the performer's triumph. She kept away from Julia, however. She didn't even look at her to invite her also to confess that in vulgar parlance they had been sold. He himself spoke to his sister, who was leaning back with a detached air in the corner of a sofa, saying something which led her to remark in reply, "Ah, I dare say it's extremely fine. But I don't care for tragedy when it treads on one's toes. She's like a cow who has kicked over the milking pail. She ought to be tied up." My poor Julia, it isn't extremely fine. It isn't fine at all, Sheringham returned with some irritation. Pardon me then, I thought that was why you invited us. I imagined she was different, Peter said a little foolishly. Ah, if you don't care for her so much the better. It has always seemed to me you make too awfully much of those people. Oh, I do care for her, Torother. She's interesting. His sister gave him a momentary mystified glance, and he added, and she's dreadful. He felt stupidly annoyed, and was ashamed of his annoyance, as he could have assigned no reason for it. It didn't grow less for the moment from his seeing Gabriel Nash approach Julia, introduced by Nick Dormer. He gave place to the two young men with some alacrity, for he had a sense of being put in the wrong in respect to their specimen by Nash's very presence. He remembered how it had been a part of their bargain, as it were, that he should present that gentleman to his sister. He was not sorry to be relieved of the office by Nick, and he even tacitly and ironically wished his kinsman's friend joy of a colloquy with Mrs. Dallow. Sheringham's life was spent with people. He was used to people, and both as host and as guest he carried the social burden in general lightly. He could observe especially in the former capacity without uneasiness, and take the temperature without anxiety. But at present his company oppressed him. He felt worried, and that he showed it, which was the thing in the world he had ever held least in honor to a gentleman dedicated to diplomacy. He was vexed with the levity that had made him call his roomful together on so poor a pretext, and yet was vexed with the stupidity that made the witnesses so evidently find the pretext sufficient. He inwardly groaned at the delusion under which he had saddled himself with the tragic muse, who was strident and pertand, yet wished his visitors would go away and leave him alone with her. Nick Dormer said to Mrs. Dallow that he wanted her to know an old friend of his, one of the cleverest men he knew, and he added the hope that she would be gentle and encouraging with him. He was so timid and so easily disconcerted. Mr. Nash hereupon dropped into a chair by the arm of her sofa. Their companion went away, and Mrs. Dallow turned her glance upon her new acquaintance without a perceptible change of position. Then she emitted with rapidity the remark, "It's very awkward when people are told one's clever." "It's only awkward if one isn't," Gabriel smiled. Yes, but so few people are enough to be talked about. Isn't that just the reason why such a matter, such an exception ought to be mentioned to them? He asked. They might find it out for themselves, of course, however. As you say, there ought to be a certainty. Then they're a surer to know it. Dormer's a dear fellow, but he's rash and superficial. Mrs. Dallow at this incitement turned her glance a second time on her visitor, but during the rest of the conversation, she rarely repeated the movement. If she liked Nick Dormer extremely, and it may without more delay be communicated to the reader that she did, her liking was of a kind that opposed no difficulty whatever to her not liking in case of such a complication, a person attached, or otherwise belonging to him. It was not in her nature to put up with others for the sake of an individual she loved. The putting up was usually consumed in the loving, and with nothing left over if the affection that isolates and simplifies its object may be distinguished from the affection that seeks communications and contracts for it. Julia Dallows was quite of the encircling, not to say the narrowing sort. She was not so much jealous as essentially exclusive. She desired no experience for the familiar and yet partly unsounded kinsman in whom she took an interest that she wouldn't have desired for herself. And indeed the cause of her interest in him was partly the vision of his helping her to the particular extensions she did desireth taste and thrill of great affairs, and of public action. To have such ambitions for him appeared to her the highest honor she could do him. Her conscience was in it, as well as her inclination, and her scheme to her sense was noble enough to varnish over any disdain she might feel for forces drawing him another way. She had a prejudice in general against his existing connections, a suspicion of them, and a supply of offhand contempt in waiting. It was a singular circumstance that she was skeptical even when knowing her as well as he did. He thought them worth recommending to her. The recommendation, indeed, mostly confirmed the suspicion. This was a law from which Gabriel Nash was condemned to suffer, if suffering could on any occasion be predicated of Gabriel Nash. His pretension was in truth that he had purged his life of such possibilities of waste, though probably he would have admitted that, if that fair vessel should spring a leak, the wound in its side would have been dealt by a woman's hand in dining 2 evenings before with her brother. And with the Dormers, Mrs. Dallow had been moved to exclaim that Peter and Nick knew the most extraordinary people. As regards Peter, the attitudinizing girl and her mother now pointed that moral with sufficient vividness, so that there was little arrogance in taking a similar quality for granted of the conceited man at her elbow, who sat there, as if he might be capable from one moment to another of leaning over the arm of her sofa. She had not the slightest wish to talk with him about himself, and was afraid for an instant that he was on the point of passing from the chapter of his cleverness to that of his timidity. It was a false alarm, however, for he only animadverted on the pleasures of the elegant extract hurled, literally hurl, in general from the center of the room at one's defenseless head. He intimated that, in his opinion, these pleasures were all for the performers. The auditors had, at any rate, given Miss Ruth a charming afternoon. That, of course, was what Mrs. Dallow's kind brother had mainly intended in arranging the little party. Julia hated to hear him call her brother kind. The term seemed offensively patronizing, but he himself, he related, was now constantly employed in the same beneficence, listening 2/3 of his time to intonations and shrieks. She had doubtless observed it herself how the great current of the age, the adoration of the mime, was almost too strong for any individual, how it swept one along and dashed one against the rocks. As she made no response to this proposition, Gabriel Nash asked her if she hadn't been struck with the main sign of the time, the preponderance of the mountebank, the glory and renown, the personal favor he enjoyed. Hadn't she noticed what an immense part of the public attention he held in London, at least for in Paris society, was not so pervaded with him, and the women of the profession in particular were not in every drawing-room? I don't know what you mean, Mrs. Dallow said. I know nothing of any such people. Aren't they under your feet, wherever you turn? Their performances, their portraits, their speeches, their autobiographies, their names, their manners, their ugly mugs, as the people say, and their idiotic pretensions. I dare say it depends on the places one goes to. If they're everywhere. And she paused a moment. I don't go everywhere. I don't go anywhere, but they mount on my back at home like the old man of the sea. Just observe a little when you return to London, Mr. Nash went on with friendly instructiveness. Julia got up at this, didn't like receiving directions, but no other corner of the room appeared to offer her any particular reason for crossing to it. She never did such a thing without a great inducement, so she remained standing there, as if she were quitting the place in a moment, which indeed she now determined to do, and her interlocutor rising also lingered beside her unencouraged. But unperturbed, he proceeded to remark that Mr. Sheringham was quite right to offer Miss Ruth an afternoon's sport. She deserved it as a fine, brave, amiable girl. She was highly educated, knew a dozen languages, was of illustrious lineage, and was immensely particular. Immensely particular, Mrs. Dallow repeated. Perhaps I should say rather that her mother's so, on her behalf, particular about the sort of people they meet. The tone. The standard, I am bound to say, they ray like you, they don't go everywhere, that spirit's not so common in the mob calling itself good society, as not to deserve mention. She said nothing for a moment. She looked vaguely round the room, but not at Miriam Ruth nevertheless. She presently dropped as in forced reference to her an impatient shake. She's dreadfully vulgar. I don't say that to my friend Dormer. Mr. Nash laughed. Are you and he such great friends? Mrs. Dallow asked, meeting his eyes. Great enough to make me hope we shall be greater. Again for a little she said nothing, but then went on. Why shouldn't I say to him that she's vulgar? Because he admires her so much he wants to paint her. To paint her. To paint her portrait. Oh, I see, I dare say she'd do for that. Mr. Nash showed further amusement. If that's your opinion of her, Ure, not very complimentary to the art. He aspires to practice. He aspires to practice, she echoed afresh. Haven't you talked with him about it? Ah, you must keep him up to it. Julia Dallow was conscious for a moment of looking uncomfortable, but it relieved her to be able to demand of her neighbor, with a certain manner, are you an artist? I try to be. Nash smiled, but I work in such difficult material. He spoke this with such a clever suggestion of mysterious things, that she was to hear herself once more pay him the attention of taking him up difficult material. I work in life. At this, she turned away, leaving him the impression that she probably misunderstood his speech, thinking he meant that he drew from the living model, or some such platitude, as if there could have been any likelihood he would have dealings with the dead. This, indeed, would not fully have explained the abruptness with which she dropped their conversation. Gabriel, however, was used to sudden collapses, and even to sudden ruptures on the part of those addressed by him, and no man had more the secret of remaining gracefully with his conversational wares on his hands. He saw Mrs. Dallow approach Nick Dormer, who was talking with one of the ladies of the embassy, and apparently signify that she wished to speak to him. He got up, and they had a minute's talk, after which he turned and took leave of his fellow visitors. She said a word to her brother. Nick joined her, and they then came together to the door. In this movement they had to pass near Nash, and it gave her an opportunity to nod goodbye to him, which he was by no means sure she would have done if Nick hadn't been with her. The young man just stopped. He said to Nash, I should like to see you this evening late. You must meet me somewhere. Well, take a walk. I should like that. Nash replied, I shall smoke a cigar at the café on the corner of the Place de l'Opéra. Find me there. He prepared to compass his own departure. But before doing so, he addressed himself to the duty of a few civil words. To Lady Agnes this effort proved vain, for, on one side, she was defended by the wall of the room, and on the other rendered inaccessible by Miriam's mother, who clung to her with a quickly rooted fidelity, showing no symptom of desistance. Nash declined perforce upon her daughter Grace, who said to him, You were talking with my cousin Mrs. Dallow. To her rather than with her he smiled. Ah, she's very charming, Grace said. She's very beautiful. And very clever, the girl continued. Very, very intelligent. His conversation with Miss Dormer went little beyond this, and he presently took leave of Peter Sheringham, remarking to him, as they shook hands, that he was very sorry for him, but he had courted his fate. What do you mean by my fate? Sheringham asked. You've got them for life. Why for life, when I now clearly and courageously recognize that she isn't good? Ah, but shall become so, said Gabriel Nash. Do you think that? Sheringham brought out with a candor that made his visitor laugh. You will, that's more to the purpose, the latter declared as he went away. 10 minutes later Lady Agnes substituted a general vague assent for all further particular ones, drawing off from Mrs. Ruth, and from the rest of the company with her daughters. Peter had had very little talk with Biddy, but the girl kept her disappointment out of her pretty eyes, and said to him, You told us she didn't know how, but she does. There was no suggestion of disappointment in this. Sheringham held her hand a moment. Ah, it's you who know how, dear Biddy, he answered, and he was conscious that if the occasion had been more private, he would have all lawfully kissed her. Presently 3 more of his guests took leave, and Mr. Nash's assurance that he had them for life recurred to him, as he observed that Mrs. Ruth and her damsel quite failed to profit by so many examples. The Lovicks remained a colleague, and his sociable wife and Peter gave them a hint that they were not to plant him there. Only with the 2 ladies Miriam quitted Mrs. Lovick, who had attempted with no great subtlety to engage her, and came up to her host, as if she suspected him of a design of stealing from the room, and had the idea of preventing it. "I want some more tea. Will you give me some more? I feel quite faint. You don't seem to suspect how this sort of thing takes it out of one." Peter apologized extravagantly for not having seen to it that she had proper refreshment, and took her to the round table in a corner, on which the little collation had been served. He poured out tea for her, and pressed bread and butter on her, and petits fours of all which she profusely and methodically partook. It was late, the afternoon had faded, and a lamp been brought in the wide shade of which shed a fair glow on the tea service, and the plates of pretty food. The Lovicks sat with Mrs. Ruth at the other end of the room, and the girl stood at the table drinking her tea, and eating her bread and butter. She consumed these articles so freely that he wondered if she had been truly in want of a mealif. They were so poor as to have to count with that sort of privation. This supposition was softening, but still not so much so as to make him ask her to sit down. She appeared indeed to prefer to stand. She looked better so, as if the freedom, the conspicuity of being on her feet and treading a stage were agreeable to her, while Sheringham lingered near her, all vaguely, his hands in his pockets, and his mind now void of everything but a planned evasion of the theatrical question. There were moments when he was so plentifully tired of it, broke out abruptly, "Confess, you think me intolerably bad." "Intolerably. Only tolerably. I find that worse. Every now and then you do something very right," Sheringham said. "How many such things did I do today?" "Oh, 3 or 4. I don't know that I counted very carefully." She raised her cup to her lips, looking at him over the rim of Ida, proceeding that gave her eyes a strange expression. "It bores you, and you think it disagreeable." She then said, "I mean a girl always talking about herself." He protested. She could never bore him. And she added, "Oh, I don't want compliments, I want the hard, the precious truth. An actress has to talk about herself. What else can she talk about, poor vain thing? She can talk sometimes about other actresses. That comes to the same thing. You want be serious. I am awfully serious." There was something that caught his attention in the note of Thesa, longing, half hopeless, half argumentative, to be believed in. If one really wants to do anything, one must worry it out, of course. Everything doesn't come the first day. She kept on. "I can't see everything at once, but I can see a little more step by step as I go, can't I?" That's the way," he gently enough returned. "When you see the things to do, the art of doing them, will come if you hammer away the great points to see them." "Yes, and you don't think me clever enough for that." "Why do you say so, when I've asked you to come here on purpose?" "You've asked me to come, but I've had no success." "On the contrary, everyone thought you wonderful." "Oh, but they don't know," said Miriam. "Ruth, you've not said a word to me. I don't mind your not having praised me, that would be too banal. But if I am baddened, I know I am dreadful. I wish you'd talk to me about it." "It's delightful to talk to you," Peter found himself saying. "No, it isn't, but it's kind," and she looked away from him. Her voice had with this a quality which made him exclaim every now and then, "You say something." She turned her eyes back to him, and her face had a light. "I don't want it to come by accident." Then she added, "If there's any good to be got from trying, from showing one's self, how can it come, unless one hears the simple truth, the truth that turns one inside out? It's all for Thado, know what one is if one's a stick." "You've great courage, you've rare qualities," Sheringham risked. She had begun to touch him, to seem different. He was glad she had not gone. But for a little she made no answer, putting down her empty cup, and yearning over the table, as for something more to eat. Suddenly, she raised her head, and broke out with vehemence, I will. Y'all do what you want, evidently. I will succeed, I will be great, of course. I know too little, I've seen too little. But I've always liked it, I've never liked anything else. I used to learn things, and do scenes, and rant about the room when I was but 5 years old." She went on, communicative, persuasive, familiar, egotistical, as was necessary and slightly common, or perhaps only natural, with reminiscences, reasons, and anecdotes in unexpected profusion, and with an air of comradeship, of freedom in any relation, which seemed to plead that she was capable at least of embracing that side of the profession she desired to adopt. He noted that if she had seen very little, as she said, she had also seen a great deal, but both her experience and her innocence had been accidental and irregular. She had seen very little acting theater, was always too expensive if she could only go often in Paris, for instance, every night for 6 months to see the best, the worst, everything. She would make things out, would observe and learn what to do, what not to do. It would be a school of schools. But she couldn't without selling the clothes off her back. It was vile and disgusting to be poor. And if ever she were to know the bliss of having a few francs in her pocket, she would make up for it. That she could promise. She had never been acquainted with anyone who could tell her anything, if it was good or bad or right or wrong, except Mrs. Delamere. And poor Ruggery, she supposed they had told her a great deal. But perhaps they hadn't, and she was perfectly willing to give it up if it was bad. Evidently Madame Carr thought. So she thought it was horrid, wasn't it? Perfectly divine, the way the old woman had said those verses, those speeches of Sally. If she would only let her come and listen to her once in a while, like that, it was all she would ask. She had got lots of ideas, just from that half-hour. She had practiced them over and over again. The moment she got home, he might ask her mother, might ask the people next door if Madame Carr didn't think she could work. She might have heard, could she have listened at the door, something that would show her. But she didn't think her even good enough to criticize, since that wasn't criticism. Telling her head was good. Of course her head was good. She needn't travel up to the Cartier eccentriques to find that out. It was her mother, the way she talked, who gave the idea that she wanted to be elegant and moral and a femme du monde. And all that sort of trash, of course, that put people off when they were only thinking of the real right way. Didn't she know, Miriam herself, that this was the one thing to think of? But anyone would be kind to her mother, who knew what a dear she was. She doesn't know when anything's right or wrong. But she's a perfect saint, said the girl, obscuring considerably her vindication. She doesn't mind when I say things over by the hour, dinning them into her ears while she sits there and reads. She's a tremendous reader. She's awfully up in literature. She taught me everything herself. I mean, all that sort of thing. Of course I am not so fond of reading. I go in for the book of life. Sheringham wondered if her mother had not at any rate taught her that phrase. Thought it highly probable it would give on my nerves, the life I lead her, Miriam continued. But she's really a delicious woman. The oddity of this epithet made Peter laugh, and altogether in a few minutes, which is perhaps a sign that he abused his right to be a man of moods. The young lady had produced in him a revolution of curiosity, set his sympathy in motion. Her mixture, as it spread itself before him, was an appeal and a challenge. She was sensitive and dense. She was underbred and fine. Certainly, she was very various, and that was rare. Quite not at this moment. The heavy-eyed, frightened creature, who had pulled herself together with such an effort at Madame Carr's, nor the elated phenomenon, who had just been declaiming, nor the rather affected and contradictious young person with whom he had walked home from the Rue de Constantinople. Was this succession of phases a sign? She was really a case of the celebrated artistic temperament, the nature that made people provoking and interesting. That Sheringham himself was of this shifting complexion is perhaps proved by his odd capacity for being of two different minds, very nearly at the same time. Miriam was pretty, now with felicities and graces, with charming, unusual eyes. Yes, there were things he could do for her. He had already forgotten the chill of Mr. Nash's irony of his prophecy. He was even scarce conscious how little in general he liked hints, insinuations, favors asked obliquely and plaintively. That was doubtless also because the girl was suddenly so taking and so fraternizing. Perhaps, indeed, it was unjust to qualify as roundabout the manner in which Miss Ruth conveyed that it was open to him not only to pay for her lessons, but to meet the expense of her nightly attendance with her mother at instructive exhibitions of theatrical art. It was a large order sending the pair to all the plays, but what Peter now found himself thinking of was not so much its largeness as the possible interest of going with them sometimes, and pointing the moral technical one off, showing her the things he liked, the things he disapproved. She repeated her declaration that she recognized the fallacy of her mother's view of heroines impossibly virtuous, and of the importance of her looking out for such tremendously proper people. One must let her talk. But of course it creates a prejudice, she said, with her eyes on Mr. and Mrs. Lovick, who had got up, terminating their communion with Mrs. Ruth. It's a great muddle, I know, but she can't bear anything coarse or nasty, and quite right too. I shouldn't either if I didn't have to, but I don't care a sou where I go if I can get to act, or who they are if they'll help me. I want to act, that's what I want to do. I don't want to meddle in people's affairs. I can look out for myself. All right, the girl exclaimed roundly, frankly, with a ring of honesty which made her crude and pure. As for doing the bad ones, I am not afraid of that. The bad ones. The bad women in the place, like Madame Carr. I'll do any vile creature. I think y'all do best what you Arian Sheringham laughed for the interest of it. You're a strange girl. Croix bien, doesn't one have to be to want to go and exhibit one's self to a loathsome crowd on a platform with trumpets and a big drum for monito parade one's body and one's soul? He looked at her a moment, her face changed constantly, now it had a fine flush and a noble delicacy. Give it up, you're too good for it. He found himself pleading, I doubt if you've an idea of what girls have to go through. Never, never, never till I'm pelted, she cried. Then stay on here a bit, I'll take you to the theaters. Oh, you dear Miriam, delightedly exclaimed Mr. and Mrs. Lovick, accompanied by Mrs. Ruth, now crossed the room to them, and the girl went on in the same tone, Mamma dear, he's the best friend we've ever had, is a great deal nicer than I thought. So are you, mademoiselle, said Peter Sheringham. Oh, I trust Mr. Sheringham, I trust him infinitely, Mrs. Ruth returned, covering him with her mild respectable wheedling eyes. The kindness of everyone has been beyond everything, Mr. and Mrs. Lovick, can't say enough, they make the most obliging offers, they want you to know their brother. Oh, I say he's no brother of mine, Mr. Lovick protested good-naturedly. They think hell be so suggestive, hell put us up to the right things, Mrs. Ruth went on. It's just a little brother of mine, such a dear, amusing, clever boy, Mrs. Lovick explained. Do you know she has got 9 upon my honor? She has said her husband this one is the 6th fancy, if I had to take them all over. Yes, it makes it rather awkward, Mrs. Lovick amiably conceded. He has gone on the stage, poor darling, but he acts rather well. He tried for the diplomatic service, but he didn't precisely dazzle his examiners, Mr. Lovick further mentioned. Edmund's very nasty about him, there are lots of gentlemen on the stages, not the first. It's such a comfort to hear that, said Mrs. Ruth. I am much obliged to you. Has he got a theater? Miriam asked. My dear young lady, he hasn't even got an engagement, replied the young man's terrible brother. He hasn't been at it very long, but I am sure he'll get on. He's immensely in earnest and very good-looking. I just said that if he should come over to see us, you might rather like to meet him. He might give you some tips, as my husband says. I don't care for his looks, but I should like his tips. Miriam liberally smiled. And is he coming over to see you? Asked Sheringham, to whom, while this exchange of remarks which he had not lost was going on, Mrs. Ruth had in lowered accents addressed herself. Not if I can help it, I think, but Mr. Lovick was so gaily rude that it wasn't embarrassing. Oh, sir, I am sure you're fond of him, Mrs. Ruth remonstrated, as the party passed together into the antechamber. No, really, I like some of the others, 4 or 5 of them, but I don't like Artie. Well, make it up to him, then. Well, like him, Miriam answered with spirit, and her voice rang in the staircase. Sheringham attended them a little way with a charm which her host had rather missed in her loudness of the day before. Roman night. Nick Dormer found his friend Nash that evening at the place of their tryst, smoking a cigar in the warm, bright night on the terrace of the café, forming one of the angles of the Place de l'Opéra. He sat down with him, but at the end of 5 minutes uttered a protest against the crush and confusion, the publicity and vulgarity of the place, the shuffling procession of the crowd, the jostle of fellow customers, the perpetual brush of waiters. Come away, I want to talk to you. And I can't talk here. I don't care where we go, it will be pleasant to walk. Well, stroll away to the Quartier Sérieux each time I come to Paris. I, at the end of 3 days, take the boulevard with its conventional grimace into greater aversion. I hate even to cross it. I go half a mile round to avoid it. The young men took their course together down the Rue de la Paix to the Rue de Rivoli, which they crossed passing beside the gilded rails of the Tuileries, the beauty of the night, only defect of which was that the immense illumination of Paris kept it from being quite night enough, made it a sort of bedizened, rejuvenated day, gave a charm to the quieter streets, drew our friends away to the right to the river, and the bridges, the older, duskier city, the pale ghost of the palace that had perished by fire hung over them a while, and by the passage now open at all times across the garden of the Tuileries, they came out upon the Seine. They kept on, and on moving slowly, smoking, talking, pausing, stopping to look, to emphasize, to compare, they fell into discussion, into confidence, into inquiry, sympathetic or satiric, and into explanations, which needed in turn to be explained. The balmy night, the time for talk, the amusement of Paris, the memory of younger passages, gave a lift to the occasion. Nick had already forgotten his little brush with Julia on his leaving Peter's tea party. At her side, and that he had been almost disconcerted by the asperity with which she denounced the odious man he had taken it into his head to force upon her impertinent and fatuous, she had called him, and when Nick began to plead that he was really neither of these things, though he could imagine his manner might sometimes suggest them, she had declared that she didn't wish to argue about him or ever to hear of him again. Nick hadn't counted on her liking Gabriel Nash, but had thought her not liking him wouldn't perceptibly matter. He had given himself the diversion, not cruel surely to anyone concerned, of seeing what she would make of a type she had never before met. She had made even less than he expected, and her intimation that he had played her a trick had been irritating enough to prevent his reflecting that the offense might have been in some degree with Nash, but he had recovered from his resentment sufficiently to ask this personage with every possible circumstance of implied consideration for the lady what had been the impression made by his charming cousin. "Upon my word, my dear fellow, I don't regard that as a fair question," Gabriel said. "Besides, if you think Mrs. Dallow charming, what on earth need it matter to you? What I think the superiority of one man's opinion over another's is never so great as when the opinion's about a woman." "It was to help me to find out what I think of yourself," Nick returned. "Oh, that y'all never do. I shall bewilder you to the end. The lady with whom you were so good as to make me acquainted is a beautiful specimen of the English garden flower, the product of high cultivation and much tending, a tall, delicate stem, with the head set upon it in a manner which, as a thing seen and remembered, should doubtless count for us as a gift of the gods. She's the perfect type of the object raised or bred, and everything about her hangs together and conduces to the effect, from the angle of her elbow to the way she drops that vague conventional dry little o, which dispenses with all further performance. That degree of completeness is always satisfying. But I didn't satisfy her, and she didn't understand me. I don't think they usually understand. She's no worse than I then." "Ah, she didn't try." "No, she doesn't try, but she probably thought you a monster of conceit, and she would think so still more if she were to hear you talk about her trying." "Very likely," said Gabriel Nash. "I've an idea a good many people think that it strikes me as comic. I suppose it's a result of my little system." "What little system?" "Oh, nothing more wonderful than the idea of being just the same to every one. People have so bemuddled themselves that the last thing they can conceive is that one should be simple." "Lord, do you call yourself simple?" Nick ejaculated. "Absolutely, in the sense of having no interest of my own, to push no nostrum, to advertise no power, to conciliate no axe to grind. I am not a savage, afar from it, but I really think I am perfectly independent." "Well, that's always provoking," Nick knowingly returned. "So it would appear to the great majority of one's fellow mortals, and I well remember the pang with which I originally made that discovery. It darkened my spirit at a time when I had no thought of evil. What we like when we're unregenerate is that a newcomer should give us a password, come over to our side, join our little camp or religion, get into our little boat, in short whatever it is, and help us to row it. It's natural enough. We're mostly in different tubs and cockles, paddling for life. Our opinions, our convictions and doctrines and standards are simply the particular thing that will make the boat go boat naturally, for they may very often be just the thing that will sink another. If you want get in, people generally hate you." "Your metaphor's very lame," said Nick. "It's the overcrowded boat that goes to the bottom." "Oh, ill give it another leg or two. Boats can be big in the infinite of space, and a doctrine's a raft that floats the better the more passengers it carries. A passenger jumps over from time to time, not so much from fear of sinking as from a want of interest in the course or the company. He swims, he plunges, he dives, he dips down and visits the fishes and the mermaids and the submarine caves. He goes from craft to craft and splashes about on his own account in the blue cool water. The regenerate, as I call them, are the passengers who jump over in search of better fun. I jumped over long ago. And now, of course, you're at the head of the regenerate, for in your turn, Nick, found the figure delightful. You all form a select school of porpoises." "Not a bit, and I know nothing about Hedson. The sense you mean. I've grown a tail, if you will. I am the merman wandering free. It's the jolliest of trades." Before they had gone many steps further, Nick Dormer stopped short with a question. "I say, my dear fellow, do you mind mentioning to me whether you're the greatest humbug and charlatan on earth, or a genuine intelligence, one that has sifted things for itself?" "I do lead your poor British wit a dance. So sorry," Nash replied benignly, "but I am very sincere, and I have tried to straighten out things a bit for myself." Then why do you give people such a handle? Such a handle for thinking you're and for thinking you're a mere farceur. I dare say it's my manner, they're so unused to any sort of candor. Well then why don't you try another? Nick asked. One has the manner that one can in mind, moreover's a part of my little system. Ah, if you make so much of your little system, you're no better than anyone else, Nick returned as they went on. I don't pretend to be better, for we're all miserable sinners. I only pretend to be bad in a pleasanter, brighter way. What I can see, it's the simplest thing in the world. Just take for granted our right to be happy and brave, what's essentially kinder and more helpful than that, what's more beneficent. But the tradition of dreariness, of stodginess, of dull, dense literal prose has so sealed people's eyes that they've ended by thinking the most natural of all things, the most perverse. Why so keep up the dreariness in our poor little day? No one can tell me why, and almost everyone calls me names for simply asking the question. But I go on, for I believe one can do a little good by it. I want so much to do a little good. Gabriel Nash continued, taking his companion's arm. My persistence is systematic. Don't you see what I mean? I want be drearino no, and I want recognize the necessity, or even if there be any way out of it, the accident of dreariness in the life that surrounds me. That's enough to make people stare. They're so damned stupid. They think you so damned impudent, Nick freely explained. At this Nash stopped him short with a small cry, and turning his eyes Nick saw under the lamps of the key that he had brought a flush of pain into his friend's face. I don't strike you that way. Omi Wastit just admitted that I don't in the least make you out. That's the last thing, Nash declared, as if he were thinking the idea over with an air of genuine distress. But with a little patience, well, clear it up, Tojther, if you care enough about it. He added more cheerfully, letting his companion proceed again. He continued, heaven help us all, what do people mean by impudence? There are many, I think, who don't understand its nature, or its limits. And upon my word, I've literally seen mere quickness of intelligence, or of perception, the jump of a step or two, a little whir of the wings of talk, mistaken for it. Yes, I've encountered men and women who thought you impudent if you weren't simply so stupid, as they the only impudence is unprovoked, or even mere dull aggression. And I indignantly protest that I am never guilty of that clumsiness. Ah, for what do they take one with their beastly presumption? Even to defend myself, sometimes I've to make believe to myself that I care. I always feel as if I didn't successfully make others think so. Perhaps they see impudence in that, but I dare say the offense is in the things that I take, as I say, for granted. For if one tries to be pleased, one passes perhaps inevitably for being pleased above all with one's self. That's really not my case. I find my capacity for pleasure deplorably below the mark. I've set this is why, as I've told you, I cultivate it, I try to bring it up, and I am actuated by positive benevolence. I've that impudent pretension. That's what I mean by being the same to everyone, by having only one manner, if one's conscious and ingenious to that end. What's the harm when one's motives are so pure? By never making the concession one may end by becoming a perceptible force for good. What concession are you talking about, in God's name? Nick demanded. Why, that we're here all for dreariness. It's impossible to grant it sometimes, if you wish to deny it ever. And what do you mean then by dreariness? That's modern slang and terribly vague. Many good things are drear: virtue and decency and charity and perseverance, and courage and honor. Say at once that life's dreary, my dear fellow, Gabriel Nash exclaimed. That's on the whole my besetting impression. C'est la que je vous attends. I am precisely engaged in trying what can be done, in taking it the other way. It's my little personal experiment. Life consists of the personal experiments of each of us, and the point of an experiment is that it shall succeed. What we contribute is our treatment of the material, our rendering of the text, our style. A sense of the qualities of a style is so rare that many persons should doubtless be forgiven for not being able to read, or at all events to enjoy us. But is that a reason for giving it up, for not being in this other sphere? If one possibly can, an Addison, a Ruskin, a Renan, we must write our best. It's the great thing we can do in the world. On the right side one has one's form quediable, and a mighty good thing that one has. I am not afraid of putting all life into mine, and without unduly squeezing it. I am not afraid of putting in honor and courage, and charity without spoiling them. On the contrary, I shall only do them good. People may not read you at sight, may not like you, but there's a chance they'll come round, and the only way to court the chance is to keep it ways to keep it up. That's what I do, my dear man. If you don't think I've perseverance, if someone's touched here and there, if you give a little impression of truth and charm, That's your reward besides, of course, the pleasure for yourself. Don't you think your style's a trifle affected? Nick asked for further amusement. That's always the charge against a personal manner. If you've any at all, people think you've too much, perhaps who can say the lurking unexpressed is infinite, and affectation must have begun long ago, with the first act of reflective expression, substitution of the few placed articulate words for the cry, or the thump or the hug. Of course, one isn't perfect, but that's the delightful thing about art, that there's always more to learn, and more to do. It grows bigger the more one uses it, and meets more questions the more they come up. No doubt I am rough still, but I am in the right direction. I make it my business to testify for the fine. Ah, the fine, there it stands over there, said Nick Dormer. I am not so sure about yours. I don't know what I've got hold of, but Notre Dame is truth, Notre Dame is charm. On Notre Dame the distracted mind can rest. Come over with me and look at her. They had come abreast of the low island, from which the great cathedral, disengaged today from her old contacts and adhesions, rises high and fair with her front of beauty, and her majestic mass darkened at that hour, or at least simplified under the stars, but only more serene and sublime for her happy union, far aloft with the cool distance, and the night. Our young men, fantasticating as freely as I leave the reader to estimate, crossed the wide short bridge, which made them face toward the monuments of old Paris, the Palais de Justice, the Conciergerie, the Holy Chapel of St. Louis. They came out before the church, which looks down on a square, where the past, once so thick in the very heart of Paris, has been made rather a blank, pervaded, however, by the everlasting freshness of the vast cathedral face. It greeted Nick Dormer and Gabriel Nash with a kindness the long centuries had done nothing to. Roman 1499, the lamplight of the old city washed its foundations, but the towers and buttresses, the arches, the galleries, the statues, the vast rose window, the large full composition, seemed to grow clearer, while they climbed higher, as if they had a conscious, benevolent answer for the upward gaze of men. How it straightens things out and blows away one's vapors. Anything that's done, said Nick, while his companion exclaimed blandly and affectionately, "The dear old thing. The great point's to do something instead of muddling and questioning, and by Jove, it makes me want to build a cathedral." Nash inquired. "Yes, just that. It's you who puzzle me. Then, my dear fellow, you can't build them out of words." "What is it the great poets do?" asked Nick. "Their words are ideas, their words are images, enchanting collocations, and unforgettable signs, but the verbiage of parliamentary speeches." "Well," said Nick with a candid, reflective sigh, "you can rear a great structure of many things, not only of stones and timbers and painted glass." They walked round this example of one, pausing, criticizing, admiring, and discussing, mingling the grave with the gay and paradox with contemplation behind and at the sides. The huge dusky vessel of the church seemed to dip into the Seine, or rise out of it, floating expansively, a ship of stone, with its flying buttresses thrown forth like an array of mighty oars. Nick Dormer lingered near it in joy, in soothing content, as if it had been the temple of a faith so dear to him that there was peace and security in its precinct. And there was comfort, too, and consolation of the same sort in the company, at this moment, of Nash's equal appreciation of his response, by his own signs, to the great effect. He took it all in so, and then so gave it all out, that Nick was reminded of the radiance his boyish admiration had found in him of old. The easy grasp of everything of that kind, was to Nick's sense the description of a wide and bright domain. They crossed to the farther side of the river, where the influence of the Gothic monument threw a distinction even over the Parisian smartnessest municipal rule, and measure the importunate symmetries, the handsomeness of everything, the extravagance of gaslight, the perpetual click on the neat bridges. In front of a quiet little café on the left bank, Gabriel Nash said, "Let's sit down," was always ready to sit down. It was a friendly establishment, and an unfashionable quarter far away from the caravanseries. There were the usual little tables and chairs on the quay, the muslin curtains behind the glazed front, the general sense of sawdust and of drippings of watery beer. The place was subdued to stillness, but not extinguished by the lateness of the hour. No vehicles passed, only now and then a light Parisian foot beyond the parapet. They could hear the flow of the Seine. Nick Dormer said it made him think of the old Paris of the Great Revolution, of Madame Roland. Gabriel said they could have watery beer, but were not obliged to drink it. They sat a long time, they talked a great deal, and the more they said, the more the unsaid came up. Presently Nash found occasion to throw out, "I go about my business like any good citizen, that's all." And what is your business? The spectacle of the world. Nick laughed out, and what do you do with that? What does anyone do with spectacles? I look at it, I see. You're full of contradictions and inconsistencies. Nick, however, objected. You described yourself to me half an hour ago as an apostle of beauty. Where's the inconsistency? I do it in the broad light of day. Whatever I do, that's virtually what I meant. If I look at the spectacle of the world, I look in preference at what's charming in it. Sometimes I've to go far to find it very likely, but that's just what I do. I go far as my means permit me. Last year, I heard of such a delightful little spot, a place where a wild fig tree grows in the south wall, the outer side of an old Spanish city. I was told it was a deliciously brown corner, the sun making it warm in winter. As soon as I could, I went there. And what did you do? I lay on the first green grass. I liked it. If that sort of thing's all you accomplish, you're not encouraging. I accomplish my happiness. It seems to me that's something. I have feelings, I have sensations. Let me tell you, that's not so common. It's rare to have them. And if you chance to have them, it's rare not to be ashamed of them. I go after them when I judge they won't hurt anyone. You're lucky to have money for your traveling expenses, said Nick. No doubt, no doubt, but I do it very cheap. I take my stand on my nature, on my fortunate character. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't think it's so horrible, my character. But we've so befogged and befouled the whole question of liberty, of spontaneity, of good humor and inclination and enjoyment, that there's nothing that makes people stare so as to see one natural. You're always thinking too much of people. They say I think too little. Gabriel smiled. Well, I've agreed to stand for harsh, said Nick, with a roundabout transition. It's you then who are lucky to have money. I haven't. Nick explained. My expenses are to be paid. Then you too must think of people. Nick made no answer to this, but after a moment said, I wish very much you had more to show for it. To show for what? Your little system, aesthetic life. Nash hesitated tolerantly gaily, as he often did, with an air of being embarrassed to choose between several answers, any one of which would be so right. Oh, having something to show's such a poor business. It's a kind of confession of failure. Yes, you're more affected than anything else, said Nick, impatiently. No, my dear boy, I am more good-natured. Don't I prove it? I am rather disappointed to find you not more accessible to esoteric doctrine. But there is, I confess, another plane of intelligence, honorable, and very honorable in its way, from which it may legitimately appear important to have something to show. If you must confine yourself to that plane, I won't refuse you my sympathy. After all, that's what I have to show. But the degree of my sympathy must, of course, depend on the nature of the demonstration you wish to make. You know it very well. You've guessed it, Nick returned, looking before him in a conscious, modest way, which would have been called sheepish had he been a few years younger. Ah, you've broken the scent with telling me you're going back to the House of Commons, said Nash. No wonder you don't make it out. My situation's certainly absurd enough. What I really hanker for is to be a painter, and of portraits on the whole. I think that's the abject, crude, ridiculous fact. In this out-of-the-way corner, at the dead of night, in lowered tones, I venture to disclose it to you, isn't that the aesthetic life? Do you know how to paint? Asked Nash. Not in the least. No element of burlesque is therefore wanting to my position. That makes no difference. I am so glad. So glad. I don't know how. So glad of it all. Yes, that only makes it better. You're a delightful case, and I like delightful cases. We must see it through. I rejoice I met you again. Do you think I can do anything? Nick inquired. Paint good pictures. How can I tell, without seeing some of your work? Doesn't it come back to me that at Oxford you used to sketch very prettily, but that's the last thing that matters. What does matter, then? Nick asked, with his eyes on his companion. To be on the right Sidian, the side of the fine. There'll be precious little of the fine if I produce nothing but daubs. Ah, you cling to the old false measure of success. I must cure you of that. There'll be the beauty of having been disinterested and independent, of having taken the world in the free, brave, personal way. I shall nevertheless paint decently, if I can, Nick presently said. I am almost sorry it will make your case less clear, your example less grand. My example will be grand enough with the fight I shall have to make. The fight with whom? With myself. First of all, I am awfully against it. Ah, but y'all have me on the other side. Nash smiled. Well, y'all have more than a handful to meet everything, everyone that belongs to me, that touches me near or far, my family, my blood, my heredity, my traditions, my promises, my circumstances, my prejudices, my little past such, as it is my great future as such, as it has been supposed it may be. I see it's splendid," Nash exclaimed, and Mrs. Dallow into the bargain, he added. "Yes, Mrs. Dallow, if you like." "Are you in love with her?" "Not in the least." "Well, she is with Yauso, I understood." "Don't say that," said Nick Dormer with sudden sternness. "Ah, you are his companion pronounced, judging apparently from this accent. "I don't know what I am, heaven help me," Nick broke out, tossing his hat down on his little tin table. "With vehemence, I am a freak of nature. And a sport of the mocking gods. Why should they go out of their way to worry me? Why should they do everything so inconsequent, so improbable, so preposterous? It's the vulgarest practical joke. There has never been anything of the sort among us. We're all Philistines to the core, with about as much aesthetic sense as that hat. It's excellent soili. Don't complain of it, but not a soil to grow that flower, from where the devil then has the seed been dropped. I look back from generation to generation. I scour our annals, without finding the least little sketching grandmother any sign of a building, or versifying, or collecting, or even chill-appraising ancestor. They were all as blind as bats, and none the less happy for that. I am a wanton variation, an unaccountable monster. My dear father, rest his soul, went through life without a suspicion that there's anything in it that can't be boiled into blue books, and became in that conviction a very distinguished person. He brought me up in the same simplicity, and in the hope of the same eminence. It would have been better if I had remained. So I think it's partly your fault that I haven't." Nick went on at Oxford. "You were very bad company for evil genius. You opened my eyes, you communicated the poison. Since then, little by little, it has been working within me, vaguely, covertly, insensibly at first. But during the last year or two, with violence, pertinacity, cruelty, I've resorted to every antidote in life. But it's no use. Im stricken cest Venus tout, entier a sa proia tashiputting Venus for art. It tears me to pieces, as I may say." I follow you," said Nash, who had listened to this recital with radiant interest and curiosity. "And that's why you are going to stand." "Precisely, it's an antidote, and at present you're another." "Another?" "That's why I jumped at you. A bigger dose of you may disagree with me to that extent that I shall either die or get better." "I shall control the dilution," said Nash. "Poor fellow, if you're elected," he added. "Poor fellow, either way, you don't know the atmosphere in which I live. The horror, the scandal, my apostasy, would provoke the injury and suffering. It would inflict, I believe it would really kill my mother. She thinks my father's watching me from the skies." "Jolly to make him jump," Nash suggested. "He jump, indeed, come straight down on top of me, and then the grotesqueness of it'll begin all of a sudden at my aid. It's perfect indeed, it's too lovely a case," Nash raved. "Think how it sounds a paragraph in the London papers. Mr. Nicholas Dormer, Roman 1000 p. for Harsh and son of the late Right Honourable," and so forth, is about to give up his seat and withdraw from public life, in order to devote himself to the practice of portrait painting, and, with the more commendable perseverance, by reason of all the dreadful time, he has lost orders. In view of this, respectfully solicited. "The 19th century's a sweeter time than I thought," said Nash. "It's the portrait, then, that haunts your dreams. I wish you could see. You must, of course, come immediately to my place in London." "Perfidious wretch, you're capable of having talent which, of course, will spoil everything," Gabriel wailed. "No, I am too old, and was too early perverted. It's too late to go through the Roman 1090. You make me young. Don't miss your election at your peril. Think of the edification." "The edification of your throwing it all up the next moment." "That would be pleasant for Mr. Carteret," Nick brooded. "Mr. Carteret, a dear old family friend. Hall wished to pay my agents. Serve him right for such depraved tastes." "You do me good," said Nick, as he rose and turned away. "Don't call me useless, then." "Ah, but not in the way you mean. It's only if I don't get in that I shall perhaps console myself with the brush," Nick returned with humorous, edifying elegance, while they retraced their steps. "For the sake of all the muses, then don't stand, for you will get in." "Very likely. At any rate, I've promised." "You've promised Mrs. Dall." "It's her place shall put me in," Nick said. "Baleful woman, but ill pull you out," cried Gabriel Nash. X. For several days, Peter Sheringham had business in hand, which left him neither time nor freedom of mind to occupy himself actively with the ladies of the Hôtel de la Garonne. There were moments when they brushed across his memory, but their passage was rapid, and not lighted with complacent attention, for he shrank from bringing to the proof the question of whether Miriam would be an interest or only a bore she had left him after their second meeting with a quickened sympathy, but in the course of a few hours that flame had burned Roman 1499 like most other men. He was a mixture of impulse and reflection, but was peculiar in this, that thinking things over almost always made him think less conveniently. He found illusions necessary, so that in order to keep an adequate number going, he often forbade himself any excess of that exercise. Mrs. Ruth and her daughter were there, and could certainly be trusted to make themselves felt. He was conscious of their anxiety and their calculations as of a frequent oppression, and knew that whatever results might ensue, he should have to do the costly thing for them. An idea of tenacity of worrying feminine duration associated itself with their presence. He would have assented with a silent nod to the proposition enunciated by Gabriel Nash that he was saddled with them. Remedies hovered before him, but these figured also at the same time as complications ranging vaguely from the expenditure of money to the discovery that he was in love. This latter accident would be particularly tedious. He had a full perception of the arts by which the girl's mother might succeed in making it, so it wouldn't be a compensation for trouble, but a trouble which in itself would require compensations. Would that balm spring from the spectacle of the young lady's genius? The genius would have to be very great to justify a rising young diplomatist in making a fool of himself. With the excuse of pressing work, he put off Miss Ruth from day to day, and from day to day, he expected to hear her knock at his door. It would be time enough when they ran him to earth again, and he was unable to see how after all he could serve them. Even then, he had proposed impetuously a course of the theaters, but that would be a considerable personal effort now that the summer was about to begin. A free bid for bad air, stale pieces, and tired actors. When, however, more than a week had elapsed without a reminder of his neglected promise, it came over him that he must himself in honor give a sign. There was a delicacy in such unexpected and such difficult discretion. Was touched by being let alone. The flurry of work at the embassy was over, and he had time to ask himself what in especial he should do. He wanted something definite to suggest before communicating with the Hotel de la Garonne. As a consequence of this speculation, he went back to Madame Carr to ask her to reconsider her stern judgment and give the young English lady oblige him a dozen lessons of the sort she knew so well how to give. He was aware that this request scarcely stood on its feet, for, in the first place, Madame Carr never reconsidered when once she had got her impression, and in the second, never wasted herself on subjects whom nature had not formed to do her honor. He knew his asking her to strain a point to please him would give her a false idea, save that for that matter she had it already off his relations, actual or prospective, with the girl. But he decided he needn't care for this, since Miriam herself probably wouldn't care. What he had mainly in mind was to say to the old actress that she had been mistaken. June Anglaise wasn't such a grue. This would take some courage, but it would also add to the amusement of his visit. He found her at home, but as soon as he had expressed his conviction, she began, "Oh, your June Anglaise, I know a great deal more about her than you. She has been back to see me twice. She doesn't go the longest way round. She charges me like a grenadier, and asks me to give her guess a little what private recitations all to herself. If she doesn't succeed, it won't be for want of knowing how to thump at doors. The other day, when I came in, she was waiting for me. She had been there 2 hours. My private recitation, shave you an idea what people pay for them. Between artists, you know, there are easier conditions." Sheringham laughed. "How do I know if she's an artist? She won't open her mouth to me. What she wants is to make me say things to her. She does make me, I don't know how, and she sits there gaping at me with her big eyes. They look like open pockets." "I dare say she'll profit by it," said Sheringham. "I dare say you will. Her face is stupid while she watches me, and when she has tired me out, she simply walks away. However, as she comes back—" Madame Carr paused a moment, listened, and then cried, "Didn't I tell you?" Sheringham heard a parley of voices in the little antechamber, and the next moment the door was pushed open, and Miriam Ruth bounded into the room. She was flushed and breathless, without a smile, very direct. "Will you hear me today? I know 4 things," she immediately broke out. Then, seeing Sheringham, she added in the same brisk, earnest tone, as if the matter were of the highest importance, "Oh, how I do. I am very glad you're here." She said nothing else to him. Then this appealed to him in no way, made no allusion to his having neglected her, but addressed herself to Madame Carr as if he had not been there, making no excuses, and using no flattery, taking rather a tone of equal authority, all as if the famous artist had an obvious duty toward her. This was another variation. Peter, thought it differed from each of the attitudes in which he had previously seen her, it came over him suddenly that so far from there being any question of her having the histrionic nature, she simply had it in such perfection that she was always acting, that her existence was a series of parts, assumed for the moment, each changed for the next before the perpetual mirror of some curiosity or admiration or wondersome spectatorship that she perceived or imagined in the people about her, interested as he had ever been in the profession of which she was potentially an ornament. This idea startled him by its novelty, and even lent on the spot a formidable, a really appalling character to Miriam Ruth. It struck him abruptly that a woman whose only being was to make believe, she had any and every being you might like, and that would serve a purpose and produce a certain effect, and whose identity resided in the continuity of her personations, so that she had no moral privacy, as he phrased it to himself, but lived in a high wind of exhibition of figuration. Such a woman was a kind of monster, in whom of necessity there would be nothing to be fond of, because there would be nothing to take hold of. He felt for a moment how simple he had been not to have achieved before this analysis of the actress. The girl's very face made it vivid to him now, discovery that she positively had no countenance of her own, but only the countenance of the occasion, a sequence, a variety capable possibly of becoming immensely representative. Movements, she was always trying them, practicing them for her amusement or profit, jumping from one to the other, and extending her range. And this would doubtless be her occupation more and more, as she acquired ease and confidence. The expression that came nearest belonging to her, as it were, was the one that came nearest being a blank air of inanity. When she forgot herself in some act of sincere attention, then her eye was heavy and her mouth betrayed a commonness, though it was perhaps just at such a moment that the fine line of her head told most. She had looked slightly bête, even when Sheringham, on their first meeting at Madame Carr's, said to Nick Dormer that she was the image of the Tragic Muse. Now, at any rate, he seemed to see that she might do what she liked with her face. It was an elastic substance, an element of gutta-percha, like the flexibility of the gymnast, the lady at the music-hall who is shot from the mouth of a cannon. He winced a little at this coarser view of the actress. He had somehow always looked more poetically at that priestess of art. Yet what was she, the priestess, when one came to think of it, but a female gymnast, a mountebank at higher wages? She didn't literally hang by her heels from a trapeze and hold a fat man in her teeth, but she made the same use of her tongue, of her eyes, of the imitative trick that her muscular sister made of leg and jaw. It was an odd circumstance that Miss Ruth's face seemed to him today a finer instrument than old Madame Carr's. It was doubtless that the girl's was fresh and strong, and had a future in it, while poor Madame Carr's was worn and weary, and had only a past. The old woman said something half in jest, half in real resentment about the brutality of youth, while Miriam went to a mirror, and quickly took off her hat, patting and arranging her hair as a preliminary to making herself heard. Sheringham saw, with surprise and amusement, that the keen Frenchwoman, who had in her long life exhausted every adroitness, was in a manner helpless and coerced, obliging all in spite of herself. Her young friend had taken but a few days and a couple of visits to become a successful force. She had imposed herself and Madame Carr, while she Lafayette looked terrible too, with such high artifices of eye and gesture, was reduced to the last line of defense, that of pronouncing her coarse and clumsy, saying she might knock her down, but that this proved nothing. She spoke jestingly enough not to offend, but her manner betrayed the irritation of an intelligent woman, who, at an advanced age, found herself for the first time failing to understand what she didn't understand was the kind of social product thus presented to her by Gabriel Nash, and this suggested to Sheringham that the June Anglaise was perhaps indeed rare, a new type, as Madame Carr must have seen innumerable varieties. He saw the girl was perfectly prepared to be abused, and that her indifference to what might be thought of her discretion was a proof of life, health, and spirit, the insolence of conscious resources. When she had given herself a touch at the glass, she turned round with a rapid accoutes maintenant, and stood leaning a moment, slightly lowered, and inclined backward, her hands behind her, and supporting hair in the console before the mirror. She waited an instant, turning her eyes from one of her companions to the other, as to take possession of Theman, eminently conscious, intentional proceeding, which made Sheringham ask himself what had become of her former terror, and if that and her tears had all been a comedy. After which, abruptly straightening herself, she began to repeat a short French poem, an ingenious thing of the day, that she had induced Madame Carr to say over to her. She had learned it, practiced it, rehearsed it to her mother, and had now been childishly eager to show what she could do with it. What she mainly did was to reproduce with a crude fidelity, but in extraordinary detail, the intonations, the personal quavers and cadences of her model. "How bad you make me seem to myself, and if I were you how much better I should say," it was Madame Carr's first criticism. Miriam allowed her however little time to develop it, for she broke out at the shortest intervals with the several other specimens of verse, to which the old actress had handed her the key. They were all fine lyrics of tender or ironic intention by contemporary poets, but depending for effect on taste and art, a mastery of the rare shade, and the right touch in the interpreter. Miriam had gobbled them up, and she gave them forth in the same way as the first, with close, rude, audacious mimicry. There was a moment for Sheringham when it might have been feared their hostess would see in the performance a designed burlesque of her manner, her airs, and graces, her celebrated simpers and grimaces so extravagant. Did it all cause these refinements to appear? When it was over, the old woman said, "Should you like now to hear how you do?" And without waiting for an answer, phrased and trilled the last of the pieces, from beginning to end exactly as her visitor had done, making this imitation of an imitation the drollest thing conceivable. If she had suffered from the sound of the girl's echo, it was a perfect revenge. Miriam had dropped on a sofa exhausted, and she stared at first flushed and wild. Then she frankly gave way to pleasure, to interest and large laughter. She said afterwards, to defend herself, that the verses in question, and indeed all those she had recited, were of the most difficult sort. You had to do them, they didn't do themselves. They were things in which the gros moyens were of no avail. "Ah, my poor child, your means are all gros moyens, you appear to have no others." Madame Carr replied, "You do what you can, but there are people like that, it's the way they're made, they can never come nearer to fine truth, to the just indication. Shades don't exist for them. They don't see certain differences. It was to show you a difference that I repeated that thing as you repeat it, as you represent my doing it. If you're struck with the little the two ways have in common, so much the better. But you seem to me terribly to allure everything you touch." Peter read into this judgment a deep irritation. Miriam clearly set the teeth of her instructress on edge. She acted on her nerves, was made up of roughnesses and thicknesses unknown hitherto to her fine free-playing fingertips. This exasperation, however, was a degree of flattery. It was neither indifference nor simple contempt. It acknowledged a mystifying reality in the jeune anglaise, and even a shade of importance. The latter remarked serenely enough that the things she wanted most to do were just those that were not for the gros moyens, the vulgar obvious dodges, the starts and shouts that anyone could think of, and that the gros public liked. She wanted to do what was most difficult, and to plunge into it from the first, and she explained, as if it were a discovery of her own, that there were two kinds of scenes and speeches: those which acted themselves, of which the treatment was plain the only way, so that you had just to take it, and those open to interpretation, with which you had to fight every step, rendering, arranging, doing the thing according to your idea. Some of the most effective passages, and the most celebrated and admired, like the frenzy of Juliet with her potion, were of the former sort, but it was the others she liked best. Madame Carr received this revelation good-naturedly enough, considering its want of freshness, and only laughed at the young lady for looking so nobly patronizing, while she gave it. Her laughter appeared partly addressed to the good faith with which Miriam described herself as preponderantly interested in the subtler problems of her art. Sheringham was charmed with the girl's pluck, if it was pluck, and not mere density, the stout patience with which she submitted for a purpose to the old woman's rough usage. He wanted to take her away, to give her a friendly caution, to advise her not to become a bore, not to expose herself. But she held up her beautiful head, as to show how little she cared at present for any exposure, and that it was half coarseness. Madame Carr was so far right, and half fortitude. She had no intention of coming away so long as there was anything to be picked up. She sat, and still she sat, challenging her hostess with every sort of question, some reasonable, some ingenious, some strangely futile, and some highly indiscreet, but all with the effect that, contrary to Peter's expectation, their distinguished friend, warmed to the work of answering and explaining, became interested, was content to keep her, and to talk. Yes, she took her ease, she relieved herself with the rare cynicism of the artistole, the crudity, the irony and intensity of a discussion of esoteric things, of personal mysteries, of methods and secrets. It was the oddest hour our young man had ever spent, even in the course of investigations, which had often led him into the cuisine, the distillery, or back shop of the admired profession. He got up several times to come away, then he remained partly in order not to leave Miriam alone with her terrible initiatress, partly because he was both amused and edified, and partly because Madame Carr held him by the appeal of her sharp, confidential old eyes, addressing her talk to himself with Miriam. But a pretext, and subject of vile illustration, she undressed this young lady, as it were from head to foot, turned her inside out, weighed and measured, and sounded her. It was all for Sheringham a new revelation of the point to which in her profession and nation, an intelligence of the business, a ferocious analysis had been carried, and a special vocabulary developed. What struck him above all was the way she knew her grounds and reasons, so that everything was sharp and clear in her mind, and lay under her hand. If she had rare perceptions, she had traced them to their source. She could give an account of what she did, she knew perfectly why, could explain it, defend it, amplify it, fight for it, all of which was an intellectual joy to her, allowing her a chance to abound and insist and discriminate. There was a kind of cruelty, or at least of hardness, in it all to poor Peter's shy English sense, that sense which can never really reconcile itself to any question of method and form, and has extraneous sentiments to square, to pacify with compromises and 170 superficialities, the general plea for innocence in everything, and often the flagrant proof of it in theory. There was nothing he valued more than just such a logical passion as Madame Carr's. But it was apt, in fact, when he found himself at close quarters with it, to appear an ado about nothing. If the old woman was hard, it was not that many of her present conclusions about the June Anglaise were not indulgent, but that she had a vision of the great manner of right and wrong, of the just and the false, so high and religious that the individual was nothing before it, a prompt and easy sacrifice. It made our friend uncomfortable, as he had been made uncomfortable by certain feuilleton's reviews of the theaters in the Paris newspapers, which he was committed to thinking important, but of which, when they were very good, he was rather ashamed. When they were very good, that is, when they were very thorough, they were very personal, as was inevitable in dealing with the most personal of the arts. They went into details. They put the dots on the is. They discussed impartially the qualities of appearance, the physical gifts of the poor aspirant, finding them, in some cases, reprehensibly inadequate. Peter could never rid himself of a dislike to these pronouncements. In the case of the actresses, especially, they struck him as brutal and offensive, humanly, as launched by an ensconced, mustachioed critic over a cigar. At the same time, he was aware of the dilemma. He hated it. It made him blush still more, in which his objection lodged him. If one was right in caring for the actor's art, one ought to have been interested in every honest judgment of it, which, given the peculiar conditions, would be useful in proportion as it should be free. If the criticism that recognized frankly these conditions seemed an inferior or an unholy thing, then what was to be said for the art itself? What an implication if the criticism was tolerable only so long as it was worthless, so long as it remained vague and timid. This was a knot Peter had never straightened out. He contented himself with feeling that there was no reason a theatrical critic shouldn't be a gentleman, at the same time that he often dubbed it an odious trade, which no gentleman could possibly follow. The best of the fraternity, so conspicuous in Paris, were those who didn't follow it, those who, while pretending to write about the stage, wrote about everything else. It was as if Madame Carr, in pursuance of her inflamed sense that the art was everything, and the individual nothing save as he happened to serve, it had said, well, if she will have it, she shall know what she's in, for what I went through, battered and broken in as we all have been, all who are worthy, who have had the honor, she shall know the real point of view. It was as if she were still beset with Mrs. Ruth's twaddle, and muddle, her hypocrisy, her idiotic scrupulous something. She felt all need to belabor, to trample on Miriam, took it all as a bath, a baptism, with shuddering joy and gleeful splashes, staring, wondering, sometimes blushing and failing to follow, but not shrinking nor wounded, laughing when convicted at her own expense, and feeling evidently that this at last was the high cold air of art, an initiation, a discipline that nothing could undo. Sheringham said he would see her home, who wanted to talk to her, and she must walk away with him, and it's understood then she may come back. He added to Madame Carr, it's my affair, of course, you'll take an interest in her, for a month or two shall sit at your feet. The old actress had an admirable shrug. Oh, ill knock her about, seems stout enough. When they had descended to the street, Miriam mentioned to Peter that she was thirsty, dying to drink something, upon which he asked her if she should have an objection to going with him to a café. Objection? I've spent my life in cafés. They're a warm in winter, and you get your lamplight for nothing, she explained, Mamma, and I have sat in them for hours many a time, With a consummation of 3 sous to save fire and candles at home, we've lived in places we couldn't sit in. If you want to know where, there was only really room if we were in bed. Mamas, money's sent out from England, and sometimes it didn't to come once, it didn't come for months and months. I don't know how we lived. There wasn't any to come, there wasn't any to get home. That isn't amusing when you're away in a foreign town, without any friends. Mama used to borrow, but people wouldn't always lend. You needn't be afraid she won't borrow of you. We're rather better know something has been done in England. I don't understand what it's. Only 5 pence a year, but it has been settled. It comes regularly. It used to come only when we had written and begged and waited. But it made no difference. Mama was always up to her ears in books. They served her for food and drink when she had nothing to eat. She began a novel in 10 volumes, the old-fashioned ones. They lasted longest. She knows every cabinet de lecture in every town, the little, cheap shabby ones I mean, in the back streets where they have odd volumes and only ask a sou. And the books are so old that they smell like close rooms. She takes them to the cafes, little cheap shabby cafes, too, and she reads there all the evening. That's very well for her. But it doesn't feed me. I don't like a diet of dirty old novels. I sit there beside her, with nothing to do, not even a stocking to mend. She doesn't think that comet ill fout. I don't know what the people take me for. However, we've never been spoken to. Anyone can see Mama's a great lady. As for me, I dare say I might be anything dreadful. If you're going to be an actress, you must get used to being looked at. There were people in England who used to ask us to stay. Some of them were our cousins. Sir, Mama says they were. I've never been very clear about our cousins, and I don't think they were at all clear about us. Some of them are dead. The others don't ask us anymore. You should hear Mama on the subject of our visits in England. It's very convenient when your cousins are dead. That explains everything. Mama has delightful phrases. My family is almost extinct. Then your family may have been anything you like. Ours, of course, was magnificent. We did stay in a place once where there was a deer park, and also private theatricals. I played in them. I was only 15 years old, but I was very big, and I thought I was in heaven. I'll go anywhere you like. You needn't be afraid. We've been in places. I've learned a great deal that way, sitting beside Mama and watching people, their faces, their types, their movements. There's a great deal goes on in cafes. People come to them to talk things over, their private affairs, their complications. They have important meetings. Oh, I've observed scenes between men and women, very quiet, terribly quiet, but awful, pathetic, tragic. Once I saw a woman do something that I am going to do some day, when I am great. If I can get the situation, I'll tell you what it is sometime. I'll do it for you. Oh, it is the book of life. So Miriam discoursed familiarly, disconnectedly, as the pair went their way down the Rue de Constantinople, and she continued to abound in anecdote and remark after they were seated face to face at a little marble table in an establishment Peter had selected carefully, and where he had caused her, at her request, to be accommodated with sirop d'orgeat. I know what it will come to. Madame Carr will want to keep me. This was one of the felicities she presently threw off. To keep you. For the French stage, she won't want to let you have me. She said things of that kind, astounding in self-complacency, the assumption of quick success. She was in earnest, evidently prepared to work, but her imagination flew over preliminaries and probations, took no account of the steps in the process, especially the first tiresome ones, the hard test of honesty. He had done nothing for her, as yet given no substantial pledge of interest, yet she was already talking as if his protection were assured, and jealous. Certainly, however, she seemed to belong to him, very much indeed, as she sat facing him at the Paris café in her youth, her beauty, and her talkative confidence. This degree of possession was highly agreeable to him, and he asked nothing more than to make it last, and go further. The impulse to draw her out was irresistible, to encourage her to show herself all the way, for if he was really destined to take her career in hand, he counted on some good equivalent, such, for instance, as that she should at least amuse him. It's very singular, I know nothing like it, he said. Your equal mastery of 2 languages. Say of half a dozen. Miriam smiled. Oh, I don't believe in the others to the same degree. I don't imagine that, with all deference to your undeniable facility, you'd be judged fit to address a German or an Italian audience in their own tongue. But you might a French perfectly, and they're the most particular of all for their idioms. Supersensitive, and they're incapable of enduring the baragouinage of foreigners, to which we listen with such complacency. In fact, your French is better than your English. It's more conventional. There are little queernesses and impurities in your English, as if you had lived abroad too much. Ah, you must work that. I'll work it with you. I like the way you speak. You must speak beautifully, you must do something for the standard. For the standard. Well, there isn't any after all. Peter had a drop. It has gone to the dogs. Oh, I'll bring it back. I know what you mean. No one knows, no one cares. The sense is gone. It isn't in the public. He continued, ventilating a grievance. He was rarely able to forget the vision, of which now suddenly made a mission full of possible sanctity, for his companion. Purity of speech on our stage doesn't exist. Everyone speaks as he likes, and audiences never notice. It's the last thing they think of. The place is given up to abominable dialects and individual tricks. Any vulgarity flourishes. And on top of it, all the Americans with every conceivable crudity come in to make confusion worse. Confounded. And when one laments it, people stare. They don't know what one means. Do you mean the grand manner, certain pompous pronunciations, the style of the Kembles? I mean any style that is a style, that's a system, a consistency, an art, that contributes a positive beauty to utterance. When I pay 10 shillings to hear you speak, I want you to know how credible say that to people, and they're mostly lost in stupor. Only a few, the very intelligent, exclaim, then you want actors to be affected. And do you? Asked Miriam, full of interest. My poor child, what else under the sun should they be? Isn't their whole art, the affectation par excellence, the public want stand, that today so one hears it said? If that be true, it simply means that the theater, as I care for it, that is, as a personal art, is at an end. Never, 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 the girl cried in a voice that made a dozen people look round. I sometimes think it that the personal art is at an end, and that henceforth we shall have only the arts, capable no doubt of immense development in their way. Indeed, they've already reached it. Off the stage a carpenter, and the costumer in London. The drama is already smothered in scenery. The interpretation scrambles off as it can to get the old personal impression, which used to be everything. You must go to the poor countries, and most of all to Italy. Oh, I've had it. It's very personal, said Miriam knowingly. You've seen the nudity of the stage, the poor painted tattered screen behind, and before that void the histrionic figure, doing everything it knows. How in complete possession, the personality isn't our English personality, and it may not always carry us with it, but the direction's right, and it has the superiority that it's a human exhibition, not a mechanical one. I can act just like an Italian, Miriam eagerly proclaimed. I'd rather you acted like an Englishwoman, if an Englishwoman would only act. Oh, I'll show you. But you're not English, said Peter, sociably, his arms on the table. I beg your pardon, you should hear Mama about our race. You're a Jewess, I'm sure of that, he went on. She jumped at this, as he was destined to see later. She would ever jump at anything that might make her more interesting or striking, even at things that grotesquely contradicted or excluded each other. That's always possible if one's clever. I am very willing, because I want to be the English Rachel. Then you must leave Madame Carr as soon as you've got from her what she can give. Oh, you needn't fear, you shan't lose me, the girl replied with charming gross fatuity. My name's Jewish, she went on, but it was that of my grandmother, my father's mother. She was a baroness in Germany, that is, she was the daughter of a baron. Peter accepted this statement with reservations, but he replied, put all that together, and it makes you very sufficiently of Rachel's tribe. I don't care if I am of her tribe artistically, I am of the family of the artists. Me fiche of any other, I am, in the same style as that woman, I know it. You speak as if you had seen her, he said, amused at the way she talked of that woman. Oh, I know all about her, I know all about all the great actors, but that won't prevent me from speaking divine English. You must learn lots of verse, you must repeat it to me. Sheringham went on, you must break yourself in, till you can say anything. You must learn passages of Milton, passages of Wordsworth. Did they write plays? Oh, it isn't only a matter of plays, you can't speak a part properly, till you can speak everything else, anything that comes up, especially in proportion, as it's difficult. That gives you authority. Oh yes, I am going in for authority. There's more chance in English, the girl added in the next breath. There are not so many others, terrible competition. There are so many here, not that I am afraid, she chattered on, but we've got America, and they haven't. America's a great place. You talk like a theatrical agent. They're lucky not to have it as we have it. Some of them do go, and it ruins them. Why, it fills their pockets, Miriam cried. Yes, but see what they pay. It's the death of an actor to play to big populations that don't understand his language. It's nothing then. But the gros moyens, all his delicacy perishes, however they'll understand you. Perhaps I shall be too affected, she said. You want be more so than Garrick or Mrs. Siddons or John Kemble or Edmund Kean. They understood Edmund Kean. All reflection is affectation, and all acting's reflection. I don't know man's instinct, Miriam contended. My dear young lady, you talk of yours, but don't be offended if I tell you that yours doesn't exist some day. It will if the thing comes off. Madame Carr's does. Because she has reflected the talent, the desire, the energy are an instinct. But by the time these things become a performance, they're an instinct put in its place. Madame Carr's very philosophically, I shall never be like her. Of course you want y'all be original, but y'all have your own ideas. I dare say I shall have a good many of yours and, she smiled at him across the table. They sat a moment looking at each other. Don't go in for coquetry, Peter, then said it's a waste of time. Well, that's civil, the girl cried. Oh, I don't mean for me, I mean for yourself. I want you to be such good faith I am bound to give you stiff advice. You don't strike me as flirtatious, and that sort of thing, and it's much in your favor. In my favor. It does save time. Perhaps it saves too much. Don't you think the artist ought to have passions? Peter had a pause. He thought an examination of this issue. Premature flirtations are not passions, he replied. No, you're simply, at least, I suspect you are, for of course with a woman one would be clever to know. She asked why he pronounced her simple, but he judged it best and more consonant with fair play to defer even a treatment of this branch of the question, so that to change the subject he said, be sure you don't betray me to your friend Mr. Nash. Betray you, do you mean about your recommending affectation? Dear me, no, he recommends it himself, that is, he practices it, and on a scale. But he makes one hate it. He proves what I mean, said Sheringham, that the great comedian's the one who raises it to a science. If we paid 10 shillings to listen to Mr. Nash, we should think him very fine, but we want to know what it's supposed to be. It's too odious the way he talks about us, Miriam cried, assentingly. About us? Us poor actors. It's the competition he dislikes, Peter laughed. However, he's very good-natured. He lent Mama £30. The girl added honestly. Our young man, at this information, was not able to repress a certain small twinge noted by his companion, and of which she appeared to mistake the meaning. Of course he'll get it back, she went on while he looked at her in silence a little. Fortune had not supplied him profusely with money, but his emotion was caused by no foresight of his probably having also to put his hand in his pocket for Mrs. Ruth. It was simply the instinctive recoil of a fastidious nature from the idea of familiar intimacy with people who lived from hand to mouth, together with a sense that this intimacy would have to be defined if it was to go much further. He would wish to know what it was supposed to be like. Nash's histrionics. Miriam, after a moment, mistook his thought still more completely, and in doing so flashed a portent of the way it was in her to strike from time to time a note exasperatingly, almost consciously vulgar, which one would hate for the reason, along with others, that by that time one would be in love with her. Well, then he want, if you don't believe it. She easily laughed. He was saying to himself that the only possible form was that they should borrow only from him. You're a funny man, I make you blush, she persisted. I must reply with the two quoque, though I've not that effect on you. I don't understand, said the girl. You're an extraordinary young lady. You mean I'm horrid? Well, I dare say I am, but I'm better when you know me. He made no direct rejoinder to this, but after a moment went on. Your mother must repay that money ill give it her. You had better give it him, cried Miriam. If once Mama has it, she interrupted herself, and with another and a softer tone, one of her professional transitions, remarked, I suppose you've never known anyone that was poor. I am poor myself, that is, I am very far from rich, but why receive favors? And here he in turn checked himself with the sense that he was indeed taking a great deal on his back, if he pretended already had not seen the pair 3 times to regulate their intercourse with the rest of the world. But the girl instantly carried out his thought, and more than his thought. Favors from Mr. Nash, oh, he doesn't count. The way she dropped these words, would have been admirable on the stage, made him reply with prompt ease. What I meant just now was that you're not to tell him, after all my swagger, that I consider that you and I are really required to save our theater. Oh, if we can save it, he shall know it. She added that she must positively get home. Her mother would be in a state. She had really scarce ever been out alone. He might think it. But so it was her mother's ideas, those awfully proper ones, were not all talk. She did keep her Sheringham accepted. Thiesh had an adequate, and indeed an analytic vision of Mrs. Ruth's conservatism. But he observed at the same time that his companion made no motion to rise. He made none either, he only said. We're very frivolous the way we chatter. What you want to do to get your foot in the stirrup is supremely difficult. There's everything to overcome. You've neither an engagement, nor the prospect of an engagement. Oh, y'all get me one. Her manner presented this as so cert that it wasn't worth dilating on, so instead of dilating, she inquired abruptly, a second time, why do you think I am so simple? I don't then, didn't I tell you just now that you were extraordinary? That's the term, moreover, that you applied to yourself. When you came to see Muhin, you said a girl had to be a kind of monster to wish to go on the stage. It remains the right term. And your simplicity doesn't mitigate it. What's rare in you is that you have, as I suspect, at least no nature of your own. Miriam listened to this, as if preparing to argue with it, or not only as it should strike her as a sufficiently brave picture, but as yet naturally she failed to understand. You're always at concert pitch, or on your horse. There are no intervals. It's the absence of intervals of a fond or background that I don't comprehend. You're an embroidery without a canvas. Yes, perhaps, the girl replied, her head on one side, as if she were looking at the pattern of this rarity, but I am very honest. You can't be everything, both a consummate actress and a flower of the field. You've got to choose. She looked at him a moment. I am glad you think I am so wonderful. Your feigning may be honest in the sense that your only feeling is your feigned one. Peter pursued, that's what I mean by the absence of a ground, or of intervals. It's a kind of thing that's a labyrinth. I know what I am, she said sententiously. But her companion continued, following his own train. Were you really so frightened the first day you went to Madame Carr's? She stared, then with a flush threw back her head. Do you think I was pretending? I think you always are, however your vanity, if you had any, would be natural. I've plenty of that. I am not a bit ashamed to own it. You'd be capable of trying to do the human peacock, but excuse the audacity and the crudity of my speculations. It only proves my interest. What is it that you know you are? Why, an artist. Isn't that a canvas? Yes, an intellectual, but not a. Ah, it's everything, and I am a good girl to want that do. It remains to be seen. Sheringham laughed. A creature who's absolutely all an artist. I'm curious to see that. Surely it has been seen in lots of painters, lots of musicians. Yes, but those arts are not personal like yours. I mean, not so much so. There's something left for, what shall I call it, for character. She stared again with her tragic light. And do you think I haven't a character? As he hesitated, she pushed back her chair, rising rapidly. He looked up at her. An instant seemed so plastic, and then rising too answered, delightful being, you've 100. Roman 12. The summer arrived, and the dense air of the Paris theaters became in fact a still more complicated mixture. Yet the occasions were not few, on which Sheringham, having placed a box near the stage, most often a stuffy dusky baignoire, at the disposal of Mrs. Ruth and her daughter, found time just to look in, as he said, to spend a part of the evening with them, and point the moral of the performance. The pieces, the successes of the winter, had entered the automatic phase. They went on by the force of the impetus acquired, deriving little fresh life from the interpretation. And in ordinary conditions, their strong points, as rendered by the actors, would have been as wearisome to this student as an importunate repetition of a good story. But it was not long before he became aware that the conditions couldn't be taken for ordinary. There was a new infusion in his consciousness, an element in his life, which altered the relations of things. He was not easy, till he had found the right name for each, a name the more satisfactory that it was simple, comprehensive, and plausible. A new distraction in the French sense was what he flattered himself. He had discovered he could recognize that as freely as possible, without being obliged to classify the agreeable resource as a new entanglement. He was neither too much nor too little diverted. He had all his usual attention to give to his work. He had only an employment for his odd hours, which, without being imperative, had over various others the advantage of a certain continuity. And yet I hasten to add he was not so well pleased with it, but that among his friends, he maintained for the present a rich reserve about it. He had no irresistible impulse to describe generally how he had disinterred a strange handsome girl, whom he was bringing up for the theater. She had been seen by several of his associates at his rooms, but was not soon to be seen there again. His reserve might by the ill-natured have been termed dissimulation, inasmuch as when asked by the ladies of the embassy what had become of the young person who had amused them that day so cleverly, he gave it out that her whereabouts was uncertain, and her destiny probably obscure. He let it be supposed in a word that his benevolence had scarcely survived an accidental, a charitable occasion as he went about his customary business, and perhaps even put a little more conscience into the transaction of it. There was nothing to suggest to others that he was engaged in a private speculation of an absorbing kind. It was perhaps his weakness that he carried the apprehension of ridicule too far, but his excuse may have dwelt in his holding it unpardonable for a man publicly enrolled in the service of his country to be markedly ridiculous. It was of course not out of all order that such functionaries, their private situation permitting, should enjoy a personal acquaintance with stars of the dramatic, the lyric, or even the choregraphic stage. High diplomatists had indeed not rarely, and not invisibly cultivated this privilege, without its proving sepulchre of their reputation that a gentleman who was not a fool should consent a little to become one for the sake of a celebrated actress or singer. Sedate vu, though it was not perhaps to be recommended, it was not a tendency that was encouraged at headquarters, where even the most rising young men were not incited to believe they could never fall. Still, it might pass if kept in its place, and there were ancient worthies, yet in the profession, though not those whom the tradition had helped to go furthest, who held that something of the sort was a graceful ornament of the diplomatic character. Sheringham was aware he was very rising, but Miriam Ruth was not yet a celebrated actress. She was only a young artist in conscientious process of formation, and encumbered with a mother still more conscientious than herself. She was a June Anglaisia lady with every earnest about artistic, about remunerative problems. He had accepted the office of a formative influence, and that was precisely what might provoke derision. He was a ministering angel. His patience and good nature really entitled him to the epithet, and his rewards would doubtless some day define themselves. But meanwhile other promotions were in precarious prospect, for the failure of which these would not, even in their abundance, be a compensation. He kept an unembarrassed eye on Downing Street, and while it may frankly be said for him that he was neither a pedant nor a prig, he remembered that the last impression he ought to wish to produce there was that of a feudal aestheticism. He felt the case sufficiently important, however, when he sat behind Miriam at the play, and looked over her shoulder at the stage, her observation being so keen and her comments so unexpected in their vivacity, that his curiosity was refreshed, and his attention stretched beyond its wont. If the exhibition before the footlights had now lost much of its annual brilliancy, the fashion in which she followed it was perhaps exhibition enough. The attendance of the little party was moreover in most cases at the Theatre Franchise, and it has been sufficiently indicated that our friend, though the child of a skeptical age and the votary of a cynical science, was still candid enough to take the religious view of that establishment, the view of Roman 1000 Sarsi, and of the unregenerate provincial mind. In the trade I follow, we see things too much in the hard light of reason, of calculation, he once remarked to his young charge, but it's good for the mind to keep up a superstition or two. It leaves a margin like having a second horse to your brougham. For night work, the arts, the amusements, the aesthetic part of life are night work, if I may say so, without suggesting that they're illicit. At any rate, you want your second horse, your superstition, that stays at home when the sun's high. Oh, go your rounds with the franchise is my second horse. Miriam's appetite for this interest showed him vividly enough how rarely in the past it had been within her reach, and she pleased him at first by liking everything, seeing almost no differences, and taking her deep draught undiluted. She leaned on the edge of the box, with bright voracity, tasting to the core, yet relishing the surface, watching each movement of each actor, attending to the way each thing was said or done, as if it were the most important thing, and emitting from time to time applausive or restrictive sounds. It was a charming show of the critical spirit in ecstasy. Sheringham had his wonder about it, as a part of the attraction exerted by this young lady was that she caused him to have his wonder about everything she. Roman 999. Was it in fact a conscious show, a line taken for effect, so that at the comedie her own display should be the most successful of all? That question danced attendance on the liberal intercourse of these young people, and fortunately as yet did little to embitter Sheringham's share of it. His general sense that she was personating had its especial moments of suspense and perplexity, and added variety, and even occasionally a degree of excitement to their commerce at the theatre. For the most part, she was really flushed with eagerness, and with the spectators, who turned an admiring eye into the dim compartment of which she pervaded the front, she might have passed for a romantic, or at least an insatiable young woman from the country. Mrs. Ruth took a more general view, but attended immensely to the story, in respect to which she manifested a patient good faith, which had its surprises, and its comicalities for her daughter's patron. She found no play too tedious, no entr'acte too long, no baignoire too hot, no tissue of incidents too complicated, no situation too unnatural, and no sentiments too sublime. She gave him the measure of her power to sit, and sit an accomplishment to which she owed in the struggle for existence such superiority as she might be said to have achieved. She could outsit everybody, and everything, looking as if she had acquired the practice in repeated years of small frugality, combined with large lesser periods, when she had nothing but hours and days and years to spend, and had learned to calculate in any situation how long she could stay. Staying was so often a saving of candles of fire, and even as it sometimes implied a scheme for stray refection of food, Peter saw soon enough how bravely her shreds and patches of gentility and equanimity hung together, with the aid of whatever casual pins and other makeshifts. And if he had been addicted to studying the human mixture in its different combinations, would have found in her an interesting compendium of some of the infatuations that survive a hard discipline. He made, indeed without difficulty, the reflection that her life might have taught her something of the real, at the same time that he could scarce help thinking it clever of her to have so persistently declined the lesson. She appeared to have put it by with a deprecating, ladylike plea of being too soft and bland for experience. She took the refined, sentimental, tender view of the universe, beginning with her own history and feelings. She believed in everything high and pure, disinterested and orthodox, and even at the Hotel de la Garonne, was unconscious of the shabby or the ugly side of the world. She never despaired otherwise. What would have been the use of being a Neville Nugent, only not to have been one that would have been discouraging? She delighted in novels, poems, perversions, misrepresentations, and evasions, and had a capacity for smooth, superfluous falsification, which made our young man think her sometimes an amusing and sometimes a tedious inventor. But she wasn't dangerous, even if you believed her. She wasn't even a warning. If you didn't, it was harsh to call her a hypocrite, since you never could have resolved her back into her character, there being no reverse at all to her blazonry. She built in the air, and was not less amiable than she pretended, only that was a pretension too. She moved altogether in a world of elegant fable and fancy, and Sheringham had to live there with her for Miriam's sake, live there in sociable vulgar assent. And despite his feeling it rather a low neighborhood, he was at loss how to take what she said. She talked sweetly and discursively of so many things. Still, he simply noted that he could only take it always for untrue when Miriam laughed at her. He was rather disagreeably affected. Dear Mama's fine stories was a sufficiently cynical reference to the immemorial infirmity of a parent, but when the girl backed her up, as he phrased it to himself, he liked that even less. Mrs. Ruth was very fond of a moral, and had never lost her taste for edification. She delighted in a beautiful character, and was gratified to find so many more than she had supposed represented in the contemporary French drama. She never failed to direct Miriam's attention to them, and to remind her that there is nothing in life so grand as a sublime act. Above all, when sublimely explained, Peter made much of the difference between the mother and the daughter, thinking it singularly marked. Way one took everything for the sense, or behaved as if she did, caring only for the plot, and the romance, the triumph or defeat of virtue, and the moral comfort of it all, and the way the other was alive. But to the manner and the art of it, the intensity of truth to appearances, Mrs. Ruth abounded in impressive evocations, and yet he saw no link between her facile genius and that of which Miriam gave symptoms. The poor lady never could have been accused of successful deceit, whereas the triumph of fraud was exactly what her clever child achieved. She made even the true seem fictive, while Miriam's effort was to make the fictive true. Sheringham thought it an odd, unpromising stock, that of the Neville Nugents, for a dramatic talent to have sprung from, till he reflected that the evolution was after all natural. The figurative impulse in the mother had become conscious, and therefore higher through finding an aim, which was beauty in the daughter. Likely enough, the Hebraic Mr. Ruth, with his love of old pots and Christian altar cloths, had supplied in the girl's composition the aesthetic element, the sense of color and form, in their visits to the theater. There was nothing Mrs. Ruth more insisted on than the unprofitableness of deceit, as shown by the most distinguished author's folly and degradation, the corrosive effect on the spirit of tortuous ways. Their companions soon gave up the futile task of piecing together her incongruous references to her early life and her family in England. He renounced even the doctrine that there was a residuum of truth in her claim of great relationships, since existent or not. He cared equally little for her ramifications. The principle of this indifference was at bottom a certain desire to disconnect and isolate Miriam, for it was disagreeable not to be independent in dealing with her, and he could be fully so only if she herself were. The early weeks of that summerthy went on indeed into August were destined to establish themselves in his memory as a season of pleasant things. The ambassador went away, and Peter had to wait for his own holiday, which he did during the hot days contentedly enough waited in spacious halls, and a vast dim bird-haunted garden the official world. And most other worlds withdrew from Paris, and the Place de la Concorde, a larger whiter desert than ever became, by a reversal of custom explorable with safety. The Champs-Élysées were dusty and rural, with little creaking booths and exhibitions that made a noise like grasshoppers. The Arc de Triomphe threw its cool, thick shadow. For a mile the Palais de l'Industrie glittered in the light of the long days. The cabmen in their red waistcoats dozed inside their boxes, while Sheringham permitted himself a pot hat, and rarely met a friend. Thus was Miriam as islanded as the chained Andromeda, and thus was it possible to deal with her even Perseus-like in deep detachment. The theaters on the boulevard closed for the most part, but the great temple of the Rue de Richelieu, with an aesthetic responsibility, continued imperturbably to dispense examples of style. Madame Carr was going to Vichy, but had not yet taken flight, which was a great advantage for Miriam, who could now solicit her attention, with the consciousness that she had no engagements. And I make her listen to me, I make her tell me, said the ardent girl, who was always climbing the slope of the Rue de Constantinople on the shady side, where of July mornings a smell of violets came from the moist flower stands of fat white-capped bouquetières in the angles of doorways. Miriam, like the Paris of the summer mornings, the clever freshness of all the little trades and the open-air life, the cries, the talk from door to door, which reminded her of the South, where in the multiplicity of her habitations she had lived, and most of all the great amusement, or nearly of her walk, the enviable baskets of the laundress piled up with frilled and fluted whiteness. Certain luxury she felt, while she passed with quick prevision of her own dawn of glory. The greatest amusement, perhaps, was to recognize the pretty sentiment of earliness, the particular congruity with the hour, in the studied selected dress of the little tripping women who were taking the day for important advantages, while it was tender at any rate. She mostly brought with her from her passage through the town good humor enough, with the penny bunch of violets she always stuck in the front of her dress for whatever awaited her at Madame Carr's. She declared to her friend that her dear mistress was terribly severe, giving her the most difficult, the most exhausting exercises, showing a kind of rage for breaking her in. So much the better, Sheringham duly answered, but he asked no questions, and was glad to let the preceptress and the pupil fight it out together. He wanted for the moment to know as little as possible about their ways together. He had been overdosed with that knowledge while attending at their second interview. He would send Madame Carr her monish was really most obliging, and in the meantime was certain Miriam could take care of herself. Sometimes he remarked to her that she needn't always talk shop to him. There were times when he was mortally tired of shop off hers. Moreover, he frankly admitted that he was tired of his own, so that the restriction was not brutal. When she replied, staring, "Why, I thought you considered it as such a beautiful, interesting art," he had no rejoinder more philosophically than, "Well, I do, but there are moments when I am quite sick of it all the same. At other times," he put it, "oh yes, the results, the finished thing, the dish perfectly seasoned and served, not the mess of preparation, at least not always, not the experiments that spoil the material." I supposed you to feel just these questions of study of the artistic education, as you've called it to me, so fascinating. The girl persisted. She was sometimes so flatly lucid. "Well, after all, I am not an actor myself," he could but impatiently sigh. "You might be one if you were serious," she would imperturbably say. To this her friend replied that Mr. Gabriel Nash ought to hear this, which made her promise with a certain grimness that she would settle him and his theories some day, not to seem too inconsistent, for it was cruel to bewilder her when he had taken her up to enlighten. Peter repeated over that for a man like himself, the interest of the whole thing depended on its being considered in a large liberal way, and with an intelligence that lifted it out of the question of the little tricks of the trade, gave it beauty and elevation. But she hereupon let him know that Madame Carr held there were no little tricks, that everything had its importance as a means to a great end, and that if you were not willing to try to approfondir the reason why in a given situation you should scratch your nose with your left hand rather than with your right, you were not worthy to tread any stage that respected itself. "That's very well, but if I must go into details, read me a little." Shelley groaned, the young man in the spirit of a high raffiné. You're worse than Madame Carr, you don't know what to invent between you, y'all kill me. The girl declared, I think there's a secret league between you to spoil my voice, or at least to weaken my souffle before I get it. But a la guerre commet a la guerre, how can I read Shelley, however, when I don't understand him? That's just what I want to make you do. It's a part of your general training you may do. Without that, of course, you without culture and taste and perception. But in that case, y'all be nothing but a vulgar cabotin, and nothing will be of any consequence. He had a theory that the great lyric poet induced her to read and recite as well long passages of Wordsworth and Swinburne, teach her many of the secrets of the large utterance, the mysteries of rhythm, the communicableness of style, the latent music of the language, and the art of composing copious speeches, and of retaining her stores of free breath. He held in perfect sincerity that there was a general sense of things of the mind, which would be of the highest importance to her, and to which it was by good fortune just in his power to contribute. She would do better in proportion, as she had more knowledge even knowledge that might superficially show but a remote connection with her business. The actor's talent was essentially a gift, a thing by itself, implanted, instinctive, accidental, equally unconnected with intellect, and with virtue. Sheringham was completely of that opinion, but it struck him as no baptize to believe at the same time that intellect, leaving virtue for the moment out of the question, might be brought into fruitful relation with it. It would be a bigger thing if a better mind were projected upon it, projected without sacrificing the mind. So he lent his young friend books she never reached, was on almost irreconcilable terms with the printed page, save for spouting it, and in the long summer days, when he had leisure, took her to the Louvre to admire the great works of painting and sculpture. Here, as on all occasions, he was struck with the queer jumble of her taste, her mixture of intelligence and puerility. He saw she never read what he gave her, though she sometimes would shamelessly have liked him to suppose so. But in the presence of famous pictures and statues, she had remarkable flashes of perception. She felt these things, she liked them, though it was always because she had an idea she could use them. Belief was often presumptuous, but it showed what an eye she had to her business. I could look just like that if I tried. That's the dress I mean to wear when I do. Portia, such were the observations apt to drop from her, under the suggestion of antique marbles, or when she stood before a Titian or a Bronzino. When she uttered them, and many others besides, the effect was sometimes irritating to her adviser, who had to bethink himself a little that she was no more egotistical than the histrionic conscience required. He wondered if there were necessarily something vulgar in the histrionic conscience, something condemned only to feel the tricky personal question, wasn't it better to be perfectly stupid than to have only one eye open and wear forever in the great face of the world the expression of a knowing wink at the theater on the numerous July evenings, when the Comédie Française exhibited the repertory, by the aid of exponents determined, the more sparse and provincial audience should have a taste of the tradition. Her appreciation was tremendously technical, and showed it was not for nothing she was now in and out of Madame Carr's innermost counsels. But there were moments when even her very acuteness seemed to him to drag the matter down, to see it in a small and superficial sense what he flattered himself he was trying to do for Heron through her for the stage of his time, since she was the instrument, and incontestably a fine one that had come to his hand, was precisely to lift it up, make it rare, keep it in the region of distinction and breadth. However, she was doubtless right, and he was wrong. He eventually reasoned you could afford to be vague only if you hadn't a responsibility. He had fine ideas, but she was to act them out, that is, to apply them, and not he. An application was of necessity a vulgarization, a smaller thing than theory. If she should some day put forth the great art, it wasn't purely fanciful to forecast for her. The matter would doubtless be, by that fact, sufficiently transfigured, and it wouldn't signify that some of the onward steps should have been lame. This was clear to him on several occasions, when she recited or motioned, or even merely looked something for him better than usual. Then she quite carried him away, making him wish to ask no more questions, but only let her disembroil herself in her own strong fashion. In these hours she gave him, forcibly if fitfully, that impression of beauty which was to be her justification. It was too soon for any general estimate of her progress. Madame Carr had at last given her a fine understanding, as well as a sore personal, an almost physical sense of how bad she was. She had therefore begun on a new basis, had returned to the alphabet and the drill. It was a phase of awkwardness, the splashing of a young swimmer, but buoyancy would certainly come out of it. For the present, there was mainly no great alteration of the fact that when she did things according to her own idea, They were not as yet, and seriously, judged worth the devil, as Madame Carr said, and when she did them according to that of her instructress, were too apt to be a gross parody of that lady's intention. None the less she gave glimpses, and her glimpses made him feel, not only that she was not a foolthies with small relief, but that he himself was not. He made her stick to her English and read Shakespeare aloud to him. Mrs. Ruth had recognized the importance of apartments in which they should be able to receive so beneficent a visitor, and was now mistress of a small salon with a balcony and a rickety flower stanto, say nothing of a view of many roofs and chimneys, a very uneven waxed floor, an empire clock, an armoire, a glace highly convenient for Miriam's posturings, and several cupboard doors covered over, allowing for treacherous gaps with the faded magenta paper of the wall. The thing had been easily done, for Sheringham had said, "Oh, we must have a sitting-room for our studies, you know, and ill settle it with the landlady." Mrs. Ruth had liked his windeed. She liked everything about him, and he saw in this way that she heaved with no violence under pecuniary obligations, so long as they were distinctly understood to be temporary. That he should have his money back with interest as soon as Miriam was launched was a comfort so deeply implied that it only added to intimacy. The window stood open on the little balcony, and when the sun had left it, Peter and Miriam could linger there, leaning on the rail and talking above the great hum of Paris, with nothing but the neighboring tiles and tall tubes to take account of. Mrs. Ruth, in limp garments, much ungirdled, was on the sofa, with a novel, making good her frequent assertion that she could put up with any life that would yield her these two conveniences. There were romantic works Peter had never read, and as to which he had vaguely wondered to what class they were addressed. The earlier productions of Roman 1000 Eugene Sue, the unfashionable compositions of Madame Sophie Gayworth, which Mrs. Ruth was familiar, and which she was ready to enjoy once more if she could get nothing fresher. She had always a greasy volume tucked under her, while her nose was bent upon the pages in hand. She scarcely looked up even when Miriam lifted her voice to show their benefactor what she could do. These tragic or pathetic notes all went out of the window and mingled with the undecipherable concert of Paris, so that no neighbor was disturbed by them. The girl shrieked and wailed when the occasion required it, and Mrs. Ruth only turned her page, showing in this way a great aesthetic as well as a great personal trust. She rather annoyed their visitor by the serenity of her confidence effort, a reason he fully understood only latter, save when Miriam caught an effect or a tone so well that she made him, in the pleasure of it, forget her parents' contiguity. He continued to object to the girl's English with its foreign patches that might pass in prose, but were offensive in the recitation of verse, and he wanted to know why she couldn't speak like her mother. He had justly to acknowledge the charm of Mrs. Ruth's voice and tone, which gave a richness even to the foolish things. She said they were of an excellent insular tradition, full both of natural and of cultivated sweetness, and they puzzled him when other indications seemed to betray her to refer her to more common air. They were like the reverberation of some far-off tutored circle. The connection between the development of Miriam's genius and the necessity of an occasional excursion to the contrite charming country that lies in so many directions beyond the Parisian banlieue not have been immediately apparent to a superficial observer, but a day, and then another at Versailles, a day at Fontainebleau, and a trip particularly harmonious and happy to Rambouillet took their places in our young man's plan, as a part of the indirect but contributive culture and agency, in the formation of taste. Intimations of the grand manner, for instance, would proceed in abundance from the symmetrical palace and gardens of Louis Roman XIV. Peter adored Versailles and wandered there more than once with the ladies of the Hôtel de la Garonne. They chose quiet hours when the fountains were dry, and Mrs. Ruth took an armful of novels and sat on a bench in the park, flanked by clipped hedges and old statues, while her young companions strolled away, walked to the Trianon, explored the long, straight vistas of the woods. Rambouillet was vague and vivid and sweet. They felt that they found 100 wise voices there. And indeed there was an old white chateau which contained nothing but ghostly sounds. They found at any rate a long luncheon, and in the landscape the very spirit of silvery summer and of the French pictorial brush. I have said that in these days Sheringham wondered about many things, and by the time his leave of absence came, this practice had produced a particular speculation. He was surprised that he shouldn't be in love with Miriam Ruth, and considered at moments of leisure the causes of his exemption. He had felt from the first that she was a nature, and each time she met his eyes, it seemed to come to him straighter that her beauty was rare. You had to get the good view of her face, but when you did so, It was a splendid mobile mask, and the wearer of this high ornament had frankness and courage and variety no end of the unusual, and the unexpected. She had qualities that seldom went toe through impulses and shynesses, audacities and lapses, something coarse, popular, and strong, all intermingled with disdains and languors and nerves. And then above all she was there, was accessible, almost belonged to him. He reflected ingeniously that he owed his escape to a peculiar causido, the fact that they had together a positive outside objective, as it were, was all their communion, not personal and selfish, but a matter of art and business and discussion. Discussion had saved him, and would save him further, for they would always have something to quarrel about. Sheringham, who was not a diplomatist for nothing, who had his reasons for steering straight, and wished neither to deprive the British public of a rising star, nor to exchange his actual situation for that of a yoked impresario, blessed the beneficence, the salubrity, the pure exorcism of art at the same time, rather inconsistently, and feeling that he had a completer vision than before of that oddest of animals, the artist who happens to have been born a woman. He felt warned against a serious connection, made a great point of the serious with so slippery and ticklish a creature. The two ladies had only to stay in Paris, save their canelines, and as Madame Carr had enjoined, practice their scales. There were apparently no autumn visits to English country houses in prospect for Mrs. Ruth. Peter parted with them on the understanding that in London he would look as thoroughly as possible into the question of an engagement the day before he began his holiday. He went to see Madame Carr, who said to him, "Vous devriez bien nous la laisser." She has something then. She has most things. Shall go far. It's the first time in my life of my beginning with a mistake, but don't tell her so. I don't flatter her. Shall be too puffed up. Is she very conceited? Sheringham asked. Mauvais sujet, said Madame Carr. It was on the journey to London that he indulged in some of those questionings of his state that I have mentioned, but I must add that, by the time he reached Charing Cross, smoked a cigar, deferred till after the Channel in a compartment by himself, it had suddenly come over him that they were futile now that he had left the girl. A subversive, unpremeditated heartbeat told him it, made him hold his breath a minute in the carriage. That he had after all not escaped. He was in love with her. He had been in love with her from the first hour. Book 3rd. Roman 13. The drive from Harsh to the place, as it was called thereabouts, could be achieved by swift horses in less than 10 minutes, and if Mrs. Dallow's ponies were capital trotters, the general high pitch of the occasion made it all congruous. They should show their speed. The occasion was the polling day. An hour after the battle, the ponies had kept pace with other driven forces for the week. Before passing and repassing the neat windows of the flat little town, Mrs. Dallow had the complacent belief that there was none in the kingdom in which the flower stands looked more respectable between the stiff muslin curtains, with their mistress behind them on her all but silver wheels. Very often she was accompanied by the Liberal candidate, but even when she was not, the equipage seemed scarce less to represent his easy, friendly confidence. It moved in a radiance of ribbons and handbills and handshakes, and smiles of quickened commerce and sudden intimacy of sympathy, which assumed without presuming, and gratitude, which promised without soliciting. But under Julia's guidance, the ponies pattered now with no indication of a loss of freshness along the firm wide avenue which wound and curved to make up in large effect for not undulating from the gates opening straight on the town to the Palladian mansion, high, square, gray and clean, which stood among terraces and fountains in the center of the park. A generous steed had been sacrificed to bring the good news from Ghent to Aix, but no such extravagance was after all necessary for communicating with Lady Agnes. She had remained at the house, not going to the Wheatsheaf, the Liberal Inn, with the others preferring to await in privacy. And indeed in solitude, the momentous result of the poll. She had come down to Harsh with the two girls. In the course of the proceedings, Julia hadn't thought they would do much good, but she was expansive and indulgent now, and had generously asked them. Lady Agnes had not a nice canvassing manner, effective as she might have been in the character of the high, benignant, affable, mother-looking sweet participation, but not interfering off the young and handsome, the shining, convincing, wonderfully clever, and certainly irresistible aspirant Grace Dormer, had zeal without art, and Lady Agnes, who during her husband's lifetime had seen their affairs follow the satisfactory principle of a tendency to defer to supreme merit, had never really learned the lesson that voting goes by favor. However, she could pray God. If she couldn't make love to the cheesemonger and Nick felt she had stayed at home to pray for him, I must add that Julia Dallow was too happy now flicking her whip in the bright summer air to say anything so ungracious even to herself as that her companion had been returned, in spite of his nearest female relatives. Besides Biddy, had been a rosy help, she had looked persuasively pretty in white and blue on platforms, and in recurrent carriages, out of which she had tossed blushing and making people feel they would remember her eyes, several words that were telling for their very simplicity. Mrs. Dallow was really too glad for any definite reflection, even for personal exultation. The vanity of recognizing her own large share of the work Nick was in, and was now beside her tired, silent, vague, beflowered, and beribboned, and he had been splendid from beginning to end, beautifully good-humored, and at the same time beautifully clever, still cleverer than she had supposed he could be. The sense of her having quickened his cleverness and been repaid by it, or by his gratitude, came to the same thing in a way she appreciated, was not assertive and jealous. It was lost for the present in the general happy break of the long tension. So nothing passed between them in their progress to the house. There was no sound in the park, but the pleasant rustle of summer it seemed an applausive murmur and the swift roll of the vehicle. Lady Agnes already knew, for as soon as the result was declared Nick had dispatched a mounted man to her, carrying the figures on a scrawled card. He himself had been far from getting away at once, having to respond to the hubbub of acclamation, to speak yet again, to thank his electors individually and collectively, to chaff the Tories without cheap elation, to be carried hither and yon, and above all, to pretend that the interest of the business was now greater for him than ever if he had said never a word. After putting himself in Julia's hands to go home, it was partly perhaps because the consciousness had begun to glimmer within him, on the contrary, of some sudden shrinkage of that interest. He wanted to see his mother, because he knew she wanted to fold him close in her arms. They had been open there for this purpose. The last half-hour and her expectancy, now no longer an ache of suspense, was the reason of Julia's round pace. Yet this very impatience in her somehow made Nick wince a little. Meeting his mother was like being elected over again. The others had not yet come back, and Lady Agnes was alone in the large, bright drawing-room when Nick went in with Julia. He saw her at the further end. She had evidently been walking up and down the whole length of it, and her tall, upright black figure seemed in possession of the fair vastness after the manner of an exclamation point at the bottom of a blank page. The room, rich and simple, was a place of perfection, as well as of splendor in delicate tints, with precious specimens of French furniture of the last century ranged against walls of pale brocade, and here and there a small, almost priceless picture. George Dallow had made it caring for these things, and liking to talk about them, scarce ever about anything else, so that it appeared to represent him still, what was best in his kindly limited nature, his friendly, competent, tiresome insistence on harmony and identity of period. Nick could hear him yet, and could see him too fat, and with a congenital thickness in his speech, lounging there in loose clothes with his eternal cigarette. "Now, my dear fellow, that's what I call form. I don't know what you call it." That was the way he used to begin. All round were flowers in rare vases, but it looked a place of which the beauty would have smelt sweet even without them. Lady Agnes had taken a white rose from one of the clusters, and was holding it to her face, which was turned to the door. As Nick crossed the threshold, the expression of her figure instantly told him he saw the creased card he had sent her lying on one of the beautiful bare table show. She had been sailing up and down in a majesty of satisfaction. The inflation of her long plain dress, and the brightened dimness of her proud face, were still in the air. In a moment he had kissed her, and was being kissed not in quick repetition, but in tender prolongation, with which the perfume of the white rose was mixed. But there was something else to her sweet smothered words in his ear. "Oh, my boy, oh, your father, your father." Neither the sense of pleasure, nor that of pain with Lady Agnes's, indeed with most of the persons with whom this history is concerned, was a liberation of chatter, so that for a minute all she said again was, "I think of Sir Nicholas, and wish he were here," addressing the words to Julia, who had wandered forward without looking at the mother and son. "Poor Sir Nicholas," said Mrs. Dallow vaguely. "Did you make another speech?" Lady Agnes asked. "I don't know," did I. Nick appealed. "I don't know," and Julia spoke with her back turned, doing something to her hat before the glass. "Oh, of course, the confusion, the bewilderment," said Lady Agnes, in a tone rich in political reminiscence. "It was really immense fun." Mrs. Dallow went so far as to drop. "Dearest Julia." Lady Agnes deeply breathed, then she added, "It was you who made it, sure." "There are a lot of people coming to dinner," said Julia. Perhaps y'all have to speak again. Lady Agnes smiled at her son. Thank you, I like the way you talk about it, cried Nick. I am like Iago from this time, forth I never will speak word. Don't say that, Nick, said his mother gravely. Don't be afraid, he'll jabber like a magpie, and Julia went out of the room. Nick had flung himself on a sofa with an air of weariness, though not of completely extinct cheer, and Lady Agnes stood fingering her rose and looking down at him. His eyes kept away from her, they seemed fixed on something she couldn't see. I hope you've thanked Julia handsomely, she presently remarked. Why, of course, mother. She has done as much as if you hadn't been sure. I wasn't in the least sure, and she has done everything. She has been too good, but we've done something. I hope you don't leave out your father, Lady Agnes amplified, as Nick's glance appeared for a moment to question her. We never, never. Nick uttered these words perhaps a little mechanically, but the next minute he added, as if suddenly moved to think what he could say that would give his mother most pleasure. Of course his name has worked for me, gone as he is, he's still a living force. He felt a good deal of a hypocrite, but one didn't win such a seat every day in the year probably. Indeed, he should never win another. He hears you, he watches you, he rejoices in you, Lady Agnes opined. This idea was oppressive to Nick, that of the rejoicing, almost as much as of the watching. He had made his concession, but with a certain impulse to divert his mother from following up her advantage, he broke out, Julia's a tremendously effective woman. Of course she is, said Lady Agnes knowingly. Her charming appearance is half the battle. Nick explained a little coldly what he meant, but he felt his coldness an inadequate protection to him when he heard his companion observe with something of the same sapience. A woman's always effective when she likes a person so much. It discomposed him to be described as a person liked, and so much, and by a woman, and he simply said abruptly, when are you going away? The first moment, that civil tomorrow morning. Y'all stay on, I hope. Stay on? What shall I stay on for? Why, you might stay to express your appreciation. Nick considered. I've everything to do. I thought everything was done, said Lady Agnes. Well, that's just why, her son replied not very lucidly. I want to do other things, quite other things. I should like to take the next train, and he looked at his watch. When there are people coming to dinner to meet you. They'll meet you, that's better. I am sorry anyone's coming, Lady Agnes said in a tone unencouraging to a deviation from the reality of things. I wish we were alone, just as a family. It would please Julia today to feel that we are one. Do stay with her tomorrow. How will that do when she's alone? She won't be alone with Mrs. Gresham. Mrs. Gresham doesn't count. That's precisely why I want you to stop. And her cousin, almost her brother, what an idea that it won't do. Haven't you stayed here before when there has been no one? I've never stayed much, and there have always been people. At any rate, it's now different. It's just because it's different. Besides, it isn't different, and it never was, said Lady Agnes, more incoherent in her earnestness than it often happened to her to be. She always liked you, and she likes you now more than ever. If you call that different. Nick got up at this, and without meeting her eyes walked to one of the windows where he stood with his back turned and looked out on the great greenness. She watched him a moment, and she might well have been wishing, while he appeared to gaze with intentness, that it would come to him with the same force as it had come to Herselfree often before, but during these last days more than ever. That the level lands of Harsh stretching away before the window, the French garden with its symmetry, its screens and its statues, and a great many more things, of which these were the superficial token, were Julia's very own to do with exactly, as she liked. No word of appreciation or envy, however, dropped from the young man's lips, and his mother presently went on. What could be more natural than that after your triumphant contest, you and she should have lots to settle, and to talk about, no end of practical questions, no end of urgent business. Aren't you her member? And can't her member pass a day with her? And she a great proprietor? Nick turned round at this with an odd expression. Her member? Am I hers? Lady Agnes had a possession, had need of all her tact. Well, if the place is hers, and you represent the place, she began, but she went no further, for Nick had interrupted her with a laugh. What a droll thing to represent when one thinks of it. And what does it represent? Poor stupid little borough, with its strong, though I admit clean smell of meal, and its curiously fat-faced inhabitants. Did you ever see such a collection of fat faces turned up at the hustings? They looked like an enormous sofa, with the cheeks for the gathers, and the eyes for the buttons. Oh well, the next time you shall have a great town, Lady Agnes returned, smiling, and feeling that she was tactful. It will only be a bigger sofa. I am joking, of course, Nick pursued, and I ought to be ashamed of myself. They've done me the honor to elect me, and I shall never say a word that's not civil about them, poor dears. But even a new member may blaspheme to his mother. I wished you'd be serious to your mother, and she went nearer him. The difficulty is that I am two men. It's the strangest thing that ever was, Nick professed with his bright face on her. I am two quite distinct human beings, who have scarcely a point in common, not even the memory on the part of one of the achievements, or the adventures of the other. One man wins the seat, but it's the other fellow who sits in it. Oh, Nick, don't spoil your victory by your perversity, she cried, as she clasped her hands to him. I went through it with great glee. I won't deny that it excited me, interested me, amused me. When once I was in it, I liked it, but now that I am out of it again. Out of it, his mother stared. Isn't the whole point that you're in? Ah, now I am only in the House of Commons. For an instant she seemed not to understand, and to be on the point of laying her finger quickly to her lips with a hushes. If the late Sir Nicholas might have heard the only then, while a comprehension of the young man's words promptly superseded that impulse, she replied with force, "You'll be in the Lords the day you determine to get there." This futile remark made Nick laugh afresh, and not only laugh, but kiss her, which was always an intenser form of mystification for poor Lady Agnes, and apparently the one he liked best to inflict. After which he said, "The odd thing is, you know that Harsh has no wants, at least it's not sharply, not articulately conscious of them. We all pretended to talk them over together, and I promised to carry them in my heart of hearts. But upon my honor, I can't remember one of them." Julia says the wants of Harsh are simply the national wants, rather a pretty phrase for Julia. She means she does everything for the place, she's really their member. And this house in which we stand, their legislative chamber, therefore the lacunae I've undertaken to fill out are the national wants. It will be rather a job to rectify some of them. Want it? I don't represent the appetites of Harsh. Harsh is gorged. I represent the ideas of my party. That's what Julia says. Oh, never mind what Julia says, Lady Agnes broke out impatiently. This impatience made it singular that the very next word she uttered should be, "My dearest son, I wish to heaven you'd marry her. It would be so fitting now," she added. "Why now?" Nick frowned. "She has shown you such sympathy, such devotion. Is it for that she has shown it?" "Ah, you might feel I can't tell you," said Lady Agnes reproachfully. He blushed at this, as if what he did feel was the reproach. "Must I marry her because you like her? Why, we're all as fond of her as we can be. Dear mother, I hope that any woman I ever may marry will be a person agreeable not only to you, but also, since you make a point of it, to Grace and Biddy. But I must tell you this, that I shall marry no woman I am not unmistakably in love with." "And why are you not in love with Julia? Charming, clever, generous as she is." Lady Agnes laid her hands on him, held him tight. "Dearest Nick, if you care anything in the world to make me happy, you'll stay over here tomorrow and be nice to her." He waited an instant. "Do you mean propose to her?" "With a single word, with the glance of an eye, the movement of your little finger?" And she paused, looking intensely, imploringly up into his face. "In less time than it takes me to say what I say now, you may have it all." As he made no answer, only meeting her eyes, she added insistently, "You know she's a fine creature." "I know she is. Dearest mother, what I seem to know better than anything else in the world is that I love my freedom. I set it far above everything." "Your freedom? What freedom is there in being poor?" Lady Agnes fiercely demanded. "Talk of that when Julia puts everything she possesses at your feet." "I can't talk of it, mother, it's too terrible an idea, and I can't talk of her nor of what I think of her. You must leave that to me. I do her perfect justice." "You don't, or you'd marry her tomorrow," she passionately argued. "You'd feel the opportunity, so beautifully rare with everything in the world, to make it perfect. Your father would have valued it for you beyond everything. Think a little what would have given him pleasure. That's what I meant when I spoke just now of us all. It wasn't of Grace and Biddy I was thinking, Finesse, it was of him. He's with you always, he takes with you at your side every step you take yourself. He'd bless devoutly your marriage to Julia. He'd feel what it would be for you and for us all. I ask for no sacrifice, and he'd ask for none. We only ask that you don't commit the crime." Nick Dormer stopped her with another kiss. He murmured, "Mother, mother, mother," as he bent over her. He wished her not to go on, to let him off, but the deep deprecation in his voice didn't prevent her saying, "You know it, you know it perfectly, all and more than all that I can tell you, you know." He drew her closer, kissed her again, held her, as he would have held a child in a paroxysm, soothing her silently, till it could abate. Her vehemence had brought with it tears. She dried them, as she disengaged herself the next moment. However, she resumed attacking him again. For a public man, she'd be the perfect companion. She's made for public life, she's made to shine, to be concerned in great things, to occupy a high position, and to help him on. She'd back you up in everything, as she has backed you in this together. There's nothing you couldn't do. You can have the first house in England, eyes. The very first. What freedom is there in being poor? How can you do anything without money? And what money can you make for yourself? What money will ever come to you? That's the crime, to throw away such an instrument of power, such a blessed instrument of good. It isn't everything to be rich, mother, said Nick, looking at the floor with a particular patience that is with a provisional docility, and his hands in his pockets. And it isn't so fearful to be poor. It's villates abject, don't I know? Are you in such acute want? He smiled. Ah, don't make me explain. What you've only to look at, to see, his mother returned, as if, with a richness of allusion, to dark elements in her fate. Besides, he easily went on, there's other money in the world than Julia's. I might come by some of that. Do you mean Mr. Carteret's? The question made him laugh, as her feeble reference, 5 minutes before, to the House of Lords had done. But she pursued, too full of her idea to take account of such a poor substitute for an answer. Let me tell you one thing, for I've known Charles Carteret much longer than you, and I understand him better. There's nothing you could do that would do you more good with him than to marry Julia. I know the way he looks at things, and I know exactly how that would strike him. It would please him, it would charm him. It would be the thing that would most prove to him that you're in earnest. You need, to do something of that sort, she said. As for plain speaking, haven't I come in for harsh? Asked Nick. Oh, he's very canny. He likes to see people rich. Then he believes in them. Then he's likely to believe more. He's kind to you because you're your father's son. But I am sure your being poor takes just so much off. He can remedy that so easily, said Nick, smiling still. Is my being kept by Julia what you call my making an effort for myself? Lady Agnes hesitated. Then you needn't insult Julia, she replied. Moreover, if I've her money, I shan't want his. Nick unheedingly remarked. Again his mother waited before answering, after which she produced. And pray, wouldn't you wish to be independent? You're a delightful dear mother, you're very delightful. I particularly like your conception of independence. Doesn't it occur to you that, at a pinch, I might improve my fortune by some other means than by making a mercenary marriage, or by currying favor with a rich old gentleman? Doesn't it occur to you that I might work at politics? How does that make money honorably? I don't mean at politics. What do you mean then? And she seemed to challenge him to phrase it. If he dared, this demonstration of her face and voice might have affected him, for he remained silent, and she continued, Are you elected or not? It seems a dream, he rather flatly returned. If you act accordingly, and don't mix up things that are as wide asunder as the poles. She spoke with sternness, and his silence appeared again to represent an admission that her sternness counted for him. Possibly she was touched by it. After a few moments at any rate, during which nothing more passed between them, she appealed to him, in a gentler and more anxious key, which had this virtue to touch him, that he knew it was absolutely the first time in her life she had really begged for anything. She had never been obliged to beg, she had got on without it, and most things had come to her. He might judge therefore in what a light she regarded this boon, for which in her bereft old age she humbled herself to be a suitor. There was such a pride in her, that he could feel what it cost her to go on her knees even to her son. He did judge how it was in his power to gratify her. And as he was generous and imaginative, he was stirred and shaken as it came over him. Wave of figurative suggestion, that he might make up to her for many things he scarcely needed to hear her ask with a pleading wail that was almost tragic. Don't you see how things have turned out for us? Don't you know how unhappy I am? Don't you know what a bitterness? She stopped with a sob in her voice. And he recognized vividly this last tribulation, the unhealed wound of her change of life, and her lapse from eminence to flatness. You know what Percival is, and the comfort I have of him. You know the property and what he's doing with it, and what comfort I get from that. Everything's dreary. But what you can do for us, everything's odious, down to living in a hole with one's girls, who don't marry Grace, is impossible. I don't know what's the matter with her. No one will look at her. And she's so conceited with it sometimes. I feel as if I could beat her, and Biddy will never marry. And we're 3 dismal women in a filthy house. And what are 3 dismal women more or less in London? So with an unexpected rage of self-exposure, she poured out her disappointments, and troubles tore away the veil from her sadness and soreness. It almost scared him to see how she hated her life, though at another time, it might have been amusing to note how she despised her gardenless house, Of course it wasn't a country house, and she couldn't get used to that better than he could doffer. It was the sort of thing into which in any case, a woman enters more than a manch, felt what a lift into brighter air, what a regilding of his sisters, possibilities his marriage to Julia would effect for them. He couldn't trace the difference. But his mother saw it all as a shining picture. She hung the bright vision before him. Nosh stood there like a poor woman crying for a kindness. What was filial in him? All the piety he owed especially to the revived spirit of his father, more than ever present on a day of such public pledges, became from one moment to the other, as the very handle to the door of the chamber of concessions. He had the impulse so embarrassing when it is a question of consistent action to see in a touching and interesting light any forcibly presented side of the life of another. Such things affected a union with something in his life, and in the recognition of them was no soreness of sacrifice and no consciousness of merit. Rapidly at present, this change of scene took place before his spiritual eye. He found himself believing, because his mother communicated the belief that it depended, but on his own conduct richly to alter the social outlook of the three women who clung to him and who declared themselves forlorn. This was not the highest kind of motive, but it contained a spring. It touched into life again old injunctions and appeals. Julia's wide kingdom opened out round him and seemed somehow to wear the face of his own possible future. His mother and sisters floated in the rosy element, as if he had breathed it about them. The first house in England, she had called it, but it might be the first house in Europe, the first in the world by the fine air and the high humanities that should fill it. Everything beautiful in his actual, his material view seemed to proclaim its value, as never before. The house rose over his head, as a museum of exquisite rewards, and the image of poor George Dallow hovered there obsequious, expressing that he had only been the modest, tasteful organizer, or even upholsterer appointed to set it all in order and punctually retire. Lady Agnes' tone, in fine, penetrated further than it had done yet, when she brought out with intensity, "Don't desert us, don't desert us. Don't desert you. Be great, great. I am old, I've lived, I've seen. Go in for a great material position that will simplify everything else. I'll do what I can for you, anything, everything I can trust. Me leave me alone," Nick went on. "And y'all stay over, y'all spend the day with her. I'll stay till she turns me out." His mother had hold of his hand again. Now she raised it to her lips and kissed it. "My dearest son, my only joy. Then I don't see how you can resist her," she added. "No more do I." She looked about there, was so much to look at with a deep exhalation. "If you're so fond of art, what art is equal to all this? The joy of living in the midst of it, seeing the finest works every day. Y'all have everything the world can give." "That's exactly what was just passing in my own mind. It's too much," Nick reasoned. "Don't be selfish." "Selfish," he echoed. "Unselfish, then y'all share it with us. And with Julia, a little, I hope," he said. "God bless you," cried his mother, looking up at him. Her eyes were detained by the sudden sense of something in his own that was not clear to her. But before she could challenge it, he asked abruptly, "Why do you talk so of poor Biddy? Why won't she marry?" "You had better ask Peter Sheringham," said Lady Agnes. "What has he to do with it?" "How odd of you not to know when it's so plain how she thinks of him, that it's a matter of common gossip." "Yes, if you will, have made it so, and she takes it as an angel, but Peter likes her." "Does he then? It's the more shame to him to behave as he does. He had better leave his wretched actresses alone. That's the love of art too," mocked Lady Agnes. But Nick glossed it all over. "Biddy's so charming, shall easily marry someone else." "Never if she loves him. However, Julia will bring it about. Julia will help her," his mother pursued more cheerfully. "That's what y'all do for us, that shall do everything." "Why then more than now?" he asked. "Because we shall be yours. You're mine already." "Yes, but she isn't. However, she's as good," Lady Agnes exulted. "She'll turn me out of the house," said Nick. "Come and tell me when she does. But there she is, go to her." And she gave him a push toward one of the windows that stood open to the terrace. Their hostess had become visible outside. She passed slowly along the terrace with her long shadow. "Go to her," his mother repeated. "She's waiting for you." Nick went out with the air of a man as ready to pass that way as another, and at the same moment, his two sisters, still flushed with participation, appeared in a different quarter. "We go home tomorrow, but Nick will stay a day or two," Lady Agnes said to them. "Dear old Nick," Grace ejaculated, looking at her with intensity. "He's going to speak," she went on, "but don't mention it." Don't mention it, Biddy asked with a milder stare. Hasn't he spoken enough, poor fellow? I mean to Julia, Lady Agnes replied. Don't you understand, you goose? And Grace turned on her sister. Roman 14. The next morning brought the young man many letters and telegrams, and his coffee was placed beside him in his room, where he remained until noon answering these communications. When he came out, he learned that his mother and sisters had left the house. This information was given him by Mrs. Gresham, whom he found dealing with her own voluminous budget at one of the tables in the library. She was a lady who received 30 letters a day, the subject matter of which, as well as of her punctual answers in a hand that would have been ladylike in a manageress, was a puzzle to those who observed her. She told Nick that Lady Agnes had not been willing to disturb him at his work, to say goodbye, knowing she should see him in a day or two, in town. He was amused at the way his mother had stolen offers. If she feared further conversation might weaken the spell she believed herself to have wrought, the place was cleared moreover of its other visitors. So that, as Mrs. Gresham said, the fun was at an end. This lady expressed the idea that the fun was after all rather a bore. At any rate, now they could rest Mrs. Dallow. And Nick and she was glad Nick was going to stay for a little quiet. She liked Harsh best when it was not in fate. Then one could see what a sympathetic old place it was. She hoped Nick was not dreadfully faggage, feared Julia was completely done up. Julia, however, had transported her exhaustion to the grounds, was wandering about somewhere. She thought more people would be coming to the house, people from the town, people from the country, and had gone out, so as not to have to see them. She had not gone far. Nick could easily find her. Nick intimated that he himself was not eager for more people, whereupon Mrs. Gresham rather archly smiled. And of course you hate me for being here. He made some protest, and she added, but I am almost part of the house. You know, one of the chairs or tables. Nick declared that he had never seen a house so well furnished, and Mrs. Gresham said, I believe there are to be some people to dinner. Rather an interference, isn't it? Julia lives so in public. But it's all for you. And after moment she added, it's a wonderful constitution. Nick at first failed to seize her allusion, thought it a retarded political reference, a sudden tribute to the great unwritten instrument by which they were all governed, and under the happy operation of which his fight had been so successful. He was on the point of saying the British wonderful, when he gathered that the intention of his companion had been simply to praise Mrs. Dallow's fine robustness, the surface so delicate, the action so easy, yet the frame of steel. He left Mrs. Gresham to her correspondence, and went out of the house wondering, as he walked, if she wanted him to do the same thing his mother wanted, so that her words had been intended for a prick with her. Even the two ladies had talked over their desire together. Mrs. Gresham was a married woman, who was usually taken for widow, mainly because she was perpetually sent for by her friends, who in no event sent for Mr. Gresham. She came in every case with her air of being rapandu at the expense of dingier belongings. Her figure was admired, that is, it was sometimes mentioned, and she dressed as if it was expected of her to be smart like a young woman. In a shop or a servant much in view, she slipped in and out, accompanied at the piano, talked to the neglected visitors, walked in the rain, and after the arrival of the post, usually had conferences with her hostess, during which she stroked her chin and looked familiarly responsible. It was her peculiarity that people were always saying things to her in a lowered voice. She had all sorts of acquaintances, and in small establishments sometimes wrote the menus. Great ones, on the other hand, had no terrors for Hirsch, had seen too many. No one had ever discovered whether anyone else paid her. People only knew what they Roman 999. If Lady Agnes had in the minor key discussed with her the propriety of a union between the mistress of Harsh and the hope of the Dormers, this last personage could take the circumstance for granted without irritation, and even with cursory indulgence, for he was got unhappy now, and his spirit was light and clear. The summer day was splendid, and the world, as he looked at it from the terrace, offered no more worrying ambiguity than a vault of airy blue arching over a lap of solid green. The wide still trees in the park appeared to be waiting for some daily inspection, and the rich fields with their official frill of hedges to rejoice in the light that smiled upon them as named and numbered acres. Nick felt himself catch the smile, and all the reasons of it. They made up a charm to which he had perhaps not hitherto done justice. Something of the impression he had received when younger from showy views of fine countrysats that had pressed and patted nature, as by the fat hands of benches of magistrates and landlords, into supreme respectability and comfort. There were a couple of peacocks on the terrace, and his eye was caught by the gleam of the swans on a distant lake, where was also a little temple on an island. and these objects fell in with his humor, which at another time might have been ruffled by them as aggressive triumphs of the conventional. It was certainly a proof of youth and health on his part that his spirits had risen as the plot thickened, and that after he had taken his jump into the turbid waters of a contested election, he had been able to tumble and splash, not only without a sense of awkwardness, but with a considerable capacity for the frolic tepid. As we saw him in Paris, he had found his relation to his opportunity, surprisingly altered by his little journey across the Channel, had seen things in a new perspective, and breathed an air that set him, and kept him in motion. There had been something in it that went to his head, an element that his mother and his sisters, his father from beyond the grave, Julia Dallow, the Liberal Party, and 100 friends, were both secretly and overtly occupied in pumping into it. If he but half believed in victory, he at least liked the wind of the onset in his ears, and he had a general sense that, when one was stuck, there was always the nearest thing at which one must pull. The embarrassment that is the revival of skepticism, which might produce an inconsistency shameful to exhibit and yet difficult to conceal, was safe enough to come later. Indeed, at the risk of presenting our young man as too whimsical a personage, I may hint that some such sickly glow had even now begun to tinge 1/4 of his inward horizon. I am afraid, moreover, that I have no better excuse for him than the one he had touched on in that momentous conversation with his mother, which I have thought it useful to reproduce in full. He was conscious of a double nature. There were two men in him, quite separate, whose leading features had little in common, and each of whom insisted on having an independent turn at life. Meanwhile, then, if he was adequately aware that the bed of his moral existence would need a good deal of making over if he was to lie upon it without unseemly tossing, he was also alive to the propriety of not parading his inconsistencies, not letting his unregulated passions become a spectacle to the vulgar. He had none of that wish to appear deep, which is at the bottom of most forms of fatuity. He was perfectly willing to pass for decently superficial. He only aspired to be decently continuous. When you were not suitably shallow, this presented difficulties, but he would have assented to the proposition that you must be as subtle as you can, and that a high use of subtlety is in consuming the smoke of your inner fire. The fire was the great thing, not the chimney. He had no view of life that counted out the need of learning. It was teaching, rather, as to which he was conscious of no particular mission. He enjoyed life, enjoyed it immensely, and was ready to pursue it with patience through as many channels as possible. He was on his guard, however, against making an ass of himself, that is, against not thinking out his experiments before trying them in public. It was because as yet he liked life in general better than it was clear to him. He liked particular possibilities, that on the occasion of a constituency's holding out a cordial hand to him, while it extended another in a different direction, a certain bloom of boyhood that was on him had not paled at the idea of a match. He had risen to the fray, as he had risen to matches at school, for his boyishness could still take a pleasure in an inconsiderate show of agility. He could meet electors and conciliate bores, and compliment women and answer questions, and roll off speeches and chaff adversarish, could do these things, because it was amusing and slightly dangerous, like playing football or ascending an Alp pastimes, for which nature had conferred on him an aptitude not so very different in kind from a due volubility on platforms. There were two voices to admonish him that all this was not really action at all, but only a pusillanimous imitation of it, one of them fitfully audible in the depths of his own spirit, and the other speaking in the equivocal accents of a very crabbed hand from a letter of 4 pages by Gabriel Nash. However, Nick carried the imitation as far as possible, and the flood of sound floated him. What more could a working faith have done? He had not broken with the axiom that in a case of doubt one should hold off, for this applied to choice, and he had not at present the slightest pretension to choosing. He knew he was lifted along, that what he was doing was not first-rate, that nothing was settled by it, and that if there was a hard knot in his life, it would only grow harder with keeping doing one's sum tomorrow instead of today. Doesn't make the sum easier, but at least makes today so. Sometimes in the course of the following fortnight, it seemed to him he had gone in for harsh, because he was sure he should lose. Sometimes he foresaw that he should win precisely to punish him for having tried, and for his want of candor. And when presently he did win, he was almost scared at his success. Then it appeared to him he had done something even worse than not choose, had let others choose for him. The beauty of it was that they had chosen with only their own object in their eye, for what did they know about his strain? 227. Alternative. He was rattled about so for a fortnight, Julia taking care of this, that. He had no time to think save when he tried to remember a quotation or an American story, and all his life became an overflow of verbiage thought couldn't hear itself for the noise which had to be pleasant and persuasive, had to hang more or less together. Without its aid, Nick was surprised at the airs he could play, and often when the last thing at night, he shut the door of his room, found himself privately exclaiming that he had had no idea he was such a mountebank. I must add that if this reflection didn't occupy him long, and if no meditation after his return from Paris held him for many moments, there was a reason better even than that he was tired, that he was busy, that he appreciated the coincidence of the hit. And the hurrah, and the hit. That reason was simply Mrs. Dallow, who had suddenly become a still larger fact in his consciousness than his having turned actively political. She was indeed his being, so in the sense that if the politics were his, how little soever the activity was hers, she had better ways of showing. She was clever than merely saying clever things, which in general only prove at the most that one would be clever, if one could. The accomplished fact itself was almost always the demonstration that Mrs. Dallow could. And when Nick came to his senses after the proclamation of the victor, and the drop of the uproar, her figure was of the whole violent dance of shadows, the only thing that came back, that stayed. She had been there at each of the moments, passing, repassing, returning, before him, beside him, behind him. She had made the business infinitely prettier than it would have been without her added music and flowers and ices, a finer charm, converting it into a kind of heroic function, the form of sport most dangerous. It had been a garden party, say, with one's life at stake from pressure of the crowd. The concluded affair had bequeathed him, thus, not only a seat in the House of Commons, but a perception of what may come of women in high embodiments, and an abyss of intimacy with one woman in particular. She had wrapped him up in something he didn't know what, a sense of facility, an overpowering fragrance. Seemed they had moved together in an immense fraternity. There had been no love-making, no contact. That was only personal, no vulgarity of flirtation. The hurry of the days, and the sharpness with which they both tended to an outside object, had made all that irrelevant. It was as if she had been too near for him to see her separate from himself. But none the less, when he now drew breath and looked back, what had happened met his eyes as a composed picture, a picture of which the subject was inveterately Julia and her ponies, Julia wonderfully fair and fine, waving her whip, cleaving the crowd, holding her head as if it had been a banner, smiling up into second-story windows, carrying him beside her, carrying him to his doom. He had not reckoned at the time, in the few days, how much he had driven about with her, but the image of it was there in his consulted conscience, as well as in a personal glow not yet chilled. It looked large as it rose before him. The things his mother had said to him made a rich enough frame for it all, and the whole impression had that night kept him much awake. Roman 15. While after leaving Mrs. Gresham, he was hesitating which way to go, and was on the point of hailing a gardener to ask if Mrs. Dallow had been seen, he noticed as a spot of color in an expanse of shrubbery a faraway parasol moving in the direction of the lake. He took his course toward it across the park, and as the bearer of the parasol strolled slowly, it was not 5 minutes before he had joined her. He went to her soundlessly on the grass, had been whistling at first, but as he got nearer, stopped, and it was not till he was at hand that she looked round. He had watched her go, as if she were turning things over in her mind, while she brushed the smooth walks and the clean turf with her dress, slowly made her parasol revolve on her shoulder, and carried in the other hand a book which he perceived to be a monthly review. "I came out to get away," she said, when he had begun to walk with her. "Away from me?" "Ah, that's impossible then," she added. "The day's so very nice." "Lovely weather." Nick dropped. "You want to get away from Mrs. Gresham, I suppose?" She had a pause from everything. "Well, I want to get away too. It has been such a racket. Listen to the dear birds." "Yes, our noise isn't so good as theirs," said Nick. "I feel as if I had been married, and had shoes and rice thrown after me," he went on, "but not to you, Julia, nothing so good as that." Julia made no reply. She only turned her eyes on the ornamental water stretching away at their right. In a moment, she exclaimed, "How nasty the lake looks," and Nick recognized in her tone a sign of that odd shyness, a perverse stiffness, at a moment when she probably but wanted to be soft, which, taken in combination with her other qualities, was so far from being displeasing to him that it represented her nearest approach to extreme charm. He was not shy now, for he considered this morning that he saw things very straight, and in a sense altogether superior and delightful. This enabled him to be generously sorry for his companion if he were the reason of her being in any degree uncomfortable, and yet left him to enjoy some of the motions not in themselves without grace, by which her discomfort was revealed. He wouldn't insist on anything yet, so he observed that her standard in lakes was too high, and then talked a little about his mother, and the girls there having gone home, his not having seen them that morning, Lady Agnes' deep satisfaction in his victory, and the fact that she would be obliged to do something for the autumn, take a house or something or other. "I'll lend her a house," said Mrs. Dall. "Oh, Julia," Nick half groaned. But she paid no attention to his sound, she only held up her review, and said, "See what I've brought with me to read Mr. Hoppus' article." "That's right then, I shan't have to y'all tell me about it." He uttered this without believing she had meant or wished to read the article, which was entitled The Revision of the British Constitution. In spite of her having encumbered herself with the stiff fresh magazine, he was deeply aware she was not in want of such inward occupation as periodical literature could supply. They walked along, and he added, "But is that what we're in for reading Mr. Hoppus? Is it the sort of thing constituents expect, or even worse, pretending to have read him, when one hasn't? Oh, what a tangled web we weave. People are talking about it, one has to know it's the article of the month." Nick looked at her askance. "You say things every now and then, for which I could really kill you. The article of the month. For instance, I could kill you for that." "Well, kill me," Mrs. Dallow returned. "Let me carry your book," he went on irrelevantly. The hand in which she held it was on the side of her on which he was walking, and he put out his own hand to take it. But for a couple of minutes, she forbore to give it up, so that they held it together, swinging it a little before she surrendered it. He asked where she was going. "To the island," she answered. "Well, I'll go with you, and I'll kill you there." "The things I say are the right things," Julia declared. "It's just the right things that are wrong. It's because you're so political." Nick too lightly explained, "It's your horrible ambition. The woman who has a salon should have read the article of the month. See how one dreadful thing leads to another." "There are some things that lead to nothing," said Mrs. Dallow. No doubt, no doubt. And how are you going to get over to your island?" "I don't know. Isn't there a boat?" "I don't know." Nick had paused to look round for the boat, but his hostess walked on without turning her head. "Can you row?" he then asked. "Don't you know I can do everything?" "Yes, to be sure, that's why I want to kill you. There's the boat." "Shall you drown me?" she asked. "Oh, let me perish with you," Nick answered with a sigh. The boat had been hidden from them by the bole of a great tree, which rose from the grass at the water's edge. It was moored to a small place of embarkation, and was large enough to hold as many persons as were likely to wish to visit at once the little temple in the middle of the lake, which Nick liked because it was absurd, and which Mrs. Dallow had never had a particular esteem for. The lake, fed by a natural spring, was a liberal sheet of water measured by the scale of park scenery, and though its principal merit was that taken at a distance, it gave a gleam of abstraction to the concrete verdure, doing the office of an open eye in a dull face. It could also be approached without derision on a sweet summer morning, when it made a lapping sound and reflected candidly various things that were probably finer than itself: the sky, the great trees, the flight of birds. A man of taste coming back from Rome 100 years before had caused a small ornamental structure to be raised from artificial foundations on its bosom, and had endeavored to make this architectural pleasantry as nearly as possible a reminiscence of the small ruined rotunda which stands on the bank of the Tiber, and is pronounced by Cicerone once sacred to Vesta. It was circular-roofed with old tiles surrounded by white columns, and considerably dilapidated. George Dallow had taken an interest in it. Reminded him not in the least of Rome, but of other things he liked, and had amused himself with restoring it. "Give me your handset there, and I'll ferry you," Nick said. Julia complied, placing herself opposite him in the boat, but as he took up the paddles she declared that she preferred to remain on the water. There was too much malice prepense in the temple. He asked her what she meant by that, and she said it was ridiculous to withdraw to an island a few feet square on purpose to meditate. She had nothing to meditate about that required so much scenery and attitude. On the contrary, it would be just to change the scene and the pose. "It's what we have been doing for a week, that's attitude, and to be for half an hour where nobody's looking, and one has to keep it up, is just what I wanted to put in an idle, irresponsible day, for I am not keeping it up now, I suppose. You've noticed," Nick went on as they floated, and he scarcely dipped the oars. "I don't understand you." Julia leaned back in the boat. He gave no further explanation than to ask in a minute, "Have you people to dinner tonight?" I believe there are 3 or 4, but I'll put them off if you like. Must you always live in public, Julia? He continued. She looked at him a moment, and he could see how she colored. Well, go home, I'll put them off. Ah no, don't go home, it's too jolly here. Let them come, poor wretches. How little you know me, Julia presently broke out, when ever so many times I've lived here for months, without a creature. Except Mrs. Gresham, I suppose. I have had to have the house going, I admit. You're perfect, you're admirable, and I don't criticize you. I don't understand you, she tossed back. That only adds to the generosity of what you've done for me, Nick returned, beginning to pull faster. He bent over the oars and sent the boat forward, keeping this up for a succession of minutes, during which they both remained silent. His companion, in her place, motionless reclining seat in the stern, was most comfortable, looked only at the water, the sky, the trees. At last, he headed for the little temple, saying, first, however, shan't we visit the ruin? If you like, I don't mind seeing how they keep it. They reached the white steps leading up to it. He held the boat, and his companion got out. Then, when he had made it fast, they mounted together to the open door. They keep the place very well, Nick said, looking round. It's a capital place to give up everything in. It might do at least for you to explain what you mean, and Julia sat down. I mean to pretend for half an hour that I don't represent the Burgesses of Harsh. It's charming, it's very delicate work. Surely it has been retouched. The interior of the pavilion, lighted by windows, which the circle of columns was supposed outside, and at a distance to conceal, had a vaulted ceiling, and was occupied by a few pieces of last-century furniture, spare and faded, of which the colors matched with the decoration of the walls. These and the ceiling, tinted, and not exempt from indications of damp, were covered with fine moldings and medallions. It all made a very elegant little tea-house, the mistress of which sat on the edge of a sofa rolling her parasol, and remarking, you ought to read Mr. Hoppus' article to me. Why is this your salon? Nick smiled. What makes you always talk of that? My salon's an invention of your own. But isn't it the idea you're most working for? Suddenly, nervously, she put up her parasol, and sat under it, as if not quite sensible of what she was doing. How much you know me, I am not working for anything that you'll ever guess. Nick wandered about the room, and looked at various things. It contained the odd volumes on the tables, the bits of quaint china on the shelves. They do keep it very well. You've got charming things. They're supposed to come over every day, and look after them. They must come over in force. Oh, no one knows. It's spick and span how well you have everything done. I think you've some reason to say so, said Mrs. Dallow. Her parasol was now down, and she was again rolling it tight. But you're right about my not knowing you. Why were you so ready to do so much for me? He stopped in front of her, and she looked up at him. Her eyes rested long on his own. Then, she broke out, why do you hate me so? Was it because you like me personally? Nick pursued, as if he hadn't heard her. You may think that an odd or positively an odious question, but isn't it natural, my wanting to know? Oh, if you don't know, Julia quite desperately sighed. It's a question of being sure. Well then, if you're not sure. Was it done for me, as a friend, as a man? You're not a manier, a child, his hostess declared, with a face that was cold, though she had been smiling the moment before. After all, I was a good candidate, Nick went on. What do I care for candidates? You're the most delightful woman, Julia, he said, as he sat down beside her, and I can't imagine what you mean by my hating you. If you haven't discovered that I like you, you might as well. Might as well discover it. She was grave. He had never seen her so pale, and never so beautiful. She had stopped rolling her parasol, her hands were folded in her lap, and her eyes bent on them. Nick sat looking at them, as well a trifle awkwardly. Might as well have hated me, she said. We've got on so beautifully together all these days, why shouldn't we get on as well for ever and ever? He brought out. She made no answer, and suddenly he said, Ah, Julia, I don't know what you've done to me, but you've done it by strange ways. But it will serve. Yes, I hate you, he added in a different tone, and with his face all nearer. Dear Nick, she began, but she stopped, feeling his nearness, and its intensity, a nearness now so great that his arm was round her, that he was really in possession of her. She closed her eyes, but heard him ask again, why shouldn't it be forever, in a voice that had for her ear a vibration none had ever had. You've done it, Nick repeated. What do you want of me? She appealed. To stay with Methi's whaleways. Ah, not this way, she answered softly, but as if in pain, and making an effort with a certain force to detach herself. This way thinner this, he took such pressing advantage of her that he had kissed her with repetition she rose, while he insisted, but he held her yet. And as he did so, his tenderness turned to beautiful words, if y'all marry me, why shouldn't it be so simple, so right and good? He drew her closer again, too close for her to answer, but her struggle ceased, and she rested on him a minute. She buried her face in his breast. You're hard and it's cruel, she then exclaimed, shaking herself free. Hard cruels. You do it with so little, and with this unexpectedly to Nick, Julia burst straight into tears before he could stop her. She was at the door of the pavilion, as if she wished to get immediately away there. However, he stayed her, bending over her, while she sobbed, unspeakably gentle with her. So little, it's with everything I have. I've done it, you say. What do you accuse me of doing? Her tears were already over. Of making me yours, of being so precious, Julia, so exactly what a man wants, as it seems to me. I didn't know you could, he went on, smiling down at her. I didn't know. I didn't. It's what I say, that you've always hated me. I'll make it up to you, he laughed. She leaned on the doorway with her forehead against the lintel. You don't even deny it. Contradict you now? I'll admit it, though it's rubbish on purpose to live it down. It doesn't matter, she said slowly, for however much you might have liked me, you'd never have done so half as much as I've cared for you. Oh, I am so poor, Nick murmured cheerfully. With her eyes looking at him, as in a new light, she slowly shook her head. Then she declared, you never can live it down. I like that. Haven't I asked you to marry me? When did you ever ask me? Every day of my life. As I say, it's hard for a proud woman. Yes, you're too proud even to answer me. We must think of it, we must talk of it. Think of it, I've thought of it ever so much. I mean together, there are many things in such a question. The principal thing is beautifully to give me your word. She looked at him afresh, all strangely, then she threw off, I wish I didn't adore you. She went straight down the steps. You don't adore me at all, you know. If you leave me now, why do you go? It's so charming here, and we're so delightfully alone. Untie the boat, well, go on the water, Julia said. Nick was at the top of the steps looking down at her. Ah, stay. A little do stay, he pleaded. I'll get in myself, I'll pull off, she simply answered. At this he came down and bent a little to undo the rope. He was close to her, and as he raised his head, he felt it caught. She had seized it in her hands, and she pressed her lips as he had never felt lips pressed to the first place. They encountered the next instant. She was in the boat. This time he dipped the oars very slowly indeed, and while for a period that was longer than it seemed to them, they floated vaguely, they mainly sat and glowed at each other, as if everything had been settled. There were reasons enough why Nick should be happy, but it is a singular fact that the leading one was the sense of his having escaped a great and ugly mistake. The final result of his mother's appeal to him the day before had been the idea that he must act with unimpeachable honor. He was capable of taking it as an assurance that Julia had placed him under an obligation a gentleman could regard, but in one way, if she herself had understood it so, putting the vision, or at any rate the appreciation of a closer tie, into everything she had done for him. The case was conspicuously simple, and his course unmistakably plain. That is why he had been gay. When he came out of the house to look for her, he could be gay. When his course was plain, he could be all the gayer. Naturally, I must add that in turning things over as he had done half the night, what he had turned up oftenest was the recognition that Julia now had a new personal power with him. It was not for nothing that she had thrown herself personally into his life. She had by her act made him live twice as intensely, and such an office, such a service, if a man had accepted and deeply tasted it, was certainly a thing to put him on his honor. He took it as distinct that there was nothing he could do in preference that wouldn't be spoiled for him by any deflection from that point. His mother had made him uncomfortable by bringing it so heavily up that Julia was in love with him, didn't like in general to be told such things. But the responsibility seemed easier to carry, and he was less shy about it when once he was away from other eyes with only Julia's own to express that truth, and with indifferent nature all about. Besides, what discovery had he made this morning, but that he also was in love? You've got to be a very great man, you know, she said to him in the middle of the lake. I don't know what you mean about my salon, but I am ambitious. We must look at life in a large, bold way, he concurred, while he rested his oars. That's what I mean. If I didn't think you could, I wouldn't look at you. I could what? Do everything you ought, everything I imagine, I dream of you. Are clever, you can never make me believe the contrary after your speech on Tuesday. Don't speak to me, I've seen, I've heard. And I know what's in you, I shall hold you to it. You're everything you pretend not to be. Nick looked at the water while she talked, Will it always be so amusing, he asked. Will what always be? Why my career? Shan't I make it so? Then it will be yours, it won't be mine, said Nick. I don't say that, don't make me out that sort of woman. If they should say, it's me, I'd drown myself. If they should say, what's you? Why you're getting on. If they should say, I push you and do things for you, things, I mean that you can't do yourself. Well, won't you do them, it's just what I count on. Don't be dreadful, Julia said. It would be loathsome, if I were thought the cleverest. That's not the sort of man I want to marry. Oh, I shall make you work, my dear. Ah, that she sounded, in a tone that might come back to a man after years. Y'all do the great thing, y'all make my life, the best life, Nick brought out, as if he had been touched to deep conviction. I daresay, that will keep me in heart. In heart, why shouldn't you be in heart? And her eyes, lingering on him, searching him, seemed to question him still more than her lips. Oh, it will be all right, he made answer. Y'all like success as well as anyone else, don't tell Mayor, not so ethereal. Yes, I shall like success. So shall I, and of course, I am glad y'all now be able to do things, Julia went on. I am glad y'all have things. I am glad I am not poor. Ah, don't speak of that, Nick murmured, only be nice to my mother, we shall make her supremely happy. It wouldn't be for your mother, I'd do, idiot. I am glad I like your people. Mrs. Dallow rectified, leave them to me. You're a generousier noble, he stammered. Your mother must live at Broadwood, she must have it for life, it's not at all bad. Ah, Julia, her companion, replied, it's well, I love you. Why shouldn't you? She laughed, and after this no more was said between them till the boat touched shore. When she had got out, she recalled that it was time for luncheon, but they took no action in consequence. Strolling in a direction which was not that of the house, there was a vista that drew them on a grassy path skirting the foundations of scattered beeches, and leading to a stile from which the charmed wanderer might drop into another division of Mrs. Dallow's property. She said something about their going as far as the stile, then the next instant exclaimed, how stupid of you, you've forgotten Mr. Hoppus. Nick wondered. We left him in the Temple of Vesta, darling. I had other things to think of there. I'll send for him, said Julia. Lord, can you think of him now? He asked. Of course I can, more than ever. Shall we go back for him? And he pulled up. She made no direct answer, but continued to walk, saying they would go as far as the stile. Of course I know you're a fearfully vague, she presently resumed. I wasn't vague at all, but you were in such a hurry to get away. It doesn't signify, I've another at home. Another summer house, he more lightly suggested. A copy of Mr. Hoppus. Mercy, how you go in for him, fancy having two. He sent me the number of the magazine, and the other's the one that comes every month. Every month, I see, but his manner justified considerably her charge of vagueness. They had reached the stile, and he leaned over it, looking at a great mild meadow, and at the browsing beasts in the distance. Did you suppose they come every day? Julia went on. Dear no, thank God they remain there. A little he continued to look at the animals, and before long added, delightful English pastoral scene. Why do they say it won't paint? Who says it won't? I don't know, some of them it will in France, but somehow it won't here. What are you talking about? Mrs. Dallow demanded. He appeared unable to satisfy her on this point. Instead of answering her directly, he at any rate said, is Broadwood very charming? Have you never been there? It shows how you've treated me. We used to go there in August. George had ideas about it. She added, she had never affected not to speak of her late husband, especially with Nick, whose kinsman he had in a manner been, and who had liked him better than some others. Roman 999. George had ideas about a great many things. Yet she appeared conscious it would be rather odd on such an occasion to take this up. It was even odd in Nick to have said it. Broadwood's just right, she returned at last. It's neither too small nor too big, and it takes care of itself. There's nothing to be done, you can't spend a penny. And don't you want to use it? We can go and stay with them, said Julia. They'll think I bring them an angel. And Nick covered her white hand, which was resting on the stile, with his own large one. As they regard you yourself as an angel, they'll take it as natural of you to associate with your kind. Oh, my kind, he quite wailed, looking at the cows. But his very extravagance perhaps saved it, and she turned away from him, as if starting homeward, while he began to retrace his steps with her. Suddenly, she said, what did you mean that night in Paris? That night? When you came to the hotel with me, after we had all dined at that place with Peter. What did I mean? About your caring so much for the fine arts, you seem to want to frighten me. Why should you have been frightened? I can't imagine what I had in my head, not now. You are vague, said Julia with a little flush. Not about the great thing. The great thing. That I owe you everything an honest man has to offer. How can I care about the fine arts now? She stopped with lighted eyes on him. Is it because you think you owe it? And she paused still with the heightened color in her cheek. Then went on, that you've spoken to me as you did there. She tossed her head toward the lake. I think I spoke to you because I couldn't help it. You are vague, and she walked on again. You affect me differently from any other woman. Oh, other women, why shouldn't you care about the fine arts now? She added. There'll be no time. All my days and my years will be none too much for what you expect of me. I don't expect you to give up anything, I only expect you to do more. To do more I must do less. I've no talent. No talent. I mean for painting. Julia pulled up again. That's odious, you must. He burst out laughing. You're altogether delightful, but how little you know about it, about the honorable practice of any art. What do you call practice? Yowl, have all our things yowl live in the midst of them. Certainly, I shall enjoy looking at them, being so near them. Don't say I've taken you away then. Taken me away. From the love of art, I like them myself now. Poor George's treasures, I didn't of old so much, because it seemed to me, he made too much of them. He was always talking. Well, I want always talk, said Nick. You may do as you like, they're yours. Give them to the nation, Nick went on. I like that when we've done with them. We shall have done with them, when your Van Dykes and Maranis have cured me of the delusion that I may be of their family. Surely that won't take long. You shall paint me, said Julia. Never, never, never. He spoke in a tone that made his companion, Starathan, seemed slightly embarrassed at this result of his emphasis to relieve himself. He said, as they had come back to the place beside the lake, where the boat was moored, shan't we really go and fetch Mr. Hoppus? She hesitated. You may go, I want, please. That's not what I want. Oblige me by going. Ill wait here, with which she sat down on the bench attached to the little landing. Nick at this got into the boat and put off. He smiled at her as she sat there watching him. He made his short journey, disembarked, and went into the pavilion. But when he came out with the object of his errand, he saw she had quitted her station, had returned to the house without him. He rowed back quickly, sprang ashore, and followed her with long steps. Apparently, she had gone fast. She had almost reached the door when he overtook her. Why did you basely desert me? He asked tenderly, stopping her there. I don't know, because I am so happy. May I tell mother then? You may tell her. She shall have Broadwood. Romans 16. He lost no time in going down to see Mr. Carteret, to whom he had written immediately after the election, and who had answered him in 12 revised pages of historical parallel. He used often to envy Mr. Carteret's leisure, a sense of which came to him, now afresh in the summer evening, as he walked up the hill toward the quiet house, where enjoyment had ever been mingled for him with a vague oppression. He was a little boy again, under Mr. Carteret's roof, a little boy on whom it had been duly impressed that in the wide, plain, peaceful rooms he was not to touch when he paid a visit to his father's old friend. There were in fact many things, many topics from which he instinctively kept his hands. Even Mr. Chater, the immemorial blank butler, who was so like his master that he might have been a twin brother, helped to remind him that he must be good. Mr. Carteret seemed to Nick a very grave person, but he had the sense that Chater thought him rather frivolous. Our young man always came on foot from the station, leaving his portmanteau to be carried. The direct way was steep, and he liked the slow approach, which gave him a chance to look about the place and smell the new mown hay. At this season, the air was full of it. The fields were so near that it was in the clean, still streets. Nick would never have thought of rattling up to Mr. Carteret's door, which had on an old brass plate the proprietor's name, as if he had been the principal surgeon. The house was in the high part, and the neat roofs of other houses lower down the hill made an immediate prospect for it, scarcely counting, however, since the green country was just below these, familiar and interpenetrating, in the shape of small but thick-tufted gardens. Free garden growths flourished in all the intervals, but the only disorder of the place was that there were sometimes oats on the pavements. A crooked lane, with postern doors and cobblestones, opened near Mr. Carteret's house, and wandered toward the old abbey. For the abbey was the secondary fact of Beauclerate came after Mr. Carteret. Mr. Carteret sometimes went away, and the abbey never did. Yet somehow what was most of the essence of the place was that it could boast of the resident in the squarest of the square red houses, the one with the finest of the arched hall windows. In 3 divisions, over the widest of the last century doorways, you saw the great church. From the doorstep beyond gardens, of course. And in the stillness you could hear the flutter of the birds that circled round its huge short towers. The towers had been finished, only as time finishes things, by lending assurances to their lapses. There is something right in old monuments that have been wrong for centuries, some such moral, as that was usually in Nick's mind as an emanation of Beauclerc, when he saw the grand line of the roof ride the sky, and draw out its length. When the door with the brass plate was opened, and Mr. Chater appeared in the middle distance, always advanced just to the same spot, as a prime minister receives an ambassador. Nick felt anew that he would be wonderfully like Mr. Carteret if he had had an expression. He denied himself this freedom, never giving a sign of recognition. Often as the young man had been at the house, he was most attentive to the visitor's wants, but apparently feared that if he allowed a familiarity it might go too far. There was always the same question to be asked. Had Mr. Carteret finished his nap? He usually had not finished it, and this left Nick what he liked: time to smoke a cigarette in the garden, or even to take before dinner a turn about the place. He observed now, every time he came, that Mr. Carteret's nap lasted a little longer. There was each year a little more strength to be gathered for the ceremony of dinner. This was the principal symptom, almost the only one, that the clear-cheeked old gentleman gave of not being so fresh as of yore. He was still wonderful for his age today. He was particularly careful. Chater went so far as to mention to Nick that 4 gentlemen were expected to dinner, in exuberance, perhaps partly explained by the circumstance that Lord Bottomley was one of them. The prospect of Lord Bottomley was somehow not stirring. It only made the young man say to himself with a quick thin sigh, "This time I am in for it." And he immediately had the unpolitical sense again that there was nothing so pleasant as the way the quiet bachelor house had its best rooms on the big garden, which seemed to advance into them through their wide windows and ruralize their dullness. "I expect it will be a lattice 8, sir," said Mr. Chater, superintending in the library the production of tea on a large scale. Everything at Mr. Carteret's seemed to Nick on a larger scale than anywhere else: the teacups, the knives and forks, the door handles, the chairbacks, the legs of mutton, the candles and the lumps of coal they represented, and apparently exhausted the master's sense of pleasing effect, for the house was not otherwise decorated. Nick thought it really hideous, but he was capable at any time of extracting a degree of amusement from anything strongly characteristic, and Mr. Carteret's interior expressed a whole view of life. Our young man was generous enough to find in it 100 instructive intimations, even while it came over Hemas. It always did at Beauclerc. That this was the view he himself was expected to take. Nowhere were the boiled eggs at breakfast so big, or in such big receptacles. His own shoes, arranged in his room, looked to him vaster there than at home. He went out into the garden, and remembered what enormous strawberries they should have for dinner. In the house was a great deal of Lancier, of oilcloth, of woodwork painted and grained. Finding there would be time before the evening meal, or before Mr. Carteret was likely to see him, he quitted the house and took a stroll toward the Abbey. It covered acres of ground on the summit of the hill, and there were aspects in which its vast bulk reminded him of the ark left high and dry upon Ararat. It was the image, at least, of a great wreck of the indestructible vessel of a faith washed up there by a storm centuries before the injury of time. Added to this appearance the infirmities round which, as he knew, the battle of restoration had begun to be fought. The cry had been raised to save the splendid pile, and the countercry by the purists, the sentimentalists, whatever they were, to save it from being saved. They were all exchanging compliments in the morning papers. Nick sauntered about the church. It took a good while. He leaned against low things and looked up at it while he smoked another cigarette. It struck him as a great pity such a pile should be touched. So much of the past was buried there that it was like desecrating, like digging up a grave, since the years were letting it down so gently. Why jostle the elbow of slow-fingering time? The fading afternoon was exquisitely pure. The place was empty. He heard nothing but the cries of several children, which sounded sweet, who were playing on the flatness of the very old tombs. He knew this would inevitably be one of the topics at dinner, the restoration of the Abbey. It would give rise to a considerable deal of orderly debate. Lord Bottomley, oddly enough, would probably oppose the expensive project, but on grounds that would be characteristic of him, even if the attitude were not. Nick's nerves always knew on the spot what it was to be soothed, but he shifted his position with a slight impatience as the vision came over him of Lord Bottomley's treating a question of aesthetics. It was enough to make one want to take the other side. The idea of having the same taste as his lordship one would have it for such different reasons. Dear Mr. Carteret would be deliberate and fair all round, and would like his noble friend exhibit much more architectural knowledge than he Nick possessed, which would not make it a whit less droll to our young man, that an artistic idea so little really assimilated should be broached at that table. And in that air, it would remain so outside of their minds, and their minds would remain so outside of it. It would be dropped at last, however, after half an hour's gentle worrying, and the conversation would incline itself to public affairs. Mr. Carteret would find his natural leveled production of anecdote in regard to the formation of early ministries. He knew more than anyone else about the personages of whom certain cabinets would have consisted, if they had not consisted of others. His favorite exercise was to illustrate how different everything might have been from what it was, and how the reason of the difference had always been somebody's inability to see his way to accept the view of somebody else, a view usually at the time discussed in strict confidence with Mr. Carteret, who surrounded his actual violation of that confidence 30 years later, with many precautions against scandal. In this retrospective vein, at the head of his table, the old gentleman enjoyed a hearing, or at any rate commanded a silence, often intense. Everyone left it to someone else to ask another question, and when by chance someone else did so, everyone was struck with admiration at anyone's being able to say anything. Nick knew the moment when he himself would take a glass of a particular port, and surreptitiously looking at his watch, perceive it was 10 o'clock. That timepiece might as well mark 1830. All this would be a part of the suggestion of leisure that invariably descended upon him at Beauclereth, image of a sloping shore, where the tide of time broke with a ripple too faint to be a warning. But there was another admonition, almost equally sure to descend upon his spirit, during a stroll in a summer hour about the grand abbey, to sink into it, as the light lingered on the rough red walls and the local accent of the children sounded soft in the churchyard. It was simply the sense of England, a sort of apprehended revelation of his country. The dim annals of the place were sensibly heavily in the air, foundations bafflingly early, a great monastic life, wars of the roses with battles and blood in the streets, and then the long quietude of the respectable centuries, all cornfields and magistrates and vicarsand. These things were connected with an emotion that arose from the green country, the rich land so infinitely lived in, and laid on him a hand that was too ghostly to press, and yet somehow too urgent to be light. It produced a throb. He couldn't have spoken of, it was so deep, and that was half imagination and half responsibility. These impressions melted together and made a general appeal, of which, with his new honors as a legislator, he was the sentient subject. If he had a love for that particular scene of life, mightn't it have a love for him, and expect something of him? What fate could be so high as to grow old in a national affection? What a fine sort of reciprocity, making mere soreness of all the balms of indifference. The great church was still open, and he turned into it, and wandered a little in the twilight that had gathered earlier there. The whole structure, with its immensity of height and distance, seemed to rest on tremendous facts of achievement, and endurance. Seen the huge Norman pillars to loom through the dimness like the ghosts of heroes. Nick was more struck with its thick earthly than with its fine spiritual reference, and he felt the oppression of his conscience as he walked slowly about it. Was in his mind that nothing in life was really clear, all things were mingled and charged, and that patriotism might be an uplifting passion even if it had to allow for Lord Bottomley, and for Mr. Carteret's blindness on certain sides. He presently noticed that 7:30 was about to strike, and as he went back to his old friends, he couldn't have said if he walked in gladness or in gloom. Mr. Carteret will be in the drawing-room at 7:45, Sir Chater mentioned, and Nick, as he went to dress, asked himself, what was the use of being a member of Parliament, if one was still sensitive to an intimation on the part of such a functionary that one ought already to have begun that business? Chater's words but meant that Mr. Carteret would expect to have a little comfortable conversation with him before dinner. Nick's usual rapidity in dressing was, however, quite adequate to the occasion, so that his host had not appeared when he went down. There were flowers in the unfeminine saloon, which contained several paintings, in addition to the engravings of pictures of animals, but nothing could prevent its reminding Nick of a comfortable commodium. Mr. Carteret presently came in with his gold-headed stick, a laugh like a series of little warning coughs, and the air of embarrassment that our young man always perceived in him. At first he was almost 80, but was still shy, laughed a great deal faintly and vaguely at nothing, as if to make up for the seriousness with which he took some jokes. He always began by looking away from his interlocutor, and it was only little by little that his eyes came round, after which their limpid and benevolent blue made you wonder why they should ever be. Circumspect, he was clean-shaven, and had a long upper lip. When he had seated himself he talked of majorities, and showed a disposition to converse on the general subject of the fluctuation of liberal gains. He had an extraordinary memory for facts of this sort, and could mention the figures relating to the returns from innumerable places in particular years. To many of these facts he attached great importance in his simple, kindly presupposing way, correcting himself 5 minutes later if he had said that in 1857 someone had had 6014 instead of 6004. Nick always felt a great hypocrite as he listened to him, in spite of the old man's courtesy, a thing so charming in itself that it would have been grossness to speak of him as a bore. The difficulty was that he took for granted all kinds of positive assent, and Nick in such company found himself steeped in an element of tacit pledges, which constituted the very medium of intercourse, and yet made him draw his breath a little in pain, when for a moment he measured them. There would have been no hypocrisy at all if he could have regarded Mr. Carteret as a mere sweet spectacle, the last, or almost the last illustration of a departing tradition of manners. But he represented something more than manners. He represented what he believed to be morals and ideas as regards which he took your personal deference in not, discovering how natural that was for participation. Nick liked to think that his father, though 10 years younger, had found it congruous to make his best friend of the owner of so nice a nature. It gave a softness to his feeling for that memory to be reminded that Sir Nicholas had been of the same general type, a type so pure, so disinterested, so concerned for the public good. Just so it endeared Mr. Carteret to him to perceive that he considered his father had done a definite work prematurely interrupted, which had been an absolute benefit to the people of England. The oddity was, however, that though both Mr. Carteret's aspect and his appreciation were still so fresh, this relation of his to his late distinguished friend made the latter appear to Nick even more irrecoverably dead. The good old man had almost a vocabulary of his own, made up of old-fashioned political phrases, and quite untainted with the new terms mostly borrowed from America. Indeed, his language and his tone made those of almost anyone who might be talking with him sound by contrast rather American. He was at least nowadays never severe nor denunciatory, but sometimes in telling an anecdote he dropped such an expression as "the rascal said to me," or such an epithet as "the vulgar dog." Nick was always struck with the rare simplicity it came out in his countenance of one who had lived so long and seen so much of affairs that draw forth the passions and perversities of men. It often made him say to himself that Mr. Carteret must have had many odd parts to have been able to achieve with his means so many things requiring cleverness. It was as if experience, though coming to him in abundance, had dealt with him so clean-handedly as to leave no stain, and had moreover never provoked him to any general reflection. He had never proceeded in any ironic way from the particular to the general. Certainly he had never made a reflection upon anything so unparliamentary as life. He would have questioned the taste of such an extravagance, and if he had encountered it on the part of another, have regarded it as an imported foreign toy with the uses of which he was unacquainted. Life for him was a purely practical function, not a question of more or less showy phrasing. It must be added that he had to Nick's perception his variations, back windows opening into grounds more private, that was visible from the way his eye grew cold, and his whole polite face rather austere, when he listened to something he didn't agree with or perhaps even understand, as if his modesty didn't in strictness forbid the suspicion that a thing he didn't understand would have a probability against it. At such times there was something rather deadly in the silence in which he simply waited with a lapse in his face, not helping his interlocutor out. Nick would have been very sorry to attempt to communicate to him a matter he wouldn't be likely to understand. This cut off, of course, a multitude of subjects. The evening passed exactly as he had foreseen, even to the markedly prompt dispersal of the guests, two of whom were local men, earnest and distinct, though not particularly distinguished. The third was a young, slim, uninitiated gentleman, whom Lord Bottomley brought with him, and concerning whom Nick was informed beforehand that he was engaged to be married to the Honourable Jane, his lordship's second daughter. There were recurrent allusions to Nick's victory, as to which he had the fear that he might appear to exhibit less interest in it than the company Roman 999, he took energetic precautions against this, and felt repeatedly a little spent with them, for the subject always came up once more, yet it was not as his, but as theirs that they liked the triumph. Mr. Carteret took leave of him for the night, directly after the other guests had gone, using at this moment the words he had often used before. "You may sit up to any hour you like, I only ask that you don't read in bed." Roman 17. Nick's little visit was to terminate immediately after luncheon. The following day, much as the old man enjoyed his being there, he wouldn't have dreamed of asking for more of his time now that it had such great public uses. He liked infinitely better that his young friend should be occupied with parliamentary work than only occupied in talking it over with him. Talking it over, however, was the next best thing, as on the morrow after breakfast Mr. Carteret showed Nick. He considered they sat in the garden, the morning being warm, and the old man had a table beside him, covered with the letters and newspapers the post had poured forth. He was proud of his correspondence, which was altogether on public affairs, and proud in a manner of the fact that he now dictated almost everything that had more in it of the statesman in retirement, a character, indeed not consciously assumed by Mr. Carteret, but always tacitly attributed to him by Nick, who took it rather from the pictorial point of view, remembering on each occasion only afterwards that though he was in retirement he had not exactly been a statesman. A young man, a very sharp handy young man, came every morning at 10 o'clock and wrote for him till luncheon. The young man had a holiday today, in honor of Nick's visit, a fact the mention of which led Nick to make some not particularly sincere speech about his being ready to write anything if Mr. Carteret were at all pressed. "Ah, but your own budget, what will become of that?" the old gentleman objected, glancing at Nick's pockets, as if rather surprised not to see them stuffed out with documents in split envelopes. His visitor had to confess that he had not directed his letters to meet him at Beauclerc. He should find them in town that afternoon. This led to a little homily from Mr. Carteret, which made him feel quite guilty. There was such an implication of neglected duty in the way the old man said, "You want do them justice, you want do them justice." He talked for 10 minutes in his rich, simple, urbane way about the fatal consequences of getting behind it. Was his favorite doctrine that one should always be a little before, and his own eminently regular respiration seemed to illustrate the idea. A man was certainly before who had so much in his rear. This led to the bestowal of a good deal of general advice on the mistakes to avoid at the beginning of a parliamentary careers, to which Mr. Carteret spoke with the experience of one who had sat for 50 years in the House of Commons. Nick was amused, but also mystified, and even a little irritated by his talk. It was founded on the idea of observation, and yet our young man couldn't at all regard him as an observer. "He doesn't observe me," he said to himself. "If he did, he would see. He wouldn't think the end of this private cogitation was a vague impatience of all the things his venerable host took for granted." He didn't see any of the things Nick saw. Some of these latter were the light touches the summer morning scattered through the sweet old garden. The time passed there a good deal as if it were sitting still with a plaid under its feet, while Mr. Carteret distilled a little more of the wisdom he had laid up in his 50 years. This immense term had something fabulous and monstrous for Nick, who wondered whether it were the sort of thing his companions supposed he had gone in, for it was not strange Mr. Carteret should be different. He might originally have been more well to himself. Nick was not obliged to phrase it. What our young man meant was more of what it was perceptible to him, that his old friend was not. Should even he, Nick, be like that at the end of 50 years? What Mr. Carteret was so good as to expect for him was that he should be much more distinguished. And wouldn't this exactly mean much more like that? Of course, Nick heard some things he had heard before, as for instance the circumstances that had originally led the old man to settle at Beauclerc. He had been returned for that borough. It was his second seat in years, far remote, and had come to live there because he then had a conscientious conviction, modified, indeed, by later experience, that a member should be constantly resident. He spoke of this now smiling rosily, as he might have spoken of some wild aberration of his youth. Yet he called Nick's attention to the fact that he still so far clung to his conviction as to hold though of what might be urged on the other side. He was perfectly aware that a representative should at least be as resident as possible. This gave Nick an opening for something that had been on and off his lips all the morning. "According to that, I ought to take up my abode at Harsh. In the measure of the convenient, I shouldn't be sorry to see you do it." "It ought to be rather convenient," Nick largely smiled. "I've got a piece of news for you, which I've kept as one keeps that sort of thing for. It's very good till the last he waited a little to see if Mr. Carteret would guess, and at first thought nothing would come of this. But after resting his young-looking eyes on him for a moment, the old man said, I should indeed be very happy to hear that you've arranged to take a wife. Mrs. Dallow has been so good as to say shall marry me. Nick returned. That's very suitable, I should think it would answer. It's very jolly, said Nick. It was well Mr. Carteret was not what his guest called observant, or he might have found a lower pitch in the sound of this sentence than in the sense. Your dear father would have liked it. So my mother says. And she must be delighted. Mrs. Dallow, do you mean? Nick asked. I was thinking of your mother, but I don't exclude the charming lady. I remember her, as a little girl. I must have seen her at Windrush now. I understand the fine spirit with which she threw herself into your canvas. It was her they elected, said Nick. I don't know, his host went on, that I've ever been an enthusiast for political women, but there's no doubt that in approaching the mass of electors, a graceful, affable manner, the manner of the real English lady, is a force not to be despised. Julia's a real English lady, and at the same time, a very political woman, Nick remarked. Isn't it rather in the family? I remember once going to see her mother in town, and finding the leaders of both parties sitting with her. My principal friend of the others is her brother Peter. I don't think he troubles himself much about that sort of thing, said Nick. What does he trouble himself about? Mr. Carteret asked with a certain gravity. He's in the diplomatic service. He's a secretary in Paris. That may be serious, said the old man. He takes a great interest in the theater, I suppose y'all say. That may be serious too, Nick laughed. Ohen Mr. Carteret looked as if he scarcely understood. Then he continued, well, it can't hurt you. It can't hurt me. If Mrs. Dallow takes an interest in your interests. When a man's in my situation, he feels as if nothing could hurt him. I'm very glad you're happy, said Mr. Carteret. He rested his mild eyes on our young man, who had a sense of seeing in them for a moment the faint ghost of an old story, the last strange flicker, as from cold ashes of a flame that had become the memory of a memory. This glimmer of wonder and envy, the revelation of a life intensely celibate, was for an instant infinitely touching. Nick had harbored a theory suggested by a vague allusion from his father, who had been discreet, that their benevolent friend had had in his youth an unhappy love affair, which had led him to forswear for ever the commerce of woman. What remained in him of conscious renunciation gave a throb as he looked at his bright companion, who proposed to take the matter so much the other way. It's good to marry. And I think it's right. I've not done right, I know. That if she's a good woman, it's the best thing. Mr. Carteret went on. It's what I've been hoping for you. Sometimes I've thought of speaking to you. She's a very good woman, said Nick. And I hope she's not poor. Mr. Carteret spoke exactly with the same blandness. No, indeed, she's rich. Her husband, whom I knew and liked, left her a large fortune. And on what terms does she enjoy it? I haven't the least idea, said Nick. Mr. Carteret considered. I see. It doesn't concern you. It needn't concern you, he added in a moment. Nick thought of his mother at this, but he returned, I dare say, she can do what she likes with her money. So can I, my dear young friend, said Mr. Carteret. Nick tried not to look conscious, for he felt a significance in the old man's face. He turned his own everywhere, but toward it, thinking again of his mother. That must be very pleasant if one has any. I wish you had a little more. I don't particularly care, said Nick. Your marriage will assist you. You can't help that, Mr. Carteret declared. But I should like you to be under obligations, not quite so heavy. Oh, I am so obliged to her for caring for me. That the rest doesn't count. Certainly it's nice of her to like you, but why shouldn't she? Other people do. Some of them make me feel as if I abused it, said Nick, looking at his host. That is, they don't make me, but I feel it, he corrected. I've no son, and Mr. Carteret spoke as if his companion mightn't have been sure. Shan't you be very kind to her? He pursued. You'll gratify her ambition. Oh, she thinks me clever than I am. That's because she's in love, the old gentleman hinted, as if this were very subtle. However, you must be as clever as we think you if you 263 don't prove so, and he paused with his folded hands. Well, if I don't, asked Nick. Oh, it won't do, said Mr. Carteret, in a tone his companion was destined to remember afterwards. I say I've no son, he continued, but if I had had one, he should have risen high. It's well for me, such a person doesn't exist. I shouldn't easily have found a wife. He would have gone to the altar with a little money in his pocket. That would have been the least of his advantages, Sir Nick declared. When are you to be married? Mr. Carteret asked. Ah, that's the question Julia won't yet say. Well, said the old man, without the least flourish. You may consider that, when it comes off, I'll make you a settlement. I feel your kindness more than I can express, Nick replied, but that will probably be the moment when I shall be least conscious of wanting anything. You'll appreciate it later. I'll appreciate it very soon. I shall like you to appreciate it, Mr. Carteret went on, as if he had a just vision of the way a young man of a proper spirit should feel. Then he added, your father would have liked you to appreciate it. Poor father, Nick exclaimed vaguely, rather embarrassed, reflecting on the oddity of a position in which the ground for holding up his head as the husband of a rich woman would be that he had accepted a present of money from another source. It was plain he was not fated to go in for independence. The most that he could treat himself to would be dependence. That was duly grateful. How much do you expect of me? He inquired with a grave face. Well, Nicholas, only what your father Roman 999. He so often spoke of you. I remember at the last, just after you had been with him alone, you know. I saw him then. He was greatly moved by his interview with you. And so was I by what he told me of it. He said he should live on in you, should work in you. It has always given me a special feeling, if I may use the expression, about you. The feelings are indeed not usual, dear Mr. Carteret, which takes so munificent a form, but you do expect too much, Nick brought himself to say. I expect you to repay me, the old man returned gaily. As for the form, I have it in my mind. The form of repayment. The form of repayment. Ah, don't talk of that now, said Nick, for you see nothing else is settled. No one has been told, except my mother. She has only consented to my telling you. Lady Agnes, do you mean? Ah, no, dear, mother would like to publish it on the housetops. She's so glad she wants us to have it over tomorrow. But Julia herself, Nick explained, wishes to wait, therefore kindly mention it for the present to no one. My dear boy, there's at this rate nothing to mention. What does Julia want to wait for? Till I like her better, that's what she says. It's the way to make you like her worse, Mr. Carteret knowingly declared. Hasn't she your affection? So much so that her delay makes me exceedingly unhappy. Mr. Carteret looked at his young friend as if he didn't strike him as quite wretched. But he put the question, then what more does she want? Nick laughed out at this, though perceiving his host hadn't meant it as an epigram, while the latter resumed, I don't understand. You're engaged or you're not engaged? She is, but I am not. That's what she says about it. The trouble is she doesn't believe in me. Mr. Carteret shone with his candor. Doesn't she love you then? That's what I ask her. Her answer is that she loves me only too well. She's so afraid of being a burden to me that she gives me my freedom till I've taken another year to think. I like the way you talk about other years, Mr. Carteret cried. You had better do it while I am here to bless you. She thinks I proposed to her because she got me in for harsh, said Nick. Well, I'm sure it would be a very pretty return. Ah, she doesn't believe in me, the young man repeated. Then I don't believe in her. Don't say that, don't say that. She's a very rare creature, but she's proud, shy, suspicious. Suspicious of what? Of everything. She thinks I am not persistent. Oh, Nick's host deprecated such freedom. She can't believe I shall arrive at true eminence. A good wife should believe what her husband believes, said Mr. Carteret. Ah, unfortunately, and Nick took the words at a run. I don't believe it either. Mr. Carteret, who might have been watching an odd physical rush, spoke with a certain dryness. Your dear father Roman 999. I think of that, Nick replied. Certainly it will help me if I say we're engaged, he went on. It's because I consider it, so she gives me my liberty, but I don't take it. Does she expect you to take back your word? That's what I ask her. She never will, therefore we're as good as tied. I don't like it, said Mr. Carteret after a moment. I don't like ambiguous, uncertain situations. They please me much better when they're definite and clear. The retreat of expression had been sounded in his face, the aspect it wore, when he wished not to be encouraging. But after an instant, he added in a tone more personal, don't disappoint me, dear boy. Ah, not willingly, his visitor protested. I've told you what I should like to do for you. See that the conditions come about promptly, in which I may do it. Are you sure you do everything to satisfy Mrs. Dallow? Mr. Carteret continued. I think I'm very nice to her, Nick declared. But she's so ambitious. Frankly speaking, it's a pity for her that she likes me. She can't help that, the old man charmingly said. Possibly, but isn't it a reason for taking me as I am? What she wants to do is to take me as I may be a year hence. I don't understand since you tell me that even then she won't take back her word, said Mr. Carteret. If she doesn't marry me, I think she'll never marry again at all. What then does she gain by delay? Simply this, as I make it out, said Nick, that she'll feel she has been very magnanimous. She won't have to reproach herself with not having given me a chance to change. To change, what does she think you liable to do? Nick had a pause. I don't know, he then said, not at all candidly. Everything has altered. Young people in my day looked at these questions more naturally. Mr. Carteret observed, a woman in love has no need to be magnanimous. If she plays too fair, she isn't in love, he added shrewdly. Oh, Julia's safe. Nick smiled. If it were a question between you and another gentleman, one might comprehend, but what does it mean between you and nothing? I am much obliged to you, Sir Nick, returned. The trouble is that she doesn't know what she has got hold of. Ah, if you can't make it clear to her. And his friend showed the note of impatience. I am such a humbug, said the young man, and while his companion stared, he continued, I deceive people without in the least intending it. What on earth do you mean? Are you deceiving me? I don't know, it depends on what you think. I think you're a flighty, said Mr. Carteret, with the nearest approach to sternness Nick had ever observed in him. I never thought so before. Forgive me, it's all right. I am not frivolous, that I promise you I am not. You have deceived me if you are. It's all right, Nick stammered with a blush. Remember your name, carry it high. I will, as high as possible. You've no excuse. Don't tell me after your speeches at Harsh. Nick was on the point of declaring again that he was a humbug. So vivid was his inner sense of what he thought of his factitious public utterances, which had the cursed property of creating dreadful responsibilities and importunate credulities for him, if he was clever. The idiotic clever, what fools many other people were. He repressed his impulse, and Mr. Carteret pursued. If, as you express it, Mrs. Dallow doesn't know what she has got hold of, won't it clear the matter up a little by informing her that the day before your marriage is definitely settled to take place, y'all come into something comfortable. A quick vision of what Mr. Carteret would be likely to regard as something comfortable flitted before Nick. But it didn't prevent his replying, oh, I am afraid that won't do any good. It would make her like you better, but it wouldn't make her like me. I am afraid she won't care for any benefit that comes to me from another hand than hers. Her affections, a very jealous sentiment. It's a very peculiar one side. Mr. Carteret mine's a jealous sentiment too. However, if she takes it that way, don't tell her. I'll let you know as soon as she comes round, said Nick. And y'all tell your mother, Mr. Carteret returned. I shall like her to know. It will be delightful news to her, but she's keen enough already. I know that I may mention now that she has written to me, the old man added. So I suspected. Wevy corresponded on the subject. Mr. Carteret continued to confess, my view of the advantageous character of such an alliance has entirely coincided with hers. It was very good-natured of you, then, to leave me to speak first, said Nick. I should have been disappointed if you hadn't. I don't like all you've told me, but don't disappoint me now. Dear Mr. Carteret, Nick vaguely and richly sounded. I won't disappoint you, that gentleman went on with a finer point, while he looked at his big old-fashioned watch. Book 4th. Roman 18. At first Peter Sheringham thought of asking to be transferred to another post, and went so far in London as to take what he believed good advice on the subject. The advice perhaps struck him as the better for consisting of a strong recommendation to do nothing so foolish. 2 or 3 reasons were mentioned to him why such a request would not in the particular circumstances raise him in the esteem of his superiors, and he promptly recognized their force. He next became aware that it might help him not with his superiors, but with himself to apply for an extension of leave, and then on further reflection made out that though there are some dangers before which it is perfectly consistent with honor to flee, it was better for everyone concerned that he should fight this especial battle on the spot. During his holiday, his plan of campaign gave him plenty of occupation. He refurbished his arms, rubbed up his strategy, laid down his lines of defense. There was only one thing in life his mind had been much made up to, but on this question he had never wavered. He would get on to the utmost in his profession. That was a point on which it was perfectly lawful to be unamiable to others, to be vigilant, eager, suspicious, selfish. He had not in fact been unamiable to others, for his affairs had not required it. he had got on well. Enough without hardening his heart. Fortune had been kind to him, and he had passed so many competitors on the way that he could forswear jealousy and be generous. But he had always flattered himself his hand wouldn't falter on the day he should find it necessary to drop bitterness into his cup. This day would be sure to dawn, since no career could be all clear water to the end. And then the sacrifice would find him ready. His mind was familiar with the thought of a sacrifice. It is true that no great plainness invested beforehand the occasion, the object, or the victim. All that particularly stood out was that the propitiatory offering would have to be some cherished enjoyment, very likely. Indeed, this enjoyment would be associated with the charms of another persona, probability, pregnant with the idea that such charms would have to be dashed out of sight. At any rate, it never had occurred to Sheringham that he himself might be the sacrifice you had to pay to get on. But at least you borrowed from others to do it. When you couldn't borrow, you didn't get on, for what was the situation in life in which you met the whole requisition yourself? Least of all had it occurred to our friend that the wrench might come through his interest in that branch of art on which Nick Dormer had rallied him. The beauty of a love of the theater was precisely in its being a passion exercised on the easiest terms. This was not the region of responsibility. It was sniffed at to its discredit by the austere. But if it was not, as such people said, a serious field, was not the compensation just that you couldn't be seriously entangled in it? Sheringham's great advantage, as he regarded the matter, was that he had always kept his taste for the drama quite in its place. His facetious cousin was free to pretend that it sprawled through his life. But this was nonsense, as any unprejudiced observer of that life would unhesitatingly attest. There had not been the least sprawling, and his interest in the art of Garrick had never, he was sure, made him in any degree ridiculous. It had never drawn down from above anything approaching a reprimand, a remonstrance, a remark. Sheringham was positively proud of his discretion, for he was not a little proud of what he did know about the stage. Trifling for trifling, there were plenty of his fellows who had in their lives infatuations less edifying and less confessible. Hadn't he known men who collected old invitation cards and were ready to commit bassesses for those of the 18th century? Hadn't he known others who had a secret passion for shuffleboard? His little weaknesses were intellectuality, were a part of the life of the mind. All the same, on the day they showed a symptom of interfering, they should be plucked off with a turn of the wrist. Sheringham scented interference now, and interference in rather an invidious form. It might be a bore from the point of view of the profession to find oneself as a critic of the stage in love with a coquine, but it was a much greater bore to find oneself in love with a young woman whose character remained to be estimated. Miriam Ruth was neither fish nor flesh. One had with her neither the guarantees of one's own class nor the immunities of hers. What was hers, if one came to that? A rare ambiguity on this point was part of the fascination she had ended by throwing over him. Poor Peter's scheme for getting on had contained no proviso against his falling in love, but it had embodied an important clause on the subject of surprises. It was always a surprise to fall in love, especially if one was looking out for it. So this contingency had not been worth official paper, but it became a man who respected the service he had undertaken for the state to be on his guard against predicaments from which the only issue was the rigor of matrimony. Ambition in the career was probably consistent with marrying, but only with opening one's eyes very wide to do it. That was the fatal surprise, to be led to the altar in a dream. Sheringham's view of the proprieties attached to such a step was high and strict, and if he held that a man in his position was above all, as the position improved essentially a representative of the greatness of his country, he considered that the wife of such a personage would exercise in her degree, for instance, at a foreign court function, no less symbolic. She would, in short, always be a very important quantity, and the scene was strewn with illustrations of this general truth. She might be such a help, and might be such a blight, that common prudence required some test of her in advance. Sheringham had seen women in the career who were stupid or vulgar make such a mess of things as would wring your heart. Then, he had his positive idea of the perfect ambassadress, the full-blown lily of the future, and with this idea Miriam Ruth presented no analogy whatever. The girl had described herself with characteristic directness as all right, and so she might be so. She assuredly was only all right for what he had made out. She was not sentimental. That, whatever capacity she might have for responding to a devotion, or for desiring it, was at any rate not in the direction of vague philandering with him. Certainly, she had no disposition to philander. Sheringham almost feared to dwell on this lest it should beget in him a rage convertible mainly into caring for her more rage. Or no rage, it would be charming to be in love with her if there were no complications. But the 275 complications were just what was clearest in the prospect. He was perhaps cold-blooded to think of them, but it must be remembered that they were the particular thing his training had equipped him for dealing with. He was at all events not too cold-blooded to have for the 2 months of his holiday very little inner vision of anything more abstract than Miriam's face. The desire to see it again was as pressing as thirst, but he tried to practice the endurance of the traveler in the desert. He kept the channel between them, but his spirit consumed every day an inch of the interval, until it was not long there were no more inches left. The last thing he expected the future ambassadress to have been was filled to theater. The answer to this objection was of course that Miriam was not yet so much of one, but that he could easily by a handsome, worldly offer arrest her development. Then came worrying retorts to that chief, among which was the sense that to his artistic conscience arresting her development would be a plan combining on his part fatuity, not to say imbecility, with baseness. It was exactly to her development the poor girl had the greatest right, and he shouldn't really alter anything by depriving her of it. Wasn't she the artist to the tips of her tresses? Ambassadress, never in the world, and wouldn't she take it out in something else, if one were to make her deviate so certain? Was that demonic gift to insist ever on its own? Besides, could one make her deviate if she had no disposition to philander? What was his warrant for supposing she could be corrupted into respectability? How could his career speak to a nature that had glimpses as vivid as they were crude of such a different range, and for which success meant quite another sauce to the dish? Would the brilliancy of marrying Peter Sheringham be such a bribe to relinquishment? How could he think so without pretensions of the sort he pretended exactly not to flaunt, though? Could he put himself forward as so high a prize? Relinquishment of the opportunity to exercise a rare talent was not in the nature of things an easy effort to a young lady who was herself presumptuous as well as ambitious. Besides, she might eat her cake, and of it might make her fortune both on the stage and in the world. Successful actresses had ended by marrying dukes, and was not that better than remaining obscure and marrying a commoner? There were moments when he tried to pronounce the girl's gift not a force to reckon with. There was so little to show for it, as yet, that the caprice of believing in it would perhaps suddenly leave him, but his conviction that it was real was too uneasy to make such an experiment peaceful. And he came back, moreover, to his deepest impression, that of her being of the inward mold for which the only consistency is the play of genius. Hadn't Madame Carr declared at the last that she could do anything? It was true that if Madame Carr had been mistaken in the first place, she might also be mistaken in the second. But in this latter case, she would be mistaken with him, and such an error would be too like a truth. How further shall we exactly measure for him? Sheringham felt the discomfort of the advantage Miriam had of him, the advantage of her presenting herself in a light that rendered any passion he might entertain an implication of duty as well as of pleasure. Why there should have been this implication was more than he could say. Sometimes he held himself rather abject, or at least absurdly superstitious, for seeing it. He didn't know. He could scarcely conceive of another case of the same general type in which he would have recognized it in foreign countries. There were very few ladies of Miss Ruth's intended profession who would not have regarded it as too strong an order, that to console them for not being admitted into drawing-rooms, they should have no offset but the exercise of virtue, in which no one would believe this was because, in foreign countries, actresses were not admitted into drawing-rooms. That was a pure English drollery, ministering equally little to real histrionics, and to the higher tone of these resorts did the oppressive sanctity which made it a burden to have to reckon with his young friend. Come then, from her being English. Peter could recall cases in which that privilege operated as little as possible as a restriction. It came a great deal from Mrs. Ruth, in whom he apprehended depths of calculation as to what she might achieve for her daughter by working the idea of a life blameless amid dire obsessions. Her romantic turn of mind wouldn't in the least prevent her regarding that idea as a substantial capital to be laid out to the best worldly advantage. Miriam's essential irreverence was capable on a pretext of making mincemeat of it. That he was sure of, for the only capital she recognized was the talent which some day managers and agents would outbid each other in paying for. Yet as a creature easy at so many points, she was fond of her mother, would do anything to oblige, that might work in all sorts of ways, and would probably like the loose slippers of blamelessness quite as well as having to meet some of the queer high standards of the opposite camp. Sheringham, I may add, had no desire that she should indulge a different preference. It was distasteful to him to compute the probabilities of a young lady's misbehaving for his advantage. That seemed to him definitely base, and he would have thought himself a blackguard if even when a prey to his desire he had not wished the thing that was best for the object of it. The thing best for Miriam might be to become the wife of the man to whose suit she should incline her ear. That this would be the best thing for the gentleman in question, by no means, however, equally followed, and Sheringham's final conviction was that it would never do for him to act the part of that hypothetic personage. He asked for no removal and no extension of leave. And he proved to himself how well he knew what he was about by never addressing a line during his absence to the hotel de la Garonne. He would simply go straight, inflicting as little injury on Peter Sheringham as on anyone else. He remained away to the last hour of his privilege, and continued to act lucidly in having nothing to do with the mother and daughter for several days after his return to Paris. It was when this discipline came to an end, one afternoon, after a week had passed, that he felt most the force of the reference we have just made to Mrs. Ruth's private calculations. He found her at home alone, writing a letter under the lamp. And as soon as he came in, she cried out that he was the very person to whom the letter was addressed. She could bear it no longer. She had permitted herself to reproach him with his terrible silencito, ask why he had quite forsaken them. It was an illustration of the way in which her visitor had come to regard her, that he put rather less than more faith into this description of the crumpled papers. Lying on the table, he was not even sure he quite believed Miriam to have just gone out. He told her mother how busy he had been all the while he was away, and how much time above all he had had to give in London to seeing on her daughter's behalf the people connected with the theatres. "Ah, if you pity me, tell me you've got her an engagement," Mrs. Ruth cried, while she clasped her hands. "I took a great deal of trouble. I wrote ever so many notes, sought introductions, talked with people, such impossible people. Some of them, in short, I knocked at every door. I went into the question exhaustively." And he enumerated the things he had done, reported on some of the knowledge he had gathered. The difficulties were immense, and even with the influence he could command, such as it was, there was very little to be achieved in face of them. Still, he had gained ground. 2 or 3 approachable fellows men with inferior theatres had listened to him better than the others, and there was one in particular whom he had a hope he really might have interested from him. He had extracted benevolent assurances. This person would see Miriam, would listen to her, would do for her what he could. The trouble was that no one would lift a finger for a girl unless she were known, and yet that she never could become known till innumerable fingers had been lifted. You couldn't go into the water unless you could swim, and you couldn't swim until you had been in the water. But new performers appear, they get theatres, they get audiences, they get notices in the newspapers. Mrs. Ruth objected. "I know of these things, only what Miriam tells me, it's no knowledge that I was born to." "It's perfectly true, it's all done with money." "And how do they come by money?" Mrs. Ruth candidly asked. "When they're a women, people give it to them." "Well, what people now?" "People who believe in them. As you believe in Miriam." Peter had a pause. "No, rather differently. A poor man doesn't believe in anything the same way that a rich man does." "I don't call yourself poor," groaned Mrs. Ruth. "What good would it do me to be rich?" "Why, you could take a theatre, you could do it all yourself." "And what good would that do me?" "Ah, don't you delight in her genius?" demanded Mrs. Ruth. "I delight in her, mother. You think me more disinterested than I am," Sheringham added, with a certain soreness of irritation. "I know why you didn't write," Mrs. Ruth declared archly. "You must go to London," Peter said without heeding this remark. "Ah, if we could only get there, it would be a relief. I should draw a long breath there at least. I know where I am, and what people are, but here one lives on hollow ground." "The sooner you get away the better," our young man went on. "I know why you say that. It's just what I am explaining." "I couldn't have held out if I hadn't been so sure of Miriam," said Mrs. Ruth. "Well, you needn't hold out any longer." "Don't you trust her?" asked Sheringham's hostess. "Trust her? You don't trust yourself. That's why you were silent, why we might have thought you were dead, why we might have perished ourselves." "I don't think I understand you. I don't know what you're talking about," Peter returned, "but it doesn't matter." "Doesn't it? Let yourself go. Why should you struggle?" the old woman agreeably inquired. Her unexpected insistence annoyed her visitor, and he was silent again, meeting her eyes with reserve, and on the point of telling her that he didn't like her tone. But he had his tongue under such control that he was able presently to say, instead of this end, It was a relief to him to give audible voice to the reflectionists, a great mistake either way, for a man to be in love with an actress, either it means nothing serious, and what's the use of that, or it means everything, and that's still more delusive. Delusive. Idle, unprofitable. Surely a pure affection is its own beautiful reward, Mrs. Ruth pleaded with soft reasonableness. In such a case, how can it be pure? I thought you were talking of an English gentleman, she replied. Call the poor fellow whatever you like, a man with his life, to lead his way, to make his work, his duties, his career to attend to. If it means nothing, as I say, the thing it means least of all is marriage. Oh, my own Miriam, Mrs. Ruth wailed. Fancy, on the other hand, the complication when such a man marries a woman who's on the stage. Mrs. Ruth looked as if she were trying to follow. Miriam isn't on the stage yet. Go to London, and she soon will be. Yes, and then y'all have your excuse. My excuse? For deserting us altogether. He broke into laughter at this, the logic was so droll. Then he went on, show me some good acting, and I won't desert you. Good acting? Ah, what's the best acting? 282, compared with the position of a true English lady. If y'all take her, as she is, you may have her, Mrs. Ruth suddenly added. As she is, with all her ambitions unassuaged. To marry y'all, might not that be an ambition? A very paltry one. Don't answer for her, don't attempt that, said Peter. You can do much better. Do you think you can? Smiled Mrs. Ruth. I don't want to, I only want to let it alone. She's an artist, you must give her her head. The young man pursued, you must always give an artist his head. But I've known great ladies who were artists in English society. There's always a field. Don't talk to me of English society, thank goodness, in the first place. I don't live in it. Do you want her to give up her genius? He demanded. I thought you didn't care for it. Shed say no, I thank you, dear mamma. My wonderful child, Mrs. Ruth almost comprehendingly murmured. Have you ever proposed it to her? Proposed it? That she should give up trying. Mrs. Ruth hesitated, looking down. Not for the reason you mean, we don't talk about love, she simpered. Then it's so much less time wasted. Don't stretch out your hand to the worse, when it may some day grasp. The better, Peter continued. Mrs. Ruth raised her eyes at him, as if recognizing the force there might be in that, and he added, let her blaze out, let her look about her, then you may talk to me if you like. It's very puzzling, the old woman artlessly sighed. He laughed again, and then said, now don't tell me I am not a good friend. You are indeed, you're a very noble gentleman, that's just why a quiet life with you. It wouldn't be quiet for me, he broke in, and that's not what Miriam was made for. Don't say that for my precious one, Mrs. Ruth quavered. Go to Londongo, to London, her visitor repeated. Thoughtfully, after an instant, she extended her hand, and took from the table the letter on the composition of which he had found her engaged. Then, with a quick movement, she tore it up. That's what Mr. Dashwood says. Mr. Dashwood. I forgot you don't know him, he's the brother of that lady. We met the day you were so good as to receive us, the one who was so kind to us, Mrs. Lovick. I never heard of him. Don't you remember how she spoke of him, and that Mr. Lovick didn't seem very nice about him? She told us that if he were to meet Usand, she was so good as to intimate that it would be a pleasure to him to do so. Might give us, as she said, a tip. Peter achieved the effort to recollect. Yes, he comes back to me, he's an actor. He's a gentleman too, said Mrs. Ruth. And you've met him, and he has given you a tip. As I say, he wants us to go to London. I see, but even I can tell you that. Oh yes, said Mrs. Ruth, but he says he can help us. Keep hold of him, then, if he's in the business. Peter was all for that. He's a perfect gentleman, said Mrs. Ruth. He's immensely struck with Miriam. Better and better, keep hold of him. Well, I'm glad you don't object, she grimaced. Why should I object? You don't regard us as all your own. My own? Why, I regard you as the public's, the world's. She gave a little shudder. There's a sort of chill in that. It's grand. But it's cold. However, I needn't hesitate then to tell you that it's with Mr. Dashwood Miriam has gone out. Why hesitate, gracious heaven? But in the next breath Sheringham asked, where have they gone? You don't like it, his hostess laughed. Why should it be a thing to be enthusiastic about? Well, he's charming, and I trust him. So do I, said Sheringham. They've gone to see Madame Carr. She has come back then. She was expected back last week. Miriam wants to show her how she has improved. And has she improved? How can I tell with my mother's heart? Asked Mrs. Ruth. I don't judge, I only wait and pray, but Mr. Dashwood thinks she's wonderful. That's a blessing, and when did he turn up? About a fortnight ago, we met Mrs. Lovick at the English church, and she was so good as to recognize us and speak to us. She said she had been away with her children, otherwise shed have come to see us. She had just returned to Paris. Yes, I've not yet seen her, I see, Lovick Peter added, but he doesn't talk of his brother-in-law. I didn't that day like his tone about him, Mrs. Ruth observed. We walked a little way with Mrs. Lovick after church, and she asked Miriam about her prospects, and if she were working. Miriam said she had no prospects. That wasn't very nice to me, Sheringham commented. But when you had left us in black darkness, what were our prospects? I see, it's all right, go on. Then Mrs. Lovick said her brother was to be in Paris a few days, and she would tell him to come and see us. He arrived, she told him, and he came, voila, said Mrs. Ruth. So that no, so far as he is concerned, Miss Ruth has prospects. He isn't a manager, unfortunately, she qualified. Where does he act? He isn't acting just now, he has been abroad, he has been to Italy, I believe, and is just stopping here on his way to London. I see, he is a perfect gentleman, said Sheringham. Ah, you're jealous of him. No, but you're trying to make me so. The more competitors there are for the glory of bringing her out, the better for her. Mr. Dashwood wants to take a theatre, said Mrs. Ruth. Then perhaps he's our man. Oh, if you'd help him, she richly cried. Help him! Help him to help us. Well, all work together, it will be very jolly, said Sheringham gaily. It's a sacred cause, the love of art, and we shall be a happy band. Dashwood's his name, he added in a moment. Mrs. Lovick wasn't a Dashwood. It's his nom de theatre, Basil Dashwood. Do you like it? Mrs. Ruth wonderfully inquired. You say that as Miriam might her talents catching. She's always practicing, always saying things over and over, to seize the tone. I've her voice in my ears. He wants her not to have any. Not to have any what? Any nom de theatre. He wants her to use her own. He likes it so much, he says, it will do so well you can't better it. He's a capital adviser, said Sheringham, getting up. I'll come back tomorrow. I won't ask you to wait for them, maybe so long. His hostess returned. Will he come back with her? Peter asked, while he smoothed his hat. I hope so. At this hour, with my child in the streets, I tremble. We don't live in cabs, as you may easily suppose. Did they go on foot? Sheringham continued. Oh yes, they started in high spirits. And is Mr. Basil Dashwood acquainted with Madame Carr? Ah no, but he longed to be introduced to her. He persuaded Miriam to take him naturally. She wishes to oblige him. She's very nice to him if he can do anything. Quite right, that's the way, Peter cheerfully rang out. And she also wanted him to see what she can do, for the great critic. Mrs. Ruth added, that terrible old woman in the red wig. That's what I should like to see too, Peter permitted himself to acknowledge. Oh, she has gone ahead, she's pleased with herself. Work, said Madame Carr. Well, she has worked. That's what Mr. Dashwood is pleased with, even more than with other things. What do you mean by other things? Oh, her genius and her fine appearance. He approves of her fine appearance, I ask, because you think he knows what will take. I know why you ask, Mrs. Ruth bravely mocked. He says it will be worth hundreds of thousands to her. That's the sort of thing I like to hear. Peter returned. I'll come in tomorrow, he repeated. And shall you mind if Mr. Dashwood's here? Does he come every day? Oh, they're always at it. At it, he was vague. Why, she acts to him very sort of thing, and he says if it will do. How many days has he been here then? Mrs. Ruth reflected. Oh, I don't know, since he turned up. They've passed so quickly. So far from minding it, I am eager to see him, Sheringham declared, and I can imagine nothing better than what you describe. If he isn't an awful ass. Dear me, if he isn't clever, you must tell us. We can't afford to be deceived, Mrs. Ruth innocently wailed. What do we know? How can we judge? She appealed. He had a pause, his hand on the latch. Oh, I'll tell you frankly what I think of him. Roman 19. When he got into the street, he looked about him for a cab, but was obliged to walk some distance before encountering one. In this little interval, he saw no reason to modify the determination he had formed in descending the steep staircase of the Hôtel de la Garonne. Indeed, the desire prompting it only quickened his pace. He had an hour to spare, and would also go to see Madame Carr. If Miriam and her companion had proceeded to the Rue de Constantinople on foot, He would probably reach the house as soon as it was all quite logical. He was eager to see Miriam, that was natural enough, and he had admitted to Mrs. Ruth that he was keen on the subject of Mrs. Lovick's theatrical brother, in whom such effective aid might perhaps reside to catch Miriam, really revealing herself to the old actress after the jump. She believed herself to have taken since that was her errand would be a very happy stroke, the thought of which made her benefactor impatient. He presently found his cab, and as he bounded and bade the coachman drive fast, he learned from Madame Carr's portress that her illustrious locataire was at home, and that a lady and a gentleman had gone up some time before. In the little antechamber after his admission, he heard a high voice come from the salon, and stopping a moment to listen, noted that Miriam was already launched in a recitation. He was able to make out the words all the more that before he could prevent the movement, the maidservant who had led him in had already opened the door of the room, one of the leaves of it, there being, as in most French doors, two of the semaphore which within a heavy curtain was suspended. Miriam was in the act of rolling out some speech from the English poetic drama. For I am sick and capable of fears, oppressed with wrongs and therefore full of fears. He recognized one of the great tirades of Shakespeare's Constance, and saw she had just begun the magnificent scene at the beginning of the third act of King John, in which the passionate injured mother and widow sweeps in wild organ tones the entire scale of her irony and wrath. The curtain concealed him, and he lurked 3 minutes after he had motioned to the femme de chambre to retire on tiptoe. The trio in the salon, absorbed in the performance, had apparently not heard his entrance or the opening of the door, which was covered by the girl's splendid declamation. Peter listened intently, arrested by the spirit with which she attacked her formidable verses. He had needed to hear her set afloat but a dozen of them to measure the long stride she had taken in his absence. They assured him she had leaped into possession of her means. He remained where he was till she arrived at. Then speak again, not all thy former tale, but this one word, whether thy tale be true. This apostrophe, briefly responded to in another voice, gave him time quickly to raise the curtain and show himself passing into the room with a go on, and a gesture earnestly deprecating a stop. Miriam, in the full swing of her part, paused but for an instant and let herself ring out again, while Peter sank into the nearest chair, and she fixed him with her illumined eyes, that is, with those of the raving Constance. Madame Carr, buried in a chair, kissed her hand to him, and a young man who near the girl stood giving the cue stared at him over the top of a little book. Admirable, magnificent, go on Sheringham. Repeated, go on to the end of the scene. Do it all. Miriam's color rose, yet he as quickly felt that she had no personal emotion in seeing him again. The cold passion of art had perched on her banner, and she listened to herself with an ear as vigilant as if she had been a Paganini drawing a fiddle bow. This effect deepened as she went on, rising and rising to the great occasion, moving with extraordinary ease and in the largest, clearest style. At the dizzy height of her idea that she had an idea was visible enough, and that the whole thing was very different from all Sheringham had hitherto heard her attempt. It belonged quite to another class of effort. She was now the finished statue lifted from the ground to its pedestal. It was as if the sun of her talent had risen above the hills, and she knew she was moving, and would always move in its guiding light. This conviction was the one artless thing that glimmered like a young joy through the tragic mask of Constance, and Sheringham's heart beat faster as he caught it in her face. It only showed her as more intelligent. And yet there had been a time when he thought her stupid, masterful. The whole spirit in which she carried the scene making him cry to himself from point to point how she feels it, sees it, and really renders it. He looked now and again at Madame Carr, and saw she had in her lap an open book, apparently a French prose version brought by her visitors of the play. But she never either glanced at him or at the volume. She only sat screwing into the girl, her hard, bright eyes polished by experience like fine old brasses. The young man, uttering the lines of the other speakers, was attentive in another degree. He followed Miriam in his own copy to keep sure of the cue, but he was elated and expressive, was evidently even surprised. He colored and smiled, and when he extended his hand to assist Constance to rise after the performer, acting out her text, had seated herself grandly on the huge firm earth, he bowed over her, as obsequiously as if she had been his veritable sovereign. He was a good-looking young man, tall, well-proportioned, straight-featured, and fair, of whom manifestly the first thing to be said on any occasion was that he had remarkably the stamp of a gentleman. He earned this appearance, which proved inveterate and importunate to a point that was almost a denial of its spirit, so prompt the question of whether it could be in good taste to wear any character, even that particular one, so much on one's sleeve. It was literally on his sleeve that this young man partly wore his own, for it resided considerably in his garments, and in especial in a certain close-fitting dark blue frock coat, a miracle of a fit, which molded his juvenility just enough, and not too much, and constituted, as Sheringham was destined to perceive later, his perpetual uniform or badge. It was not till afterwards that Peter began to feel exasperated by Basil Dashwood's type. The young stranger was, of course, Basil Dashwood, and, even by his blue frock coat, the recurrent, unvarying, imperturbable good form of his aspect, this unprofessional air, ended by striking the observer as the very profession he had adopted, and was indeed, so far as had as yet been indicated, his mimetic capital, his main qualification for the stage. The ample and powerful manner in which Miriam handled her scene produced its full impression. The art with which she surmounted its difficulties, the liberality with which she met its great demand upon the voice, and the variety of expression that she threw into a torrent of objurgation. It was a real composition, studded with passages that called a suppressed tribute to the lips, and seeming to show that a talent capable of such an exhibition was capable of anything. But thou art fair, and at thy birth, dear boy, nature and fortune joined to make thee great. Of nature's gifts thou mayst with lilies boast, and with the half-blown rose. As the girl turned to her imagined child with this exquisite apostrophe, addressed Mr. Dashwood as if he were playing Arthur, and he lowered his book, dropped his head and his eyes, and looked handsome and ingenuous, opened at a stroke to Sheringham's vision, a prospect that they would yet see her express tenderness, better even than anything else. Her voice was enchanting in these lines, and the beauty of her performance was that, though she uttered the full fury of the part, she missed none of its poetry. Where did she get hold of that? Where did she get hold of that? Peter wondered, while his whole sense vibrated. She hadn't got hold of it when I went away, and the assurance flowed over him again that she had found the key to her box of treasures in the summer during their weeks of frequent meeting. She had only fumbled with the lock one October day. While he was away, the key had slipped in, had fitted, or her finger at last had touched the right spring, and the capricious casket had flown open. It was during the present solemnity that, excited by the way she came out, and with 100 stirred ideas about her wheeling through his mind, he was for the first time and most vividly visited by a perception that ended by becoming frequent with him, that of the perfect presence of mind, unconfused, unhurried by emotion, that any artistic performance requires, and that all, whatever the instrument, require in exactly the same degree, the application, in other words, clear and calculated, crystal firm, as it were, of the idea conceived in the glow of experience, of suffering, of joy. He was afterwards often to talk of this with Miriam, who, however, was never to be able to present him with a neat theory of the subject. She had no knowledge that it was publicly discussed. She only ranged herself in practice on the side of those who hold that at the moment of production, the artist can't too much have his wits about him. When Peter named to her the opinion of those maintaining that at such a crisis the office of attention ceases to be filled, she stared with surprise, and then broke out, "Ah, the poor idiots." She eventually became, in her judgments, in impatience, and the expression of contempt, very free and absolutely irreverent. "What a splendid scolding!" the new visitor exclaimed, when on the entrance of the Pope's legate her companion closed the book on the scene. Peter pressed his lips to Madame Carr's fingertips. The old actress got up and held out her arms to Miriam. The girl never took her eyes off Sheringham while she passed into that lady's embrace and remained there. They were full of their usual somber fire, and it was always the case that they expressed too much anything they could express at all, but they were not defiant, nor even triumphant. Now they were only deeply explicative. They seemed to say, "That's the sort of thing I meant, that's what I had in mind when I asked you to try to do something for me." Madame Carr folded her pupil to her bosom, holding her there, as the old marquise, in a comédie de mœurs, might in the last scene have held her goddaughter, the ingenue. "Have you got me an engagement, young woman?" Then appealed eagerly to her friend. "Yes, he has done something splendid for me," she went on to Madame Carr, resting her hand caressingly on one of the actress, while the old woman discoursed with Mr. Dashwood, who was telling her in very pretty French that he was tremendously excited about Miss Ruth. Madame Carr looked at him as if she wondered how he appeared when he was calm, and how as a dramatic artist he expressed that condition. Yes, yes, something splendid for a beginning," Peter answered radiantly, recklessly, feeling now only that he would say anything and do anything to please her. He spent on the spot, in imagination, his last penny. "It's such a pity you couldn't follow it. You'd have liked it so much better, Mr. Dashwood observed to their hostess. Couldn't follow it, do you take me for Yoon Sot, the celebrated artist cried. I suspect I followed it de plus prise. Que vous, monsieur? Ah, you see the language is so awfully fine, Basil Dashwood replied, looking at his shoes. The language, why she rails like a fishwife. Is that what you call language? Ours is another business. If you understood, you'd see all the greatness of it, Miriam declared. And then in another tone, such delicious expressions. On dit que c'est très fort, but who can tell if you really say it, Madame Carr demanded. Ah, par exemple, I can, Sheringham answered. Oh yeah, you're a Frenchman. Couldn't he make it out if he weren't asked, Basil Dashwood? The old woman shrugged her shoulders, he wouldn't know. That's flattering to me. Oh, yeah, don't you pretend to complain, Madame Carr said. I prefer our imprecations those of Camille. She went on. They have the beauty des plus belles choses. I can say them too, Miriam broke in. Insolent, smiled Madame Carr. Camille doesn't squat down on the floor in the middle of them. For grief is proud and makes his owner stoop. To me and to the state of my great grief. Let kings assemble. Miriam quickly declaimed, ah, if you don't feel the way she makes a throne of it. It's really tremendously fine, cheer, Madame Sheringham said. There's nothing like it. Vous eats insupportables, the old woman answered. Stay with us, ill teach you fetter. Ah, ph Basil Dashwood vaguely ejaculated, looking more gentlemanly than ever. You've learned all I've taught you, but where the devil have you learned what I haven't? Madame Carr went on. I've worked, I have, you'd call it work, all through the bright late summer, all through the hot, dull, empty days. I've battered down the door, I did hear it crash one day. But I'm not so very good, yet I am only in the right direction. Malicious growled Madame Carr. Oh, I can beat that, the girl went on. Did you wake up one morning and find you had grown a pair of wings? Peter asked. Because that's what the difference amounts to. You really soar. Moreover, you're an angel, he added, charmed with her unexpectedness, the good nature of her forbearance to reproach him for not having written to her. And it seemed to him privately that she was angelic when, in answer to this, she said ever so blandly, you know, you read King John with me before you went away. I thought over immensely what you said. I didn't understand it much at the time, I was so stupid. But it all came to me later. I wish you could see yourself, Peter returned. My dear fellow, I do. What sort of a dunce do you take me for? I didn't miss a vibration of my voice, a fold of my robe. Well, I didn't see you troubling about it, Peter handsomely insisted. No one ever will. Do you think it'd ever show it? Ars celer artem, Basil Dashwood jocosely dropped. You must first have the art to hide, said Sheringham, wondering a little why Miriam didn't introduce her young friend to him. She was, however, both then and later, perfectly neglectful of such cares, never thinking, never minding how other people got on together. When she found they didn't get on, she jeered at them. That was the nearest she came to arranging for them. Our young man noted in her from the moment she felt her strength an immense increase of this good-humored inattention to all detail, save that of her work, to which she was ready to sacrifice holocausts of feelings, when the feelings were other people's. This conferred on her a large profanity and absence of ceremony as to her social relations, which was both amusing, because it suggested that she would take what she gave, and formidable, because it was inconvenient, and you might care to give what she would take. If you haven't any art, it's not quite the same as if you didn't hide it, is it? Basil Dashwood ingeniously threw out. That's right, say one of your clever things, Miriam sweetly responded. You're always acting, he declared in English, and with a simple-minded laugh, while Sheringham remained struck with his expressing just what he himself had felt weeks before. And when you've shown them your fishwife to your public delabas, what will you do next? Asked Madame Carr. Il do Juliet, il do Cleopatra. Rather a big bill, isn't it? Mr. Dashwood volunteered to Sheringham in a friendly but discriminating manner. Constance and Juliet, care you don't mix them, said Sheringham. I want to be various. You once told me I had 100 characters, Miriam returned. Ah, vous en eats, la, cried the old actress. You may have 100 characters, but you've only 3 plays, I'm told. That's all there are in English. Miriam, admirably indifferent to this charge, appealed to Peter. What arrangements have you made? What do the people want? The people at the theater. I'm afraid they don't want King John, and I don't believe they hunger for Antony and Cleopatra. Basil Dashwood suggested ships and sieges and armies and pyramids. You know, we mustn't be too heavy. Oh, I hate scenery, the girl sighed. L.S. Superby, said Madame Carr, you must put those pieces on the stage. How will you do it? Oh, we know how to get up a play in London, Madame Carr. Mr. Dashwood was all geniality. They put money on it, you know. On it, but what do they put in it? Hall, interpret them. Hall manage a style like that style, of which the rhapsodies she has just repeated are a specimen. Whom have you got that one has ever heard of? Oh, y'all hear of a good deal, when once she gets started, Dashwood cheerfully contended. Madame Carr looked at him a moment. Then I feel that y'all become very bad, she said to Miriam. I'm glad I shan't see it. People will do things for me, I'll make them, the girl declared. I'll stir them up, so that they'll have ideas. What people, pray? Ah, terrible woman, Peter theatrically groaned. We translate your piece, Esther, will be plenty of parts, Basil Dashwood said. Why then go out of the door to come in at the window, especially if you smash it? An English arrangement of a French piece is a pretty woman with her back turned. Do you really want to keep her? Sheringham asked of Madame Carriquite, as if thinking for a moment that this after all might be possible. She bent her strange eyes on him. No, you're all too queer together. We couldn't be bothered with you, and you're not worth it. I am glad it's together, that we're queer, then we can console each other. If you only would, but you don't seem to. In short, I don't understand you. I give you up. But it doesn't matter, said the old woman wearily, for the theater's dead. And even you, Ma Toutabelle, won't bring it to life. Everything's going from bad to worse. And I don't care what becomes of you. You wouldn't understand us here, and they won't understand you there, and everything's impossible. And no one's a whit the wiser. And it's not of the least consequence, only when you raise your arms, lift them just a little higher, Madame Carr added. My mother will be happier, chez nous, said Miriam, throwing her arms straight up and giving them a noble tragic movement. You won't be in the least in the right path till your mother's in despair. Well, perhaps we can bring that about even in London. Sheringham patiently laughed. Dear Mrs. Ruths's, great fun. Mr. Dashwood as imperturbably dropped. Miriam transferred the dark weight of her gaze to him, as if she were practicing. You won't upset her at any rate. Then, she stood with her beautiful and fatal mask before her hostess. I want to do the modern too. I want to do Le Drame with intense realistic effects. And do you want to look like the portico of the Madeleine? When it's draped for a funeral, her instructress mocked. Never, never, I don't believe you're a various. That's not the way. I see you, you're a pure tragedy with digressions, éclats de voix in the great style, or you're a nothing. Be beautiful, only that, Peter urged with high interest. Be only what you can be, so well, something that one may turn to, for a glimpse of perfection, to lift one out of all the vulgarities of the day. Thus apostrophized, the girl broke out with one of the speeches of Racine's Piedra, hushing her companions on the instant. Yowl, be the English Rachel, said Basil Dashwood when she stopped. Acting in French, Madame Carr amended, I don't believe in an English Rachel. I shall have to work it out, what I shall be, Miriam concluded, with a rich pensive effect. You're in wonderfully good form today, Sheringham said to her, his appreciation revealing a personal subjection he was unable to conceal from his companions, much as he wished it. I really mean to do everything. Very well, after all, Garrick, Roman 990. Then I shall be the Garrick of my sex. There's a very clever author doing something for me. I should like you to see it, said Basil Dashwood, addressing himself equally to Miriam and to her diplomatic friend. Ah, if you've very clever authors, and Madame Carr spun the sound to the finest satiric thread. I shall be very happy to see it, Peter returned. This response was so benevolent that Basil Dashwood presently began, May I ask you at what theatre you've made arrangements? Sheringham looked at him. A moment, come and see me at the embassy, and I'll tell you. Then he added, I know your sister, Mrs. Lovick. So I suppose that's why I took the liberty of asking such a question. It's no liberty, but Mr. Sheringham doesn't appear to be able to tell you, said Miriam. Well, you know, it's a very curious world, all those theatrical people over there, Peter conceded. I don't say anything against them, when I am one of them, Basil Dashwood laughed. I might plead the absence of information, Peter returned, as Miss Ruth has neglected to make us acquainted. Miriam vaguely smiled. I know you both so little, but she presented them with a great stately air to each other, and the two men shook hands while Madame Carr observed them. Tines, you gentlemen meet here for the first time. You do right to become friends. That's the best thing. Live together in peace and mutual confidence. C'est de beaucoup le plus. Certainly for yokefellows, said Sheringham. He began the next moment to repeat to his new acquaintance some of the things he had been told in London, but their hostess stopped him off, waving the talk away with charming overdone stage horror, and the young hands of the heroines of Marivox. "Ah, wait till you goffer that. Do you suppose I care for news of your mountebank's booths?" Roman 20. As many people know, there are not in the famous theatre Franchise more than a dozen good seats accessible to ladies. The stalls are forbidden them, the boxes are a quarter of a mile from the stage, and the balcony is a delusion save for a few chairs at either end of its vast horseshoe. But there are two excellent baignoires d'Avancine, which indeed are by no means always to be had. It was, however, into one of them that immediately after his return to Paris Sheringham ushered Mrs. Ruth and her daughter with the further escort of Basil Dashwood. He had chosen the evening of the reappearance of the celebrated Mademoiselle Voisinge, had been enjoying a conge of 3 months, an actress, whom Miriam had seen several times before, and for whose method she professed a high though somewhat critical esteem. It was only for the return of this charming performer that Peter had been waiting to respond to Miriam's most ardent wish that, of spending an hour in the foyer des artistes of the great theatre. She was the person whom he knew best in the house of Molière. He could count on her to do them the honors some night when she was in the bill, and to make the occasion sociable. Miriam had been impatient, for Itch was so convinced that her eyes would be opened in the Holy of Holies, but wishing as particularly as he did to participate in her impression, he had made her promise she wouldn't taste of this experience without him. Not let Madame Carr, for instance, take her in his absence. There were questions the girl wished to put to Mademoiselle Voisin, questions which, having admired her from the balcony, she felt she was exactly the person to answer. She was more in it now, after all, than Madame Carr, in spite of her slender talent. She was younger, fresher, more modern, and Miriam found the wordless academic she was in fine less vieux Jew. Peter perfectly foresaw the day when his young friend would make indulgent allowances for poor Madame Carr, patronizing her as an old woman of good intentions. The play tonight was 6 months old, a large, serious, successful comedy by the most distinguished of authors, with a thesis, a chorus embodied in one character, a scene of fair, and a part full of opportunities for Mademoiselle Voisin. There were things to be said about this artist's strictures to be dropped as to the general quality of her art, and Miriam leaned back now, making her comments as if they cost her less, but the actress had knowledge and distinction and pathos, and our young lady repeated several times how quiet she is, how wonderfully quiet, scarcely anything moves, but her face and her voice, le geste rare but really expressive. When it comes, I like that economy, it's the only way to make the gesture significant. I don't admire the way she holds her arms, Basil Wood said, like a demoiselle de magasin, trying on a jacket. Well, she holds them at any rate. I daresay it's more than you do with yours. Oh yes, she holds them, there's no mistake about that. I hold them, I hope, Hein. She seems to say to all the house. The young English professional laughed good-humoredly, and Sheringham was struck with the pleasant familiarity he had established with their brave companion. He was knowing and ready, and he said, in the first intractathy, we're waiting for the second to go behind. Amusing, perceptive things they teach them to be ladylike, and Voisin's always trying to show that. See how I walk, see how I sit, see how quiet I am, and how I have le geste rare. Now, can you say I ain't a lady? She does it all as if she had a class. Well, tonight I am her class, said Miriam. Oh, I don't mean of actresses, but of femmes du monde. She shows them how to act in society. You had better take a few lessons, Miriam retorted. Ah, you should see Voisin in society, Peter interposed. Does she go into it? Mrs. Ruth demanded with interest. Her friend hesitated. She receives a great many people. Why shouldn't they when they're a nice? Mrs. Ruth frankly wanted to know. When the people are nice, Miriam asked. Now don't tell me she's not what one would wish, said Mrs. Ruth to Sheringham. It depends on what that is, he darkly smiled. What I should wish if she were my daughter, the old woman rejoined blandly. I'll wish your daughter to act as well as that, and you'll do the handsome thing for her. Well, she seems to feel what she says, Mrs. Ruth piously risked. She has some stiff things to say, I mean about her past, Basil Dashwood remarked. The past, dreadful past in the stage. Wait till the end to see how she comes out. We must all be merciful, sighed Mrs. Ruth. We've seen it before, you know what happens, Miriam observed to her mother. I've seen so many I get them mixed. Yes, they're all in queer predicaments. Poor old mother. What we show you, laughed the girl. It will be what you show me, something noble and wise. I want to do this, it's a magnificent part, said Miriam. You couldn't put it on in London, thee wouldn't swallow it, Basil Dashwood declared. Aren't there things they do there to get over the difficulties? The girl inquired. You can't get over what she did, her companion had a rueful grimace. Yes, we must pay, we must expiate, Mrs. Ruth moaned, as the curtain rose again. When the second act was over, our friends passed out of their baignoire into those corridors of tribulation, where the bristling Uvius, like a pawnbroker driving a roaring trade, mounts guard upon piles of heterogeneous clothing, and gaining the top of the fine staircase, which forms the state entrance, and connects the statued vestibule of the basement with the grand tier of boxes, opened an ambiguous door composed of little mirrors, and found themselves in the society of the initiated. The janitors were courteous folk, who greeted Sheringham as an acquaintance, and he had no difficulty in marshalling his little troop. Toward the foyer they traversed a low curving lobby hung with pictures, and furnished with velvet-covered benches, where several unrecognized persons of both sexes looked at them without hostility, and arrived at an opening on the right from which by a short flight of steps there was a descent to one of the wings of the stage. Here Miriam paused in silent excitement like a young warrior, arrested by a glimpse of the battlefield. Her vision was carried off through a lane of light to the point of vantage from which the actor held the house, but there was a hushed guard over the place, and curiosity could only glance and pass. Then she came with her companions to a sort of parlor with a polished floor, not large, and rather vacant, where her attention flew delightedly to a coterie in a corner, from which 3 or 4 dresses were suspended, dresses she immediately perceived to be costumes in that night's play, accompanied by a saucer of something and a much-worn powder puff casually left on a sofa. This was a familiar note in the general impression of high decorum, which had begun at the threshold. A sense of majesty in the place. Miriam rushed at the powder puff. There was no one in the room, snatched it up, and gazed at it with droll veneration, then stood rapt a moment before the charming petticoats. That's Dunyer's first underskirt, she said to her mother, while Sheringham explained that in this apartment an actress traditionally changed her gown. When the transaction was simple enough to save the long ascent to her loge, he felt himself a cicerone showing a church to a party of provincials, and indeed there was a grave hospitality in the air, mingled with something academic and important, the tone of an institution, a temple which made them all, out of respect and delicacy, hold their breath a little, and tread the shining floors with discretion. These precautions increased. Mrs. Ruth crept about like a friendly but undomesticated cat. After they entered the foyer itself, a square spacious saloon covered with pictures and relics, and draped in official green velvet, where the genius loci holds a reception every night in the year. The effect was freshly charming to Peter. He was fond of the place, always saw it again with pleasure, enjoyed its honorable look, and the way among the portraits and scrolls, the records of a splendid history, the green velvet, and the waxed floors. The genius loci seemed to be at home in the quiet lamplight. At the end of the room, in an ample chimney, blazed a fire of logs. Miriam said nothing. They looked about, noting that most of the portraits and pictures were old-fashioned, and Basil Dashwood expressed disappointment at the absence of all the people. They wanted most to see 3 or 4 gentlemen in evening dress circulated slowly, looking like themselves at the pictures, and another gentleman stood before a lady with whom he was in conversation, seated against the wall. The foyer resembled in these conditions a ballroom cleared for the dance before the guests, or the music had arrived. Oh, it's enough to see this, it makes my heart beat, said Miriam. It's full of the vanished past. It makes me cry. I feel them here, all the great artists I shall never see. Think of Rashaluk at her grand portrait there, and how she stood on these very boards and trailed over them the robes of Hermione and Fetter. The girl broke out theatrically, as on the spot was right, not a bit afraid of her voice, as soon as it rolled through the room, appealing to her companions as they stood under the chandelier, and making the other persons present, who had already given her some attention, turn round to stare at so unusual a specimen of the English miss. She laughed musically when she noticed this, and her mother, scandalized, begged her to lower her tone. It's all right, I produce an effect, said Miriam. It shan't be said that I too haven't had my little success in the Maison de Molière. And Sheringham repeated that it was all right. The place was familiar with mirth and passion. There was often wonderful talk there, and it was only the setting that was still and solemn. It happened that this evening there was no knowing in advance. The scene was not characteristically brilliant, but to confirm his assertion at the moment, he spoke. Mademoiselle Dunyer, who was also in the play, came into the room, attended by a pair of gentlemen. She was the celebrated, the perpetual, the necessary ingenue, who with all her talent couldn't have represented a woman of her actual age. She had the gliding hopping movement of a small bird, the same air of having nothing to do with time, and the clear sure piercing note a miracle of exact vocalization. She chaffed her companions. She chaffed the room. She might have been a very clever little girl trying to personate a more innocent big one. She scattered her amiability about showing Miriam how the children of Molière took their ascent. It quickly placed her in the friendliest communication with Peter Sheringham, who already enjoyed her acquaintance, and who now extended it to his companions, and in particular to the young lady Sir La Pointe d'Entre au Theatre. "You deserve a happier lot," said the actress, looking up at Miriam brightly, as if to a great height, and taking her in, upon which Sheringham left them together a little and led Mrs. Ruth and young Dashwood to consider further some of the pictures. "Most delightful, most curious," the old woman murmured about everything, while Basil Dashwood exclaimed in the presence of most of the portraits, "But their ugliness, did you ever see such a collection of hideous people? And those who were supposed to be good-looking beauties of the past, they are worse than the others. Ah, you may say what you will, nous sommes mieux que Sheringham suspected him of irritation, of not liking the theatre of the great rival nation to be thrust down his throat." They returned to Miriam and Mademoiselle Dunger, and Peter asked the actress a question about one of the portraits to which there was no name attached. She replied like a child who had only played about the room that she was tout honteuse not to be able to tell him the original. She had forgotten. She had never asked vous, allez-me trouver bien ledger. She appealed to the other persons present, who formed a gallery for her, and laughed in delightful ripples at their suggestions, which she covered with ridicule. She bestirred herself. She declared she would ascertain she shouldn't be happy till she did, and swam out of the room with the prettiest paddles, to obtain the information, leaving behind her a perfume of delicate kindness and gaiety. She seemed above all things obliging, and Peter pronounced her almost as natural off the stage as on. She didn't come back. Roman 21. Whether he had prearranged, it is more than I can say, but Mademoiselle Voisin delayed so long to show herself that Mrs. Ruth, who wished to see the rest of the play though she had sat it out on another occasion, expressed a returning relish for her corner of the baignoire, and gave her conductor the best pretext he could have desired for asking Basil Dashwood to be so good as to escort her back, when the young actor, of whose personal preference Peter was quite aware, had led Mrs. Ruth away with an absence of moroseness, which showed that his striking resemblance to a gentleman was not kept for the footlights. The two others sat on a divan in the part of the room furthest from the entrance, so that it gave them a degree of privacy, and Miriam watched the coming and going of their fellow visitors, and the indefinite people attached to the theatre hanging about, while her companion gave a name to some of the figures Parisian celebrities. "Fancy poor Dashwood cooped up there with Mamma," the girl exclaimed whimsically. "You're awfully cruel to him, but that's of course," said Sheringham. "It seems to me I am as kind as you sent him off. That was for your mother, she was tired." "Oh, gammon, and why if I were cruel should it be, of course?" "Because you must destroy and torment, and wear out, that's your nature, but you can't help your type, can you?" "My type," she echoed. "It's bad, perverse, dangerous, it's essentially insolent." "And pray what's yours when you talk like that? Would you say such things if you didn't know the depths of my good nature?" "Your good nature all comes back to that," said Sheringham. "It's an abyss of ruin for others. You've no respect. I am speaking of the artistic character in the direction, and in the plenitude in which you have it, it's unscrupulous, nervous, capricious, wanton." "I don't know about respect. One can be good," Miriam mused and reasoned. "It doesn't matter so long as one's powerful," he returned. "We can't have everything, and surely we ought to understand that we must pay for things. A splendid organization for a special end like yours is so rare and rich and fine that we ought to grudge it its conditions." "What do you call its conditions?" Miriam asked, as she turned and looked at him. "Oh, the need to take its ease, to take up space, to make itself at home in the world, to square its elbows, and knock others about, that's large and free. It's the good nature you speak of. You must forage and ravage, and leave a track behind you. You must live upon the country you traverse, and you give such delight that after all you're welcome, infinitely welcome." "I don't know what you mean. I only care for the idea," the girl said. "That's exactly what I pretend, and we must all help you to it. You use us, you push us about, you break us up where your tables, and chair the simple furniture of your life." "Whom do you mean by we?" Peter gave an ironic laugh. "Oh, don't be afraid, there will be plenty of others." She made no return to this, but after a moment broke out again. Poor Dashwood immured with mammas like a lame chair that one has put into the corner. Don't break him up before he has served. I really believe something will come out of him. Her companion went on. However, y'all break me up first, he added. And him probably never at all. And why shall I honor you so much more? Because I am a better article and y'all feel that. You have the superiority of modesty, I see. I am better than a young mountebank. I've vanity enough to say that. She turned on him with a flush in her cheek, and a splendid dramatic face. How you hate us, yes, at bottom below your little cold taste. You hate us, she repeated. He colored too, met her eyes, looked into them, a minute seemed to accept the imputation, and then said quickly, give it up, come away with me. Come away with you. Leave this place, give it up. You brought me here, you insisted it should be only you, and now you must stay, she declared with a headshake and a high manner. You should know what you want, dear Mr. Sheringham. I know now, come away before you see her. Before she seemed to wonder. She's success, this wonderful voice, and she's triumph. She's full accomplishment, the hard, brilliant realization of what I want to avert for you. Miriam looked at him in silence, the cold light still in her face, and he repeated, give it up, give it up. Her eyes softened. After a little she smiled, and then said, yes, you're a better than poor Dashwood. Give it up, and well live for ourselves, in something that can have a sanctity. All the same, you do hate us, the girl went on. I don't want to be conceited, but I mean that I am sufficiently fine and complicated to tempt you. I am an expensive modern watch with a wonderful escapement, therefore yowl, smash me if you can. Never, never, she said, as she got up, you tell me the hour too well. She quitted her companion and stood looking at Jerome's fine portrait of the pale Rachel. Invested with the antique attributes of tragedy, the rise of the curtain had drawn away most of the company. Peter from his bench watched his friend a little, turning his eyes from her to the vivid image of the dead actress, and thinking how little she suffered by the juxtaposition. Presently, he came over and joined her again, and she resumed, I wonder if that's what your cousin had in his mind. My cousin? What was his name? Mr. Dormer. That first day at Madame Carr's, he offered to paint my portrait. I remember I put him up to it. Was he thinking of this? I doubt if he has ever seen it. I dare say I was. Well, when we go to London, he must do it, said Miriam. Oh, there's no hurry, Peter was moved to reply. Don't you want my picture? Asked the girl, with one of her successful touches. I am not sure I want it from him. I don't know quite what he'd make of you. He looked so clever, I liked him. I saw him again at your party. He's a jolly good fellow. But what's one to say, Peter put to her, of a painter who goes for his inspiration to the House of Commons? To the House of Commons, she echoed. He has lately got himself elected. Dear me, what a pity. I wanted to sit for him, but perhaps he won't have me's. I am not a member of Parliament. It's my sister, rather, who has got him in. Your sister who was at your house that day, what has she to do with it? Miriam asked. Why, she's his cousin, just as I am, and in addition, Sheringham went on, she's to be married to him. Married, really? She had a pause, but she continued, so he paints her, I suppose. Not much, probably. His talent in that line isn't what she esteems in him most. It isn't great, then? I haven't the least idea. And in the political line, the girl persisted. I scarcely can tell. He's very clever. He does paint decently, then? I dare say. Miriam looked once more at Jerome's picture. Fancy his going into the House of Commons, and your sister put him there. She worked, she canvassed. Ah, you're a queer family, she sighed, turning round at the sound of a step. We're lost. There's Mademoiselle Voisin, said Sheringham. This celebrity presented herself smiling, and addressing Miriam, I acted for you tonight. I did my best. What a pleasure to speak to you, to thank you, the girl murmured admiringly. She was startled and dazzled. I couldn't come to you before, but now I've got a rest for half an hour. The actress went on, gracious and passive. As if a little spent, she let Sheringham, without looking at him, take her hand and raise it to his lips. I am sorry. I make you lose the others. They're so good in this act, she added. We've seen them before, and there's nothing so good as you, Miriam promptly returned. I like my part, said Mademoiselle Voisin, gently smiling still at our young lady, with clear charming eyes. One's always better in that case. She's so bad sometimes, you know, Peter jested to Miriam, leading the actress thus to glance at him kindly and vaguely, in a short silence which you couldn't call on her part embarrassment, but which was still less affectation. And it's so interesting to be Hera so interesting, Miriam protested. Ah, you like our old house? Yes, we're very proud of it, and Mademoiselle Voisin smiled again at Sheringham all good-humoredly, but as if to say, well, here I am, and what do you want of me? Don't ask me to invent it myself. But if y'all tell me, I'll do it. Miriam admired the note of discreet interrogation in her voice, with slight suggestion of surprise at their old house being like this performer, was an astonishment from her seeming still more perfect on a nearer view, which was not the girl had an idea what performers usually Roman 999. This was very encouraging to Harriet, widened the program of a young lady about to embrace the scenic career, to have so much to show before the footlights, and yet to have so much left when you came off that, was really wonderful. Mademoiselle Voisin's eyes, as one looked into them, were still more agreeable than the distant spectator would have supposed, and there was in her appearance an extreme finish, which instantly suggested to Miriam that she herself in comparison was big and rough and coarse. "You're lovely tonitier, particularly lovely," Sheringham said very frankly, translating Miriam's own impression, and at the same time giving her an illustration of the way that in Paris at least gentlemen expressed themselves to the stars of the drama. She thought she knew her companion very well, and had been witness of the degree to which in such general conditions his familiarity could increase, but his address to the slim, distinguished, harmonious woman before them had a different quality, the note of a special usage. If Miriam had had an apprehension that such directness might be taken as excessive, it was removed by the manner in which Mademoiselle Voisin returned. "Oh, one's always well enough when one's made up, one's always exactly the same," that served as an example of the good taste with which a star of the drama could receive homage that was wanting in originality. Miriam determined on the spot that this should be the way she would ever receive it. The grace of her new acquaintance was the greater as the becoming bloom to which she alluded as artificial was the result of a science so consummate that it had none of the grossness of a mask. The perception of all this was exciting to our young aspirant, and her excitement relieved itself in the inquiry, which struck her as rude as soon as she had uttered it. "You acted for me. How did you know? What am I to you?" "Monsieur Sheringham has told me about you. He says we're nothing beside youth at Aurora, to be the great star of the future. I am proud that you've seen me." "That, of course, is what I tell every one," Peter acknowledged a trifle awkwardly to Miriam. "I can believe it when I see you. Je vous ai bien observé," the actress continued in her sweet conciliatory tone. Miriam looked from one of her interlocutors to the other, as if there were joy for her in this report of Sheringham's remarks, accompanied and partly mitigated, however, by a quicker vision of what might have passed between a secretary of embassy and a creature so exquisite as Mademoiselle Voisin. "Ah, you're a wonderful people, most interesting impression," she yearningly sighed. "I was looking for you. He had prepared me. We're such old friends," said the actress in a tone courteously exempt from intention, upon which Sheringham, again taking her hand, raised it to his lips, with a tenderness which her whole appearance seemed to bespeak for her, a sort of practical consideration and carefulness of touch, as if she were an object precious and frail, an instrument for producing rare sounds, to be handled like a legendary violin, with a recognition of its value. "Your dressing-room is so près de chez her." "Your dressing-room," he went on. "Willingly, if shall come up vous savez quoi c'est une monty." "It's a shame to inflict it on you," Miriam objected. "Comment donc, if it will interest you in the least." They exchanged civilities, almost caresses, trying which could have the nicest manner to the other. It was the actress' manner that struck Miriam most. It denoted such a training, so much taste, expressed such a ripe conception of urbanity. No wonder she acts well when she has that tact. Feels, perceives, is so remarkable. Mon Dieu, the girl said to herself, as they followed their conductress into another corridor and up a wide plain staircase. The staircase was spacious and long, and this part of the establishment somber, and still with the gravity of a college or a convent. They reached another passage lined with little doors, on each of which the name of a comedian was painted, and here the aspect became still more monastic, like that of a row of solitary cells. Mademoiselle Voisin led the way to her own door all obligingly, and as if wishing to be hospitable, she dropped little subdued friendly attempts at explanation on the way. At her threshold, the monasticism stopped. Miriam found herself in a wonderfully upholstered nook, a nest of lamplight and delicate cretonne. Save for its pair of long glasses, it might have been a tiny boudoir with a watercolor drawing of value in each of its panels of stretched stuff, with its crackling fire and its charming order. It was intensely bright and extremely hot, singularly pretty, and exempt from litter. Nothing lay about but a small draped doorway led into an inner sanctuary. To Miriam, it seemed royal. It immediately made the art of the comedian the most distinguished thing in the world. It was just such a place as they should have for their intervals, if they were expected to be great artists. It was a result of the same evolution as Mademoiselle Voisin herself, not that our young lady found this particular term at hand to express her idea, but her mind was flooded with an impression of style, of refinement, of the long continuity of a tradition. The actress said voilà c'est tout as if it were little enough, and there were even something clumsy in her, having brought them so far for nothing, and in there all sitting there waiting and looking at each other, till it was time for her to change her dress. But to Miriam it was occupation enough to note what she did and said. These things, and her whole person and carriage, struck our young woman as exquisite in their adaptation to the particular occasion. She had had an idea that foreign actresses were rather of the cabotin order, but her hostess suggested to her much more a princess than a cabotin. She would do things as she liked and do them straight off. Miriam couldn't fancy her in the gropings and humiliations of rehearsal. Everything in her had been sifted and formed. Her tone was perfect, her amiability complete, and she might have been the charming young wife of a Secretary of State, receiving a pair of strangers of distinction. The girl observed all her movements, and then, as Sheringham had said, she was particularly lovely, but she suddenly told this gentleman that she must put him à la portèche. Wanted to change her dress. He retired and returned to the foyer, where Miriam was to rejoin him after remaining the few minutes more with Mademoiselle Voisin, and coming down with her, he waited for his companion, walking up and down and making up his mind, and when she presently came in he said to her, "Please don't go back for the rest of the play, stay here." They now had the foyer virtually to themselves. "I want to stay here, I like it better." She moved back to the chimney-piece, from above which the cold portrait of Rachel looked down, and as he accompanied her he went on. "I meant what I said just now." "What you said to Voisin?" No, till you give it up and live with me." "Give it up?" She turned her stage face on him. "Give it up and I'll marry you tomorrow." "This is a happy time to ask it," she said with superior amusement, "and this is a good place." "Very good indeed, and that's why I speak. It's a place to make one choose. It puts it all before one." "To make you choose, you mean I'm much obliged, but that's not my choice," laughed Miriam. "You shall be anything you like except this." "Except what I most want to be. I am much obliged." "Don't you care for me, haven't you? Any gratitude?" Sheringham insisted. "Gratitude for kindly removing the blessed cup from my lips. I want to be what she is. I want it more than ever." "Ah, what she is?" He took it impatiently. "Do you mean, I can't well see if I can't tell me more about her? Tell me everything." "Haven't you seen for yourself, and knowing things as you do, can't you judge? She's strange, she's mysterious." Miriam, aloud looking at the fire, "she showed us nothing of her real self." "So much the better, all things considered." "Are there all sorts of other things in her life?" "That's what I believe," the girl went on, raising her eyes to him. "I can't tell you what there is in the life of such a woman. Imaginuhin, she's so perfect," she exclaimed thoughtfully. "Ah, she kept me off. Her charming manner is in itself a kind of contempt. It's an abyss, it's the wall of China. She has a hard polish and inimitable surface, like some wonderful porcelain, that costs more than you'd think." "Do you want to become like that?" Sheringham asked. "If I could, I should be enchanted. One can always try." "You must act better than she," went on. "Better? I thought you wanted me to give it up." "Ah, I don't know what I want," he cried, "and you torment me and turn me inside out. What I want is yourself." "Oh, don't worry," said Miriam, no, all kindly. Then she added that Mademoiselle Voisin had invited her to call, to which Sheringham replied, with a certain dryness, that she would probably not find that necessary. This made the girl stare, and she asked, "Do you mean it won't do on account of Mamma's prejudices?" "Say this time on account of mine." "Do you mean because she has lovers?" "Her lovers are none of our business." "None of mine, I see, so you've been one of them." "No such luck." "What a pity," she richly wailed. "I should have liked to see that. One must see everything to be able to do everything." And as he pressed for what in particular she had wished to see, she replied, "The way a woman like that receives one of the old ones." Peter gave a groan at this, which was at the same time partly a laugh, and turning away to drop on a bench ejaculated, "Y'all doyle do." He sat there some minutes with his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. His friend remained looking at the portrait of Rachel, after which she put to him, Doesn't such a woman as that receive everyone? Everyone who goes to see her, no doubt. And who goes? Lots of clever men, eminent. Ah, what a charming life, then doesn't she go out? Not what we Philistines mean by that, not into society. She never enters a lady's drawing room. How strange when one's as distinguished as that, except that she must escape a lot of stupidities and corvies. Then where does she learn such manners? She teaches manners, says Huras, she doesn't need to learn them. Oh, she has given me ideas. But in London, actresses go into society, Miriam continued. Oh, into ours, such as it is in London news, melons less genres. And shan't I go, I mean if I want. Y'all have every facility to bore yourself, don't doubt it. And doesn't she feel excluded, Miriam asked. Excluded from what she has, the fullest life. The fullest. An intense artistic life. The cleverest men in Paris talk over her work with her, the principal authors of plays discuss with her subjects and characters and questions of treatment. She lives in the world of art. Ah, the world of art, though I envy her, and you offer me Dashwood. Sheringham rose in his emotion. I offer you. Miriam burst out laughing. You look so droll, you offer me yourself. Then, instead of all these things. My dear child, I also am a very clever man, he said, trying to sink his consciousness of having for a moment stood gaping. You are I delight in you know ladies at all, no femmes commet il faute, she began again. Ah, what do they matter, your business is the artistic life, he broke out with inconsequence, irritated moreover, at hearing her sound that trivial note again. You're a dear, your charming good sense comes back to you, what do you want of me then? I want you for myself, not for others, and now in time before anything's done. Why then did you bring me here? Everything's done, I feel it tonight. I know the way you should look at it if you do look at it, at all, Sheringham conceded. That's so easy, I thought you liked the stage, so Miriam artfully added. Don't you want me to be a great swell? And don't you want me to be? You will bail share my glory. So will you share mine? The husband of an actress, yes, I see myself, that Peter cried with a frank ring of disgust. It's a silly position, no doubt, but if you're too good for it, why talk about it? Don't you think I am important? She demanded. Her companion met her eyes, and she suddenly said in a different tone, Ah, why should we quarrel when you've been so kind, so generous? Can't we always be friends, truest friends? Her voice sank to the sweetest cadence, and her eyes were grateful and good as they rested on him. She sometimes said things with such perfection that they seemed dishonest. But in this case, he was stirred to an expressive response. Just as he was making it, however, he was moved to utter other words. Take care, here's Dashwood. Mrs. Ruth's tried attendant was in the doorway. He had come back to say that they really must relieve him. Book 5th. Roman 22. Mrs. Dallow came up to London soon after the meeting of Parliament. She made no secret of the fact that she was fond of town, and that in present conditions it would of course not have become less attractive to her, but she prepared to retreat again for the Easter vacation, not to go back to Harsh, but to pay a couple of country visits. She did not, however, depart with the crowd, never did anything with the crowd, but waited till the Monday after Parliament, rose facing with composure in Great Stanhope Street the horrors, as she had been taught to consider them, of a Sunday out of the session. She had done what she could to mitigate them, by asking a handful of stray men to dine with her that evening. Several members of this disconsolate class sought comfort in Great Stanhope Street in the afternoon, and them for the most part she also invited to return at 8 o'clock. There were accordingly almost too many people at dinner. There were even a couple of wives. Nick Dormer was then present, though he had not been in the afternoon. Each of the other persons had said on coming in, So you've not gone? I'm awfully glad. Mrs. Dallow had replied, No, I've not gone. But she had in no case added that she was glad, nor had she offered an explanation. She never offered explanations. She always assumed that no one could invent them so well as those who had the florid taste to desire them. And in this case she was right, since it is probable that few of her visitors failed to say to themselves that her not having gone would have had something to do with Dormer that could pass for an explanation with many of Mrs. Dallow's friends, who as a general thing were not morbidly analytic, especially with those who met Nick as a matter of course at dinner. His figuring at this lady's entertainments, being in her house whenever a candle was lighted, was taken as a sign that there was something rather particular between them. Nick had said to her more than once that people would wonder why they didn't marry, But he was wrong in this inasmuch as there were many of their friends to whom it wouldn't have occurred that his position could be improved. That they were cousins was a fact not so evident to others as to themselves, in consequence of which they appeared remarkably intimate. The person seeing clearest in the matter was Mrs. Gresham, who lived so much in the world that being left now and then to one's own company had become her idea of true sociability. She knew very well that if she had been privately engaged to a young man as amiable as Nick Dormer, she would have managed that publicity shouldn't play such a part in their intercourse, and she had her secret scorn for the stupidity of people whose conception of Nick's relation to Julia rested on the fact that he was always included in her parties. If he never was there they might talk, she said to herself, but Mrs. Gresham was supersubtle to her. It would have appeared natural that her friend should celebrate the parliamentary recess by going down to Harsh and securing the young man's presence there for a fortnight. She recognized Mrs. Dallow's actual plan as a comparatively poor substitute project of spending the holidays in other people's houses to which Nick had also promised to come. Mrs. Gresham was romantic. She wondered what was the good of mere snippets and snatches. The chances that anyone might have when large still days adieu were open to jounchances, of which half the sanctity was in what they excluded. However, there were more unsettled matters between Mrs. Dallow and her queer kinsman than even Mrs. Gresham's fine insight could embrace. She was not on the Sunday evening before Easter among the guests in Great Stanhope Street, but if she had been, Julia's singular indifference to observation would have stopped short of encouraging her to remain in the drawing-room along with Nick after the others had gone. I may add that Mrs. Gresham's extreme curiosity would have emboldened her as little to do so. She would have taken for granted that the pair wished to be alone together, though she would have regarded this only as a snippet. The company had at all events stayed late, and it was nearly 12 o'clock when the last of them, standing before the fire in the room they had quitted, broke out to his companion. See here, Julia, how long do you really expect me to endure this kind of thing? Julia made him no answer. She only leaned back in her chair with her eyes upon his. He met her gaze a moment, then he turned round to the fire, and for another moment looked into it. After this, he faced his hostess again, with the exclamation, "It's so foolish, it's so damnably foolish." She still said nothing, but at the end of a minute she spoke without answering him. "I shall expect you on Tuesday, and I hope you'll come by a decent train." "What do you mean by a decent train?" "I mean I hope you'll not leave it till the last thing before dinner, so that we can have a little walk or something." "What's a little walk or something? Why, if you make such a point of my coming to Griffin, do you want me to come at all?" She hesitated an instant, then she returned, "I knew you hated it." "You provoke me so," said Nick. "You try to, I think. And severals is still worse. You'll get out of that if you can," Mrs. Dallow went on. "If I can, what's to prevent me?" "You promised Lady White, but of course that's nothing." "I don't care a straw for Lady White." "And you promised me, but that's less still." "It is foolish, it's quite idiotic," said Nick, with his hands in his pockets and his eyes on the ceiling. There was another silence, at the end of which Julia remarked, "You might have answered Mr. Macchiage when he spoke to you." "Mr. Macchiage, has he to do with it?" "He has to do with your getting on a little, if you think that's the way." Nick broke into a laugh. "I like lessons in getting on. In other words, I suppose you mean in urbanity from you, Julia." "Why not from me?" "Because you can do nothing base. You're incapable of putting on a flattering manner to get something by it. Therefore, why should you expect me to you're unflattering? That is you're austerine proportion, as there may be something to be got." She sprang from her chair, coming toward him. "There's only one thing I want in the world, you know very well." "Yes, you want it so much that you won't even take it when it's pressed on you." "How long do you seriously expect me to bear it?" Nick repeated. "I never asked you to do anything base," she said, as she stood in front of him. "If I am not clever about throwing myself into things, it's all the more reason you should be." "If you're not clever, my dear Julia," Nick, close to her, placed his hands on her shoulders and shook her with a mixture of tenderness and passion, "you're clever enough to make me furious sometimes." She opened and closed her fan, looking down at it, while she submitted to his mild violence. "All I want is that, when a man like Mr. Macchiage talks to you, you shouldn't appear bored to death. You used to be so charming under those inflictions. Now, you appear to take no interest in anything. At dinner tonight you scarcely opened your lips. You treated them all as if you only wished they'd go." "I did wish they'd go. Haven't I told you 100 times what I think of your salon?" "How then do you want me to live?" she asked, Am I not to have a creature in the house? As many creatures as you like your freedoms complete, and as far as I am concerned always will be only when you challenge me and overhaul Menot. Justly, I think I must confess the simple truth that there are many of your friends I don't delight in. Oh, your idea of pleasant people, Julia lamented, I should like once for all to know what it really is. I can tell you what it really isn't Mr. Maxiage, he's a being almost grotesquely limited. Hell be where y'all never buneless you chain. To be where Mr. Maxiage is not would be very much my desire therefore, why should I change? Nick demanded. However, I hadn't the least intention of being rude to him. And I don't think I was, he went on to the best of my ability. I assume a virtue, if I haven't it, but apparently I am not enough of a comedian. If you haven't it, she echoed it's when you say things like, that you're so dreadfully tiresome, as, if there were anything that you haven't or might have. Nick turned away from her. He took a few impatient steps in the room looking at the carpet, his hands always in his pockets. Then, he came back to the fire with the observation, it's rather hard to be found so wanting, when one has tried to play one's part so beautifully. He paused with his eyes on her own, and then went on with a vibration in his voice, I've imperiled my immortal soul, or at least bemuddled my intelligence by all the things I don't care for that I've tried to do, and all the things I detest that I've tried to be, and all the things I never can be, that I've tried to look as if I wear all the appearances and imitations, the pretenses and hypocrisies in which I've steeped myself to the eyes, and at the end of it, it serves me right. My reward is simply to learn that I am still not half humbug enough. Julia looked away from him as soon as he had spoken these words. She attached her eyes to the clock behind him, and observed irrelevantly, I am very sorry, but I think you had better go. I don't like you to stay after midnight. Ah, what you like, and what you don't like, and where one begins, and the other ends all, that's an impenetrable mystery, the young man declared. But he took no further notice of her allusion to his departure, adding in a different tone, a man like Mr. Maxiage, when you say a thing of that sort in a certain particular way, I should rather like to suffer you to perish. Mrs. Dallow stared. It might have seemed for an instant that she was trying to look stupid. How can I help it if a few years hence, he's certain to be at the head of any liberal government? We can't help it, of course, but we can help talking about it. Nick smiled. If we don't mention it, it mayn't be noticed. You're trying to make me angry, you're in one of your vicious moods, she returned, blowing out on the chimney-piece a guttering candle. That I am exasperated, I've already had the honor very positively to inform you. All the same, I maintain that I was irreproachable at dinner. I don't want you to think I shall always be as good as that. You looked so out of it, you were as gloomy as if every earthly hope had left you, and you didn't make a single contribution to any discussion that took place. Don't you think I observe you? She asked, with an irony tempered by a tenderness unsuccessfully concealed. Ah, my darling, what you observe, Nick cried with a certain bitterness of amusement, but he added the next moment more seriously, as if his tone had been disrespectful, you probe me to the bottom, no doubt. You needn't come either to Griffin or to Several's, if you don't want to. Give them up yourself, stay here with me. She colored quickly as he said this, and broke out, Lord, how you hate political houses. How can you say that when from February to August, I spend every blessed night in one? Yes, and hate that worst of all. So do half the people who are in it. You, my dear, must have so many things, so many people, so much scene, and such a perpetual spectacle to live. Nick went on, perpetual motion, perpetual visits, perpetual crowds. If you go into the country, you'll see 40 people every day and be mixed up with them all day. The idea of a quiet fortnight in town, when by a happy if idiotic superstition everybody goes out of it, disconcerts and frightens you. It's the very time, it's the very place to do a little work and possess one's soul. This vehement allocution found her evidently somewhat unprepared, but she was sagacious enough, instead of attempting for the moment a general rejoinder, to seize on a single phrase and say, work. What work can you do in London at such a moment as this? Nick considered. I might tell you I want to get up a lot of subjects to sit at home and read blue books, but that wouldn't be quite what I mean. Do you mean you want to paint? Yes, that's it, since you gouge it out of me. Why do you make such a mystery about it? You're at perfect liberty, Julia said. She put out her hand to rest it on the mantelshelf, but her companion took it on the way and held it in both his own. You're delightful, Julia. When you speak in that tone, then I know why it is I love you. But I can't do anything if I go to Griffin, if I go to Several's. I see, she answered thoughtfully and kindly. I've scarcely been inside of my studio for months, and I feel quite homesick for it. The idea of putting in a few quiet days there has taken hold of me. I rather cling to it. It seems so odd you're having a studio. Julia dropped speaking so quickly that the words were almost incomprehensible. Doesn't it sound absurd for all the good it does me, or I do in it? Of course. One can produce nothing but rubbish on such terms without continuity or persistence, with just a few days here and there. I ought to be ashamed of myself, no doubt. But even my rubbish interests me. Genial si l'on veut ma. Genial must cheer, but ill go down to harsh with you. In a moment, Julia Nick pursued, that would do as well if we could be quiet there, without people, without a creature. And I should really be perfectly content. You'd beautifully sit for me. It would be the occasion we've so often wanted and never found. She shook her head slowly, and with a smile that had a meaning for him. Thank you, my dear, nothing would induce me to go to harsh with you. He looked at her hard. What's the matter? Whenever it's a question of anything of that sort, are you afraid of me? She pulled her hand from him, quickly turning away. But he went on, stay with me here then. When everything's so right for it, we shall do beautifully. Have the whole place, have the whole day to ourselves. Hang your engagements, telegraph. You want come, well, live at the studio. I'll sit to me every day now, or never's our chance. Yuhin. Shall we have so good a one? Think how charming it will be. I'll make you wish awfully that I may do something. I can't get out of Griffin. It's impossible, Julia said, moving further away, and with her back presented to him. Then you are afraid of Messempli? She turned straight round, very pale. Of course, I am. You're welcome to know it. He went toward her, and for a moment she seemed to make another slight movement of retreat. This, however, was scarcely perceptible, and there was nothing to alarm in the tone of reasonable entreaty in which he spoke. As he stood there, put an end, Julia, to our absurd situation. It really can't go on. You've no right to expect a man to be happy or comfortable in so false a position. We're spoken of odiously off, that we may be sure, and yet what good have we of it? Spoken of, do I care for that? Do you mean you're indifferent because there are no grounds? That's just why I hate it. I don't know what you're talking about, she returned with sharp disdain. Be my wife tomorrow, my wife next week. Let us have done with this fantastic probation and be happy. Leave me no, come back tomorrow. I'll write to you. She had the air of pleading with him, at present pleading, as he pleaded. You can't resign yourself to the idea of one's looking out of it. Nick laughed. Come tomorrow before lunch, she went on. To be told I must wait 6 months more, and then be sent about my business. Ah, Julia, Julia, the young man groaned. Something in this simple lament sounded natural and perfectly unstudied, seemed straightway to make a great impression on her. You shall wait no longer, she said after a short silence. What do you mean by no longer? Give me about 5 weeks, till the Whitsuntide recess. 5 weeks are a great deal, smiled Nick. There are things to be done you ought to understand. I only understand how I love you. She let herself go, dearest Nick, and he caught her and kept her in his arms. I've your promise, then, for 5 weeks hence to a day, he demanded, as she at last released herself. Well, settle that exact day. There are things to consider and to arrange. Come to luncheon tomorrow. I'll come early. I'll come at 1, he said, and for a moment they stood all deeply and intimately taking each other in. Do you think I want to wait any more than you? She asked, in congruity with this. I don't feel so much out of it now, he declared by way of answer. Y'all stay, of course. No, y'all give up your visits. She had hold of the lappet of his coat. She had kept it in her hand even while she detached herself from his embrace. There was a white flower in his buttonhole that she looked at and played with a moment before she said, I've a better idea. You needn't come to Griffin. Stay in your studio as you like. Paint dozens of pictures. Dozens, barbarian, Nick wailed. The epithet apparently had an endearing suggestion for her. It at any rate led her to let him possess himself of her head, and so holding it, hurled her to say, what on earth do I want but that you should do absolutely as you please and be as happy as you can. He kissed her in another place at this, but he put it to her, what dreadful proposition is coming now? I'll go off and do up my visits and come back. And leave me alone. Don't be affected, you know y'all work much better without me. Y'all live in your studio. I shall be well out of the way. That's not what one wants of a sitter. How can I paint you? You can paint me all the rest of your life. I shall be a perpetual sitter. I believe I could paint you without looking at you. And his lighted face shone down on her. You do excuse me then from those dreary places. How can I insist after what you said about the pleasure of keeping these days? she admirably it, was so all sincerely asked. "You're the best woman on earth though, it does seem odd you should rush away, as soon as our little business is settled. We shall make it up, I know what I am about. And now go," she ended by almost pushing him out of the room. Roman 23. It was certainly singular in the light of other matters, that on sitting down in his studio after she had left town Nick should not, as regards the effort to project plastically some beautiful form, have felt more chilled by the absence of a friend, who was such an embodiment of beauty. She was away, and he missed her and longed for her. And yet without her the place was more filled with what he wanted to find in it. He turned into it with confused feelings, the strongest of which was a sense of release and recreation. It looked blighted and lonely and dusty, and his old studies, as he rummaged them out, struck him even as less inspired than the last time he had ventured to face them. But amid this neglected litter in the colorless and obstructed light of a high north window, which needed washing, he came nearer tasting the possibility of positive happiness. It appeared to him that, as he had said to Julia, he was more in possession of his soul. It was frivolity, and folly it was puerility to spend valuable hours pottering over the vain implements of an art he had relinquished. And a certain shame that he had felt in presenting his plea to Julia that Sunday night arose from the sense not of what he clung to, but of what he had given up. He had turned his back on serious work. So that pottering was now all he could aspire to. It couldn't be fruitful, it couldn't be anything but ridiculous, almost ignoble. But it soothed his nerves. It was in the nature of a secret dissipation. He had never suspected he should some day have nerves on his own part to count with, but this possibility had been revealed to him on the day it became clear that he was letting something precious go. He was glad he had not to justify himself to the critical, for this might have been a delicate business. The critical were mostly absent, and besides, shut up all day in his studio, how should he ever meet them? It was the place in the world where he felt furthest away from his constituents. That was a part of the pleasureth consciousness, that for the hour the coast was clear, and his mind independent. His mother and his sister had gone to Broadwood. Lady Agnes' phrase sounds brutal, but represents his state of mind. Was well out of the way. He had written to her as soon as Julia left town, had apprised her of the fact that his wedding day was fixed, a relief for poor Lady Agnes to a period of intolerable mystification, of dark dumb wondering and watching. She had said her say the day of the poll at Harsh she was too proud to ask and too discreet to nag, so she could only wait for something that didn't come. The unconditioned loan of Broadwood had of course been something of a bribe to Patience. She had at first felt that on the day she should take possession of that capital house, Julia would indeed seem to have entered the family. But the gift had confirmed expectations, just enough to make disappointment more bitter. And the discomfort was greater in proportion, as she failed to discover what was the matter. Her daughter Grace was much occupied with this question, and brought it up for discussion in a manner irritating to her ladyship, who had a high theory of being silent about it, but who, however, in the long run was more unhappy. When, in consequence of a reprimand, the girl suggested no reasons at all than when she suggested stupid ones, it eased Lady Agnes a little to advert to the mystery, when she could have the air of not having begun. The letter Nick received from her the first day of Passion Week in reply to his important communication was the only one he read at that moment, not counting, of course, the several notes Mrs. Dallow addressed to him from Griffin. There were letters piled up, as he knew, in Calcutta Gardens, which his servant had strict orders not to bring to the studio. Nick slept now in the bedroom attached to this retreat, got things as he wanted them from Calcutta Gardens, and dined at his club, where a stray surviving friend or two, seeing him prowl about the library in the evening, was free to impute to such eccentricity some subtly political basis. When he thought of his neglected letters, he remembered Mr. Carteret's convictions on the subject of not getting behind. They made him laugh in the slightly sonorous painting room as he bent over one of the old canvases that he had ventured to turn to the light. He was fully determined, however, to master his correspondence before going down. The last thing before Parliament should reassemble to spend another day at Beauclerk. Mastering his correspondence meant, in Nick's mind, breaking open envelopes. Writing answers was scarcely involved in the idea, but Mr. Carteret would never guess that Nick was not moved even to write to him that the affair with Julia was on the point of taking the form he had been so good as to desire. He reserved the pleasure of this announcement for a personal interview. The day before Good Friday in the morning, his stillness was broken by a rat-a-tat on the outer door of his studio, administered apparently by the knob of a walking stick. His servant was out, and he went to the door wondering who his visitor could be at such a time, especially of the rather presuming class. The class was indicated by the visitor's failure to look for the bell since there was a bell, though it required a little research. In a moment, the mystery was solved. The gentleman who stood smiling at him from the threshold could only be Gabriel Nash. Nick had not seen this whimsical personage for several months, and had had no news of him beyond a general intimation that he was following his fancy in foreign parts. His old friend had sufficiently prepared him at the time of their reunion in Paris for the idea of the fitful in intercourse, and he had not been ignorant on his return from Paris that he should have had an opportunity to miss him if he had not been too busy to take advantage of it in London. After the episode at Harsh, Gabriel had not reappeared. He had redeemed none of the pledges given the night they walked together to Notre Dame and conversed on important matters. He was to have interposed in Nick's destiny, but he had not interposed. He was to have pulled him hard, and in the opposite sense from Julia, but there had been no pulling. He was to have saved him, as he called it. And yet Nick was lost. This circumstance indeed formed his excuse. The member for Harsh had rushed so wantonly to perdition. Nick had for the hour seriously wished to keep hold of him. He valued him as a salutary influence. Yet on coming to his senses, after his election, our young man had recognized that Nash might very well have reflected on the thanklessness of such a slippery subject, might have held himself released from his vows. Of course, it had been particularly in the event of a liberal triumph that he had threatened to make himself, felt the effect of a brand plucked from the burning, would be so much greater if the flames were already high. Yet Nick had not kept him to the letter of this pledge, and had so fully admitted the right of a thorough connoisseur, let alone a faithful friend, to lose patience with him, that he was now far from greeting his visitor with a reproach. He felt much more thrown on his defense. Gabriel, however, forbore at first to attack him. He brought in only blandness and benevolence, and a great content at having obeyed the mystic voice. It was really a remarkable case of second sight, which had whispered him that the recreant comrade of his prime was in town. He had just come back from Sicily after a southern winter, according to a custom frequent with him, and had been moved by a miraculous prescience unfavorable, as the moment might seem, to go and ask for Nick in Calcutta Gardens, where he had extracted from his friend's servant an address not known to all the world. He showed Nick what a mistake it had been to fear a dull arraignment, and how he habitually ignored all lapses, and kept up the standard only by taking 100 fine things for granted. He also abounded more than ever in his own sense, reminding his relieved listener how no recollection of him, no evocation of him in absence, could ever do him justice. You couldn't recall him without seeming to exaggerate him, and then acknowledged when you saw him that your exaggeration had fallen short. He emerged out of vaguenesses. Sicily might have been the Sicily of a winter's tail end, would evidently be reabsorbed in it. But his presence was positive and pervasive enough. He was duly intense. While he lasted, his connections were with beauty, urbanity, and conversation as usual, but they made up a circle you couldn't find in the court guide. Nick had a sense that he knew a lot of aesthetic people, but he dealt in ideas much more than in names and addresses. He was genial and jocose, sunburnt, and romantically elusive. It was to be gathered that he had been living for many days in a Saracenic tower where his principal occupation was to watch for the flushing of the West. He had retained all the serenity of his opinions, and made light with a candor of which the only defect was apparently that it was not quite enough a conscious virtue of many of the objects of common esteem. When Nick asked him what he had been doing, he replied, "Oh, living, you know," and the tone of the words offered them as the story of a great deed. He made a long visit, staying to luncheon, and after luncheon, so that the little studio heard all at once a greater quantity of brave talk than in the several previous years of its history. With much of our tale left to tell, it is a pity that so little of this colloquy may be reported here, since, as affairs took their course, it marked relief the question of noting the exact point of turn of the tide in Nick Dormer's personal situation. He was destined to remember the accent with which Nash exclaimed on his drawing forth sundry specimens of amateurish earnestness. I say. He glanced round with a heightened color. "They're a pretty bad, eh?" "Oh, you're a deep one," Nash went on. "What's the matter? Do you call your conduct that of a man of honor?" "Scarcely, perhaps, but when no one has seen them." "That's your villainy, cest de l'exquise du per exquise. Come, my dear fellow, this is very serious. It's a bad business," said Gabriel Nash. Then he added almost with austerity, "You'll be so good as to place before me every patch of paint, every sketch, and scrap that this room contains." Nick complied in great good humor. He turned out his boxes and drawers, shoveled forth the contents of bulging portfolios, mounted on chairs to unhook old canvases that had been severely skied. He was modest and docile and patient, and amused above all. He was quite thrilled with the idea of eliciting a note of appreciation so late in the day. It was the oddest thing how he at present in fact found himself imputing value to his visitor, attributing to him among attributions more confused the dignity of judgment, the authority of knowledge. Nash was an ambiguous character, but an excellent touchstone. The two said very little for a while, and they had almost half an hour's silence, during which, after our young man had hastily improvised an exhibition, there was only a puffing of cigarettes. Gabriel walked about looking at this and that, taking up rough studies and laying them down, asking a question of fact, fishing with his umbrella on the floor amid a pile of unarranged sketches. Nick accepted jocosely the attitude of suspense, but there was even more of it in his heart than in his face. So few people had seen his young work, almost no one who really counted. He had been ashamed of it, never showing it to bring on a conclusion, since a conclusion was precisely what he feared. He whistled now while he let his companion take time. He rubbed old panels with his sleeve and dabbed wet sponges on surfaces that had sunk. It was a long time since he had felt so gay, strange as such an assertion sounds in regard to a young man whose brittle day had, at his urgent solicitation, lately been fixed. He had stayed in town to be alone with his imagination. And suddenly, paradoxically, the sense of that result had arrived with poor Nash. "Nicholas Dormer," this personage remarked at last for grossness of immorality, "I think I've never seen your equal." "That sounds so well," Nick returned, "that I hesitate to risk spoiling it by wishing it explained. Don't you recognize in any degree the grand idea of duty? If I don't grasp it with a certain firmness, I am a deadly failure, for I was quite brought up on it." Nick said. "Then you're indeed the wretchedest failure I know. Life is ugly after all. Do I gather that you yourself recognize obligations of the order you allude to?" "Do you gather?" Nash stared. "Why, aren't they the very flame of my faith, the burden of my song? My dear fellow, duty is doing, and I've inferred that you think rather poorly of doing that. It spoils one's style." "Doing wrong, assuredly. But what do you call right? What's your canon of certainty there?" Nick asked. "The conscience that's in us, that charming, conversible, infinite thing, the intensest thing we know. But you must treat the oracle civilly if you wish to make it speak. You mustn't stride into the temple in muddy jackboots, and with your hat on your head, as the Puritan troopers tramped into the dear old abbeys. One must do one's best to find out the right, and your criminality appears to be that you've not taken the commonest trouble." "I hadn't you to ask," smiled Nick, "but duty strikes me as doing something in particular. If you're too afraid it may be the wrong thing, you may let everything go. Being is doing, and if doing is duty, being is duty, do you fall? At a very great distance. To be what one may be really and efficaciously." Nash went on to feel it, and understand it, to accept it, adopt it, embrace it. That's conduct, that's life. And suppose one's a brute, or an ass, where's the efficacy? In one's very want of intelligence. In such cases one's out of it. The question doesn't exist. One simply becomes a part of the duty of others. The brute, the ass, Nick's visitor, developed, neither feels, nor understands, nor accepts, nor adopts. Those fine processes in themselves classify us, they educate, they exalt, they preserve, so that to profit by them, we must be as perceptive as we can. We must recognize our particular form, the instrument that each of us, who carries anything, carries in his being, mastering this instrument, learning to play it in perfection. That's what I call duty, what I call conduct, what I call success." Nick listened with friendly attention, and the air of general assent was in his face as he said, "Everyone has it, then, this individual pipe?" "Everyone, my dear fellow, is too much to say, for the world's full of the crudest simplicity. The book of life's padded, but padded a deplorable want of editing. I speak of everyone who's anyone. Of course there are pipes, and pipes, little quavering flutes for the concerted movements, and big cornets apiston for the great solos." I see, and what might your instrument be?" Nash hesitated not a moment. His answer was radiantly there: "To speak to people, just as I am speaking to you, to prevent, for instance, a great wrong being done." "A great wrong?" "Yesto, the human race. I talk, I say the things other people don't, the things they can't, the things they want." Gabriel went on with his inimitable candor. "If it's a question of mastery and perfection, you certainly have them," his companion replied. And you haven't, alas, that's the pity of it, that's the scandal, that's the wrong I want to set right before it becomes too public a shame. If I called you just now grossly immoral, it's, on account of the spectacle you present, a spectacle, to be hidden from the eye of ingenuous youth, that of a man neglecting his own fiddle to blunder away on that of one of his fellows. We can't afford such mistakes, we can't tolerate such license. You think then I have a fiddle? And our young man, in spite of himself, attached to the question, a quaver of suspense finer doubtless than any that had ever passed his lips. A regular Stradivarius, all these things you've shown me are remarkably interesting, you've a talent of a wonderfully pure strain. I say, Nick exclaimed, hovering there with his hands in his pockets, and a blush on his lighted face, while he repeated with a change of accent Nash's exclamation of half an hour before. I like it, your talent, I measure it, I appreciate it, I insist upon it, that critic went on between the whiffs of his cigarette. I have to be awfully wise and good to do so. But fortunately, I am in such a case, that's my duty, I shall make you my business for a while. Therefore, he added piously, don't say I am unconscious of the moral law. A Stradivarius, said Nick interrogatively, and with his eyes wide open the thought in his mind was of how different this seemed from his having gone to Griffin. Roman 24. His counselor had plenty of further opportunity to develop this and other figurative remarks, for he not only spent several of the middle hours of the day at the studio, but came back in the evening. The pair had dined together at a little foreign pothouse in So, revealed to Nick on this occasion, and discussed the great question far into the night. The great question was whether, on the showing of those examples of his ability, with which the scene of their discourse was now densely bestrewn, Nick Dormer would be justified in really going in for the practice of pictorial art. This may strike many readers of his history as a limited and even trivial inquiry, with little of the heroic or the romantic in it. But it was none the less carried to the finest point by our impassioned young men. Nick suspected Nash of exaggerating his encouragement in order to play a malign trick on the political world, at whose expense it was his fond fancy to divert himself without, indeed, making that organization perceptibly totter, and reminded him that his present accusation of immorality was strangely inconsistent with the wanton hope expressed by him in Paris, the hope that the liberal candidate at Harsh would be returned. Nash replied first, "Oh, I hadn't been in this place then," but he defended himself later and more effectually by saying that it was not of Nick's having got elected. He complained it was of his visible hesitancy to throw up his seat. Nick begged that he wouldn't mention this, and his gallantry failed to render him incapable of saying the fact is I haven't the nerve for it. They talked then for a while of what he could do, not of what he couldn't, of the mysteries and miracles of reproduction and representation, of the strong sane joys of the artistic life. Nick made afresh with more fullness his great confession that his private ideal of happiness was the life of a great painter of portraits. He uttered his thought on that head so copiously and lucidly that Nash's own abundance was stilled, and he listened almost as if he had been listening to something new, difficult as it was to conceive a point of view for such a matter with which he was unacquainted. There it is, said Nick at last, there's the naked, preposterous truth, that if I were to do exactly as I liked, I should spend my years reproducing the more or less vacuous countenances of my fellow mortals. I should find peace and pleasure and wisdom and worth. I should find fascination and a measure of success in "I'd out of the din and the dust and the scramble, the world of party labels, party cries, party bargains, and party treacheries, of humbuggery, hypocrisy, and can't the cleanness and quietness of it, the independent effort to do something, to leave something, which shall give joy to man long after the howling has died away, to the last ghost of an echo. Such a vision solicits me in the watches of night with an almost irresistible force." As he dropped these remarks, he lolled on a big divan with one of his long legs folded up, while his visitor stopped in front of him after moving about the room vaguely and softly, almost on tiptoe, so as not to interrupt him. "You speak," Nash said with the special and dreadful eloquence that rises to a man's lips when he has practically, whatever his theory may be, renounced the right and dropped hideously into the wrong. Then his regret for the right, a certain exquisite appreciation of it, puts on an accent I know well how to recognize. Nick looked up at him. "A moment, you've hit it if you mean by that that I haven't resigned my seat, and that I don't intend to. I thought you took it only to give it up. Don't you remember our talk in Paris? I like to be a part of the spectacle that amuses you," Nick returned, "but I could scarcely have taken so much trouble as that for it. Isn't it then an absurd comedy, the life you lead? Comedy or tragedy, I don't know which, whatever it is, I appear to be capable of it, to please 2 or 3 people. Then you can take trouble, said Nash. Yes, for the woman I am to marry. Oh, you're to marry. That's what has come on since we met in Paris, Nick explained, and it makes just the difference. Ah, my poor friend, smiled Gabriel, much arrested. No wonder you've an eloquence and accent. It's a pity I have them in the wrong place. I am expected to have them in the House of Commons. You will when you make your farewell speech there, to announce that you chuck it up, and may I venture to ask who's to be your wife, the visitor pursued. Mrs. Dallow has kindly consented to accept that yoke. I think you saw her in Paris. Ah yes, you spoke of her to me, and I remember asking you even then if you were in love with her. I wasn't then, said Nick. Nash had a grave pause. And are you now? Oh dear, yes. That would be better if it wasn't worse. Nothing could be better, Nick declared. It's the best thing that can happen to me. Well, his friend continued, you must let me very respectfully approach this lady. You must let me bring her round. Bring her round to what? To everything. Talk her over. Talk her under. Nick laughed, but making his joke a little as to gain time, he remembered the effect this advisor had produced on Julian, effect that scantly ministered to the idea of another meeting. Julia had had no occasion to allude again to Nick's imperturbable friend. He had passed out of her life at once and forever, but there flickered up a quick memory of the contempt he had led her to express, together with a sense of how odd she would think it her intended should have thrown over 2 pleasant visits to cultivate such company. Over to a proper pride in what you may do, Nash returned. What you may do above all, if she'll help you. I scarcely see how she can help me, said Nick, with an air of thinking. She's extremely handsome, as I remember her. You could do great things with her. Ah, there's the rub, Nick went on. I wanted her to sit for me this week, but she wouldn't hear of it. Ella bien tort, you should attack some fine strong type. Is Mrs. Dallow in London? Nash inquired. For what do you take her? She's paying visits. Then I've a model for you. Then you have. Nick stared. What has that to do with Mrs. Dallow's being away? Doesn't it give you more time? Oh, the time flies, sighed Nick, with a spontaneity that made his companion again laugh out, a demonstration in which for a moment he himself rather ruefully joined. Does she like you to paint? That personage asked, with one of his candid intonations. So she says. Well, do something fine to show her. I'd rather show it to you, Nick confessed. My dear fellow, I see it from here. If you do your duty. Do you remember the Tragic Muse? Nash added for explanation. The Tragic Muse. That girl in Paris, whom we heard at the Old Actress and afterwards met at the charming entertainment given by your cussinisant head secretary of embassy. Oh, Peter's girl, of course, I remember her. Don't call her Peter's, call her rather mine, Nash said with easy rectification. I invented her, I introduced her, I revealed her. I thought you, on the contrary, ridiculed and repudiated her. As a fine, handsome young woman, surely not. I seemed to myself to have been all the while rendering her services. I said I disliked tea-party ranters, and so I do. But if my estimate of her powers was below the mark, she has more than punished me. What has she done? Nick asked. She has become interesting, as I suppose you know. How should I know? Well, you must see her, you must paint her, Nash returned. She tells me something was said about it that day at Madame Carr's. Oh, I remember, said by Peter. Then it will please Mr. Sheringham, you'll be glad to do that. I suppose you know all he has done for Miriam, Gabriel pursued. Not a bit. I know nothing about Peter's affairs, Nick said, unless it be in general that he goes in for mountebanks and mimes, and that it occurs to me I've heard one of my sisters mentioned, rumor had come to her that he has been backing Miss Ruth. Miss Ruth delights to talk of his kindness. She's charming. When she speaks of it, it's to his good offices that she owes her appearance here. Here Nick's interest rose. Is she in London? Due to Mesvis, I thought you people read the papers. What should I read, when I sit sometimes through the stuff they put into them? Of course I see that your engagement at your own variety show with its interminable turns keeps you from going to the others. Learn, then, said Gabriel Nash, that you've a great competitor, and that you're distinctly not much, as you may suppose it. The rising comedian, the Tragic Muse, is the great modern personage. Haven't you heard people speak of her? Haven't you been taken to see her? Nick bethought himself. I dare say I've heard of her, but with a good many other things on my mind, I had forgotten it. Certainly, I can imagine what has been on your mind. She remembers you at any rate. She repays neglect with sympathy. She wants said Nash to come and see you. See me, it was all for Nick, now a wonder. To be seen by you, it comes to the same thing. She's really worth seeing you. Must let me bring her. Y'all find her very suggestive. That idea that you should paint Hirsch appears to consider it a sort of bargain. A bargain. Our young man entered, as he believed into the humor of the thing. What will she give me? A splendid model. She is splendid. Oh, then bring her, said Nick. Roman 25. Nash brought her the great modern personage as he had described her the very next day, and it took his friend no long time to test his assurance that Miriam Ruth was now splendid. She had made an impression on him 10 months before, but it had haunted him only a day soon overlaid, as it had been with other images. Yet after Nash had talked of her a while, he recalled her better. Some of her attitudes, some of her looks and tones began to hover before him. He was charmed in advance with the notion of painting her. When she stood there, in fact, however it seemed to him, he had remembered her wrong, the brave, free, rather grand creature, who instantly filled his studio with such an unexampled presence, had so shaken off her clumsiness, the rudeness and crudeness that had made him pity her a whole provincial and second-rate side. Miss Ruth was light and bright, and direct, direct, without being stiff and bright, without being garish to Nick's perhaps inadequately sophisticated mind. The model, the actress, were figures of a vulgar setting, but it would have been impossible to show that taint less than this extremely natural, yet extremely distinguished aspirant to distinction. She was more natural even than Gabriel Nash. Nature was still Nick's formula for his amusing old friend, and beside her, he appeared almost commonplace. Nash recognized her superiority with a frankness honorable to both of them, testifying in this manner to his sense that they were all three serious beings worthy to deal with fine realities. She attracted crowds to her theater, but to his appreciation of such a fact as that important, doubtless in its way, there were the limits. He had already expressed what he now felt bound in all integrity to register, was his perception that she had in general, and quite apart from the question of the box office, a very remarkable artistic nature. He allowed that she had surprised him, here knowing of her in other days mainly that she was hungry to adopt an overrated profession. He had not imputed to her the normal measure of intelligence. Now, he saw, had had some talks with her, that she was capable almost of a violent play of mind, so much so that he was sorry for the embarrassment it would be to her. Nick could imagine the discomfort of having anything in the nature of a mind to arrange for in such conditions. She's a woman of the best intentions, really of the best, Nash explained kindly and lucidly, almost paternally, and the quite rare head you can see for yourself. Miriam, smiling as she sat on an old Venetian chair, held aloft with the noblest effect that quarter of her person, to which this patronage was extended, remarking to her host that, strange as it might appear, she had got quite to like poor Mr. Nash. She could make him go about with Harriet was a relief to her mother. When I take him, she has perfect peace, the girl said. Then she can stay at home and see the interviewers. She delights in that, and I hate it so. Our friend here is a great comfort, of course. A femme de theatre is supposed to be able to go out alone, but there's a kind of smartness and added chic in having someone. People think he's my companion. I am sure they fancy I pay him. I'd pay him if he'd take it, and perhaps he will yet rather than give him up, for it doesn't matter that he's not a lady. He is one in tact and sympathy, as you see, and base, as he thinks the sort of thing I do. He can't keep away from the theater. When you're a celebrated, people will look at you, who could never before find out for themselves why they should. When you're a celebrated, you grow handsomer. At least that's what has happened to you, though you were pretty too. Of old Gabriel placidly argued, I go to the theater to look at your head. It gives me the greatest pleasure. I take up anything of that sort as soon as I find it. One never knows how long it may last. Are you attributing that uncertainty to my appearance? Miriam beautifully asked. Dear, no, to my own pleasure. The first precious bloom of it. Nash went on. Dormer, at least, let me tell you in justice to him, hasn't waited till you were celebrated to want to see you again. Stands there open-eyed for the simple reason that he hadn't the least idea of your renown. I had to announce it to him. Haven't you seen me act? Miriam put without reproach to her host. I'll go tonight, he handsomely declared. You have your terrible house, haven't you? What do they call it? The demands of public life. Miriam continued, in answer to which Gabriel explained that he had the demands of private life as well, inasmuch as he was in love, was on the point of being married. She listened to this with participation. Then she said, "Ah then, do bring your what do they call her in English. I am always afraid of saying something improper future. I'll send you a box under the circumstances y'all like that better." She added that if he were to paint her, he would have to see her often on the stage. Wouldn't he to profit by the optique de la sinuhat, did they call that in English, studying her, and fixing his impression. But before he had time to meet this proposition, she asked him if it disgusted him to hear her speak like that, as if she were always posing and thinking about herself, living only to be looked at, thrusting forward her person. She already often got sick of doing so, but a la guerra camel la guerra. That's the fine artistic nature, you see, a sort of divine disgust breaking out in her. Nash expounded. "If you want to paint me at all, of course, I am struck with the way I am taking that for granted," the girl decently continued. "When Mr. Nash spoke of it to me, I jumped at the idea. I remembered our meeting in Paris, and the kind things you said to me, but no doubt one ought to jump at ideas when they represent serious sacrifices on the part of others." "Doesn't she speak well?" Nash demanded of Nick. "Oh, shall go far. It's a great privilege to me to paint you. What title in the world have I to pretend to such a model?" Nick replied to Miriam. "The sacrifice is yours, a sacrifice of time, and good nature and credulity. You come in your bright beauty, and your genius to this shabby place, where I've nothing worth speaking of to show, not a guarantee to offer you, and I wonder what I've done to deserve such a gift of the gods. Doesn't he speak well?" And Nash appealed with radiance to their companion. She took no notice of him, only repeating to Nick that she hadn't forgotten his friendly attitude in Paris, and when he answered that he surely had done very little, she broke out, first resting her eyes on him with a deep, reasonable smile, and then springing up quickly, "Ah well, if I must justify myself, I liked you. Fancy my appearing to challenge you," laughed Nick in deprecation. "To see you again is to want tremendously to try something, but you must have an infinite patience, because I am an awful duffer." She looked round the walls. "I see what you've done bien des choses." "She understands. Gabriel dropped, and he added to their visitor, "Imagine, when he might do something his choosing, a life of shams, at bottom he's like you, a wonderful artistic nature." "I'll have patience," said the girl, smiling at Nick. "Then, my children, I leave youth, peace of the Lord be with you," with which words Nash took his departure. The others chose a position for the young woman, sitting, after she had placed herself in many different attitudes and different lights. But an hour had elapsed before Nick got to work, begin on a large canvas to knock her in. As he called it, he was hindered even by the fine element of agitation, the emotion of finding himself out of a clear sky, confronted with such a subject, and launched in such a task. What could the situation be but incongruous, just after he had formally renounced all manner of art, renunciation taking effect, not a bit the less from the whim he had all consciously treated himself to as a whim, the last he should ever descend to the freak of a fortnight's relapse into a fingering of old sketches, for the purpose, as he might have said, of burning them up, of clearing out his studio and terminating his lease. There were both embarrassment and inspiration in the strange chance of snatching back, for an hour, a relinquished joy. The jump with which he found he could still rise to such an occasion took away his breath a little, at the same time that the idea of what one might make of such material touched him with an irresistible wand on the spot to his inner vision. Miriam became a rich result, drawing 100 formative forces out of their troubled sleep, defying him where he privately felt strongest, and imposing herself triumphantly in her own strength. He had the good fortune, without striking matches, to see her as a subject in a vivid light, and his quick attempt was as exciting as a sudden gallopy might have been astride in a boundless field of a runaway horse. She was in her way so fine that he could only think how to do her. That hard calculation soon flattened out the consciousness lively in him, at first, that she was a beautiful woman who had sought him out of his retirement. At the end of their first sitting, her having done so appeared the most natural thing in the world. He had a perfect right to entertain her. Their explanations and complications were engulfed in the productive mood. The business of knocking her in held up a lamp to her beauty showed him how much there was of it, and that she was infinitely interesting. He didn't want to fall in love with her. That would be a sell, he said to himself, and she promptly became much too interesting for it. Nick might have reflected, for simplification's sake, as his cousin Peter had done, but with more validity, that he was engaged with Miss Ruth in an undertaking which didn't in the least refer to themselves, that they were working together seriously, and that decent work, quite gainsaid sensibilitithe humbugging sorts alone, had to help themselves out with it. But after her first sitting came poor girl, but twiceeth need of such exorcisms, passed from his spirit he had so thoroughly, so practically taken her up, as to whether his visitor had the same bright and still sense of cooperation, to a definite end. The sense of the distinctively technical nature of the answer, to every question, to which the occasion might give birth, that mystery would be lighted only were it open to us to regard this young lady through some other medium than the mind of her friends we have chosen, as it happens for some of the great advantages it carries with it the indirect vision, and it fails as yet to tell us what Nick of course wondered about before he ceased to care, as indeed he intimated to Hervey, a budding celebrity should have dreamed of there being something for her in so blighted a spot. She should have gone to one of the regular people, the great people. They would have welcomed her with open arms. When Nick asked her if some of the Raws hadn't expressed a wish for a crack at her, she replied, "Oh dear no, only the tiresome photographers, and fancy them in the future if Mama could only do that for me." And she added with the charming fellowship for which she was conspicuous at these hours, "You know, I don't think anyone yet has been quite so much struck with me as you." Not even Peter Sheringham, her host, jested, while he stepped back to judge of the effect of a line. "Oh, Mr. Sheringham's different, you're an artist. For pity's sake don't say that," he cried, "and as regards your art, I thought Peter knew more than anyone." "Ah, you're severe," said Miriam. "Severe? Because that's what the poor dear thinks, but he does know Allah has been a providence to me." "Then why hasn't he come over to see you act?" She had a pause. "How do you know he hasn't come?" "Because I take for granted he'd have called on me if he had." "Does he like you very much?" the girl asked. "I don't know I like him. He's a gentleman per se," she said. "Oh yes, for that," Nick went on, absently laboring hard. "But he's afraid of me, afraid to see me. Doesn't he think you good enough? On the contrary, believes I shall carry him away, and he's in a terror of my doing it." "He ought to like that," said Nick with conscious folly. "That's what I mean when I say he's not an artist. However, he declares he does like it, only it appears to be not the right thing for him. Oh, the right thing's ravenous for that. But it's not for me to blame him, since I am too. He's coming some night, however." Then she added almost grimly, "He shall have a dose." Poor Peter. Nick returned with a compassion none the less real, because it was mirthful. The girl's tone was so expressive of easy, unscrupulous power. "He's such a curious mixture," she luxuriously went on. "Sometimes I quite lose patience with him. It isn't exactly trying to serve both God and mammon, but it's muddling up the stage, and the world be hanged the stage, or anything of that sort. I mean, one's artistic conscience, one's true faith comes first." "Brava, brava, you do me good," Nick murmured, still amused, beguiled, and at work. "But it's very kind of you, when I was in this absurd state of ignorance, to impute to me the honor of having been more struck with you than anyone else," he continued after a moment. "Yes, I confess, I don't quite see when the shops were full of my photographs." "Oh, I am so poor I don't go into shops," he explained. "Are you very poor?" "I live on alms." "And don't they pay youth government, the ministry?" "Dear young lady, for what? For shutting myself up with beautiful." "Ah, you've others," then she extravagantly groaned. "They're not so kind as you, I confess. I'll buy it from you what you're doing, I'll pay you well when it's done," said the girl. "I've got money now. I make it, you know, a good lot of it. It's too delightful after scraping and starving. Try it, and you'll see. Give up the base bad world." "But isn't it supposed to be the base bad world that pays?" "Precisely, make it pay without mercenach. It's silly, squeeze it dry, that's what it's meant for, to pay for art. Ah, if it wasn't for that, I'll bring you a quantity of photographs tomorrow. You must let me come back tomorrow. It's so amusing to have them by the hundred, all for nothing to give away. That's what takes Mama most. She can't get over it. That's luxury and glory. Even at Castle Nugent, they didn't do that. People used to sketch me, but not so much as Mama viewed by en la dire. And in all my life, I never had but one poor little cardedevizite when I was 16 in a plaid frock, with the banks of a river at 3 francs the dozen." Roman 26. It was success the member for Harsh felt that had made her finer, the full possession of her talent, and the sense of the recognition of it. There was an intimation in her presence, if he had given his mind to it, that for him too, the same cause would produce the same effect, that is, would show him how being launched in the practice of an art makes strange and prompt revelations. Nick felt clumsy beside a person who manifestly now had such an extraordinary familiarity with the aesthetic point of view. He remembered too the clumsiness that had been in his visitor, something silly and shabby pert, rather than proper, and of quite another value than her actual smartness, as London people would call it, her well-appointedness, and her evident command of more than one manner, handsome, as she had been the year before. She had suggested sordid lodgings, bread and butter, heavy tragedy and tears. And if then she was an ill-dressed girl with thick hair who wanted to be an actress, she was already in these few weeks a performer who could even produce an impression of not performing. She showed what a light hand she could have, forbore to startle, and looked as well for unprofessional life as Julia, which was only the perfection of her professional character. This function came out much in her talk, for there were many little bursts of confidence, as well as many familiar pauses, as she sat there, and she was ready to tell Nick the whole history of her debut chance that had suddenly turned up, and that she had caught with a fierce leap. As it passed, he missed some of the details in his attention to his own task, and some of them he failed to understand, attached, as they were, to the name of Mr. Basil Dashwood, which he heard for the first time. It was through Mr. Dashwood's extraordinary exertions that a hearing a morning performance at a London theatre had been obtained for her, that had been the great step, for it had led to the putting on at night of the play at the same theatre, in place of a wretched thing they were trying, it was no use to keep on its feet, and to her engagement for the principal part. She had made a hit in it, couldn't pretend not to know that, but she was already tired of it. There were so many other things she wanted to do, and when she thought it would probably run a month or two more, she fell to cursing the odious conditions of artistic production. In such an age the play was a more or less idiotized version of a new French piece, a thing that had taken in Paris at a third-rate theatre, and was now proving itself in London good enough for houses mainly made up of tensilling stalls. It was Dashwood who had said it would go if they could get the rights, and a fellow to make some changes. He had discovered it at a nasty little place she had never been to over the Seine. They had got the rights, and the fellow who had made the changes was practically Dashwood himself. There was another man in London, Mr. Gushmore. Miriam didn't know if Nick had heard of him. Nick hadn't, who had done some of it. It had been awfully chopped down to a mere bone with the meat all gone. But that was what people in London seemed to like. They were very innocent, thousands of little dogs amusing themselves with a bone at any rate. She had made something, she had made a figure of the woman, a dreadful stick with what Dashwood had muddled her into, and Miriam added in the complacency of her young expansion, "Oh, give me 50 words any time, and the ghost of a situation, and ill set you up somebody besides. I mustn't abuse poor Yolande has saved us," she said. Yolande. Our ridiculous play, that's the name of the impossible woman. She has put bread into our mouths, and she's a loaf on the shelf for the future. The rights are mine. You're lucky to have them, said Nick, a little vaguely troubled about his sitter's nose, which was somehow Jewish, without the convex arch. Indeed I am. He gave them to me. Wasn't it charming? He gave them Mr. Dashwood. Dear me, no, where should poor Dashwood have got them? He hasn't a penny in the world besides. If he had got them, he'd have kept them. I mean your blessed cousin. I see they're a present from Peter. Like many other things, isn't he a dear? If it hadn't been for him, the shelf would have remained bare. He bought the play for this country and America for £400, and on the chance, fancy, there was no rush for it, and how could he tell? And then he gracefully pressed it on me, so I've my little capital. Isn't he a duck? You've nice cousins. Nick assented to the proposition, only inserting an amendment to the effect that surely Peter had nice cousins too, and making, as he went on with his work, a tacit, preoccupied reflection, or two, such as that it must be pleasant to render little services like that to youth, beauty, and genius. Rather wondered how Peter could afford them, and that duck, as he was Miss Ruth's benefactor, was rather taken for granted. Sic vos non vobis softly sounded in his brain. This community of interests, or at least of relations, quickened the flight of time, so that he was still fresh when the sitting came to an end. It was settled Miriam should come back on the morrow, to enable her artist to make the most of the few days of the parliamentary recess, and just before she left him she asked, "Then you will come tonight?" "Without fail. I hate to lose an hour of you." "Then ill place you. It will be my affair." "You're very kind." He quite rose to it. "Isn't it a simple matter for me to take a stall this week? I suppose they're to be had." "I'll send you a box," said Miriam. "You shall do it well. There are plenty now. Why should I be lost all alone in the grandeur of a box? Can't you bring your friend?" "My friend? The lady you're engaged to?" "Unfortunately, she's out of town." Miriam looked at him in the grand manner. "Does she leave you alone like that?" She thought I should like a tie, should be more free to paint, you see I am. Yes, perhaps it's good for me. Have you got her portrait? Miriam asked. She doesn't like me to paint her. Really? Perhaps, then she won't like you to paint me. That's why I want to be quick, laughed Nick. Before she knows it. She'll know it tomorrow, I shall write to her. The girl faced him again, portentously. I see you're afraid of her. But she added, mention my name, they'll give you the box at the office. Whether or no Nick were afraid of Mrs. Dallow, he still waved away this bounty, protesting that he would rather take a stall according to his want and pay for it, which led his guest to declare with a sudden flicker of passion that if he didn't do as she wished, she would never sit to him again. Ah, then you have me, he had to reply, only, I don't see why you should give me so many things. What in the world have I given you? Why, an idea, and Nick looked at his picture, rather ruefully. I don't mean to say, though, that I haven't let it fall and smashed it. An idea that is a great thing for people in our line, but y'all see me much better from the box, and I'll send you Gabriel Nash. She got into the hansom her host's servant had fetched for her. And as Nick turned back into his studio after watching her drive away, he laughed at the conception that they were in the same line. He did share in the event, his box at the theater with Nash, who talked during the entr'actes, not in the least about the performance or the performer, but about the possible greatness of the art of the portraitist's reach, its range, its fascination, the magnificent examples it had left us in the past, windows open into history, into psychology, things that were among the most precious possessions of the human race. He insisted above all on the interest, the importance of this great peculiarity of it, that unlike most other forms, it was a revelation of two realities, the man whom it was the artist's conscious effort to reveal, and the man the interpreter expressed in the very quality and temper of that effort. It offered a double vision, the strongest dose of life that art could give, the strongest dose of art that life could give. Nick Dormer had already become aware of having two states of mind when listening to this philosopher, one in which he laughed, doubted, sometimes even reprobated, failed to follow or accept, and another in which his old friend seemed to take the words out of his mouth to utter for him better and more completely the very things he was on the point of saying. Gabriel's saying them at such moments appeared to make them true, to set them up in the world. And tonight he said a good many, especially as to the happiness of cultivating one's own garden, growing there, in stillness and freedom, certain, strong, pure flowers that would bloom forever, bloom long after the rank weeds of the hour were withered and blown away. It was to keep Miriam Ruth in his eye for his current work that Nick had come to the play, and she dwelt there all the evening, being constantly on the stage. He was so occupied in watching her face, for he now saw pretty clearly what he should attempt to make of it, that he was conscious only in a secondary degree of the story she illustrated, and had in regard to her acting a surprised sense that she was extraordinarily quiet. He remembered her loudness, her violence in Paris, at Peter Sheringham's, her wild wails, the first time at Madame Carr's, compared with which her present manner was eminently temperate and modern. Nick Dormer was not critical at the theater. He believed what he saw, and had a pleasant sense of the inevitable. Therefore, he wouldn't have guessed what Gabriel Nash had to tell him, that, for this young woman with her tragic cast, and her peculiar attributes, her present performance, full of actuality, of light fine indications, and at moments of pointed touches of comedy, was a rare tour de force. It went on altogether in a register he hadn't supposed her to possess, and in which, as he said, she didn't touch her capital, doing it all with her wonderful little savings. It conveyed to him that she was capable of almost anything. In one of the intervals, they went round to see her, but for Nick this purpose was partly defeated by the extravagant transports, as they struck him, of Mrs. Ruth, whom they found sitting with her daughter, and who attacked him with 100 questions about his dear mother and his charming sisters. She had volumes to say about the day in Paris, when they had shown her the kindness she should never forget. She abounded also in admiration of the portrait he had so cleverly begun, declaring she was so eager to see it, however little he might as yet have accomplished, that she should do herself the honor to wait upon him in the morning, when Miriam came to sit. I am acting for you tonight, the girl more effectively said, before he returned to his place. No, that's exactly what you're not doing, Nash interposed with one of his happy sagacities. You've stopped acting. You've reduced it to the least that will do you, simply error, just the visible image, the picture on the wall. It keeps you wonderfully in focus. I've never seen you so beautiful. Miriam stared at this. Then it could be seen that she colored. What a luxury in life, to have everything explained. He's the great explainer, she herself explained to Nick. He shook hands with her for good night. Well, then we must give him lots to do. She came to his studio in the morning, but unaccompanied by her mother, in allusion to whom she simply said Mama wished to come. But I wouldn't let her. They proceeded promptly to business. The girl divested herself of her hat and coat, taking the position already determined, after they had worked more than an hour with much less talk than the day before, Nick being extremely absorbed, and Miriam wearing, in silence, an air of noble compunction for the burden imposed on him at the end of this period of patience. Pervaded by a holy calm, our young lady suddenly got up and exclaimed, I say, I must see it with, which quickly she stepped down from her place and came round to the canvas. She had, at Nick's request, not looked at his work the day before he fell back glad to rest and put down his palette and brushes. Ah, by incest tape, she cried as she stood before the easel. Nick was pleased with her ejaculation. He was even pleased with what he had done. He had had a long happy spurt, and felt excited and sanctioned. Miriam, retreating also a little, sank into a high-backed old-fashioned chair that stood 2 or 3 yards from the picture, and reclined in it, her head on one side, looking at the rough resemblance. She made a remark or two about it, to which Nick replied, standing behind her, and after a moment leaning on the top of the chair. He was away from his work, and his eyes searched it with a shy fondness of hope. They rose, however, as he presently became conscious that the door of the large room opposite him had opened without making a sound, and that someone stood upon the threshold. The person on the threshold was Julia Dallow. As soon as he was aware, Nick wished he had posted a letter to her the night before he had written only that morning. There was nevertheless genuine joy in the words with which he bounded toward her. Ah, my dear Julia, what a jolly surprise! For her unannounced descent spoke to him, above all, of an irresistible desire to see him again sooner than they had arranged. She had taken a step forward, but she had done no more, stopping short at the sight of the strange woman, so divested of visiting gear that she looked half undressed, who lounged familiarly in the middle of the room, and over whom Nick had been still more familiarly hanging. Julia's eyes rested on this embodied unexpectedness, and as they did so, she grew so pale that Nick, observing it, instinctively looked back to see what Miriam had done to produce such an effect. She had done nothing at all, which was precisely what was embarrassing. She only stared at the intruder, motionless and superb. She seemed somehow in easy possession of the place, and even at that instant Nick noted how handsome she looked, so that he said to himself inaudibly, in some deeper depth of consciousness, how I should like to paint her that way. Mrs. Dallow's eyes moved for a single moment to her friends. Then they turned away from Miriam, ranging over the room. I've got a sitter, but you mustn't mind that we're taking a rest. I am delighted to see you, was all cordiality. He closed the door of the studio behind her. His servant was still at the outer door, which was open, and through which he saw Julia's carriage drawn up. This made her advance a little further, but still she said nothing. She dropped no answer, even when Nick went on with a sense of awkwardness, when did you come back? I hope nothing has gone wrong. You come at a very interesting moment, he continued, aware, as soon as he had spoken, of something in his words that might have made her laugh. She was far from laughing, however. She only managed to look neither at him nor at Miriam, and to say after a little, when he had repeated his question about her return, I came back this morning. I came straight here. And nothing's wrong, I hope? Oh no, everything's all right, she returned very quickly, and without expression. She vouchsafed no explanation of her premature descent, and took no notice of the seat Nick offered her. Neither did she appear to hear him when he begged her not to look yet at the work on the easlet. Was in such a dreadful state, he was conscious, as he phrased it, that this request gave to Miriam's position directly in front of his canvas an air of privilege which her neglect to recognize in any way Mrs. Dallow's entrance, or her importance, did nothing to correct. But that mattered less if the appeal failed to reach Julia's intelligence, as he judged, seeing presently how deeply she was agitated. Nothing mattered, in face of the sense of danger taking possession of him. After she had been in the room a few moments, he wanted to say, what's the difficulty, has anything happened? But he felt how little she would like him to utter words so intimate in presence of the person she had been rudely startled to find between them. He pronounced Miriam's name to her and her own to Miriam, but Julia's recognition of the ceremony was so slight as to be scarcely perceptible. Miriam had the air of waiting for something more before she herself made a sign, and as nothing more came, she continued to say nothing and not to budge. Nick added a remark to the effect that Julia would remember to have had the pleasure of meeting her the year before in Paris, that day at old Peter's, to which Mrs. Dall made answer, ah yes, without any qualification, while she looked down at some, rather rusty studies on panels ranged along the floor, and resting against the base of the wall, her discomposure was a clear pain to herself. She had had a shock of extreme violence, and Nick saw that as Miriam showed no symptom of offering to give up her sitting, her stay would be of the briefest. He wished that young woman would do something, say she would go get up, move about. As it was, she had the appearance of watching from her point of vantage, the others upset. He made a series of inquiries about Julia's doings in the country, to 2 or 3 of which she gave answers monosyllabic and scarcely comprehensible, only turning her eyes round and round the room as in search of something she couldn't find, off an escape of something that was not Miriam. At last, she said it was at the end of a very few minutes. "I didn't come to stay when you're so busy. I only looked in to see if you were here. Goodbye." "It's charming of you to have come. I am so glad you've seen for yourself how well I am occupied," Nick replied, not unconscious of how red he was. This made Mrs. Dallow look at him, while Miriam considered them both. Julia's eyes had a strange light he had never seen before, a flash of fear, by which he was himself frightened. "Of course, I'll see you later," he added in awkward, in really misplaced gaiety, while she reached the door, which she opened herself, getting out with no further attention to Miriam. "I wrote to you this morning. You've missed my letter," he repeated behind her, having already given her this information. The door of the studio was very near that of the house, but before she had reached the street, the visitor's bell was set ringing. The passage was narrow, and she kept in advance of Nick, anticipating his motion to open the street door. The bell was tinkling still, when by the action of her own hand, a gentleman on the step stood revealed. "Ah, my dear, don't go," Nick heard pronounced in quick soft dissuasion, and in the now familiar accents of Gabriel Nash. The rectification followed more quickly still, if that were a rectification, which so little improved the matter. "I beg 1,000 pardons, I thought you were Miriam." Gabriel gave way, and Julia the more sharply pursued her retreat. Her carriage, a Victoria, with a pair of precious heated horses, had taken a turn up the street, but the coachman had already seen his mistress, and was rapidly coming back. He drew near, not so fast, however, but that Gabriel Nash had time to accompany Mrs. Dallow to the edge of the pavement, with an apology for the freedom into which he had blundered. Nick was at her other hand, waiting to put her into the carriage, and freshly disconcerted by the encounter with Nash, who somehow, as he stood making Julia an explanation that she didn't listen to, looked less eminent than usual, though not more conscious of difficulties. Our young man colored deeper, and watched the footman spring down as the Victoria drove up. He heard Nash say something about the honor of having met Mrs. Dallow in Paris. Nick wanted him to go into the house, he damned inwardly his lack of delicacy. He desired a word with Julia alone, as much alone as the 2 annoying servants would allow. But Nash was not too much discouraged to say, "You came for a glimpse of the great model, doesn't she sit? That's what I wanted too this morning, just a look for a blessing on the day." "Ah, but you, madam." Julia had sprung into her corner while he was still speaking, and had flashed out to the coachman, a home, which of itself set the horses in motion. The carriage went a few yards, but while Gabriel, with an undiscouraged bow, turned away, Nick Dormer, his hand on the edge of the hood, moved with it. "You don't like it, but I'll explain," he tried to say, "for its occupant alone." "Explain what?" she asked, still very pale and grave, but in a voice that showed nothing. She was thinking of the servants, could think of them even then. "Oh, it's all right, I'll come in at 5, Nick returned gallantly jocular, while she was whirled away. Gabriel had gone into the studio, and Nick found him standing in admiration before Miriam, who had resumed the position in which she was sitting. "Lord, she's good today, isn't she good today?" he broke out, seizing their host by the arm to give him a particular view. Miriam looked indeed still handsomer than before, and she had taken up her attitude again, with a splendid sphinx-like air of being capable of keeping it forever. Nick said nothing, but went back to work with a tingle of confusion, which began to act after he had resumed his palate, as a delightful stimulus. Miriam spoke never a word, but she was doubly grand, and for more than an hour, till Nick, exhausted, declared he must stop, the industrious silence was broken only by the desultory discourse of their friend. Roman 27. Nick went to Great Stanhope Street at 5 o'clock, and learned, rather to his surprise, that Julia was not at home. His surprise, because he had told her he would come at that hour, and he attributed to her, with a certain simplicity and eager state of mind, in regard to his explanation. Apparently, she was not eager. The eagerness was his own, who was eager to explain. He recognized, not without a certain consciousness of magnanimity, in doing so, that there had been some reason for her quick withdrawal from his studio, or at any rate for her extreme discomposure. There he had a few days before put in a plea for a snatch of worship in that sanctuary, and she had accepted and approved it, but the worship when the curtain happened to blow back showed for that of a magnificent young woman, an actress with disordered hair who wore in a singular degree the appearance of a person settled for many hours. The explanation was easy. It dwelt in the simple truth that when one was painting even very badly, and only for a moment, one had to have models. Nick was impatient to give it with frank affectionate lips, and a full pleasant admission that it was natural Julia should have been startled, and he was the more impatient that though he would not in the least have expected her to like finding a strange woman intimately installed with him, she had disliked it even more than would have seemed probable or natural. That was because not having heard from him about the matter, the impression was, for the moment, irresistible with her, that a trick had been played her, but 3 minutes with him alone would make the difference. They would indeed have a considerable difference to make. Nick reflected, as minutes much more numerous elapsed, without bringing Mrs. Dallow home, for he had said to the butler that he would come in and wait. Though it was odd she should not have left a message for him, she would doubtless return from one moment to the other. He had of course full license to wait anywhere he preferred, and he was ushered into Julia's particular sitting-room, and supplied with tea and the evening papers. Quarter of an hour, however, he gave little attention to these beguilements, thanks to his feeling still more acutely that since she definitely knew he was coming, she might have taken the trouble to be at home. He walked up and down, and looked out of the window, took up her books and dropped them again. And then, as half an hour had elapsed, became aware he was really sore. What could she be about, when with London a thankless void, she was of course not paying visits? A footman came in to attend to the fire, whereupon Nick questioned him as to the manner in which she was possibly engaged. The man disclosed the fact that his mistress had gone out, but a quarter of an hour before Nick's arrival, and as if appreciating the opportunity for a little decorous conversation, gave him still more information than he invited. From this, it appeared that, as Nick knew, or could surmise, she had the evening before from the country wired for the Victoria to meet her in the morning at Paddington, and then gone straight from the station to the studio, while her maid with her luggage proceeded in a cab to Great Stanhope Street. On leaving the studio, however, she had not come directly home. She had chosen this unusual season for an hour's drive in the park. She had finally re-entered her house, but had remained upstairs all day, seeing no one, and not coming down to luncheon at 4 o'clock. She had ordered the brougham for 4:45, and had got into it punctually, saying to the park as she did so, Nick, after the footman had left him, made what he could of Julia's sudden passion for the banks of the Serpentine, forsaken and foggy now, inasmuch as the afternoon had come on grey, and the light was waning. She usually hated the park, and hated a closed carriage. He had a gruesome vision of her shrunken into a corner of her brougham, and, veiled as if in consequence of tears, revolving round the solitude of the drive. She had of course been deeply displeased, and was not herself. The motion of the carriage soothed her, had an effect on her nerves. Nick remembered that in the morning at his door she had appeared to be going home, so she had plunged into the drearier resort on second thoughts, and as she noted herself near it, he lingered another half hour, walked up and down the room many times, and thought of many things. Had she misunderstood him? When he said he would come at 5, couldn't she be sure, even if she had, that he would come early rather than late? And mightn't she have left a message for him on the chance going out that way a few minutes before he was to come? Had even a little the air of a thing done on purpose to offend him, as if she had been so displeased that she had taken the nearest occasion of giving him a sign she meant to break with him. But were these the things Julia did? And was that the way she did them? High's fine, proud, delicate, generous Julia. When 6 o'clock came, poor Nick felt distinctly resentful, but he stayed 10 minutes longer on the possibility that she would in the morning have understood him to mention that hour. The April dusk began to gather, and the unsociability of her behavior, especially if she were still rumbling round the park, became absurd. Anecdotes came back to him, vaguely remembered, heard, he couldn't have said when or where, of poor artists for whom life had been rendered difficult by wives who wouldn't allow them the use of the living female model, and who made scenes if they encountered on the staircase such sources of inspiration. These ladies struck him as vulgar and odious persons, with whom it seemed grotesque that Julia should have anything in common. Of course, she was not his wife yet, and of course if she were, he should have washed his hands of every form of activity requiring the services of the sitter. But even these qualifications left him with a power to wince at the way in which the woman he was so sure he loved just escaped ranking herself with the Philistines. At 6:15, he rang a bell, and told the servant who answered it that he was going, and that Mrs. Dallow was to be informed as soon as she came in that he had expected to find her, and had waited an hour and a quarter, but he had just reached the doorstep of departure when, her brougham emerging from the evening mist, stopped in front of the house. Nick stood there hanging back, till she got out, allowing the servants only to help her. She saw him was less veiled than his mental vision of her, but this didn't prevent her pausing to give an order to the coachman, a matter apparently requiring some discussion. When she came to the door, her visitor remarked that he had been waiting an eternity, to which she replied that he must make no grievance of Thatch, was too unwell to do him justice. He immediately professed regret and sympathy, adding however that in that case, she had much better not have gone out. She made no answer to this. There were 3 servants in the hall, who looked as if they might understand at least what was not said to them. Only when he followed her in she asked if his idea had been to stay longer. "Certainly, if you're not too ill to see me." "Come in then," Julia said, turning back after having gone to the foot of the stairs. This struck him immediately as a further restriction of his visit. She wouldn't readmit him to the drawing room or to her boudoir. She would receive him in the impersonal apartment downstairs, where she saw people on business. What did she want to do to him? He was prepared by this time for a scene of jealousy, since he was sure he had learned to read her character justly in feeling that if she had the appearance of a cold woman, a forked flame in her was liable on occasion to break out. She was very still, but from time to time, she would fire off a pistol. As soon as he had closed the door, she said without sitting down, "I dare say you saw I didn't like that at all. My having a sitter in that professional way. I was very much annoyed at it myself," Nick answered. "Why were you annoyed?" "She's very handsome," Mrs. Dallow perversely said. "I didn't know you had looked at her." Nick laughed. Julia had a pause. "Was I very rude?" "Oh, it was all right. It was only awkward for me, because you didn't know," he replied. "I did know, that's why I came." "How do you mean my letter couldn't have reached you?" "I don't know anything about your letter." Julia cast about her for a chair, and then seated herself on the edge of a sofa, with her eyes on the floor. "She sat to me yesterday. She was there all the morning. But I didn't write to tell you. I went at her with great energy, and absurd as it may seem to you, found myself very tired afterwards. Besides, in the evening, I went to see her act." "Does she act?" asked Mrs. Dallow. "She's an actress. It's her profession. Don't you remember her that day at Peter's in Paris? She's already a celebrity. She has great talent. She's engaged at a theater here, and is making a sensation. As I tell you, I saw her last night." "You needn't tell me," Julia returned, looking up at him, with a face of which the tragic sadness startled him. He had been standing before her, but at this, he instantly sat down close, taking her passive hand. "I want to please, otherwise it must seem so odd to you. I knew she was coming when I wrote to you the day before yesterday, but I didn't tell you then, because I didn't know how it would turn out, and I didn't want to exult in advance over a poor little attempt that might come to nothing. Moreover, it was no use speaking of the matter at all unless I told you exactly how it had come about." Nick went on explaining kindly and copiously. "It was the result of a visit unexpectedly paid me by Gabriel Nash. That man who spoke to me." Her memory of him shuddered into life. "He did what he thought would please you, but I dare say it didn't. You met him in Paris, and didn't like him, so I judged best to hold my tongue about him." "Do you like him?" "Very much." "Great heaven!" Julia ejaculated almost under her breath. "The reason I was annoyed was because somehow when you came in, I suddenly had the air of having got out of those visits, and shut myself up in town to do something that I had kept from you, and I have been very unhappy till I could explain." "You don't explain. You can't explain," Mrs. Dallow declared, turning on her companion eyes, which in spite of her studied stillness, expressed deep excitement. "I knew it. I knew everything. That's why I came. It was a sort of second sight, what they call a brainwave." Nick smiled. "I felt uneasy. I felt a kind of call. It came suddenly yesterday. It was irresistible. Nothing could have kept me this morning." "That's very serious, but it's still more delightful. You mustn't go away again," said Nick. "We must stick together forever and ever." He put his arm round her, but she detached herself as soon as she felt its pressure. She rose quickly, moving away, while mystified he sat looking up at her, as she had looked a few moments before at him. "I've thought it all over. I've been thinking of it all day," she began. "That's why I didn't come in." "Don't think of it too much. It isn't worth it. You like it more than anything else. You do. Can't deny it," she went on. "My dear child, what are you talking about?" Nick asked gently. That's what you like doing, what you were this morning with women, lolling with their things off to be painted. And people like that man. Nick slowly got up, hesitating. My dear Julia, apart from the surprise this morning, do you object to the living model? Not a bit for you. What's the inconvenience then, since in my studio there are only for me? You love it, you revel in it, that's what you want. Only thing you want, Julia broke out. To have models lolling undressed women, do you mean? That's what I felt, what I knew, she went on, what came over me, and haunted me yesterday so that I couldn't throw it off. It seemed to me that if I could see it with my eyes, and have the perfect proof, I should feel better, I should be quiet. And now I am quiet after a struggle of some hours, I confess. I have seen the whole things before me and I am satisfied. I am not me, neither the whole thing, nor half of it is before me. What exactly are you talking about? Nick demanded. About what you were doing this morning. That's your innermost preference, that's your secret passion. A feeble scratch at something serious, yes, it was almost serious, he said. But it was an accident this morning, and yesterday I got on less wretchedly than I intended. I am sure you've immense talent, Julia returned with a dreariness that was almost droll. No, I might have had, I've plucked it up, it's too late for it to flower, my dear Julia, I am perfectly incompetent and perfectly resigned. Yes, you looked so this morning, when you hung over her. Oh, shall bring back your talent. She's an obliging and even an intelligent creature, and I've no doubt she would if she could, Nick conceded. But I've received from you all the help any woman's destined to give me. No one can do for me again what you've done. I shouldn't try it again, I acted in ignorance. Oh, I've thought it all out, Julia declared, and then with a strange face of anguish resting on his own, before it's too late, before it's too late. Too late for what? For you to be free, for you to be free. And for me to be free too. You hate everything I like, she flashed out. Don't pretend, she went on as a sound of protest broke from him. I thought you so awfully wanted me to paint, he gasped, flushed and staring. I do, that's why you must be free, why we must part. Why we must part. Oh, I've turned it well over, I've faced the hard truth. It wouldn't do at all, Julia rang out. I like the way you talk of Ida's, if it were a trimming for your dress, Nick retorted with bitterness. Want it do for you to be loved and cherished as well as any woman in England. She turned away from him, closing her eyes as not to see something dangerous. You mustn't give anything up for me, I should feel it all the while. And I should hate it. I am not afraid of the truth, but you are. The truth, dear Julia, I only want to know it, Nick insisted. It seems to me, in fact, just what I've got hold of, when two persons are united by the tenderest affection, and are sane and generous, and just no difficulties that occur in the union, their life makes for them, are insurmountable, no problems are insoluble. She appeared for a moment to reflect upon this. It was spoken in a tone that might have touched her, yet at the end of the moment, lifting her eyes, she brought out, I hate art, as you call it. I thought I did, I knew I did. But till this morning, I didn't know how much. Bless your dear soul, that wasn't art, Nick pleaded. The real thing will be 1,000 miles away from us. It will never come into the house. Soya's tranquil, it knows where to look in, and where to flee shrieking. Why then should you worry? Because I want to understand. I want to know what I am doing. You're an artist, you are, Julia cried, accusing him passionately. My poor Julia, it isn't so easy as that, nor a character one can take on from one day to the other. There are all sorts of things. One must be caught young and put through the millon, must see things as they are. There are very few professions that goes with there would be sacrifices I never can make. Well then, there are sacrifices for both of us, and I can't make them either. I dare say it's all right for you, but for me it would be a terrible mistake. When I think I am doing a certain thing, I mustn't do just the opposite. She kept on. As for true lucidity, there are things I've thought of, the things I like best, and they're not what you mean. It would be a great deception, and it's not the way I see my life, and it would be misery if we don't understand. He looked at her with eyes not lighted by her words. If we don't understand what? That we're utterly different, that you're doing it all for me. And is that an objection to Myriad? I do for you, he asked. You do too much. You're awfully good, you're generous, you're a dear. Oh yes, a dear. But that doesn't make me believe in it. I didn't bottom from the first. That's why I made you wait, why I gave you your freedom. Oh, I've suspected you, Julia continued. I had my ideas. It's all right for you, but it won't do for me. I am different altogether. Why should it always be put upon me? When I hate it, what have I done? I was drenched with it before these last words, as they broke forth, were attended with a quick blush. so that Nick could as quickly discern in them the uncalculated betrayal of an old irritation, an old shame, almost her late husband's flat inglorious taste for pretty things his. Indifference to every chance to play a public part, this had been the humiliation of her youth, and it was indeed a perversity of fate that a new alliance should contain for her even an oblique demand for the same spirit of accommodation, impose on her the secret bitterness of the same concessions, as Nick stood there before her struggling, sincerely with the force that he now felt to be strong in her, the intense resolution to break with him, a force matured in a few hours. He read a riddle that hitherto had baffled him, saw a great mystery become simple, a personal passion for him, had all but thrown her into his arms, the sort of thing that even a vain man and Nick was not especially. Vain might hesitate to recognize the strength of held in check, at moments, with a strain of the cord that he could still feel vibrate by her deep, her rare ambition, and arrested at the last only just in time to save her calculations. His present glimpse of the immense extent of these calculations didn't make him think her cold or poor. There was in fact a positive strange heat in them, and they struck him rather as grand and high the fact that she could drop him even while she longed for him drop him, because it was now fixed in her mind that he wouldn't after all serve her resolve to be associated so far as a woman could with great affairs that she could postpone to an uncertainty, the satisfaction of an aching tenderness, and plan for the long-run exhibition of will and courage of the larger scheme that possessed her, commanded his admiration on the spot. He paid the heavy price of the man of imagination. He was capable of far excursions of the spirit disloyalties to habit, and even to faith. He was open to rare communications. He ached on his side, for the moment, to convince her that he would achieve what he wouldn't for the vision of his future. She had tried to entertain shown before him as a bribe and a challenge. It struck him there was nothing he couldn't work for enough with her to be so worked with by her. Presently, he said, "You want to be sure the man you marry will be Prime Minister of England, but how can you be really sure with anyone?" "I can be really sure some men want Julia returned." "The only safe thing perhaps would be to marry Mr. Macgeorge," he suggested. "Possibly not even him." "You're a Prime Minister yourself," Nick made answer, "to hold fast to you, as I hold to be determined to be of your party. Isn't that political enough, since you're the incarnation of politics?" "Ah, how you hate them," she wailed again. "I saw that. When I saw you this morning, the whole place reeked of your aversion." "My dear child, the greatest statesmen have had their distractions. What do you make of my hereditary talent? That's a tremendous force." "It wouldn't carry you far." Then she terribly added, "You must be a great artist." He tossed his head at the involuntary contempt of this. But she went on, "It's beautiful of you to want to give up anything, and I like you for it. I shall always like you. We shall be friends, and I shall always take an interest." But he stopped her. There made a movement which interrupted her phrase, and she suffered him to hold her hand, as if she were not afraid of him now. "It isn't only for you," he argued gently. "You're a great deal, but you're not everything. Innumerable vows and pledges repose upon my head. I am inextricably committed and dedicated. I was brought up in the temple like an infant. Samuel, my father, was a high priest, and I am a child of the Lord. And then the life itself, when you speak of it, I feel stirred to my depths. It's like a herald's trumpet. Fight with me, Julia, not against me. Be on my side, and we shall do everything. It is uplifting to be a great man before the people, be loved by them, to be followed by them. An artist isn't never. Why should he be? Don't forget how clever I am." "Oh, if it wasn't for that," she panted, pale with the effort to resist his tone. Then she put it to him, "Do you pretend that if I were to die tomorrow, you'd stay in the house?" "If you were to die, God knows, but you do singularly little justice to my incentives," he pursued. "My political career's everything to my mother." This but made her say, after a moment, "Are you afraid of your mother?" "Yes, immensely, for she represents ever so many possibilities of disappointment and distress. She represents all my father's as well as all her own. And in them, my father tragically lives again. On the other hand, I see him in bliss, as I see my mother over our marriage, and our life of common aspirations. Though, of course, that's not a consideration that I can expect to have power with you." She shook her head slowly, even smiling with her recovered calmness and lucidity. "You'll never hold high office." "But why not take me as I am?" "Because I am abominably keen about that sort of thing. I must recognize my keenness. I must face the ugly truth. I've been through the worst. It's all settled." "The worst, I suppose, was when you found me this morning." "Oh, that was all right for you. You're a magnanimous Julia, But evidently what's good enough for me isn't good enough for you, Nick spoke with bitterness. I don't like you and not that's the obstacle, she held herself in hand to say. You did a year ago, you confessed to it. Well, a year ago was a year ago, things are changed today. You're very fortunatito be able to throw away a real devotion, Nick returned. She had her pocket handkerchief in her hand, and at this she quickly pressed it to her lips as to check an exclamation. Then for an instant she appeared to be listening to some sound from outside. He interpreted her movement as an honorable impulse to repress the "do you mean the devotion I was witness of this morning?" But immediately afterwards, she said something very different. I thought I heard a ring. I've telegraphed for Mrs. Gresham. He wondered, why did you do that? Oh, I want hers. He walked to the window, where the curtains had not been drawn, and saw in the dusk a cab at the door. When he turned back, he went on, why won't you trust me to make you like me, as you call it, better? If I make you like me as well as I like you, it will be about enough, I think. Oh, I like you enough for your happiness, and I don't throw away a devotion. Mrs. Dallow continued, I shall be constantly kind to you, I shall be beautiful to you. Y'all make me lose a fortune, Nick, after a moment said. It brought a slight convulsion, instantly repressed, into her face. Ah, you may have all the money you want. I don't mean yours, he answered with plenty of expression of his own. He had determined on the instant, since it might serve to tell her what he had never breathed to her. Before Mr. Carteret, last year, promised me a pot of money on the day we should be man and wife, he has thoroughly set his heart on it. I am sorry to disappoint Mr. Carteret, said Julia. Ill go and see him, ill make it all right, she went on. Then your work, you know, will bring you an income. The great men get 1,000 just for a head. I am only joking, Nick returned with somber eyes that contradicted this profession. But what things you deserve I should do. Do you mean striking likenesses? He watched her a moment. You do hate it pushed to that point, it's curious, he audibly mused. Do you mean you're joking about Mr. Carteret's promise? Not the promise is real, but I don't seriously offer it as a reason. I shall go to Beauclerk, Julia said. You're an hour late, she added in a different tone, for at that moment the door of the room was thrown open, and Mrs. Gresham, the butler, pronouncing her name, ushered in. Ah, don't impugn my punctuality, it's my character, the useful lady protested, putting a sixpence from the cabman into her purse. Nick went off at this, with a simplified farewell, went off foreseeing exactly what he found the next day, that the useful lady would have received orders not to budge from her hostess. Sighed. He called on the morrow late in the afternoon, and Julia saw him liberally in the spirit of her assurance that she would be beautiful to him, that she had not thrown away his devotion. But Mrs. Gresham remained with whatever delicacies of deprecation. A spectator of her liberality, Julia looked at him kindly, but her companion was more benignant still, so that what Nick did with his own eyes was not to appeal to her to see him a moment alone, but to solicit in the name of this luxury. The second occupant of the drawing-room, Mrs. Gresham, seemed to say, while Julia said so little, I understand, my poor friend. I know everything she's told me, only her side. But I am so competent that I know yours too, and I enter into the whole thing deeply. But it would be as much as my place is worth to accommodate you. Still, she didn't go so far as to give him an inkling of what he learned on the third day, and what he had not gone so far as to suspect that the two ladies had made rapid arrangements for a scheme of foreign travel. These arrangements had already been carried out, when at the door of the house in Great Stanhope Street, the announcement was made him that the subtle creatures had started that morning for Paris. Roman 28. They spent on their way to Florence several days in Paris, where Peter Sheringham had as much free talk with his sister as it often befell one member of their family to have with another. He enjoyed, that is, on 2 different occasions, half an hour's gossip with her in her sitting room at the hotel. On one of these he took the liberty of asking her whether or no decidedly she meant to marry Nick Dormer. Julia expressed to him that she appreciated his curiosity, but that Nick and she were nothing more than relations and good friends. He tremendously wants it, Peter none the less observed, to which she simply made answer, well then he may want. After this for a while they sat as silent as if the subject had been quite threshed out between them. Peter felt no impulse to penetrate further, for it was not a habit of the Sheringhams to talk with each other of their love affairs, and he was conscious of the particular deterrent that he and Julia entertained in general such different sentiments that they could never go far together in discussion. He liked her, and was sorry for her, thought her life lonely, and wondered she didn't make a great marriage. Moreover, he pitied her for being without the interests and consolations he himself had found substantial those of the intellectual, the studious order. He considered these to be not knowing how much she supposed she reflected and studied, and what an education she had found in her political aspirations, viewed by him as scarce more a personal part of her than the livery of her servants or the jewels George Dallow's money had bought. Her relations with Nick struck him as queer, but were fortunately none of his business. No business of Julia's was sufficiently his to justify him in an attempt to understand it. That there should have been a question of her marrying Nick was the funny thing, rather than that the question should have been dropped. He liked his clever cousin very well, as he was enough for a vague sense that he might be spoiled by alteration to a brother-in-law. Moreover, though not perhaps distinctly conscious of this, Peter pressed lightly on Julia's doings, from a tacit understanding that in this case she would let him off as easily. He couldn't have said exactly what it was he judged it pertinent to be let off from, perhaps from irritating inquiry as to whether he had given any more tea parties for gross young women connected with the theater. Peter's forbearance, however, brought him not quite all the security he prefigured. After an interval, he indeed went so far as to ask Julia if Nick had been wanting in respect to her. But this was an appeal intended for sympathy, not for other intervention. She answered, "Dear Noth, he's very provoking." Thus Peter guessed that they had had a quarrel in which it didn't concern him to meddle. He added her epithet and her flight from England together, and they made up to his perception one of the little magnified embroilments which do duty for the real in superficial lives. It was worse to provoke Julia than not, and Peter thought Nick's doing so not particularly characteristic of his versatility. For good, he might wonder why she didn't marry the member for Harsh if the subject had pressingly come up between them. But he wondered still more why Nick didn't marry that gentleman's great backer. Julia said nothing again, as if to give him a chance to address her some challenge that would save her from gushing. But as his impulse appeared to be to change the subject, and as he changed it only by silence, she was reduced to resuming presently. "I should have thought you'd have come over to see your friend the actress." "Which of my friends? I know so many actresses," Peter pleaded. "The woman you inflicted on us in this place a year ago, one who's in London now." "Oh, Miriam Ruth, I should have liked to come over, but I've been tied fast." "Have you seen her there?" "Yes, I've seen her." "Do you like her?" "Not at all." "She has a lovely voice," Peter hazarded after a moment. "I don't know anything about her voice. I haven't heard it." "But she doesn't act in pantomime, does she?" "I don't know anything about her acting. I saw her in private at Nick Dormer's studio." At Nick's he was interested now. "What was she doing there?" "She was sprawling over the room and rather insolently staring at me." If Mrs. Dallow had wished to draw her brother, she must at this point have suspected. She succeeded, in spite of his care, to divest his tone of all emotion. "Why does he know her so well?" "I didn't know. She's sitting to him for her portrait, at least she was then." "Oh yes, I remember. I put him up to that. I am greatly interested. Is the portrait good?" "I haven't the least idea. I didn't look at it. I dare say it's like Julia threw off." "But how in the world?" And Peter's interest grew franker. "Does Nick find time to paint?" "I don't know. That horrid man brought her." "Which horrid man?" Spoke as if they had their choice. "The one Nick thinks so clever, the vulgar little man who was at your place that day and tried to talk to me. I remember he abused theatrical people to me's if I cared anything about them. But he has apparently something to do with your girl." "Oh, I recollect him. I had a discussion with him," Peter patiently said. "How could you?" "I must go and dress," his sister went on more importantly. "He was clever, remarkably. Miss Ruth and her mother were old friends of his, and he was the first person to speak of them to me." "What a distinction!" "I thought him disgusting," cried Julia, who was pressed for time, and who had now got up. "Oh, you're severe," said Peter, still bland. But when they separated, she had given him something to think of. That Nick was painting a beautiful actress was no doubt, in part at least, the reason why he was provoking, and why his most intimate female friend had come abroad. The fact didn't render him provoking to his kinsman. Peter had, on the contrary, been quite sincere when he qualified it as interesting. It became indeed, on reflection, so interesting that it had perhaps almost as much to do with Sheringham's now prompt rush over to London as it had to do with Julia's coming away. Reflection taught him further that the matter was altogether a delicate one, and suggested that it was odd he should be mixed up with it. In fact, when as Julia's own affair, he had but wished to keep out of it. It might after all be his affair a little as well. There was somehow a still more pointed implication of that in his sister's saying to him the next day that she wished immensely he would take a fancy to Biddy Dormer. She said more. She said there had been a time when she believed he had done so, believed too, that the poor child herself had believed the same Biddy was far away the nicest girl. She knew the dearest, sweetest, cleverest, best, and one of the prettiest creatures in England, which never spoiled anything. She would make as charming a wife as ever a man had suited to any position however high. And Julia didn't mind mentioning it, since her brother would believe it whether she mentioned it, or Noah's so predisposed in his favor, that he would have no trouble at all. In short, she herself would see him through. She'd answer for it that he'd have, but to speak Biddy's life at home was horrid. She was very sorry for her. The child was worthy of a better fate. Peter wondered what constituted the horridness of Biddy's life, and gathered that it mainly arose from the fact of Julia's disliking Lady Agnes and Grace, and of her profiting comfortably by that freedom to do so which was a fruit of her having given them a house she had perhaps not felt the want of, till they were in possession of it. He knew she had always liked Biddy, but he asked himself this was the rest of his wonder why she had taken to liking her so extraordinarily just now. He liked her himself, he even liked to be talked to about her, and could believe everything Julia said. The only thing that had mystified him was her motive for suddenly saying it. He had assured her he was perfectly sensible of her goodness in so plotting out his future, but was also sorry if he had put it into anyone's head, most of all into the girl's own, that he had ever looked at Biddy with a covetous eye. He wasn't in the least sure she would make a good wife, but liked her quite too much to wish to put any such mystery to the test. She was certainly not offered them for cruel experiments, as it happened. Really, he wasn't thinking of marrying anyone. Had ever so many grounds for neglecting that. Of course one was never safe against accidents, but one could at least take precautions, and he didn't mind telling her that there were several he had taken. I don't know what you mean, but it seems to me quite the best precaution would be to care for a charming, steady girl like Biddy. Then you'd be quite in shelter. You know the worst that can happen to you, and it wouldn't be bad. The objection he had made to this plea is not important, especially as it was not quite candid. It need only be mentioned that before the pair parted, Julia said to him, still in reference to their young friend, do go and see her, and be nice to her, shall save you disappointments. These last words reverberated for him. There was a shade of the portentous in them, and they seemed to proceed from a larger knowledge of the subject than he himself as yet possessed. They were not absent from his memory when, in the beginning of May, availing himself to save time of the night service, he crossed from Paris to London. He arrived before the breakfast there, and went to his sister's house in Great Stanhope Street, where he always found quarters. Were she in town or not, when at home she welcomed him, and in her absence the relaxed servants hailed him for the chance he gave them to recover their form. In either case, his allowance of space was large, and his independence complete. He had obtained permission this year to take in scattered snatches rather than as a single draught the quantum of holiday to which he was entitled, and there was moreover a question of his being transferred to another capital, in which event he believed he might count on a month or two in England before proceeding to his new post. He waited after breakfast but a very few minutes before jumping into a hansom and rattling away to the north. A part of his waiting, indeed, consisted of a fidgety walk up Bond Street, during which he looked at his watch 3 or 4 times, while he paused at shop windows for fear of being a little early in the cab, as he rolled along after having given an address. Balaclava Place, St. John's Wood. The fear he might be too early took curiously at moments the form of a fear that he should be too late, a symbol of the inconsistencies of which his spirit at present was full. Peter Sheringham was nervously formed, too nervously for a diplomatist, and haunted with inclinations, and indeed with designs which contradicted each other. He wanted to be out of it, and yet dreaded not to be in it, and on this particular occasion, the sense of exclusion was an ache at the same time. He was not unconscious of the impulse to stop his cab and make it turn round and drive due south. He saw himself launched in the breezy fact, while morally speaking, he was hauled up on the hot sand of the principle, and he could easily note how little these two faces of the same idea had in common. However, as the consciousness of going helped him to reflect, a principle was a poor affair if it merely became a fact, yet from the hour it did turn to action, the action had to be the particular one in which he was engaged, so that he was in the absurd position of thinking his conduct wiser, for the reason that it was directly opposed to his intentions. He had kept away from London ever since Miriam Ruth came over, resisting curiosity, sympathy, importunate, haunting passion, and considering that his resistance, founded to be salutary on a general scheme of life, was the greatest success he had yet achieved, He was deeply occupied with plucking up the feeling that attached him to her, and he had already by various little ingenuities loosened some of its roots. He had suffered her to make her first appearance on any stage without the comfort of his voice, or the applause of his hand, saying to himself that the man who could do the more could do the less, and that such an act of fortitude was a proof he should keep straight. It was not exactly keeping straight to run over to London 3 months later, and the hour he arrived scramble off to Balaclava Place. But after all, he pretended only to be human, and aimed in behavior only at the heroic, never at the monstrous. The highest heroism was obviously 3 parts tact. He had not written to his young friend that he was coming to England and would call upon her at 11 o'clock in the morning, because it was his secret pride that he had ceased to correspond with her. Sheringham took his prudence where he could find it, and in doing so was rather like a drunkard who should flatter himself he had forsworn liquor since he didn't touch lemonade. It is a sign of how far he was drawn in different directions at once that, when on reaching Balaclava Place, and alighting at the door of a small detached villa of the type of the retreat, he learned that Miss Ruth had but a quarter of an hour before quitted the spot with her mother. They had gone to the theatre to rehearsal, said the maid who answered the bell he had set tinkling behind a stuccoed garden wall. When at the end of his pilgrimage he was greeted by disappointment, he suddenly found himself relieved, and for the moment even saved. Providence was after all taking care of him, and he submitted to Providence. He would still be watched over doubtless, even should he follow the 2 ladies to the theatre, send in his card, and obtain admission to the scene of their experiments. All his keen taste for these matters flamed up again, and he wondered what the girl was studying, was rehearsing what she was to do next. He got back into his hansom and drove down the Edgware Road. By the time he reached the Marble Arch, he had changed his mind again, had determined to let Miriam alone for that day. It would be over at 8 in the evening. Hardly played Ferrand, then he should consider himself free instead of pursuing his friends. He directed himself upon a shop in Bond Street to take a place for their performance on first coming out. He had tried at one of those establishments strangely denominated libraries to get a stall, but the people to whom he applied were unable to accommodate him. He hadn't a single seat left. His actual attempt at another library was more successful. There was no question of obtaining a stall, but he might by a miracle still have a box. There was a wantonness in paying for a box at a play on which he had already expended £400. But while he was mentally measuring this abyss, an idea came into his head, which flushed the extravagance with the hue of persuasion. Peter came out of the shop with the voucher for the box in his pocket, turned into Piccadilly, noted that the day was growing warm and fine, felt glad that this time he had no other strict business than to leave a card or 2 on official people, and asked himself where he should go if he didn't go after Miriam. Then it was that he found himself attaching a lively desire and imputing a high importance to the possible view of Nick Dormer's portrait of her. He wondered which would be the natural place at that hour of the day to look for the artist. The House of Commons was perhaps the nearest one, but Nick, inconsequent and incalculable though so many of his steps, probably didn't keep the picture there, and moreover it was not generally characteristic of him to be in the natural place. The end of Peter's debate was that he again entered a hansom and drove to Calcutta Gardens. The hour was early for calling, but cousins with whom one's intercourse was mainly a conversational scuffle would accept it as a practical illustration of that method. And if Julia wanted him to be nice to Biddywitch, was exactly, even if with a different view, what he wanted himself, how could he better testify than by a visit to Lady Agnesh, would have indecency to go to see her some time at a friendly fraternizing hour when they would all be likely to be at home. Unfortunately, as it turned out, they were none of them at home, so that he had to fall back on neutrality, and the butler, who was however more luckily an old friend, her ladyship and Miss Dormer were absent from town, paying a visit, and Mr. Dormer was also away, or was on the point of going away for the day. Miss Bridget was in London, but was out. Peter's informant mentioned with earnest vagueness that he thought she had gone somewhere to take a lesson on Peter's. Asking what sort of lesson he meant, he replied, "Oh, I thinketh a sculpture, you know." Sir Peter knew, but Biddy's lesson in a sculpture rate sounded on the butler's lips like a fashionable new art. Struck him a little as a mockery of the helpful spirit in which he had come to look her up. The man had an air of participating respectfully in his disappointment, and to make up for it added that he might perhaps find Mr. Dormer at his other address. He had gone out early, and had directed his servant to come to Rosedale Road in an hour or 2 with a portmanteau. He was going down to Beauclerk. In the course of the day, Mr. Carteret being ill, perhaps Mr. Sheringham Didn't know it perhaps too, Mr. Sheringham would catch him in Rosedale Road. Before he took his train was to have been busy there. For an hour this was worth trying. And Peter immediately drove to Rosedale Road, where in answer to his ring the door was opened to him by Biddy Dormer. Roman 29. When that young woman saw him her cheek exhibited the prettiest pleased surprised red he had ever observed there, though far from unacquainted with its living tides. And she stood smiling at him with the outer dazzle in her eyes, still making him no motion to enter. She only said, "Oh, Peter," and then "I am all alone." "So much the better, dear Biddy. Is that any reason I shouldn't come in?" "Dear Nodo, come in. You've just missed Nick. He has gone to the country half an hour ago." She had on a large apron, and in her hand carried a small stick besmeared as his quick eye saw with modeling clay. She dropped the door and fled back before him into the studio, where when he followed her, she was in the act of flinging a damp cloth over a rough head in clay, which in the middle of the room was supported on a high wooden stand. The effort to hide what she had been doing, before he caught a glimpse of it, made her redder still, and led to her smiling more to her laughing, with a confusion of shyness and gladness that charmed him. She rubbed her hands on her apron. She pulled it off. She looked delightfully awkward, not meeting Peter's eye, and she said, "I am just scraping here a little. You mustn't mind me. What I do is awful, you know. Please, Peter, don't look. I've been coming here lately to make my little mess, because Mama doesn't particularly like it at home. I've had a lesson or two from a lady who exhibits, but you wouldn't suppose it to see what I do. Nick's so kind. He lets me come here. He uses the studio so little. I do what I want, or rather, what I can. What a pity he's gone. I'd have been so glad. I am really alone. I hope you don't mind, Peter. Please don't look." Peter was not bent on looking. His eyes had occupation enough in Biddy's own agreeable aspect, which was full of a rare element of domestication and responsibility. Though she had, stretching her bravery, taken possession of her brother's quarters, she struck her visitor as more at home and more herself than he had ever seen her. It was the first time she had been to his notice so separate from her mother and sister. She seemed to know this herself, and to be a little frightened by it, just enough to make him wish to be reassuring at the same time. Peter also on this occasion found himself touched with diffidence, especially after he had gone back and closed the door, and settled down to a regular call, for he became acutely conscious of what Julia had said to him in Paris, and was unable to rid himself of the suspicion that it had been said with Biddy's knowledge. It wasn't that he supposed his sister had told the girl she meant to do what she could to make him propose to her. That would have been cruel to Harif. She liked him enough to consent in Julia's perfect uncertainty, but Biddy participated by imagination, by divination, by a clever girl's secret tremulous instincts in her good friend's views about her, and this probability constituted for Sheringham a sort of embarrassing publicity. He had impressions possibly gross and unjust in regard to the way women move constantly together amid such considerations, and subtly intercommunicate, when they don't still more subtly dissemble the hopes or fears of which persons of the opposite sex form the subject. Therefore poor Biddy would know that if she failed to strike him in the right light, it wouldn't be for want of an attention definitely called to her claims. She would have been tacitly rejected, virtually condemned. He couldn't without an impulse of fatuity endeavor to make up for this to her by consoling kindness. He was aware that if anyone knew it, a man would be ridiculous who should take so much as that for granted, but no one would know it. He, oddly enough, in this calculation of security, left Biddy herself out. It didn't occur to him that she might have a secret small irony to spare for his ingenious and magnanimous effort to show her how much he liked her, in reparation to her for not liking her more. This high charity colored at any rate the whole of his visit to Rosedale Road, the whole of the pleasant prolonged chat that kept him there more than an hour. He begged the girl to go on with her work, not to let him interrupt it, and she obliged him at last, taking the cloth off the lump of clay, and giving him a chance to be delightful by guessing that the shapeless mass was intended, or would be intended after a while for Nick. He saw she was more comfortable when she began again to smooth it and scrape it with her little stick, to manipulate it with an ineffectual air of knowing how, for this gave her something to do, relieved her nervousness, and permitted her to turn away from him when she talked. He walked about the room, and sat down, got up, and looked at Nick's things, watched her at moments in silence, which made her always say in a minute that he was not to pass judgment, or she could do nothing. Observed how her position before her high stand, her lifted arms, her turns of the head, considering her work this way and that, all helped her to be pretty. She repeated again and again that it was an immense pity about Nick, till he was obliged to say he didn't care a straw for Nick, and was perfectly content with the company he found. This was not the sort of tone he thought it right given the conditions to take. But then even the circumstances didn't require him to pretend. He liked her less than he Roman 999. After all, she was his cousin. She would cease to be so if she should become his wife. But one advantage of her not entering into that relation was precisely that she would remain his cousin. It was very pleasant to find a young, bright, slim, rose-colored kinswoman, all ready to recognize consanguinity. When one came back from cousinless foreign lands, Peter talked about family matters. He didn't know in his exile, where no one took an interest in them, what a fund of latent curiosity about them he treasured. It drew him on to gossip accordingly, and to feel how he had with Biddy indefeasible properties in common, ever so many things, as to which they'd always understand each other. A demi-mot. He smoked a cigarette, because she begged him. People always smoked in studios, and it made her feel so much more an artist. She apologized for the badness of her work on the ground that Nick was so busy he could scarcely ever give her a sitting, so that she had to do the head from photographs and occasional glimpses. They had hoped to be able to put in an hour that morning, but news had suddenly come that Mr. Carteret was worse, and Nick had hurried down to Beauclair. Mr. Carteret was very ill, poor old dear, and Nick and he were immense friends. Nick had always been charming to him. Peter and Biddy took the concerns of the houses of Dormer and Sheringham in order, and the young man felt after a little as if they were as wise as a French conseil de famille and settling what was best for everyone. He heard all about Lady Agnes. He showed an interest in the detail of her existence that he had not supposed himself to possess, though indeed Biddy threw out intimations which excited his curiosity, presenting her mother in a light that might call on his sympathy. "I don't think she has been very happy or very pleased of late," the girl said. "I think she has had some disappointments. Poor dear Mama, and Grace has made her go out of town for 3 or 4 days, in the hope of a little change. They've gone down to see an old lady, Lady St. Dunstan's, who never comes to London now, and who you know she's tremendously old, was Papa's godmother. It's not very lively for Grace, but Grace is such a dear. She'll do anything for Mama. Mama will go anywhere, no matter at what risk of discomfort, to see people she can talk with about Papa." Biddy added in reply to a further question that what her mother was disappointed about Waswell themselves, her children, and all their affairs, and she explained that Lady Agnes wanted all kinds of things for them that didn't come, that they didn't get or seem likely to get, so that their life appeared altogether a failure. She wanted a great deal. Biddy admitted she really wanted everything, for she had thought in her happier days that everything was to be hers. She loved them all so much, and was so proud too. She couldn't get over the thought of their not being successful. Peter was unwilling to press at this point, for he suspected one of the things Lady Agnes wanted, but Biddy relieved him a little by describing her as eager above all that Grace should get married. "That's too unselfish of her," he pronounced, not caring at all for Grace. "Cousin Agnes ought to keep her near her always, if Grace is so obliging and devoted." "Oh, Mama would give up anything of that sort for our good. She wouldn't sacrifice us that way," Biddy protested. "Besides, I am the one to stay with Mama. Not that I can manage and look after her and do everything so well as Grace, but you know I want to," said Biddy, with a liquid note in her voice and giving her lump of clay a little stab for mendacious emphasis. "But doesn't your mother want the rest of you to get married, Percival and Nick, and you?" Peter asked. "Oh, she has given up Percy, I don't suppose. She thinks it would do dear Nick. Of course that's just what she does want." He had a pause. "And you, Biddy?" "Oh, I dare say, but that doesn't signify. I never shall." Peter got up at this. The tone of it set him in motion, and he took a turn round the room. He threw off something cheap about her being too proud, to which she replied that that was the only thing for a girl to be, to get on. "What do you mean by getting on?" And he stopped with his hands in his pockets on the other side of the studio. "I mean crying one's eyes out," Biddy unexpectedly exclaimed, but she drowned the effect of this pathetic paradox in a laugh of clear irrelevance, and in the quick declaration, "Of course it's about Nick that she's really broken-hearted." "What's the matter with Nick?" he went on with all his diplomacy. "Oh, Peter, what's the matter with Julia?" Biddy quavered softly back to him, her eyes suddenly frank and mournful. "I dare say you know what we all hoped, what we all supposed from what they told us, and now they want," said the girl. "Yes, Biddy, I know. I had the brightest prospect of becoming your brother-in-law. Wouldn't that have been it, or something like that? But it's indeed visibly clouded. What's the matter with them? May I have another cigarette?" Peter came back to the wide, cushioned bench, where he had previously lounged. This was the way they took up the subject he wanted most to look into. Don't they know how to love, he speculated, as he seated himself again. It seems a kind of fatality, Biddy sighed. He said nothing for some moments, at the end of which he asked if his companion were to be quite alone during her mother's absence. She replied that this parent was very droll about, that would never leave her alone, and always thought something dreadful would happen to her. She had therefore arranged that Florence Tressilian should come and stay in Calcutta Gardens for the next few days to look after her. And see, she did no wrong, Peter inquired with fullness into Florence Tressilian's identity. He greatly hoped that for the success of Lady Agnes' precautions, she wasn't a flighty young genius like Biddy. She was described to him as tremendously nice and tremendously clever, but also tremendously old and tremendously safe, with the addition that Biddy was tremendously fond of her, and that while she remained in Calcutta Gardens, they expected to enjoy themselves tremendously. She was to come that afternoon before dinner. "And are you to dine at home?" said Peter. "Certainly, where else? And just you two alone, do you call that enjoying yourselves tremendously?" "It will do for me, no doubt," I ought in modesty to speak for poor Florence. "It isn't fair to her. You ought to invite someone to meet her." "Do you mean you, Peter?" the girl asked, turning to him quickly, and with a look that vanished the instant he caught it. "Try me, I'll come like a shot." "That's kind," said Biddy, dropping her hands, and now resting her eyes on him gratefully. She remained in this position, as if under a charm. Then she jerked herself back to her work, with the remark, "Florence will like that immensely." "I am delighted to please Florence." Your description of her so attractive. Sheringham laughed, and when his companion asked him if he minded there not being a great feast, because when her mother went away, she allowed her a fixed amount for that sort of thing, and as he might imagine it wasn't millions, when Biddy, with the frankness of their pleasant kinship, touched anxiously on this economic point, illustrating, as Peter saw, the lucidity with which Lady Agnes had had in her old age to learn to recognize the occasions when she could be conveniently frugal. He answered that the shortest dinners were the best, especially when one was going to the theater. That was his case tonight, and did Biddy think he might look to Miss Tressilian to go with them? They'd have to dine early, wanted not to miss a moment. "The theater, Miss Tressilian?" she stared, interrupted, and in suspense again. "Would it incommode you very much to dine, say, at 7, and accept a place in my box? The finger of Providence was in it when I took a box an hour ago. I particularly like your being free to go if you are free." She began almost to rave with pleasure. "Dear Peter, how good your they'll have it at any hour. Florence will be so glad." "And has Florence seen Miss Ruth?" "Miss Ruth?" the girl repeated, redder than before. He felt on the spot that she had heard of the expenditure of his time and attention on that young lady. It was as if she were conscious of how conscious he would himself be in speaking of her, and there was a sweetness in her allowance for him on that score. But Biddy was more confused for him than he was for himself. He guessed in a moment how much she had thought over what she had heard. This was indicated by her saying vaguely, "No, no, I've not seen her." Then she knew she was answering a question he hadn't asked her, and she went on, "We shall be too delighted. I saw her, perhaps you remember, in your rooms in Paris. I thought her so wonderful then. Everyone's talking of her here. But we don't go to the theater much, you know. We don't have boxes offered us, except when you come. Poor Nick's too much taken up in the evening. I've wanted awfully to see her. They say she's magnificent." "I don't know." Peter was glad to be able honestly to answer, "I haven't seen her." "You haven't seen her?" "Never, Biddy. I mean on the stage, in private, often." He conscientiously added. "Oh," Biddy exclaimed, bending her face on Nick's bust again. She asked him no question about the new star, and he offered her no further information. There were things in his mind pulling him different ways, so that for some minutes silence was the result of the conflict. At last he said, after an hesitation caused by the possibility that she was ignorant of the fact he had lately elicited from Julia, though it was more probable she might have learned it from the same source, "Am I perhaps indiscreet in alluding to the circumstance that Nick has been painting Miss Ruth's portrait?" "You're not indiscreet in alluding to it to me, because I know it." "Then there's no secret nor mystery about it." Biddy just considered. "I don't think Mama knows it." "You mean you've been keeping it from her, because she wouldn't like it?" "We're afraid she may think Papa wouldn't have liked it." This was said with an absence of humor at which Peter could but show amusement, though he quickly recovered himself, repenting of any apparent failure of respect to the high memory of his late celebrated relative. He threw off rather vaguely, "Ah yes, I remember that great man's ideas," and then went on, may I ask, if you know what the fact we're talking of through Julia or through Nick? I know it from both of them. Then if you're in their confidence, may I further ask, if this undertaking of Nick's is the reason why things seem to be at an end between them? Oh, I don't think she likes it, Biddy had to. Isn't it good? Oh, I don't mean the picturesque hasn't seen it, but is having done it. Does she dislike it so much, that that's why she won't marry him? Biddy gave up her work, moving away from it to look at it. She came and sat down on the long bench on which Sheringham had placed himself. Then she broke out, oh Peter, it's a great trouble, a very great trouble, and I can't tell you for I don't understand it. If I ask you, he said, it's not to pry into what doesn't concern me, but Julia's my sister, and I can't, after all, help taking some interest in her life. She tells me herself so little she doesn't think me worthy. Ah, poor Julia, Biddy wailed defensively. Her tone recalled to him that Julia had at least thought him worthy to unite himself to Bridget Dormer, and inevitably betrayed that the girl was thinking of that also while they both thought of it. They sat looking into each other's eyes. Nick, I am sure, doesn't treat you that way. I am sure he confides in you, he talks to you about his occupations, his ambitions, Peter continued. And you understand him, you enter into them, you're nice to him, you help him. Oh, Nick's life, it's very dear to me, Biddy granted. That must be jolly for him. It makes me very happy. Peter uttered a low, ambiguous groan. Then he cried with irritation, what the deuce is the matter with them? Then why can't they hit it off together, and be quiet and rational, and do what everyone wants them to? Oh, Peter, it's awfully complicated, the girl sighed, with sagacity. Do you mean that Nick's in love with her? In love with Julia? No, with Miriam Roos. She shook her head slowly then, with a smile which struck him as one of the sweetest things he had ever seen, it conveyed at the expense of her own prospects. Such a shy, generous little mercy of reassurance. He isn't, Peter. She brought out, Julia thinks it trifling, gall, that sort of thing, she added. She wants him to go in for different honors. Julia's the oddest woman, I mean. I thought she loved him, Peter explained. And when you love a person, he continued to make it out, leaving his sentence impatiently unfinished, while Biddy with lowered eyes sat waiting, it so interested her to learn what you did when you loved a person. I can't conceive her giving him up. He has great ability, besides being such a good fellow. It's for his happiness, Peter, that's the way she reasons, Biddy set forth. She does it for an idea, she has told me a great deal about it, and I see the way she feels. You try to, Biddy, because you're such a dear, good-natured girl, but I don't believe you do in the least. He took the liberty of replying, it's too little the way you yourself would feel. Julia's idea, as you call it, must be curious. Well, it is, Peter, Biddy mournfully admitted. She won't risk not coming out at the top. At the top of what? Oh, of everything. Her tone showed a trace of awe of such high views. Surely one's at the top of everything when one's in love. I don't know, said the girl. Do you doubt it? Peter asked. I've never been in love, and I never shall be. You're as perverse in your way as Julia, he returned to this. But I confess, I don't understand Nick's attitude any better. He seems to me, if I may say so, neither fish nor flesh. Oh, his attitude's very noble, Peter, his state of mind's wonderfully interesting, Biddy pleaded. Surely, you must be in favor of art, she beautifully said. It made him look at her a moment. Dear Biddy, your little digs are as soft as zephyrs. She colored, but she protested. My little digs? What do you mean? Aren't you in favor of art? The question's delightfully simple. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything has its place. A parliamentary life, he opined, scarce seems to me the situation for portrait painting. That's just what Nick says. You talk of it together a great deal. Yes, Nick's very good to me. Clever Nick, and what do you advise him? Oh, to do something. That's valuable, Peter laughed. Not to give up his sweetheart, for the sake of a paint pot, I hope. Never, Peter, it's not a question of his giving up, Biddy pursued, for Julia has herself shaken free. I think she never really felt safeish loved him, but was afraid of him now. She's only afraid has lost the confidence she tried to have. Nick has tried to hold her, but she has wrested herself away. Do you know what she said to me? She said my confidence has gone forever. I didn't know she was such a prig. Julia's brother commented, they're a queer people, verily, with water in their veins, instead of blood. You and I wouldn't be like that, should we, though you have taken up such a discouraging position about caring for a fellow. I care for art, poor Biddy returned. You do to some purpose, and Peter glanced at the bust. to that of making you laugh at me. But this, he didn't heed. Would you give a good man up for art? A good man, what man? Well, say Maeve, I wanted to marry you. She had the briefest of pauses, of course. I wouldn't a moment, at any rate I'd give up the House of Commons. She amended, that's what Nick's going to do knowingly. You mustn't tell anyone. Peter wondered he's going to chuck up his seat. I think his mind is made up to it. He has talked me over, we've had some deep discussions. Yes, I am on the side of art, she ardently said. Do you mean in order to paint? Oh, paint, that girl, Peter went on. To paint everyone, that's what he wants by keeping his seat. He hasn't kept Julia. And she was the thing he cared for most in public life. When he has got out of the whole thing, his attitude, as he says, will be at least clear. He's tremendously interesting about it. Peter, Biddy declared, has talked to me wonderfully, has won me over. Mama's heartbroken. Telling her will be the hardest part. If she doesn't know, he asked, why then is she heartbroken? Oh, at the hitch about their marriage. Knows that their marriage has been so what she wanted. She thought it perfection. She blames Nick fearfully. She thinks he held the whole thing in his hand, and that he has thrown away a magnificent opportunity. And what does Nick say to her? He says, dear old mummy. That's good, Peter pronounced. I don't know what will become of her when this other blow arrives. Biddy went on. Poor Nick wants to please her. Does, but as he says, you can't please everyone, and you must before you die please yourself a little. Nick's kinsman, whose brother-in-law he was to have been, sat looking at the floor. The color had risen to his face. While he listened then, he sprang up and took another turn about the room. His companion's artless but vivid recital had set his blood in motion. He had taken Nick's political prospects very much for granted, thought of them as definite and almost dazzling. To learn there was something for which he was ready to renounce such honors, and to recognize the nature of that bribe affected our young man powerfully. And strangely he felt as if he had heard the sudden blare of a trumpet, yet felt at the same time as if he had received a sudden slap in the face. Nick's bribe was art, the strange temptress with whom he himself had been wrestling, and over whom he had finally ventured to believe that wisdom and training had won a victory. There was something in the conduct of his old friend and playfellow that made all his reasonings small. So unexpected, so courageous a choice moved him. Reproach and a challenge. He felt ashamed of having placed himself so unromantically on his guard, and rapidly said to himself that if Nick could afford to allow so much for art, he might surely exhibit some of the same confidence. There had never been the least avowed competition between the cousins. Their lines lay too far apart for that, but they nevertheless rode their course in sight of each other. And Peter had now the impression of suddenly seeing Nick Dormer give his horse the spur, bound forward, and fly over a wall. He was put on his mettle, and hadn't to look long to spy an obstacle. He too might ride it high. Rose his curiosity to see what warrant his kinsman might have for such risk show. He was mounted for such exploits. He really knew little about Nick's talent, so little as to feel no right to exclaim, what an ass, when Biddy mentioned the fact which the existence of real talent alone could redeem from absurdity. All his eagerness to see what Nick had been able to make of such a subject as Miriam. Ruth came back to him, though it was what mainly had brought him to Rosedale Road. He had forgotten it in the happy accident of his encounter with the girl. He was conscious that if the surprise of a revelation of power were in store for him, Nick would be justified more than he himself would feel reinstated in self-respect, since the courage of renouncing the forum for the studio hovered before him as greater than the courage of marrying an actress whom one was in love with. The reward was in the latter case so much more immediate. Peter, at any rate, asked Biddy what Nick had done with his portrait of Miriam. He hadn't seen it anywhere in rummaging about the room. I think it's here somewhere, but I don't know, she replied, getting up to look vaguely round her. Haven't you seen it? Hast he shown it to you? She rested her eyes on him strangely, a moment, then turned them away with a mechanical air of still searching. I think it's in the room, put away with its face to the wall. One of those dozen canvases with their backs to us. One of those, perhaps. Haven't you tried to see? I haven't touched them, and Biddy had a color. Hasn't Nick had it out to show you? He says it's in too bad a state, isn't finish at it, won't do. And haven't you had the curiosity to turn it round for yourself? The embarrassed look in her face deepened under his insistence, and it seemed to him that her eyes pleaded with him, a moment, almost to tears. I've had an idea he wouldn't like it. Her visitor's own desire, however, had become too sharp for easy forbearance. He laid his hand on 2 or 3 canvases, which proved, as he extricated them, to be either blank or covered, with rudimentary forms. "Dear Biddy, have you such intense delicacy?" he asked, pulling out something else. The inquiry was meant in familiar kindness, for Peter was struck even to admiration with her, having a sense of honor that all girls haven't. She must, in this particular case, have longed for a sight of Nick's work that had brought about such a crisis in his life. But she had passed hours in his studio alone without permitting herself a stolen peep. She was capable of that if she believed it would please him. Peter liked a charming girls being capable of that, had known charming girls who wouldn't in the least have been, and his question was really a form of homage. Biddy, however, apparently discovered some light mockery in it, and she broke out incongruously. "I haven't wanted so much to see it. I don't care for her so much as that." So much as what? He couldn't but wonder. "I don't care for his actress, for that vulgar creature. I don't like her," said Biddy, almost startlingly. Peter stared. "I thought you hadn't seen her." "I saw her in Paris twice. She was wonderfully clever, but she didn't charm me." He quickly considered, saying, "Then all kindly I want inflict the thing on you. In that case, well, leave it alone for the present." Biddy made no reply to this at first, but after a moment went straight over to the row of stacked canvases, and exposed several of them to the light. "Why did you say you wished to go to the theater tonight?" her companion continued. Still she was silent, after which, with her back turned to him, and a little tremor in her voice, while she drew forth successively her brother's studies, she made answer, "For the sake of your company, Peter, here it is, I think," she added, moving a large canvas with some effort. No, I'll hold it for you." "Is that the light?" She wouldn't let him take it. She bade him stand off and allow her to place it in the right position. In this position, she carefully presented it, supporting it at the proper angle from behind and showing her head and shoulders above it. From the moment his eyes rested on the picture, Peter accepted this service without protest. Unfinished, simplified, and in some portions merely suggested, it was strong, vivid, and assured it had already the look of life and the promise of power. Peter felt all this, and was startled, was strangely affected. Had no idea Nick moved with that stride. Miriam, seated, was represented in three-quarters, almost to her feet. She leaned forward, with one of her legs crossed over the other, her arms extended, and foreshortened, her hands locked together round her knee. Her beautiful head was bent a little broodingly, and her splendid face seemed to look down at life. She had a grand appearance of being raised aloft with a wide regard, a survey, from a height of intelligence, for the great field of the artist. All the figures and passions he may represent, Peter asked himself, where his kinsman had learned to paint like that. He almost gasped at the composition of the thing, and at the drawing of the difficult arms. Biddy abstained from looking round the corner of the canvas as she held it. She only watched in Peter's eyes for this gentleman's impression of it that she easily caught, and he measured her impression of his impression. When he went, after a few minutes, to relieve her, she let him lift the thing out of her grasp. He moved it and rested it so that they could still see it against the high back of a chair. "It's tremendously good," he then handsomely pronounced. Dear Nick," Biddy murmured, looking at it now. Poor Julia," Peter was prompted to exclaim in a different tone. His companion made no rejoinder to this, and they stood another minute or two side by side, and in silence gazing at the portrait. At last, he took up his hathe. Had no more time, he must go. "Will you come tonight, all the same?" he asked, with a laugh that was somewhat awkward, and an offer of a handshake. "All the same." Biddy seemed to wonder. "Why, you say she's a terrible creature," Peter completed, with his eyes on the painted face. "Oh, anything for art," Biddy smiled. "Well, at 7 o'clock then," and Sheringham departed, leaving the girl alone with the Tragic Muse, and feeling with a quickened rush the beauty of that young woman, as well as all freshly the peculiar possibilities of Nick. XXX